gets away with this camouflage, but down to one shot he goes, and they're so far away from this ball, they'll have to slay out the strong side of the map, but we're starting to see them inch closer.
Yeah, it's just going to be really rough to come back from something like this. I feel like FaZe is doing a really good job of staying alive up until that moment. It's just really hard to get a kill onto FaZe, but it's 3 down for Unreal Nightmare once again. FaZe do trade out, or I'm sorry, Unreal Nightmare trade out a couple of kills.
All right, so we got to see, we're going to see
pretty much the end here
which teams from Open Bracket can take a game from a pro team here, guys. What are we thinking? What are we thinking?
It's only 10 seconds left that they need, but finally Unreal Nightmare.
I just went on live on YouTube. I'm live on Kick and Twitch. Let's go, dudes.
He, like you said, Tony, and I think you described it really well, no fear at all out of Ice Kid. He just pushes, and it works out. It was working out at the beginning of this game, and even in his slays, it looks like it's working out. But again, it's just that one death that gives FaZe all the opportunity in the world to set up.
Start to rotate this ball, favoring the strong side. We're seeing Super CC try to make his way over on driveway. He has 2 members of FaZe that he's gonna have to deal with here, and he flies high, but the ball ends up winning out that battle. Suppressed with the double kill, but they still need.
Yeah, what up, Zefty? Chillin', bro, chillin'.
There's no time, there's no chance whatsoever, Tony.
How are you doing, bro?
Winning game number 1. Unreal Nightmare had a lot of work to do.
Enemy has the ball.
Find you. That's not the only matchup.
I'm just ready for the day, homie. Ready for the day.
Across the board with a little bit of red zone, and if you will, Space Station Gaming going up against Alpha and Luminon. The combination of the two come together, and mind you, right now,
what you up to, Zefty?
Team in Mexico, because they're the ones who made it out of Open Bracket.
I mean, I'm excited to see what SSG do here. This will be a very important start to the day. And
the Open Bracket team's taking on SSG, bro.
Easy to do so based
no
on their
way.
performance from yesterday, but I truly think that this will kind of be their, I don't know, their test to see how well they play in this scenario against Alpha X Luminon.
With the red gun, and we already saw on that last matchup how powerful this red gun can be on the map. Perfect shots, but still Alpha Luminon puts Space Station Gaming 3 down. There should be some good ball time for them, but
beautiful.
SSG keep coming at them.
That's just a good nade by Eco right there from the Cafe side. And like you said, the pressure continues on here for SSG. They're not letting Alpha any sort of room on the map, and with that, they continue to scrap up ball time. 50+ seconds here for Snakebite, 21 and 16.
12 assists to go along with that. 57 seconds worth of ball time. It keeps getting better and better. The man's doing it all. He's the Swiss Army knife of Halo right now. But a 57-36 lead is not a comfortable one just yet. But with a 3 down for Alpha Luminon, SSG going to continue this.
Snakebite looks so good here, and this is, again, a good little start for them. I think as a team, they expect to win this match, Tony. But
let me claim my drops here.
Performance that they had yesterday, I think a dominant win here would be very important for SSG, and it looks like as of right now, it is pretty dominant.
Yeah, it's tough, but it's fair. Yeah, SSG obviously did not put up the performance that we expected, probably what they expected either, but this is an opportunity to bounce back. I know you're a believer. You're rocking the jersey right now.
I'm getting called biased already, but it's all good. It's a great team here, a very humble set of players, and a great organization as well, so easy to support them. But yeah, they are struggling, and again, a lot of great teams in this tournament today. Wow, great bait switch there, Tony.
Yeah, love that double push out of Space Station Gaming. Make sure to secure their kills, stay alive as much as possible. But it still feels like Alpha Luminon still have that timing. They're still the ones that come off the map, and it's SSG they're 4 down.
Yeah, that's just, again, it's just like, you know, that 2-man push for one player is great and all, but they also both took a ton of damage. You know, they got that kill, but they took a ton of damage at the same time. And unfortunately, when you take
no way, the bits from Zefty. Good to see you streaming, and you're chilling, and then throws me. How many bits? 35 litty titty bitties. Yo, thank you, homie. Much appreciated, bro. Much appreciated.
Great job of watching that cutoff over towards the mid side. He tries to find a direct route, but has to trade out his life. But is it an opportunity now for Eco to just sneak in through the low ground, sneak away a kill onto the weakened players, and now push, rotating this.
Glad you're enjoying the channel, bro, and the stream and the content and the vibes. Let's get it, bro. Of course, man, you're the GOAT. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you, dog.
Really pay attention to where these spawns happen and where this push commences from, it's the first kill for Lucid already.
Just 10 more seconds needed. Like you said, Lucid already getting that first kill. As of right now, Alpha Luminon needs to get the ball out of their hands, but there's nobody in position. There's not a one person. Maybe it's Whoosh. Maybe it's the saving grace, but no. Gets there just a second too late, and SSG gonna take it 2-0.
And honestly, it was beautiful, that very last play. Very nice to see the structure out of SSG. They kind of got that first pick. That's what they were looking for with the setup. Now we hop over to Mindfreak against Omit. And again, Mindfreak, 2 mouse and keyboard players. If you're new to Halo, and Omit struggling a bit.
Damn.
They're 0-2.
Mindfreak looking good.
To take advantage of.
Kill coming out of Omit, and they're able to get that flag towards the mid-map, but Mindfreak's defense looking tough, just like it did in the open bracket. Up 2-1 right now, and are ready to pull off an upset. It starts with a return there.
And there's some really good players on this Omit roster, so curious why they've been struggling. I know they played Nemesis first. I believe, I'm not exactly sure who the other team, it was Shopify, I believe, was the other team that they ended up losing to as well. So obviously a little bit of a tough bracket. You could call it the bracket of death, but regardless, the pool of death, I'm sorry. But regardless, Mindfreak have performed really well to get here, and this victory on Omit would be very good to solidify their position.
Mindfreak have already pulled off upsets in the open bracket, so they're ready to do it again. And mind you, it looks like that flag is still on the move. It was a standoff for just a bit, but there's the return, and that one's going, and ain't nobody stopping them from going up 3-1.
I mean, Scoop Meister, look at his score, Tony. 21-10 on a Scoop. I mean, again, the mouse and keyboard is really starting to step up here in year 4 of Halo Infinite. I've been a believer since day 1, but it's really good to see it start to come to fruition. And this is the mouse and keyboard player on your screen right now. You're going to see, and I'm going to break this down. I'm going to spend a lot of time. I really want to showcase what mouse and keyboard is capable of, and I'm going to do that on my own side of things, but just watch this man run the map.
As you're talking about him, drops a clutch double kill to hold on to this util side. He's not done just yet. From the util to the car side, making sure he controls every single part of the map, but Huss with a beautiful 5-shot.
Yeah, it's that close range, mid-close range fight that's a little bit tough. It's just Scoop missing a couple of shots there. It happens to all of them, but it's Huss. Again, a lot of great names on this Omit roster. They've just had a really rough road. They've got to get this win here. I mean, this is very important for Omit, obviously. Going down 0-2, this win is important for them as well. You don't want to lose to the open bracket team. But Bryce, Scoop, I mean, the rest of this roster is so solid. They've traveled a long way to be here, Tony. 3 down for Omit.
Plus the final player alive here, trying to do as much damage as possible. Able to advance forward towards that back base, but checking every corner. He's like, there was a player back here a second ago. He can't focus too much on, I would imagine. At some point, we got to do something else here. Is it Rice? Is it Rice on the blue utility side? Finally able to spot him. Couple shots go down, starts the flagpole. Now wants to engage a little bit further. If he gets this
crazy,
kill,
bro,
maybe
crazy.
they hold that flag. That's a huge battle by Huss.
Yeah, this game's not over just yet. 3 down for Mindfreak. An opportunity now with 4 dead to pull this flag. This should go in, and Huss will get immediate control of the util side once again.
What? Their second flag happened. Now only down by 1 cap. It was looking great for Mindfreak.
I haven't played Halo Infinite in a while. What's new? You know, just like different playlists, and you know, there's a few new weapons that you can play. Forgers have been going crazy, so there's like a lot of new cool custom game maps and stuff that you can play, like race maps or just like fun beer pong maps. You know, just like cool custom games that you can play, I would say. So if you ever hop on, man, definitely check out the custom browser.
He's gonna try and run this flag. That fumble's pretty bad though, but he gets to keep the camo because of it.
This one, how much camo do you have left? It feels like it's been here forever now. There it is. I'm about to say. Good shots though. Doesn't need the camo apparently. He's still putting max damage down towards the mid map, and now over towards the weak side, Fridge side, but still getting kills. Mindfreak are 3 down. Omit are holding on to control.
Yeah, Mindfreak have really slowed down the Slays department here. Omit are definitely winning their 1v1s, and they're in positions to continuously be in these 1v1s. You see one right here. Morley's going to back off onto that one, but that's just basically going to allow the flag to freely go through, and now Morley's going to do as much damage as he can to the players pushing, but that flag's already halfway through the map.
Decent job by Mortally to put down damage on multiple players, distracting them, and even better job by Huss to reroute through the mid-map to avoid those players that had an angle on them from util. This is just genius play. On top of that, Collect with an overkill extermination. on Omid are firing right now.
Yeah, Collect has really stepped up here. He was negative when we started watching him, and now he's come to a point where he's starting to slay it out, and they've tied this game at 3 with 27 seconds left. What a way to come alive here for Omid.
We need to break down that whole play. That was beautiful, but it's only tied up at 3 apiece, and there's still 17 seconds on the clock right now. Enough time
Oh shit, yo, 50 bits?
a sudden
Bruh.
Scoobmeister
Really?
knows that his base is clear.
Yo,
He
thank
wants
you
to
so
push
much
up
for the
with
bits,
the
homie. I'm glad you're enjoying the content and the
Omid
vibes.
are in position, and Ezzo has timing.
Hell yeah,
Went for the
bruh.
kill instead. I was expecting him to go for that flag, but it's Scoob and the rest of Mind Freak that end up pulling the flag here. Pie chart is in action, but it looks like it will go to overtime, Tony.
I thought only Omid were in a position to maybe force that sudden death, but Mind Freak did for at least a second. But overtime, none of this matters now. It's just one cap to take it and to take momentum in the best of 5.
And speaking of momentum, Tony, it was obviously Omid, very, latter half of that game that really garnered a ton of momentum and a lot of slays as well, a lot of pressure. Now, that momentum's been crushed. It's 3 down for Omid. How do you continue off that if you're Mind Freak?
How many times do we talk about the starting strat in overtime being so important? You're seeing it right now.
No way,
Sway's
and they got a
dropping
slay.
the weight on the spawning
Oh, but they're
players,
2 dead though.
pushing the
He's
flag
gotta
forward,
just
but
throw it and
back-to-back
live.
kills for Omid.
He's going, bro.
Trying to
2 dead.
overextend. Who's
Oh
gonna
my
make it
gosh.
this time? Sway's is
What the
already leading
fuck?
to the util, but the shot's over towards the backside from Ezzo. He has to stop
Wow.
it and take a piv that he must not be comfortable with.
Oh,
And now
man,
it's a
2 weak at
1v2.
car
He
2.
gets overwhelmed.
There's just a lot of pressure.
No.
That there, so Omid put themselves in a
Kinda fucked
situation
that
where
up.
they had the flank. Now they have a potential counter cap with 3 down, and it looks like this might go in, Tony.
Wow.
Made it past the 50. He's in the util, but Scoobmeister is the one to stop
He
him
gets a double.
momentarily. That's a 3 down for Omid. Will it be a return?
Yeah, Scoob just got a massive double.
Gotta
He's
be a
gonna
re here.
overextend towards the util
Surely.
side and try to stop all the rest of the spawners. He gets inside the base with Rice. This is really good. Now they force the rest of the spawns on the
Surely.
bridge side, and they can get this flag pulled through utility.
It's almost there, but here comes Ezzo and the rest of Omid. It is clutch defense after clutch defense after clutch defense that leads to another counter pull.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Thank you for the help, bro. I got a dip, so I'll see you later, man. Have a good stream. Appreciate you, Zefty. Take care, bro. Thanks for supporting the stream, bro.
Mortally does try to push it, but the nades absolutely obliterate his momentum and his shield.
Yeah, Rice gets a kill, but Omid get 2 kills right there. This could be free. There's a shove. I don't know how that happened. This should be good, though. There it is. Omid get the flag cap and lead the series 1-0.
The final
Damn.
player alive on Omid is Mortally, the one who got the flag all the way towards the util side, but he's the one that pushed that one in, and man, was that exciting. But we ain't done. We still got some more Halo Gen G BH3. It's game number 2.
Hey, we got Bastos on your screen here.
Okay, okay. We were just playing Mo's in
At
matchmaking.
least
That's
where I
funny.
started watching him. And that individual skill is going to come to a factor in this game, but this player...
This guy's filling up the jar today, bro. Yo, the tip jar is filled, boys. Holy shit. You guys see that shit right there? Damn. Any sub or follow, I feel like it's gonna like overflow that jar.
He will outgun you if you don't be careful. He's been loving the switch to bandits, but this time has a storm through this.
Alright, let's go like this.
That one kill advantage could be
BRB, guys.
And we always talk about mouse and keyboard players. On the side of BH3, we've got Septic, who's also on MK. I never got to watch this man really play, but yesterday I got to watch him a little bit in that open bracket side, and very solid shot. Great tracking capability as well. King Nick's gonna lose that fight in tires. That's 3 down Gen G.
Breaking shot. He's gonna hold the commando side just long enough for his teammates to come up for spawn, trying to force that double push towards the strong side of the map. They gotta clear the guy on Arcade. It's gonna be Sunrise. Trades out his life, so not a bad kill for him. Meanwhile, Breaking Shot finds an entirely different angle, but BH3 was ready.
Yeah, Mose was really good there to switch targets, and that target prioritization is a skill that is, I think, underused in even the top teams, but Mose uses it there really well. 13 and 11 out of him, and a 3-kill lead for BH3.
And they only need 6 more in order to take it.
Caught the camera.
Man, breaking shot in King Nick ain't messing around here. 1 kill game.
Yeah, Vassal's at the camera right there. It's a really big play to take him out. Now they've got an isolated player in Mose. They're going to push him too.
Oh, but max damage with Ryan takes, and back-to-back kills down towards BH3. They turn it into a 3 down immediately. Now 47 to 44. They just need 3 more.
King Nick pushes off of that PD side. The spawns are going to happen on that side of the map now. You see Mo's already in heaven, and now the back A spawns happen as well. So the map has been flipped, and right now BH3 look in favor.
Sunrise somehow able to take down Break
5
shot,
minutes
and now the
remaining.
purple side is completely screwed out. Break. It looks like King Nick and Gen G are favoring the strong side, but eventually BH3 with the numbers and the damage are able to put them down. It's 49, and there's the 50th. Bastos is gonna take it, and so will BH3.
Oh, that was a fantastic job once again by BH3, and coming out of the open bracket and doing damage like that. That's how you start. That's how you start a pull play situation here for BH3. They look really solid right now. Let's see if they can continue. Once again, Gen G struggling a little bit to start, but that's going to be every team we watch that has already been in pool play. These open bracket teams, they're just hungry, right? They're like, we made it this far, we're going to push even further.
I got a chance to sit down and talk to the coach of Gen G a little bit this morning, and he said, he's like, look, we had a tough pool. You know, it wasn't an easy day for them. However, their plan is simple. Take it one day at a time, one step at a time. Take on an open bracket team, respect them, but know that we can beat them. Right now, BH3 must be thinking the same thing. They come off with that huge game 2 win. What are these stats telling me?
Well, the first thing I look at is Septic, right? The man was on console. He was on Xbox playing on mouse and keyboard in the open bracket. There are no PCs in that open bracket, Tony. So for Septic, getting on PC here is phenomenal. It's great. It feels good. It's amazing. And he's put that damage in. I haven't seen like the crazy performance. It might be an adjustment period is what I'm getting at for Septic. Getting on the PC now. But we're back here now to Omid versus Mind Freak. And it's of course Omid up 1-0.
On board now with Enzo Moment. We're on board. That's until Mind Freak immediately just overwhelmed that purple side of the map. On their way to a camouflage. Was the Shroud enough to get it for him?
Might be. That Shroud goes down. There's a couple players that go down for Mind Freak. 3 down for Mind Freak right now, and it'll be Omid that put themselves in a situation where they can continue to slay out.
Hustley would get that first kill for Omid. Mind Freak, triple push. I mean, you're talking about demanding control of this map, sending 3 bodies over toward the beach side. This push has to work out for them. But Enzo, 5-shot, beautifully played to open up things just a bit.
Well, there it is. Enzo in a situation where he's going to be able to continue to slay here. I talk about this player often, Tony. He's one of those guys that does a really good job at just solidifying himself as that top AM player, right? Really beautiful out of him, continues to put shots in, continues to do damage, and moves around the map so freely. 2-kill lead for Omid.
With half the members of Mind Freak going down, this is where Omid needs to take control. They need to identify those spawners and have reticles trained on them immediately. It looks like they see that Rice and Sways were able to break out of the PD side. 1 straggler left behind, and Omid collapsed on him.
It's so good by Omid. Like, this 6-kill lead, make that a 5-kill lead is phenomenal out of them, and this is exactly what you need to see. You need to see them come alive here. Mind Freak really made that game close. They had the lead for a majority of it. It was Omid that closed it out at the end. You gotta really just solidify yourself as a pool play roster. Why are you starting in pool play? Omid is telling us right now.
Mike's able to get away with this camouflage, and patient plays out of him, just feeding off information to the rest of his team and trying to find out where this push is going to start. However, it looks like there was a player that goes down in Ezzo, so Colette's gonna have to take action immediately onto the single player. Puts down some damage onto Sways, and his teammate comes in for the cleanup. And now more damage raining down on Mind Freak. Omid look to attack.
Yeah, that Mind Freak's just stuck inside a seat. Looking to attack is exactly what you want to do in this scenario. They're all stuck on that tram side, and they don't fight out of it very well. They get 1 kill. They end up going 3 down for that 1 kill. It's not worth it. 22-16 for Omid.
Already up 1-0 in the series right now, and the way things are looking, it's gonna go up 2-0 unless something changes here for Mind Freak. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of both Rice and Scoopmeister. 6 kills, a couple assists away from Rice, 6 assists for Scoopmeister, and Collect dropping bodies.
The trades are good, and Scoop gets a clean kill here without going down. If he can get this one, it'll be massive, and he does. Again, 2 clean kills, exactly what they need, only down by 3 now.
Meister and Mindfreak now trying to approach the PD spawners here from the purple side. They have an angle. There's a sneaky player just sitting behind the green gen, and a bit of team damage along with the sneaky plays is what puts them down. 3 down, go Mindfreak, and that was beautifully played.
If you're Omit, you just sit and let them come in. It's like rats going for cheese. You set up a trap, Mindfreak fall directly into that trap and go 3 down. They had the momentum, Mindfreak, but they just went too forward, and they allowed Omit all to spawn up and then walked right into their trap.
Shots by Mortally to start this damage off. Whoa, I did not think Sway's was going to take that much damage. Luckily, Sway stays alive, but you can't say the same for Scoopmeister. Mortally gets gifted a camouflage because of it, and just participated in every single one of those kills. Practically a triple, and Sway's, they're going to stagger him. He's in ATM already.
Yeah, look at the late kill here. Stagger is exactly what you don't want in this scenario. Look how late he dies in that situation. Now Omit have a numbers advantage, and they decide to back off that numbers advantage, which is really interesting. Looks like the push will come out on a B, but Tony, that play was amazing. I mean, giving up the camo, like Omit just played that really well, and Mindfreak again falling into traps.
We've been saying it all game long. It seems like Omit are perfectly comfortable with trapping Mindfreak.
Yeah.
Making them push them, and just a false sense of security is when they attack you. And mind you, when it comes to the 1v1s, they're pretty darn good at that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not good. You watch it time and time again. Now we see Mindfreak kind of playing slow, and it has a lot to do with the confidence that has just been kind of sucked out of them. You don't want that to really happen if you're an open bracket team. Now you're trailing, or trailing by 10 at this point, Tony. Now it's gotten to double digits when you had that game 1 in your hands, and now it's all falling apart.
Killing spree earned by Mortally, but back-to-back kills coming out of Scoopmeister and Mindfreak to try to put themselves back in this race, but they are losing time right now. 39, now 40 kills here for Omit. Mindfreak need to make their run right here, right now.
Scoop was trying to do something there. He got a clean double with a nice little star in the kill feed. It just wasn't enough. It's still not too late, though. Like you said, got to make the run right now. 41-33 and a chance to maybe get this next camo, but you can't allow these kills to happen. You literally can't die, and I know so many Halo players are sick of hearing that, but at this point right now, Mindfreak cannot die.
Mortally catches up to collect. They end up trading out at least one of those kills there, but they can trade their way all the way to a win if they really want to. Mindfreak with the bounce back.
Yeah, great job once again by Mindfreak to keep it close, but it's really just not close enough. I mean, 37-4.
Chambers Plan is benefits with benefits. Canada's leading group plan for employees is stacked with value adds for business owners, like HR, legal, and financial guidance, and leadership coaching. Employee benefits that work as hard as you do.
Ways you can't hide there, and now dropping from the heavens, but repost right back is Hezo, and doesn't get the kill. Wow.
Hezo played that really well though with camo, but only one more kill is all Omit needs, and they'll close this out.
Yeah, at this point, Mortally's going to wait for his teammates to come up. It looks like they're already on the purple side, and one-shot Sways will not survive, and that is Omit going up 2-0.
That 2-0, like I said, not going to be easy to come back from, Tony, especially when you're an open bracket team. You've lost a lot of your confidence now. I'm not saying these Mindfreak guys are not capable, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I don't think any sort of recharge strongholds is not going to help them come back in this series, in my opinion. Omit just looked really good. I just feel like they've gotten better over time. And that game 1, I think if Mindfreak were to win that, it would have changed everything. I think Mindfreak come out with confidence. They win that game 2, maybe gets a lot closer, and things are different. But unfortunately for right now, Omit look really good.
I think about something that SLG talked about on the desk, and like, recharge strongholds is a slower type of game mode. I think Omit are really going to favor that. Similar to Gen G. Gen G love to change that pace and slow it down a bit here. They're up at the moment. Hold on, BH3, they're the ones that are scoring.
Yeah, BH3 being tied in the series is really good. again, that confidence comes into factor. Now Gen G are kind of doubting themselves mentally just a bit maybe. But again, if you're Gen G, you're looking at this as like, this is an open bracket team. We got this all day.
Looks like they take the lead back to Gen G, but right now it's BH3 attacking the C side. Breaking Shot wants to catch up with King Nick on this push, but by the time he gets there, his teammates are already fallen, and he's not able to escape.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive there by Breaking Shot. I think he wanted that shock rifle. I believe he had a shroud to put up there as well. It's a nice little AC setup here for Gen G, though. They're going to continue to score, and it'll be good for them. It'll put them in a situation where they feel comfortable, but again, BH3, they've got to do something here to change things up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got a bit of a treat for y'all. Player, coach, observer, caster.
That's a lot of titles, man.
I mean, I'm gonna guess model.
Socials.
You looking real good. You looking real.
Thank you very much.
Wait, we can't say socials?
No, because it's not me.
I said it was the owner. I said it.
The co-founder, Kuba, shout out Kuba, all right? He's the guy. It's all Eli the Ninja's fault, all right? he was waxing lyrical yesterday saying, yeah, Wonder Boy, yeah, he does great socials. He wouldn't shut up about it, would you really? He's sad, actually. But yeah, no, our co-founder, he's killing it on socials. He's such a great guy. It's great to have him out here. Shout out Kuba, he's the guy. His score, by the way, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's very interesting. BH3 have like come out and they've come out strong. I just feel like there's a lot of just situations where Gen G are just kind of like very aggressive, putting themselves out of position. You think of King Nick, a player who challenges no matter what is the situation is. I think that's kind of hurting them at this point, but King Nick's time doing really well in the Slays. And a triple cap.
We were having some fun conversation backstage that every team that we get reps against tends to improve quite a lot. And BH3, because we didn't boot camp for this one, they were pretty much our only European team that we can scrim against. We were scrimming them kind of twice a week in the lead up to this. I mean, look at them now. I mean, look at the score. They seem really comfortable here against Gen G. It's been impressive to see, to be honest. The fact that they're able to make it out of open is in and of itself very impressive.
I mean, with all the scrims and obviously even the tournament matches, every time you play against BH3, what's something that you learned from them as a squad?
Enemy team.
With all due respect to them, when we play them, it is very much the only thing we can get out of it is how perfect can we play, because it's, unless we play Slayers, it's very rare that we drop maps. But I'm glad to see that now with Septic on the team, they're starting to learn from, you know, the 14-0s, 16-0s, that kind of thing that we hand them, because for us, it's difficult to lock in against a team that you kind of outclass quite a lot. And this is no disrespect to them, but it's the third team in the region, you know, you're always going to be at a disadvantage. But the fact that they get access to scrims against us and Z10, before it didn't feel like they really used much with the practice in previous rosters, but now with Septic on the team, I think his experience kind of brings that VOD view into it. They're actually starting to learn from some of the reps they're getting, which is great.
Septic is a player that I haven't gotten to watch too much. Obviously, I've been a big fan of Wutum and Scoob and Rice this entire time, but Septic is not someone I get to watch too much, and got to watch him a little bit. He's got a lot of my style in terms of like how he tracks. He's more of like an arm player, I feel like, and I think that's really strong, whereas like there's a lot of high sensitivity players in the scene, so really interesting to see him and what he's able to do here.
Yeah, what's fun is he used to be a controller player.
That's so interesting.
It's
yeah.
great. He's won European events. You know, he used to team with Ninja back on Halo 4, back
That's
on
awesome.
Vibe, Blackpool, EGL 9 in 2012 or 2013, something like that. Ninja came over, teamed with Septic, Hybrid, and Xyrus, and they won the event there. So yeah, it's a fun little fact for you guys.
Yeah, it's something I didn't know. It's awesome.
But that was back in the controller days, and it was Halo 4, so like, you know, not really many people paying attention.
Yeah.
It was my first event, by the way. I
that's
debuted that
cool.
event.
There you
Yeah,
go.
placed top 12. Kind of
That's
embarrassing.
awesome. Hey, I mean, still cool.
Next event I placed top 6 though, so it's fine.
There you go,
I
you
doubled my
doubled it.
placing.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, how many people can say at their first tournament placing top 12? Even that's not bad. I mean, there's plenty of people that get double first round.
Yeah, but I didn't tell you how many teams were at the event, Tony. You know?
No, don't. Yeah, you don't
Just
need to.
kidding.
You don't need to.
There was a minimum of 600 teams.
Oh man.
Well, just as I was praising BH3, they kind of have pooped to the bed here. Can we swear on this stream? No, probably not, right? I'm not going to say. what I was
Only
gonna
Tim
say.
can.
No, I don't ever swear.
Well, as of right now, things getting a little bit close right now. 215 to 142. Gen G may have the lead, but BH3 are the ones scoring.
Yes, yeah, this camo is kind of big, to be honest, because, I mean, looking at the strongholds, it's kind of messy right now. There's trades, and it's breaking shot that kind of grabs it for free. And I think this is something that we have been doing against BH3 quite a lot in terms of when the situations are messy, prioritizing the power-up, and then BH3 are kind of caught in two minds. Do they play the OBJ, do they play the power-up? So it's another one of those situations where they kind of sacrifice the power-up in the hopes to play objective, but in the end, we'll see if this team fight works out for them.
Well, it's a team fight that's ensuing right now. Breaking Shot's going to be the one to put tons of damage in, and he'll get out as well with it. She's got everything. He's got everything. Raffle Shroud, yeah. So he talked about, you know, what you've learned from BH3. What have you learned about the weaknesses of BH3? Like, you talked about one right there, but what are some, like, things that you think, like, playing them, if you noticed at all, that they kind of do badly as you see Gen G taking game number 2?
I mean, it's really just when you're on the front foot, not trying to overextend and push your advantage too far. Like, this Halo at this level is such a game of give and take, and you can't just take. You have to be able to give something. And it looks like, yeah, game 3 is going to go to Gen G. Nice.
Looks really good. You cursed them, man.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
What are we doing here?
I didn't even hear it.
They were looking good.
Yeah, they really were. They were.
It's not my fault.
I think it's the pressure too. You know what I mean? Like that pressure being on main stage. I just feel like it's one of those things where the more reps you get, the better you are. Like I mean, like speaking of like Wootum, like obviously he's come up very fast. What did his nerves look like in the beginning? I don't know if you noticed like maybe a vibe, and what do they look like now? I know he's a split gate champ. I understand that, but like this is a different environment. How does it change? How has he evolved mentally, I guess is the right way to say it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been around about a year since his first major, so experience and traveling across the world, you tend to deal with the jet lag, you tend to know what to expect a bit more. The more you come out here, you know the process, even going through airports, that kind of thing. Like you can tell he seems a lot more comfortable in how he's handling things. I would say it helps a lot that he now has a team that he has full confidence in. He knows that all of the team is always going to try and get his back, and he is trusting every single play. And the mentality of this team in comparison to the previous roster last year, I think is really just playing into Wootum's strengths, because last year we would dwell on losses. Like even mid-series, we would talk about what went wrong in the last map, and it's like, you can't get that map back. Like it's gone. Why are we talking about it? And with this team, it's very much, okay, what's the next map?
I mean, I'm happy that we're talking about Wootum. I also want to talk about just your entire day yesterday. Like, walk me through Friday and everything that happened, and coming into today. You guys have a little bit of momentum on your side.
Yeah, it was a long one yesterday. We were first set, and then we were the second last set of the day, which were, I think the exact same thing happened to us in Arlington. With the schedule, like it's gonna have to happen to someone. Like there's no real way around it, but it kind of sucked for us to have to wait around for like I think it was 5.5 hours in the end between our Omit match and our Shopify match. So, I mean, no excuses, not saying that's why we lost, but it does take a lot out of you to kind of hang around all day. But yeah, the Shopify series was close.
Good, you look good in that Shopify series. Like.
Yeah, we're missing a little bit of sharpness at the moment. And with tournament reps and more, you know, LAN scrims, LAN reps, the more the tournament will go on, we'll get that sharpness back. You know, if we had a boot camp prior to this, I think maybe we go game 5. There's a few situations where, because we haven't played top level opposition in like the last, you know, pretty much since Arlington.
It's a long time.
It's a long time to not go up against, you know, the pace of these North American teams. So yeah, I'm thinking the more the tourney goes on, the more you'll see the true nemesis. But I'm looking at Mindfreak as a team that potentially could cause us some trouble. So we're not looking past anyone, no matter how nice the bracket looks for us, or you know, whatever. It's all about the next game. You know, the next game is always the biggest one.
You want to answer interview questions? He's studying them right now.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm here.
It's funny because, like, you know, a lot of people at home, they don't think about that large gap between playing like the beginning of the day and then also playing at the end, or even not even think about the travel time. So you're bringing a much new perspective to. It's much more than just sitting down and playing the game. There's a lot of outside factors that are going in. Leading to today, Saturday. What are some expectations? What do you want to see from the squad?
Yeah, we today are going to pace ourselves a little bit better, I think. Yesterday, kind of half of us didn't know whether or not we should go back to the hotel in the big break. I think half of us did and went to go get food, and then the other half kind of stayed and played. I think today will be a little bit more evenly spaced out in terms of everyone staying here as a unit, everyone being able to kind of watch the games, prepare for the game types. Because yesterday, and I would not want to face us here today.
Wutim's just getting better and better every single event. I'm not just like, it's insane. Last event, I was like, dude, he's playing phenomenal. The damage, I don't know, the average damage per game was up. I don't like to like hone in on stats. Like, I'm not a stats guy.
First game of this event, he drops 50.
Yeah, 50 kills in an oddball.
Well, that's a stat.
Yeah, that stat I'll pay attention to.
If you got Tomb dropping 50 against you, you may as well just be like, okay, what's our next series in full play?
I'm just happy because I have been saying that MNK is viable since day one, and all we needed was a player with a high Halo IQ or to develop a higher Halo IQ to showcase that. Everyone's like, oh, controllers matter. No, it's the mind. It's your brain. Halo's about the brain. Like, what are you doing in certain situations? Are you playing too aggressive? You know, it's just a lot of different things.
You know what?
He's done better.
It's really fun because there's a bit of a narrative creeping in at the moment in Europe. I keep an eye on, like, the European Discord.
Okay, yeah,
like,
let's hear it.
people saying, "Oh, Master Keyboard's so broken."
It
like,
is very OP.
He's abusing it. Like,
yeah, it's very OP. It is very OP.
It's crazy, but you have to think about these players that are using it. Like, of course, you have to approach a fight against a mouse and keyboard player differently, purely because they can do different things.
Yes.
But remember that Wutim is like such an exceptional talent. Like, don't let the different input let it distract you from the fact that he's so flipping good. I almost swore. That's how passionately I feel about it. Like, he is that good. He's that special.
He is very good. The best we've seen in a long time. And again, the Halo IQ that's starting to. I think he's always been a smart player, but he's just getting better. Like, I think throwing away his life less, like staying alive a lot longer, like pacing is a lot better. Like, there's the big thing, flicking. I think like he overflicked in the beginning, like really heavily. He's starting to track better. Like, it almost looks like he lowered his sense. Tony was saying. I don't think he did. I think he's just tracking better. He's just a lot more solid in the tracking game.
It's definitely getting there. And while we've been yapping, Mind Freak, this is their best game type, I think. This, Live-Fire Strongholds, they're a really good Strongholds team. And I'm trying to think, what it would be Live-Fire Oddball game 4, and then Origin Slayer game 5, because this was our rotation against Shopify. I'm thinking this could be game 5 territory here if they can close out. It's going to be interesting.
Before this series, I was even thinking, I'm like, Mind Freak definitely seems like a great Strongholds team. But I was thinking more like a Live-Fire Strongholds. Like those faster maps always putting teams on rotations. You know, SLG was on the couch earlier. He talked about Recharge being so much different Strongholds-wise, where it's like, you really want to set up a little bit more than as far as rotating. So actually, I was a little bit worried about Mind Freak, but clearly, it's any Strongholds that they like.
They are a very impressive Strongholds team, Mind Freak. I think if you match up against them, and I'm trying to think now, let me just check our game types against them. If we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. Let me see here. No. Oh, Strongholds game 4, but we'll make sure it doesn't go that far.
Okay, I like that. You know what I mean? I like that.
It's right, though. This map, I think you have a little bit more time than you realize if you have players in the right areas to like really work the damage and work a first pick and then decide where you go after that. Versus Live-Fire, I think it's if you're standing still at any moment on Live-Fire Strongholds, you're kind of you're missing out on the rotation time. So the transitional time on that map compared to this is a little different, but Mind Freak have such a good understanding of where they can push their advantages. it's paying dividends for them, and right here you can see them even pushing trips. Like it's very impressive. At this scoreline, it makes sense to push both, but yeah, I think this one is going to go to game number 4 at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, while they're attacking C, it looks like Mindfreak are able to steal away Bravo. That's Alpha and Bravo in their hands for the final seconds. They ain't getting swept.
All right.
We go into a game 4.
Okay, yeah. Live fire ball. Because they boot camped at the same facility as us for the last event, and we did get some reps in against them, but I can't remember if we played live fire or ball. Let me go back on Data Hive and see. Just bear with you guys. You guys have much yourselves. I'll go on my phone.
We're going to find out. Meanwhile, finding out Unreal Nightmare going up against FaZe.
Yeah.
We've already seen some crazy upsets so far. Maybe Unreal Nightmare pull off one. They have the lead in this player.
Yeah,
Slayer's way to do it.
sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good, man.
Active. I gotta say, this team is one that surprised us in the Nemesis camp, but we're a little concerned for Z10. Obviously, it's good for our region. The more teams progress and get reps and improve, but Unreal Nightmare looks really, really strong yesterday. I mean, they 3-0'd Ether, right? They didn't drop a map in open, is that right?
I believe it was 3-1, I think. Was it 3-1?
I know they beat Ether, which was a big upset.
Yeah,
I apologize. I don't know the score line.
No, absolutely. It's, there's so many games going on here. I don't expect you guys
There's
to
a
know
lot.
absolutely
Yeah, I'm
everything.
pretty sure it was 3-1, but yeah.
You
it
beat
was
Tapping Buttons team, obviously Ether. They're such a strong team. The fact they're not in pool play is as big as an upset as we are billing it, because they are just that good. I actually had them kind of pushing top 6 this event. So the fact they're out in the open bracket, thanks to Unreal Nightmare, should say exactly how strong these guys are. So for Z10, if they don't make major adjustments to how they were playing yesterday, could be tough. Could be a tough match for them. It's do or die.
We saw Ether Gaming find a ton of success at Arlington, with Unreal Nightmare beating them in open bracket and kind of taking their spot in pool play through the winner's side. Do those expectations now kind of swap and fall on Unreal Nightmare? The same expectations we had for Ether coming into this event. Do we now have to have that for Unreal Nightmare? Is that even fair?
Yeah, no, it's the with how strong the open teams are, you cannot count them out in pool play. If you're a team like us, for example, we're sitting what 1-1 right now. We could still theoretically be eliminated from the tournament at top 16 if we overlook Mindfreak, for example. So with that in mind, you can't count out any of these teams. I think with Unreal Nightmare, the expectation for them will be, okay, well, we're in pool play. We're back on PCs. We're not on Xboxes anymore.
Yeah.
We're going into a pool with 2 teams that we feel on paper we can beat because they're probably looking past us into champ bracket. So I think FaZe, I mean, we're seeing they're going toe-to-toe with them here, but FaZe probably is a tier 2 high for Unreal Nightmare, but the fact they're playing them first, I believe, in their pool is a good warm-up for them. You're not expected to win this game. You then go into 2 series that are very, very winnable, and the fact that it's as close as it is, I think will help Unreal Nightmare going forward in this pool, for sure.
It is.
Still psychological, guys. Still psychological.
2-0. FaZe up. I don't know why I said FaZe up. I meant to say FaZe is up.
FaZe up?
Not
Just do it.
You
gotta live in
I
this.
can't do it.
You gotta live in
I
this.
can't.
You have to.
I can't do it. I don't even know how to do it. Nope, I don't know how to do it.
When it teach you.
Plus, I don't think you can do that with an
easy.
SSG jersey.
Middle
on.
finger down,
Okay, like this.
and then, yeah, and then index across,
There
and then
you
your
go.
thumb. There you
Look
go.
at that.
You
Yeah.
just set tripping, bro. SSG jersey on, throwing up FaZe signs.
We need
Listen,
one for Nemesis.
I need a
know
Nemesis
how we would
jersey.
do it.
If I had a Tomb jersey, I don't know, man. I'm kind of a Tomb fan. You know, maybe I'll wear that.
Word on the street is Nemesis jerseys will be available soon.
Oh.
Where are we headed to next, guys? What's the next major?
SLC.
Interesting. If you're coming to SLC, then
Interesting.
there might be a little something for
There
you
might
if you're a
be
Nemesis
something
fan.
there. That's
Might be a few things.
I want a Nemi plushie. That's what I want.
We'll see what can happen at Salt Lake. You know?
Anything can
If
happen.
you're in Salt Lake, let's see what's there. I mean, there could be a nice selection for you guys.
All right, I like that.
Wow.
I like
Great.
that.
Not breaking news, but something we're gonna keep in the back of our mind.
Yeah.
Shout out SSG, man. Shout out SSG. They've been really, really helpful with us because we ultimately want to bring and build upon our fan base that we've gained after Arlington. We want to continue that traction, and Space Station with them hosting their next major is like, they've been so accommodating. They've been helping us, like shipping our merch. They're happy to hold on to our merch out there
awesome.
because for us as a European and well, actually Southeast Asian-based organization. We have ties kind of within Europe and Asia. Getting stuff out here on time is so difficult to do. It's a logistical nightmare, but Space Station, they're the goats, man. They're the goats.
They are such a beautiful org in every single way, and it's great. You know what? It's so cool that they're helping out in that way as well. I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah, they're really cool guys. We love that.
You know, it's funny, we were talking about mouse and keyboard players like individually. Like we were talking about like how there's two obviously on Mind Freak and obviously you talk about Wu-Tang. In your matchup, there's going to be 3 mouse and keyboard players in the same lobby. Like, look at that smile he just got. Look at that smile he just got. He just got so happy. It just kind of clicked on me.
Has any kind of motion sickness pills I can take before this series, like motion sickness wristbands, like anything you got.
Let me get my book back.
It's going to be like, people are going to do 360s. It's going to be like angel all over the place. It's going to be crazy.
I mean, as a mouse and keyboard player yourself, like does the dynamic of the lobby change when you have that many mouse and keyboard players? Anything actually change with that?
So yeah, I don't like to toot my own horn often. Yes, I do. I said it from day one. I said 1 M&K player, 3 controller players. When you put 2 M&K players on the same team, that I feel like that dynamic does change. Like, if you think about like a Royal 2, for instance, right? He is like that back player. He'll just do damage. Obviously, he can change the pace of the game. Every Halo player is very adaptive and dynamic, but he's always that back player, right? And that's where I would place a mouse and keyboard player, on like a Royal 2 kind of role. When you have 2 of those, like, I don't really know. That close range fight on M&K is not fun. I'm just going to be honest with you. Talk to Woodham, talk to any M&K player. Close range, like 3 feet in front of you, not fun to fight that whatsoever. Melees are rough. The shooting is rough. There's still a little bit of input lag. Like, there's a lot of factors in there. So I don't know how it's going to change. That is going to be fun to watch.
I think Toom's learning to love those close range fights. You know,
his flick ability is stupid. It's stupid. I don't know if it came from Splitgate or if you played like tactical shooters. His flicking, like, there's different skills. There's a tracking, there's flicking, there's a whole bunch of them. I'm not gonna name them all, but he's really good at both tracking and flicking, and that's insane because usually you have one player that's like good at one of them. It's like, you know what I mean? Like you have like a basketball card, like Michael Jordan's 99 or whatever. Right. He's like, usually it's one player that's very good at one and not so good at the other. He's very good at both, which is not normal, by the way, at all.
That's why he's on my team.
See, I've only played controller. I have no experience on mouse and keyboard. Do you have any experience on mouse and keyboard yourself?
You don't want to see that, Tony. You don't want to see that. Let's move on. Next question.
So what we're trying to say is mouse and keyboard is just wrong.
Mouse and keyboard needs to be very important in the next Halo game. That's all I will say. It needs to be. I feel like it needs to be. They need to be balanced.
Gone.
That was a nice shot.
Nice. I thought you maybe collapsed with the TP there as well. Collect is really one of those players that will either scam completely or he will just catch heat like this.
It's true. I agree with that.
I mean, it's difficult to play against any pros at this level, but Collect plays at such a pace where he's either going to win a game for his team or make things very difficult. And Mind Freak right now need to shut him down, in my opinion.
Great analysis right there. Right now, he's definitely doing more the winning side. 14 and 5, couple assists, even unselfish with the ball time right now. But not much of a lead here for Omid just yet, and plenty of time off the board.
It's coming up to a frenzy here, I think, very soon. Next kill or 2, maybe. I think he's going to get a frenzy.
Little repulse movement tech into the camo grab. He's getting fancy with it now.
Or maybe one more. Maybe this is the frenzy right here. There it is.
Wow. A killing frenzy in pool play.
That's awesome.
My gosh.
Double his teammates' kills. You love to see something like this, and it's interesting as a coach. You have to obviously like kind of analyze everything, right? It's interesting to see all the player trends. Like, what are some trends you've seen in other players that you guys have played against? So, like, you obviously see something in Collect. Like, is there anyone else that kind of stands out to you that has like I don't know, I guess an ability to take over a game or throw a game in that sense, or like someone like obviously a Renegade but at a lower tier?
I wouldn't say individually. We kind of look more towards team trends and see what we can do. For example, the reason that round got away from Mind Freak is because they were in no position to play camo, but they still committed to that side. Amit had everything they needed. They had Collect pressuring from tower. They just got kills there. Mind Freak was spawning B, they should have gone ball fast or played something else fast, like make it kind of Nixie, but instead they still committed to camo in 5 seconds when they were still at B. You're losing map, you're losing time, Collect gets camo for free, he sits there, gets more kills, and they're still playing for a power-up that's gone like 10 seconds ago, whereas they could have been 10 seconds further up the map if they had done something else.
Okay.
So, sorry to be a really boring answer
No,
of
I
your
think it's
question,
important. No, I
but-
think it's important. I think I like to focus on like individual players, but I think the real story is what a team does. Because without a team, without the other 3 players, that one player won't look good.
Well,
period.
something we learned from Arlington is don't let Trippy get sniped on this map against us. We learned that pretty quick.
There's a trend.
Yeah.
Write that one down.
If you go 2-0 up against Optic, you win map 3.
That's a good one.
That's another one we learned from
That's a
Arlington.
good one, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much that.
Guard the generators, you know?
Oh man, that was interesting. By the way, that whole thing happening when you guys are up 2-0. I can't imagine
What thing
going
was
through
this?
your mind.
Sorry, I can't remember. What happened at the last major? What was that? Left
You
my
blacked
mind.
out. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
I woke up, it was the next day. We were still in the series. Crazy. Yeah, that was wild. That was obviously a first for everyone involved. But
Yeah, mental hurdles.
yeah, I think we handled it really well, and it was a good experience for us being locked in for almost 12 hours. You know, it sucked we had to come in so early the next day to play, and we ended up having a really, really long day. But ultimately, the fact that we were able to come out of that series with a win, there was a lot of pressure on us to do that. The fact that we came out with the win still was, I think, for us, that's a nice feather in the cap. You know, it's
Yeah,
good. Good to be able to take that going forward, knowing that no matter what happens in the series, you can turn the whole power out in a venue, and we will still be
It's
in
so
a
sick.
series.
I'm
so
telling you, it's mental hurdles, and you guys
nice.
crushed it. It's awesome.
I feel like everybody experienced that event, but like for you and your squad, it was different. You're up 2-0 against Optic Gaming, obviously eventually winning the tournament, but like obviously favorites. You guys come out, eventually win it, and then even run into them again, and you still test them too.
Yeah.
Brought them to a game 5 again. You almost beat them twice in their own house.
Yeah, they had some plot armor that event. I knew when they reverse swept us, it was like, okay, well, they're winning the event. That's it. It was not our time. And we are all at peace with that now, I think. I mean, they had some great ice. But it was so surreal, the whole experience. I think if anyone watched the Nemesis documentary from Arlington, the 3rd part of that is going to come out after this event. But part number 2 kind of highlights our whole experience of that. So it's a really good watch. Would recommend it. It's on YouTube right now. We are very thankful to Glory for needing a bathroom break, like needing to have one. Because if he didn't, and we loaded up map 3, we're in map 3, I think psychologically that would have been a really difficult game. Really difficult game, because the lights would go out midway through game 3. If we have a really fast start, we would then feel kind of hard done by the fact that the power went out. So, yeah, that was an experience.
So what's the play? This is it, Ethan. Your final reckoning. Godspeed, mister. Mission impossible.
Absence of Quadrant within the scene, we wanted to carry on the legacy of them with how their fan interactions were and how
love
their
that.
brand, I mean, they were next level for the scene. So as a kind of spiritual successor of that, after everything that happened with ITB as well, it was a chance to start fresh, essentially. But yeah, for us as an organization that was formed in February, think about that. That was like, what, 3 months ago?
Yep.
To have risen and grown as much as we have has been a blessing, and it's all thanks to Halo, the HCS, and you guys, LVT, like everyone, you know, kind of getting behind us and really building the hype behind Wutum, SLG, Sniper and Glory, you know, the boys. We're thankful for it, and we take that love and support in every series we go into. So
I have a fun question for you.
a fun one.
Yeah, why is Wutum holding a controller in his picture? What is that all about?
I'm afraid that was...
That is blasphemy. What is he doing?
That was actually Wutum's idea. It was like,
so funny.
I was like, oh, Tim, you should get the one with the keyboard. And he was like, oh, how about I can hold a controller instead? That would be funny. And I was like, yeah, okay.
That's so good.
And then
Wow.
they used it on the
Yeah,
stream.
it's so
They used it on the HCS stream, bro.
Since then, yeah, we keep trying to say, oh, we'll 1v1 you, we'll be on mouse and keyboard, you be on controller. And he said, honestly, I would be like a toddler learning to walk.
It's
Like,
not,
it's not muscle memory for me. I don't know how it works.
I competed on controller and I can't use one anymore. I just not have. It's just like not happening.
So
I tried. I'm really bad. What kind of mouse does he have actually? Do you know?
Yeah, Final Mouse Ultralight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Those are not.
They don't make them anymore.
Yeah, that's so sad.
But I hope it doesn't break. I should not have said that. I should not have said that.
Why, yeah, what the heck?
Somebody get us some salt.
Can we edit that from the stream? We'll edit that out, right?
Cut it.
All right, boys. I
There
gotta
it
go
is.
because
you
my
got a
free,
match coming
my
up.
free just lost. Shame for them. I think that was really theoretically probably their only chance to make it into the champ bracket. But
Yeah.
yeah, tough.
Can't believe they didn't beat Amit, bro. That's crazy. They're looking so good against him, too.
All right, well.
Damn. Well, good luck against the other teams, I guess.
Sick tattoo. Oh my gosh, I just noticed that. That is
Oh,
sick.
that's cool. I like that.
The boy who lived.
I like that. That's
All right.
cool.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Shout out OVT, by the way.
Let's
Shopify
go.
Pro League coming soon. Love that. Love that for them. Wish we could compete, but it's going to be great to have some high-level Halo to watch, you know.
Just move over to the
best of
States.
sevens.
Just move over.
Let me talk to them. I'll talk to them, see if he will allow that.
do it.
He's kind of a quiet guy,
He
though,
is,
you
he
know,
is.
but if there's anyone that can convince him, I think it's me. So.
Tim said you can live with him.
Yes, come to my humble abode. Yeah, I got you. You
Hey,
know.
how many bedrooms you got? We're not sharing a bed, right?
Yeah, you have to share. You have to share my office. Sorry, all of you in the office together. Yeah.
Well, on that note, it's time to go. Thanks, guys. You guys
Have a
are
good
killing
one.
it. See you.
Oh, that was awesome, man. It was really good to talk to him and get a lot of insight on some of the mental. You know I love the mental, Tony. It's just great to hear the mental that goes into a lot of this. That one break from Glory helped them tremendously in that Arlington.
Yeah, like he brought that up, and I'm not sure everybody at home kind of got the impact of that. So I'll bring you back to Arlington. I know we talk about it often.
Bring us
but,
back, Tony. Bring us back.
They're up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah.
So what he was saying was, he sat down, and if they would have just started the game right away, and then the blackout did happen, it would have happened in the middle of that game, and maybe that could have been a mentally chalking experience.
I
Like,
agree.
imagine they're up 100-0 on strongholds or something. Again, obviously, not saying it's gonna happen, but just say it did, and then the lights go out. That's crazy. So the fact that ultimately there was, you know what? Let's take that break. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick and then come back, and that's when the lights go out. It's like, okay, well, you know, it's obviously not the best case scenario, but it could have been worse.
I agree.
Now, you do remember they ultimately did come back and then win the series 3-1 the next day, and then eventually ran into the lower bracket. And although it took them into a Game 5, Optic did get the revenge and move forward. But I think it put everybody on notice that Team Nemesis are the real deal. Like, like if you were doubting for any reason a squad that can go in and maybe steal a top 4 from a FaZe, an SSG, an Optic, or a Shopify, like they had to be the front runners and proved it in Arlington.
Yeah, 100%. It was so cool to see, and obviously with the victories that they had and all of the power outages going out, like you said, the MVP, the social media was incredible because of that. You know, all the memes that there were on the Nemesis social media was awesome. It was just so fun to see.
I imagine, social media, as a social media manager, putting that level of content out there, it can't be easy. Like, I feel like
it's not.
You want to be funny, you want to be a bit edgy, but then there's a line that you cross, and it goes from like, oh my gosh, that's funny, to, did he just say that? So it's like, it seems simple. Oh, they're just tweeting and posting.
Yeah, no, it's not.
No, it's not. Like, and Nemesis have found whatever that line is, whatever that, they'll tiptoe on it, but they don't cross it.
Yeah.
And it makes for amazing socials.
Yeah, I'm terrible at my socials, but like when I see actual social media managers, people that are very good at their job, they will like scan a tweet multiple times before they send it. Like I've seen many people do that. They'll read it, they'll rewrite it, read it again.
Yeah, you got to, bro. That's smart.
And it worked. He's so good.
Definitely got to do that, bro.
But yeah.
Beautiful Saturday here in Dallas. Love the vibes. Love the view.
Nice, yeah.
The temperature I can deal. You know, I as far as the
warm.
weather, I could swap it out. But it's cool in here.
The food is yummy.
The food is absolutely amazing.
It is.
We had a credible Friday night. Lots of ups, lots of downs, upsets, exciting moments. A lot of people screaming.
Yeah.
Is there a team that you're excited to see coming into Saturday? Like, I want to know how this team performs.
There's two. One of them is my heart, and it's going to be SSG, right? I think obviously I think they already played the open bracket against the open bracket.
Wants to find themselves in. But it's Gen G who move on. They find their victory, their first victory of this pool, and hopefully they keep their tournament lives alive here. I'm getting attacked by a plant. I thought someone was touching me, but it's not. It was a plant that was touching me.
So Gen G will be looking towards the other pools to see who their potential opponents might be, and hoping it's not an Optic Gaming or some of the big dogs, but we now have to watch BH3 up against TSM. So don't go anywhere, because that will be up right after this very short break.
In Halo 5, there was an incredibly individually skilled player. His name was Bound, but nobody had ever seen his face. Nobody could find his name, could find where he lived, knew anything about this kid.
Bound was a mystery. He was an enigma. Nobody knew what he looked like. Nobody knew anything about him.
Honestly, that kid could have passed me in the street. I would have never known it was Bound. I would have never known that he would be a future superstar.
I mean, it was just a name that you were always hearing about, whether it be in FFAs, whether it be up-and-coming player. He was always the name that was kind of discussed.
I think maybe one person had ever seen his face before he went to a LAN event.
He was so good at Halo that it really got people wondering, who is Bound?
I don't really know why he was staying so hidden.
To not have a Facebook, a Twitter.
He was just using like Spartans as his like profile pictures and stuff.
I just remember thinking, like, when is it going to be that definitive moment that Bound finally makes a leap onto a pro team?
You know, when you do that and you're a man of mystery, everybody talks about you, right? And everyone has speculation and stories.
Some random guy from Ohio with the craziest movement, the craziest mechanics.
Bound, take two, Mark.
Waiting for the right time to compete at my first event was more so just like
the camo sniper that is on the map. When Renegade decides to split off towards camo on their rotation.
My bad. I think everyone's just getting ready. I was just saying shout out to all these videos and stuff, but I've seen most of them, and I'm just trying to see some more of like Dallas right now. Here we go. At least we got this, bro. I'll even watch this, bro, because it's like something live, like in the moment, not just like a YouTube video. See some what's going on at the event, you know. Wait, isn't this Crimsix?
All right, challenger, solid shots in a perfect off fucking rip.
No way, dude.
Now the question is, chat, if Crimsix loses this, does this controller survive?
Chat, if I missed any gifted subs or any subs, I appreciate you. Thank you guys for the love. Much love, very appreciated.
Does his controller survive?
What's going on? Are the HCS shit starting?
It already started.
Already started?
But they're not casting it until later on.
No! Why'd you go Invis, bro? Come on. Oh, bumper clock! Bumper!
So I'd say just make sure we're live for
Bumper clock
optic.
that, bitch. Bumper clock. Might want to try to get like a stack of food. Like a lot of grilled nuggets, like DoorDash it or something if possible.
Where's Paige? You guys Paige? She's the only person that can bring it in. I saw her bringing in food yesterday.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit her up.
Good night.
Crim 6, man.
You picked the wrong opponent.
He said night. Crim 6
bro,
up
come on.
4-1.
Grim's got
He doesn't want it. He doesn't.
Yes.
You caught him at a bad time, man.
He had to make a statement. He had to
Caught
make
him at a bad time. He's lost 3 straight. GG's, brother.
Yeah, I did. GG's, man. GG's.
Enjoy the event, bro.
GG's, bro.
Thanks for playing.
Of course, thank you for playing.
Play. Just run around. Don't give a. If you've never met Bound and you only know him from like Twitch or like on.
But Last Shot has
People laughing, like just little off comments.
Optic Gaming, Halo Infinite, Microsoft, brought to you by Microsoft 1v1s. All right, we'll see you in the next one. Peace out, everyone. Have a great day.
Appreciate y'all being the watch parties. We'll be live right after this for the watch parties. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Alright, nah, chill, don't come that close. Won every game by like an inch, pretty much. They honestly should have probably won at least one, but
Oh my gosh, is there like a B channel? Oh my gosh, here we go. Oh, all of them are BRB, bro. There's no shot, dog. That there's like 5 streams right now. Everyone is BRB. Oh, here we go. Oh my gosh, gameplay. Yes. Here we go, guys. HCS Dallas 2025 gameplay.
Enemy captured your flag.
So Magico's team made it from open. I like watching these series too, because it's like, how are the open teams doing against, you know, the pro teams that are already in pool play? Are there any open teams that are going to take a match? Thought Mind Freak was going to. I don't know.
5 minutes remaining. Enemy captured your flag. flag returned. Enemy captured your flag. Enemy flag returned. Enemy captured your flag.
Wow. Taking the lead. Oh, wait, no, that's complexity with 3 dead. Okay, okay. They still took the lead, but I thought it was Alpha that just put that in.
Enemy flag returned. Enemy flag returned. Remaining. Captured your flag. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Enemy flag returned. Feet.
Zam. Need to see some open bracket upsets. You guys know what I mean? So far, wow. The open bracket teams are getting kind of slaughtered right now, you know, but it is what it is.
Work with Legend to eventually shut down.
These pros are going crazy. I want to play more matchmaking now. I swear, that was a fun session this morning. Let's go. So the official broadcast should be like starting kind of like now-ish, 1 p.m. TSM about to smash BH3. Yeah, most likely. Envy and TSM over Optic and Space Station is kind of crazy. Wow, man.
Welcome back, everybody, to HCS Open Dallas. Welcome back to DreamHack, and look at these beautiful scenics of Dallas itself. We are ready to get into our next pool play game on our main stage. It's going to be Onset and Bravo to take you through this game, Andy, and this one has a lot of pressure on the shoulders of BH3. We have to say, this is a must-win series for them right now.
Yeah, we're getting into the thick of it here. It was a great pool play Friday, but let's be honest here. Saturday midday, it's time to get into the do-or-die matches, even though we're not into bracket play just yet. As everyone knows, as you get into the latter stages of pool play, it becomes just that. As you say, a must-win here for BH3 if they want to stay alive. Otherwise, we will have our results cemented in Group A. Let's take a look at the series layout here.
Yeah, we're going to see some different game types. A lot of similar ones yesterday through pool play, but today we're going to start off with a bit of King of the Hill on Solitude. Then we have Slayer Recharge. Neutral Bronze Fortress is the game number 3. Stronghold Live Fire and Aquarius Slayer just hanging on at the end if we do require them. But with the way that TSM finished yesterday, Andy, with that huge Game 5 50-49 win over Optic Gaming, not only did that send shockwaves through the tournament and the potential brackets, but I think it's just filled them with a lot of belief about what they could possibly achieve here in this tournament as well.
Yeah, I think it's a dangerous, potent combo for the players of TSM, right? Because they're coming in already with the chemistry, with the experience, and with the confidence, but now, right, they got the results to back it up. I think a lot of teams across the bracket are going to be fearing this. You and I got to catch Last Shot this morning, actually, talking to him about, he was kind of shaking his head. He's like, for some reason, these brackets can never be normal, right? It's always got to be a shake-up, and this time it's TSM shaking things up. Really impressed with what we've seen from them so far, and can't wait to see what they do in this series as well. It's a little bit, of course, with already being 2-0 here, maybe a little bit of a cushion of comfort for them in this series where they're expected to take it. On the other side, though, BH3, they're going to have to show up in a big way. This is their tournament life on the line. They need to win this, and not just this, but they need to perform thereafter in the pool. TSM, though, going to try to make quick work, continue on. Get ready for championship bracket play. King of the Hill Solitude, your game number 1.
Yeah, one thing TSM don't want to do here is just slip up. You know, you've done the hard work in the pool. You've beaten the higher seeded teams, and sad 2-0 at the moment. You want to close out. You want to be 3-0 through pools and going into that bracket play feeling good and feeling just as good as you were at the end of the day yesterday. Also, just want to give a quick shout out to BH3 here. Coming through
shit, here we go.
European team really trying to fight and solidify
TSM versus BH3.
A shout out to Rob Septic as well, who's not only back competing, but an old teammate of mine, Andy. He's a team with me. He's come a long way since then.
Wise man teaming with you. Nice double off the opening here for Druck. Actually, let's make it a triple. What a start for them. I think last player is going to be here in blue, so they'll wrap for some more kills and they'll put some time on the board.
All of BH3 just stuck and spawning together in and around blue at the moment, which is not where you want to be here. You can see Soul Sniper on a little flank round trying to catch a few players off, but Septic and Bastos will carve an opening here. But a couple of good shots and a bit of chain damage coming in from that shock rifle should make this a pretty easy clean-up here for Soul Sniper. It will be indeed. Now he looks for the triple. Gonna take on Mose. A little bit of help will come on from Druck to clean that one up, but Mose wins the fight. It's a little bit of a scrappy start here.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it looks like kind of a little bit of a scrappy and rush because we can't lose TSM mindset, right? This is how they play really against anyone. They're just going to be flying at full speed, but feels like they're going to get away with even a bit more against a team like BH3. Like we said, BH3 is going to have to be ready for the speed and aggression all game long.
Druck probably the standout player for me yesterday on TSM. Some of the stats he was putting up in that Optic series, very, very impressive. And starting off a very similar pattern here, 6-2 as we see a second death. happen right in front of our very eyes. Torlik as well, you saw the pop-up from him yesterday against Optic Gaming when they won that. A couple of choice emotes towards the green wall who was supporting Optic, and we'll have to see if Optic do get their revenge a little bit later in this tournament. But for now, it looks like an element of control is being held by TSM, as we were essentially tied up on this bottom hill, but now they're sneaking into somewhat of a lead.
Couldn't agree more. Very choice emotes. I gotta say, you're making a lot of enemies here in Dallas, Texas. If you're trying to get in a 4 dead, by the way, which should be a TSM, maybe even finish off of this small rotation. You're making a lot of enemies. You start to gesture towards the green wall in Dallas, Texas. You might want to actually have some security escorts for him for the rest of the weekend, to be completely honest. Just another tick here for TSM. It's also going to be a camo for Solsnipe.
Sunrise is going to spot him out here. This could be a really important win for Sunrise, but he can't manage to connect with that final shot. Solsnipe will outshoot him and now step in towards that hill. There's another easy cleanup, and that will be the hill. And the first point on the board here for TSM is 4 dead as well for BH3 off the rotate, and you can see that Solsnipe has already spotted out a spawner, and that is going to mean split spawns here for BH3 as he puts some bullets into Sunrise, who gets taken down already.
He also, I'm not sure if it was completely intentional, but even with that camo time, and they baited for a second while they got 3 dead, and they finished the hill, so I think there's a little bit of intention there as well. That will now let them rotate, and it feels like they're really just grabbing control of this game. Truck already 9-3 off the open.
3 dead again for BH3 here, just really struggling to get on the map. And those split spawns, so difficult when you got 4 bandit rifles versus 2. Torlik's still alive here in blue. Bastos will finally clean him out, but this is just all these battles are taking place over 50% of the way on the map, away from where that hill is at the moment. And even though Bastos is trying to force his way forward, outputting some damage, it seems like TSM are doing a great job of just holding BH3 back at the moment. They've already got 3/4 of this hill capped.
Shock in hand though for BH3. We'll see if Sunrise can do anything. No, he's immediately wiped. It was 4 dead. Bastos is your first spawner, so this will be more time, and it will be also, you can just tell based on the positioning, a finish for TSM on the second hill.
Torlik's already in the flank and already looking to secure the snipe spawns for them as well. So Septic does get that win, which means that they will have blue and snipe, so TSM will have to break the setup and the positioning that BH3 has, and most with a little bit of momentum, picking up the double kill in and around blue should mean that BH3 will have good positioning to step inside of that hill, but Manny still has that shock rifle and has the opportunity to pick up a couple of kills here to maybe even the numbers up. Moses is going to shut that down.
Interestingly, no thrust used there. Bomb. Instead, die with it, so we'll see who grabs the shock and the thrust. Solsnipe, by the way, goes to the camo and gets an easy wipe. They are 2 down, though, so he needs to be selective with his shots. Gets punished there. Look at the progress here. BH3 not out of the game just yet.
Like we mentioned, BH3, there's some experience on this team. You know, look at Mose now. He's been competing for a long, long time. He was part of that Fuse roster way back when in Halo 5 that kind of was a trend-setting team. Got Europe's best ever placing. Actually, at a DreamHack event, that was as well. A lot of time has dispersed between that performance and now. But they are over halfway to capping this hill. TSM really a long way away from even challenging the position of that hill. Mose should be able to get this kill. Doesn't overextend there to give a trade away. I like that decision-making coming in from Mose.
Yeah, really nicely done there. A lot of players, you know, especially against players on TSM, you might lose that battle. You might get juked challenging Legend to Yard. But as you said, he's been doing it for a long time and does not fall victim to the wiggles. Instead, Manny now going to start scoring, and they're going to try to play a little bit of heartbreak on this 3rd hill, see if they can steal this and scoop this out. 2 dead each side.
Yeah, Bastos with a nice double kill, though. He's going to be able to pressure Manny out of this hill, so really good play from Bastos to create that opening here for BH3 to at least contest. Mose will get another one as well, and Bastos gets the trade in that situation, so 2 dead for TSM once again, and it will be a point on the board here for BH3 as we now move towards the driveway.
Big important hill, you know, going down 3-0, of course. Game would really be already written. Instead, now 2-1 with a lot of game time left. 2:45 left on the clock, and BH3 finds not only signs of life here, but they're right back in this match. Sunrise, last player alive on Yard BR. Druck with an important kill on the perfect as well.
Perfect shots coming in from Druck, just continuing from what we saw yesterday from him. Bastos has got the timing to get into Yard, though, to at least challenge and create some space, and he actually gets the kill. Bastos, even though he's sat at 10 and 15 in this game, he's created a lot of openings in the, I would say, since that 3rd hill for BH3 to create opportunities to get towards that objective. Solsnipe's going to get away with that camo, but when you look at the position on the map, BH3 have control here.
Yeah, I like this. Good setup. Solsnipe, there had 2 dead. He had to grab the camo solo. Now has the shock, and he gets also the break in the opener. It's 3v3 on the push.
Torlik will find one. Septic gets another one as well with the pancake. Soul Snipe on the flank at the moment. Bastos going to be last alive now. Just goes up to the goal ledge. Easy shot there for Soul Snipe. Even easier when Bastos has no idea that you're aiming at him.
Really nice work there from Soul Snipe. Just really calm, mature decision making. You know, even though you lose 2 in yard, you slowly get the camo. I think BH3 has to do more there, right? They have to at least challenge that camo, or at least challenge the shock. They give up both for free. And as you can tell, the control didn't mean much because TSM's already leading on this hill as well.
Well, 3 dead there for TSM momentarily. Torlik is going to try and catch Sunrise off guard as one of the last alive. He still has control of the loop, and you can see the spawners will be able to get up the map to join him. So BH3, the kills they were picking up were a little bit staggered there, but 2 players managed to flush him out of that loop. And they are still inside of this hill here. So TSM are struggling a little bit to get across the map. 3 dead once again for TSM. Septic's got himself a shock rifle, and all of a sudden we could have a tie game.
No way.
Last player alive in blue. Mose wisely just goes ledge. Love this play from Mose. He could have wrapped. He would have gotten caught in blue, as you can tell. Instead, he now just holds the position. Look at these ticks. They should have the timing to finish this one out. They will.
Just got to be careful here, BH3, that they don't let this one slip. It's a real opportunity, but now Sunrise finds himself as last alive. Soul Snipe goes in, no stick as well. So BH3, who was so close to converting that hill, now have to go for a full break. They have to get 4 on the map. They do have time for a push, but they've got to time this perfectly.
Yeah, it has to be perfect, and the kills need to start coming in right now.
Sunrise flies forward. He knows that something has to be done. A couple of kills get picked up again by Bastos. It's a 2v2. Moses trying to force his way towards that hill, but Manny showing that experience. Just steps out for a second. Support Soul Snipe, but here comes Sunrise.
Look at this.
He's there, Sunrise with 2.
No way.
We'll tie the game up at 2-2 thanks to the man on your screen.
Oh my God, Mose and Sunrise with a brave driveway push. Reminiscent of Normandy, you might say, just going straight uphill, no shields, and Sunrise picks up both of them. That was not an easy 1v2 against the players at TSM. And they also get a camo off the back of it. They get kills off the back of it. What a huge play in the game. Only 80 seconds or so on the game clock. My God.
They have snipe control as well. They have the spawns that they require here, BH3. TSM are a little bit stuck in and around the loop and yard. They're going to have to get some numbers before they can think about pushing. They do get that first pick. Soul Snipe's trying to make a little bit of a play on the off angle. Bastos with more good damage coming in here, who's now 17 and 19. So that run is starting to reflect a little bit. The statistics of trade comes in from Sunrise. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment. Soul Snipe finds the one onto Mose, and Septic finds himself as pretty much the last alive here. TSM have managed to break the snipe setup, and they will stop the game clock as well as they step inside of that hill. 1 minute and 4 seconds left on the clock.
Truck way outside. We'll see how he rotates here. He's going to maybe try to get behind them in blue. This yard battle's an important one. Once again, two players, no shields. It's a lot of 2-man pushes and buddy system coming in from BH3.
Manny has the shock again. This is one thing that we haven't seen a huge amount of control on from BH3 is this weapon in particular. Sunrise though with a perfect onto Torlik, showing that he can get the bandit, he can get the job done, and once again the buddy system is working here for BH3. 2 players push that loop. Soul Snipe will clear them both out though, and now you can see a 2v2 on the map. Manny has to try and go forward. Bastos and Sunrise combining on the snipe side to try and shut this push down, but it's going to be 3 dead, and it will be a break here for TSM.
Really big step. There's also a spawner. Moses split way in Hotel. This is going to be a tough break here for BH3 based on the spawns and the damage right now.
Ammo coming up as well. Septic's trying to pressurize, but Manny and Druk will combine for 2. This could be heartbreak here for BH3. 3 dead for them. Third cap goes in for TSM. They get the camo off the back of it as well, and now they have that 1 hill cushion.
And the camo as well. 48 seconds. Presumably going to play time here and only time. And they really have the spawn rotations. They've kept 1 or 2 dead for the last, you could say 90 seconds or so minimum.
Now TSM just have to think about trading kills out. BH3 though are like this. They're forcing TSM to think about the objective. Sunrise is going to just step inside. Moses is going to find a kill. He's going to say to TSM, if you want to kill us, you're going to have to come towards us. Here. Gets another one here onto Manny as well. The only problem is with this bottom middle hill, it is the scrappy one. It is the one where you can burn a little bit of time, but BH3 is still inside of it. TSM, like you say, we're 2 dead.
Really nicely done from Sunrise, especially if he gets another one here. That'd be huge. I love the hill bait, though. He drops out of hill to kill a guy in dip, and then in blue as well. Gets away with it. 20 seconds on the game clock. And with 2 dead, 3 dead now, this could be it.
Could be it. Really should be it here for TSM. Even though BH3 have made a couple of hero pushes towards the end of some of these hills with Just 8 seconds to go. TSM are finding themselves 2 dead. BH3 are inside of that hill. They're stacking it as well.
Legend snipe right now. Well, they're going to get the kills here as well. 5 seconds on the game clock. They're still scoring.
Moses on the flank as well. Sunrise taken down. Soul Snipe now has to take the 1v1, but Bastos cleans him out. Moses is going to fly in towards bottom middle, but he is last alive. He will be taken down, and even though BH3 throw everything at TSM, it will be TSM.
Gotta cheer for at least one open team, you know what I mean? God damn.
Soul Snipe was never worried. As you can tell, smile on his face. Just another Saturday morning at the office.
Got Druk hydrate.
Well hydrated Druk, you can tell by his gameplay. And TSM looks strong, they look confident. Some solid breaks there from BH3. Let's not forget TSM was leading 2-0. BH3 makes the game very interesting, proving that they have earned their spot in this pool out of the open bracket. However, TSM with very, very good late game management. In the end, they make sure they got the kills that they needed to close that one out. But let's be honest, we were about 2 to 3 seconds away and maybe 1 kill away from that game going the distance. Continuing on, take a look at some stats from our game number 1.
Looking on the TSM side, it's Tolik who has the standout when it comes to KD, 28 and 17 for him. Druk again, a very, very good game for him, 23 and 19. On the other side is Bastos' 23 kills, some of them very, very influential to those hills going in the way of BH3. Sunrise 21 and 19 for him.
Yo, Jay Heath, thanks for the Twitch follow, homie.
Massive standout. Any player breaking 8K.
Appreciate you, G.
No one else breaking 7.
Damage. Tolik. Dear God. That man came ready to play today. Take a look at some highlights from that game number 1. Nice little back and forth game with some hills down to the wire. And if you're a BH3 fan, you like what you saw. However, you're probably aware TSM has come to play this weekend. But still, quite back and forth through the mid-game mark.
It's interesting to just take a note of the particular game type we're playing as well here. You know, King of the Hill is more of a static game type where you're playing around that objective and kind of working your way around that objective. Historically, we always talked about TSM being a team that thrives in the chaos, where there's a map or mode which kind of encourages movement, encourages you to push and create opportunities. More kind of, like you say, a setup-based game type. And I think TSM, historically, maybe one of their weaker ones. They do come out with a win, of course, but BH3 did give them a good run here. This play from Sunrise, by the way, just running through the bullets, the flames, the fire, all that good stuff to get that double kill to secure that hill.
Yeah, very Saving Private Ryan-esque. And slides up, picks up kills. Really nicely done. As you said, the game would have been over if he doesn't get that one, but also Soul Snipe, they play this so well. Mose tries to make something happen, but he's in a 1v3 to close out the game.
Yeah.
And not much you can do there. Still a great game 1, though, and it indicates that we could have still a pretty interesting series on our hands as we take a look ahead at what's to come. Slayer Recharge going to be your game number 2. Then into Neutral Bomb Fortress at minimum. We'll see if BH3 can push this one the distance, but TSM looking strong right now.
Yeah, good start for TSM, just to get that win on the board as well. The last thing you want to do is kind of open the door and give BH3 the confidence to believe that they can take a series like this. If they get out to that one map advantage, things feel very, very different for them. The TSM side, they probably feel like they've got enough to get through the series, but you don't want to make it any harder than you really have to at this point in the tournament, especially after what they did yesterday. So, pretty solid performance, I would say, from TSM there. A little bit of patience shown when they needed to.
Yeah, I was impressed. I was impressed with it. To let a few of those hills go, it could kind of chalk the mentals when it's your first main stage series of the day, but instead, they found the resilience and made sure to close out the game, really without leaving any question, despite the closeness of the scoreboard. Slayer now on Recharge, and we've seen them, of course, play this game type very fast. This is going to be a great one here because you know the BH3 guys can play at a pretty good clip as well. We'll see if this game tends to slow down or if we see either team get a margin that allows them to be a little bit more collapse-based, kind of fly a little bit faster.
Interesting if BH3 have the ability to be aware of timings on the map when it comes to power-ups as well, because I think one of the big differences we see between teams who make it late on a Saturday and early on a Sunday is just how they work in the build-up to those power-ups coming up. We'll go back into that in a second, our main stage match, because we have Nemesis versus Mindfreak. And I tell you what, APAC South is going to be very happy right now, because Mindfreak, I believe, are up 1-0 if my eyes do not deceive me.
They are. They apparently won Game 1 King, we're getting word, which is internationally interesting between these two in this international showdown. And I tell you what, A lot of people would have expected Nemesis to be taking this one.
The
comfortably, but
Australian
Mindfreak certainly
team
makes
versus the EU team.
I mean, Mindfreak could have just
Both
been,
#1
honestly,
teams
pressing,
of their
getting better and
respected
better tournament by tournament as well.
regions. So we'll see
And we have a
who's
lot of
going to come
MK
out on
in this
top
lobby
here.
as well.
Scoop versus Boot and Battle will be a fun one to watch all series long, without a doubt. We'll stick with this until we get back into our main stage match. And big shout out to the entire team across the venue. Production team in the back, allowing us to jump around on these stages to catch the action all around the venue. On this Saturday afternoon, 20 to 15 now off the opening. Nemesis with a narrow lead, but as we know on this game type, it can be pretty snowballing.
Just to update you as well, it was a 4-2 King of the Hill win for Mindfreak on map #1. So not really a close one either. It's pretty dominant scoreline when you look at it, but it looks like Nemesis have woken up a little bit here. 22 to 16, a pretty commanding lead for them. Snipe Drone leading the way, 10 and 3. We'll keep you updated on how this series continues and if Nemesis are able to get the win on the board, because we're going back to our main stage right now where we have TSM, of course, BH3 waiting to get this game #2 underway, where if you're enjoying a little bit of Recharge Slayer, well, we'll keep it there. We'll stay here on Recharge.
Big fan of this game type. As we said, it can play a variety of ways, really depends on how wide open the game may or may not get blown, depending on exactly how the timing of the kills go. As you said, the power-ups, it is a game type where if you don't have the advantages, you really don't want to be pushing your top 8 cats, pushing through bats. But when you do get those openings, when you do get the man advantage, the opportunities present themselves. We're underway here, TSM leading 1-0 in the series.
Couple of trades early on, but a good little duo inside of the turbine there from BH3 managed to take Druck down. We're tied up at 2-2, but most importantly, the power-up has been picked up here by Soul Snipe, so he's going to have the first camo of the game here. And he's going to have a nice flank onto Mose, and he might create an opportunity for Druck to move in and get that shock rifle as well. So TSM have got all the goodies now.
I like that from Soul Snipe. You thought he might play that slow, instead he just breaks the door down with the BR, just kicks it in and says, actually, we're coming into red pipes. Gives them a narrow lead here, not as much as you might expect off of a camo opening, 6-4.
Tola gets the kill without trading. Onto Sunrise there. 2-kill advantage now for TSM. Make that 3 as he cleans up some damage from a teammate to take down Mose as well. It's Druck now who has that shock rifle in his hands. He's got a couple more shots left with it. He's going to line one up onto Bastos here. Can't quite connect, so the Shroud will go down. A lot of info collected here by TSM on where the setup is from BH3 and where those players are all trapped. There's 3 of them at top of goal here.
This is not going to be easy. 1v2. Druck makes it look easy. Very nice connect there. Eventually going to get pushed off a bat ledge just a bit, but he's alive long enough to somehow do cross-map damage on Mose, and that's probably going to be cleaned up. Really nicely done. This is so well handled from Druck. The positioning there, the patience on bat ledge.
Yeah, really, really strong play there from Druck, just valuing his life, knowing that his teammates were in a position to take their own individual fights, and when he got that damage call out, he was able to recommit to some of those fights, and now BH3 are in a little bit of a blender here. They are getting split spawn, they are taking damage, they are not able to get 4 on the map, and that's why you're seeing 17-7. The score is starting to get a little bit out of hand for them here.
Let's not forget it was just 6-4 moments ago, but my goodness, has TSM ever started to run away with it? Tolic as well, it's a killing spree. Let's check out the vibes with a listen in on TSM.
Top red. I'm still top red. Guys, stacks or no? I can't see him, man. Long, team. These guys still top red. Yeah, he's gonna kill me. Long full shields, guys. Long full shield going trippy corner. This guy's brain dead. Yeah, he's trippy corner to bottom. And grapple. Trippy corner, grapple, guys.
C-plat and bottom mid.
Yes, very good. Yep. Still bottom mid. Watch out, bottom mid, Mose.
Nice job.
Bottom mid, hitting you. Bastos, kind of weak. I shot glass. Glass also weak, going top red, one shot. I think one more respawn. I opened up A. I opened up A. I don't think so. No.
Spawning heaven, maybe?
Yeah. They're all you. Hell. Yeah, I'm in.
Two red. Two weak.
Yeah, I'm just hiding.
Two in red, one Pepper, one's Mando.
On the top 8.
Shock in 15.
Oh, no, he's not. Bottom red. Oh, I'm fucking dead, bro. Oh, long hole. That's not long. Yeah, that's still bottom red, is. Bottom red. Hard it. Yeah. Try bottom red. Top 8, one shot. Top 800? Top bottom clear. There's a guy top 8.
Nice job.
Top 8 killed me. Yeah, top red is third. He's gonna go turbine, Jordan. Oh, he's on me.
TSM sound very chill.
They're just vibing, bruh.
Some of the players on the BH3 side, which is
Yo, they're straight up vibing.
Soul Snipe looking pretty good at the moment. It's 6-4 for him, and he's got a shock.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's only 2, column, and it's because of the way that they're controlling this map, the lead that they've given themselves.
Okay,
As
okay.
you heard, most of the comments from Trey were simply, nice job. 2 moments later, nice job. Everyone,
doing that.
Yeah, keep doing exactly what you're doing.
Keep doing that again.
Nearly doubling the score of their opponents at 32-18. It's a walk in the park in game number 2 so far.
You mentioned how the power has been controlled by TSM.
Excuse
well,
me.
you see on your screen right now, Soul Snipe still has this shock rifle in his hand. He's taking no damage whatsoever, but the 2 kills going the way.
All right, let's see what else is going on. Let's see what else is going on.
The most important
Ooh.
match, Super CC.
I wouldn't mind watching this. And then we got LBT commentating it. That's pretty sweet.
Damage. They've scurried like flies. He can't find them. And it's on Super CC to try to make the most out of this camo. And with the waning moments of it, gets one, but trades out in the tires. It's Zero Tenacity up 1.
This is, I think, a must-win for Unreal Nightmare. It's like we said, we saw the live fire oddball later in this series. Zero Tenacity pretty good at that game mode. Unreal Nightmare has a lot less reps, a lot less experience as well, so it's one of those that if they can get this W, they certainly keep themselves alive in the series. But Chick with a clutch melee like that, the uppercut from underneath, and they keep themselves in a 1-kill lead.
I thought Chick's timing was all off when he had to force the reload, but he still finds Onboard with the fist, gets another fisticuff for the boxer medal, so he's had at least 5 melees in this game. 36-37 though, Zero Tenacity clinging to that 1-point lead as Ice Kid works his way up to the top side of A, has good shots on the Chick, previously earned an assist as well, and it looks like Unreal should be able to clean up on this damage. They do. Ice Kid does, and there's even more damage to clean up in the middle of the map. 1 shot needed for the double. He gets it. Sika goes down, and now it's Unreal Nightmare on top. Lead changes back and forth.
Love the movement out of Ice Kid, just gets out of dodge while 1 shot, but also not afraid to push through and follow up on the damage that was called out to him. I love the aggression I'm seeing out of Unreal Nightmare. They need to keep rolling here. They cannot slow it down. Keep Zero Tenacity on the back foot, because as soon as Z10 gets some semblance of control, they can flip this game on its head.
Like a swarm nightmare. The dead of a famine, as Ice Kid and the rest of his teammates have continuously utilized their numbers to just absolutely brute strength and bully their way to a 3-kill lead, 43-40, as Jimbo and Zero Tenacity need to get 1 here to make it a little bit closer. They do just that. Just a 2-point game deep into the match, 43-41, as Jimbo now earns the off-screen grenade dodge, looks his way towards the top of these stairs, earns enough damage to earn an assist. Yes, he does. And now Z10 are only down 1, now 2.
With the pancake medal in the kill feed, that's going to be massive here. I really love the way Jimbo played that.
Yo, this guy just snapped.
Get a couple clean ones.
Why did he say all that?
Certainly their team captain, star player, especially in Slayers. Onboard's a guy you want to shut down.
Yo.
46, 45. It's the underdog.
Jay, who was complaining about ads, bro? Yes, I think he just came in there and just snapped, bro.
No water cooler discussions. He's got to get to work.
Yo.
Trapped in the subway waiting
That's
for
crazy.
the next train
I
to
can't even
arrive.
lie.
I don't think anybody's coming to save them. They've got to save themselves. But how do they do that? They've pushed Z10 back. Z10 has this across A and up the B side. And Unreal Nightmare, excuse me.
46-45 still. We've had a momentary break in the action. A trap spawn for Unreal Nightmare. And Zero Tenacity are set up like they're ready to shoot some.
Sorry about the voice cracking there, but we're back. Yeah, it feels like Unreal have decided we have the lead. We can
They do
make
have to
them
come to
push
us.
Yeah, they said they have to come to us. Let's just set a trap. Hopefully they've held on to their grenades, because their grenades will be highly valuable in this situation should they get pushed. New camo's up. Mighty can grab it for free with the use of the Shroud. They did save their grenades for that moment. Super CC gets one on Jimbo. And
that was early, Eli. That was early.
They set the trap.
That was your opportunity for Z10, was to, okay, if you're going to wait and see, we're going to grab this camo for free, and then use the camo as the initiator in the damage. But it's almost like as Mighty's made it away with 1 shot, 2 went down in the feed for Z10, and now only 2 kills are needed for Unreal Nightmare to tie up the series at 1.
They're just opting for this trap strategy. They're shooting out of grenades, though. I think all grenades of Unreal Nightmare probably used, so Z10 can push a little bit more freely here. Mighty I think in that last push there, communication was off. Jimbo went forward too early. Okay, Mighty still has grenades. He's gonna put them to work here. But look at the...
Yeah, that dude's the homie for real.
Being played
Oh my God! A trap spawn turns into a win for Unreal Nightmare. They played that flawlessly. Unbelievable. I really thought Z10 had an advantage. It was just a one-kill game, and they got camo for free, but got no value out of it.
I am almost certain that Envor was making some play calls at the end of that game to let that happen.
Well, let's go into it. What do you think happened at the end of that game? I mean, we saw Z10 have a strategy in place, but it didn't come out their way.
So the reality is when one team has the lead, like Unreal Nightmare, it's 46-45. Right here, Mighty's able to grab the camo, but then we see Jimbo's dying. So clearly there's some kind of disconnection here, right? There's a miscommunication. Maybe Jimbo thinks that as Mighty grabs this camo, or as there's a distraction that they can push in and get a couple slays. But when it doesn't pan out, Unreal Nightmare say, you know what, let's just stay and see. There's no reason to push out. Because if we push out, we might die one by one, might not be able to work together. And they just defended the subway perfectly. Mighty goes through, doesn't see a soul when he first peeks in. Then he has to wrap back here through the commando side. He's waiting for Jimbo. This is where the communication starts to click.
That's a good jump you guys got to learn when you can jump on top of the garbage can that's open, so you can just make it up again without clambering. It's just really smart to know that one.
Super CC's weak, but does enough damage that Mighty has to back up. And then Envor's just ready to push in. Like, Z10 actually had a pretty well thought out push here, but Unreal Nightmare's defensive effort was just too strong.
So this is a team, Unreal Nightmare is a team that not a lot of people had placing and qualifying in pools, and here they are. Mac, what has impressed you from this team so far? We've seen them yesterday from pool play, and now here they are in open bracket, and now here they are in pool play.
It was that endgame moment that Eli just broke down so eloquently, as he always does here on LVT. It was the holding down of the fort. I mean, everything was laid out, right? There was no surprises to be had in that endgame scenario. Everybody knew what the situation was. And Z10, I'm waiting for at least a trade, right? But they were cleanly finding slays stationary. They didn't have anywhere to go. They were stuck inside the tram with no ticket to the next town.
Eli, what would you have done if you were 0-10?
I mean, probably very close to exactly what they did. Like I said, I don't think their push was bad. Like, the strategy in moments like that is
wait for the camo, right?
Well, they got the camo, and then Jimbo pushed maybe too early. But at the same time, I like Jimbo's thought process. He thinks as the attention is on the camo, I can go through and find a moment to catch them off guard. But Unreal were not only watching the camo, but they were still watching all the entryways, right? Like, if you're the aggressing team in that situation, you don't want to all flood through the same door. You're just going to die to grenades. So you want to systematically go through multiple entry points. They did that, but they still couldn't get the slays they needed.
Game number 3 of the Mind Freak versus Nemesis series is already underway.
All right, here we go. Mind Freak and Nemesis. Old-fashioned international grudge match between ANZ and EU. As we are getting into the early going through this one.
ANZ, baby.
This is the most amount of mouse and keyboard players in the same lobby I think we've ever seen. 3 MNK players here.
Wow.
Scoob, Rice, and Wootum. Is MNK taking over? I have to see.
Hey, we got a guest joining us over here.
Random hoaxer.
A random hoaxer has joined the chat.
I'm in here.
He's vibing. Welcome, welcome.
Nice to see you
for
guys.
everybody hanging out with us.
Love to have you,
we
sir.
have Hoaxer joining us here to watch the Mind Freak versus Nemesis Game 3.
Got another nerdy gentleman to nerd out with over some Halo. Love to see you here, Hoax. You enjoying your weekend so far?
Yeah, man. We just finished our final pool play match. Mind Freak. Pretty comfortable victory, so we're looking forward to starting the first round and crack it.
How'd your series go with Mind Freak?
Overall, it was decent. They took a game from us, but overall, it was like, it was a comfortable win.
I was curious, what's it been like working with Omit? Have you met Rafi and talked to the guys there?
Yeah. So I actually been talking to Rafi since the off season.
Okay.
He had been wanting to get in it. He's been wanting to get in for a while now, and it finally aligned in such a way that we just made it happen. Definitely deserved it. Definitely deserved the opportunity.
By the way, enunciate a little more because we're competing with the main stage sound, so the noise gate's really loud.
Okay, sure.
You gotta push the mic really, really close.
Yeah. Okay. Gotta say it with my chest.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, here we go. Snipe drone in the enemy base, looking to clear the way for Nemesis. First points on the board. Snipers up in 10, but the main point of emphasis has got to be defending the cap point, and you got 2 in it. They are double scoring, and this should go through. It does. Nemesis with a quick score to take the lead in game 3.
First blood.
What do you think about the spawning them elbow versus spawning them spiral on this? Is there one side that you would prefer over the other?
You definitely want, you prefer having them spawn elbow.
Okay.
I mean, it really depends on how the kills came in. I think you can adapt to either one. You should have it in your bag to be able to adapt to either variation. But yeah, if I had to pick, we're blocking spiral.
I like that.
SLG now has the snipe in the mid-map portion, and he's got one. Oh.
Yeah, agreed. Block spiral and make him spawn elbow for sure. That's like a way better chance to get a cap almost every time.
Will go down as well. All 4 go down for
100%.
Mindfreak, and now Snipe Drone going to pick up the sidekick and make his way towards the Snipe Tower. All the eyesight and intel is available, and he's already getting some damage out. Whoa! How did that bomb soar? Did you see that?
Repulse.
Oh my! That cleared from the 50-yard line to the goal line. I've not seen a bomb get tossed further, repulse or not.
And they've got the overshield arming
Wow!
it. I mean, this is very well executed. The lights are getting dimmer right now. For
Oh
Mindfreak.
my God.
So Mindfreak took game 1 here, and I feel like it woke Nemesis up. I think they did not, they took that personally, using game 1, to say the least, because they have looked so good ever since.
Game 1 would have been, which one was that? Streets Ball or?
It was King of the Hill, I believe.
King of the Hill on Solitude.
Yes, that's right. I mean, they beat him on that game type.
And it was close.
Solid.
It was icy win. Icy.
Wow.
After an overkill from Snipe Drone, looked like it was going to tie it 3-all.
Wow, respect.
Mindfreak took it 4-2. So they've definitely shown some might and some strength. As Rice will go down, so too will his MK duo, Scoopmeister. Snipe Drone now. Long range contested shots. He's going to disengage and call for the help. He gets it. What a pickup from Woodham.
I want to see if you agree with this, Hoaxer. I feel like SLG is like kind of the X factor for Nemesis. Like when he's having good games, this team is incredible. But
Oh my God.
He's not always having good games. This is one of those good
Speed
games.
run.
16-7.
Wow.
Very comfortable win.
They take it easily in just 5 minutes.
Fortress used to be a game mode that took all 12 minutes. Now sometimes you see games finish before 6 minutes is on the clock. So very impressive. The pace of play has increased. Big changes with the OS and the cap zone being a little larger. Big ups to Halo Studios for implementing that, and big ups to the teams for giving us a little bit more entertaining gameplay on Fortress on Hugs.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I can give a reference to our Fortress bomb against Shopify. I mean, that went all the way down to the final moments before any of us got a score. We ended up scoring in the final 14 seconds of regulation, and it was just back and forth, connecting OV sequences together and just 50-50 outcomes. And we just held it together and capped in the final moments. I mean, it was one of those games where we knew that that's their strongest game type.
Yeah, before you guys beat them, they were 53-3, I believe, or 51-3.
Wow.
So you guys gave them their 4th ever loss.
Wow.
After 55 games.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a game type where you really gotta. The outcome is 10 seconds, 15 seconds before OV. And whoever wins that on a micro level usually, gains some momentum.
Switching gears here to what we anticipate is the closest and most intriguing series going on right now. Unreal Nightmare and Zero Tenacity tied 1-all, but it's Zero Tenacity with the 3X on the score as Mighties picks up another one in the batteries. Now pre-fire, pre-nade onto the bat ledge, and he is holding that spot, but a great chase nade goes out. An ultimate trade occurs, and is he wearing a banana suit?
Going with the banana helmet would be diabolical.
And in yellow.
In tournament play. I mean, I respect it.
Nice trade.
This is, I think, an important win for Unreal Nightmare. Looking at the rest of the series here, I think that Z10, the game type after this is live fire oddball, and typically the more experienced team is going to come out ahead in that situation. So Unreal Nightmare, they need to play their game here. I want to see them play fast and aggressive. These two young guns, Looney and Ice Kid, can absolutely put the pressure on, but if they start to, you know, turtle even just a little bit, I think Z10 runs away with this game.
It's looking good for them so far.
Yeah.
Kind of have Z10 where they want them.
Looney.
First to die.
Pops off a little remote detonation. He anticipated that push a little quicker than what Sika gave him. So no damage goes through. All the damage going into the suit of Looney. It's going to be tough for him to stay alive, but Ice Kid's doing work off screen. Takes down Chick, and Looney keeps his life. Earns a slate too. Yes, he does. Outright. No trade. Looney on top and holding down the fort.
Breaking ankles too.
Locking A. Yep. This is good.
They regain the lead, and they've done so with a trip cap. All of the map control, all of the base belong to Unreal Nightmare. They are absolutely frying after what looked like a really good start for Z10. It's Unreal Nightmare on top instead. Can they hold on to B? They need to get the slay on the batteries. They do. Jimbo goes down. Now cross-bat shots into Chick. Takes him down to one shot, but Looney is two. Two down for Z10. Only
camo.
one for Unreal Nightmare. That's going to allow them to get the camo.
Oh, it's still down. Oh, no.
Shroud's in an awkward spot.
Wait,
oh, no.
Wait. He never picked up camo.
No, he never popped it.
Chick probably has it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen them go for that camo after they stopped B immediately. Looked like they had the opportunity.
Chick steals it. Now Chick, the Predator, roaming in the night. This is working his way along the C platform. Two players coming through that location. And they keen eye their way to a slay onboard with a great frag toss. Prevents any power-up advantage from that camo.
I want to pick your brain, Hoax, about this game mode in particular. I feel like this game mode has kind of evolved over time. You know, there's AB, there's AC, there's the trip cap, obviously.
Yep.
What do you think is kind of like the strongest meta for this right now? Is AC the best one?
No, I mean, it's definitely AB. I feel like, I mean, even since like day one of this game, I think AB has always been a safe bet. I mean, I think a lot of teams would get a lot of value from the United ideology on a base level. I was even telling my guys, I mean, this is the game type that we lost against Mindfree, and you know, a lot of the opportunities. I mean, you got the kills, you're holding the AV cap, just continue to hold it.
It really comes down to like how do you approach when the other team has AV, right? Like how do you break that? You send a couple guys tower, a couple guys long haul, try to not like you can't overcommit early. Very meticulous the way you have to make that.
Yeah, you do. I mean, I think most variations they include somebody going bottom mid.
Yeah.
You know, in some type of way to be the person who's like the initiator, or is like once the noise being made, they immediately make a move bottom mid. It's usually like guys like Trippy. They're just doing that inherently.
On your team, it's probably Huss, I would guess, or Collect.
Yeah. Those two are like they don't hesitate on those type of things. Not saying the others don't, but like just by their nature, they kind of do that kind of stuff.
170 to 110 as Z10 have gotten back on board. They've done so, guys, by taking back control of A. Now, Unreal Nightmare have it for now, but it was 3-4 minutes uncontested where Unreal Nightmare
F's in the chat, boys. Well, I thought that was me. Optic strikes again. Someone do something. Oh, here we go.
Jeez, talk about sandwiched from both angles there, tower to tower to elbow.
Well, hello.
And then also connecting and continuing to deal damage as well. Vassos has to retreat to ring, and with Oversoul coming up in 15, he's going to have to figure out a way to spend the extra time Never mind.
God damn, son.
Just about. Sunrise is going to peek as well. Soul Snipe should
These
be
been
able to
some
stay
good matches. I like watching the open bracket teams, like I said. It's fun.
Overshield comes up. Manny will grab it. Manny will pop it. TSM looking in full control of the map here. 2 minutes left still. Time for BH3 if they, to pull something off. But with the pattern of the game and with the heavy slaying in the favor of TSM, it's looking like a pretty tough task.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything in that regard. Like you said, it's just been way too control-based. They continue to hold these overshields, these snipes, and also the angles that they need to. He's not going to get many. He even gets some extra damage as well. And they keep BH3 with 2 dead. At this point, Manny is 22 and 19 as well.
Just been a complete series so far from TSM. Yeah. They were tested a little bit in game number 1.
Use the bathroom 1 sec, guys.
Looked very, very comfortable, very, very confident, and the same could be said here in game number 3 as well. Some big shots being hit, some flashy plays being made, but most importantly, efficient with the objective when they needed to be as well. 2-0. Rock's just holding this bomb bottom middle at the moment, forcing BH3 to come to him if they want to even think about getting this bomb.
Maybe it was like a medieval civilization kind of on a foreign planet that was just kind of timeline-wise.
We just haven't experienced it yet.
Quite delayed, delayed in terms of being just tier 1 civilization.
There's a lot happened in the Halo universe.
Yeah,
it's not surprising that this one just slipped through the cracks in the literature.
It could be something. They're kind of like an isolated planet, right? Just
Yeah.
a bit behind that of Earth, that of Reach, everywhere else. 56 seconds left.
Interesting that the inhabitants were human-sized, due to I'm guessing by
Right.
the
Oh, no.
the
Well, I don't
armor
know.
that's inside of the armory.
Keep in mind how tall Spartans are, so actually it could.
It could be really
Actually, it could be quite big.
big humans.
Well, we don't even know if they're humans.
It's true.
Just big creatures, right? But based on the tools they would have used to construct this.
Large
Yeah,
amounts.
a lot to think about here. 30 seconds left
30
on the clock.
seconds
and
left.
Druck just
2 to
milking the
0
time.
here for TSM as a couple of grenades go down on the back stairs. Not going to be able to connect with those, but promise for BH3, the one thing they don't need is the bomb on their side of the map because they are not going to be able to arm it in those 20 seconds. It's about survival. It's about preservation for them at the moment. It's TSM. Stroll, I think, is the correct word to use here towards victory in this series. And maybe they are going to look for another bomb plant here, or maybe BH3 are going to give them something to think about. Druck gets that bomb out the front of the base, though.
5 seconds left on the clock. As you said, really has been a Saturday afternoon stroll. The clock will tick down.
1 second to go, 1 second elapses. It will be TSM who top their pool. They are perfect in pools. 3-0, their final record. And 3-0 in this series as well. For BH3, unfortunately, I believe that's the end of the road for them. Even if they beat Optic Gaming, I'm pretty sure they don't have enough in the tank when it comes to games played, games won, all that kind of stuff to progress into winner's side of the bracket and keep their tournament going. But for TSM, job done, I think is as simple as you can put it and as accurately as you can put it as well.
Yeah, really a remarkable pool play performance from them. And I think in terms of the pacing and their trajectory of their weekend, to have that series on a Saturday afternoon, it's quite a good momentum builder as well, right? They did the hard work yesterday, taking down Optic 50-49 in a game 5. So to have a series like this to look forward to just continues building the momentum, building the confidence they can take this series right into the champ bracket. Tell you what, as we said, the brackets are going to get interesting. They're going to get dicey based on these upsets. Take a look at the final scoreboard of the series.
Yeah, this time it's Soul Snipe who went off. We saw him with that sniper rifle in his hands. It's really, really crispy shots. 27 and 18 for him here on Fortress Bomb. Nobody really had a bad game across the board. No surprise to see that. On the TSM side, we'll take a look at the damage as well, see who was outputting the most of it. Soul Snipe and Torlik. Players who seem to have those weapons a little bit more than others, but Torlik is like, I've always said, I remember going back to year 2, I think it was, I was like talking about underrated players, and Torlik has always been in that category for me. So consistent in his shot.
They call him the Hunter. You might have noticed.
No, I think they just call him
as well.
They call him Hunter because that's his name.
That's his first
Government
name.
name.
That's right.
Yeah.
That is his first name. But imagine though, you know how fitting that is, because of how he plays the game.
Incredible.
Oh man, we're having just as much fun as TSM up here, I think, as we get to see the highlight reel from that game, and that's really actually all it was a highlight reel. Feels like a farmer's market Saturday afternoon for them, having a stroll, coffee in hand.
LBT went down? Yeah.
Say Sunday, then adjusted to Saturday, and I want to know,
I don't know why.
Why this farmer's market is a different vibe?
No,
On
it's
Saturday
because
or
today's
Sunday?
Saturday.
Oh, okay. In the same way that Hunter's name is Hunter.
Oh goodness, this is a good way to start the day, and a very good way to finish pool play for the side of TSM. It is a clean sweep.
Wow, they almost
with a
lost
very,
game 1
very
too.
convincing win, and the game's only got more dominant as the series went on.
Yeah, literally.
It's a 3-0 finish for TSM and a 3-0 in the pool as well.
Yep, as I say, job done for TSM. 3-0 in the pools. They will be very, very happy and looking forward to bracket play. Interested to see how the tournament develops for them. I think they really have put a marker down here at DreamHack at the HCS Open Dallas. And I think that everyone who is looking at the bracket at the moment is probably not wanting to play TSM with the way that they just look like they're all buttoned up and playing extremely well. One thing I've been impressed with, by the way, is like it's not... Historically, sometimes we'd have those games with TSM where it looked a little bit reckless at times. A little bit too quick, like they're trying to force the pace, but I think there's been a good balance from them so far.
I think so too. I mean, let's not forget the absolute dog. Been an organized game for them.
Well, as you can see, Optic Gaming are setting up on our main stage right now, and they will be playing against BH3 in just a few moments' time.
Ooh.
We'll go for a quick break in the meantime while the players get set up. Don't go anywhere though. Optic versus BH3 coming up next.
Alright, I guess I'll BRB2. I'll also take a quick break. BRB guys.
Big shots. I am such a fanboy. Coming in, and it's an overkill. Wow! My God!
Yeah, I remember I'm like 10 years old. My brother's the only one with the Xbox, and I'm like having to go into his room while he's sleeping. I'm setting my alarm as a 10-year-old for like 2 a.m. and I'm going into his room, playing from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., playing Team Snipers with no sound, no mic, nothing, just on his account, in the dark, and just having so much fun. That's just like an insane thought as a 10-year-old to be doing that. You realize like this game is like a masterpiece, truly a masterclass of a video game. And if you weren't part of it, then you weren't part of it. But if you were, then like you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it made me fall in love with video games completely. It was just like I knew this is what I wanted to do. I knew that my passion was here, and I knew that it was just like it was where I wanted to be.
FPS god for a reason.
One of the best shooters, one of the best teammates, and one of the best champions, I think, to ever hold a control.
I just don't see anybody topping what he has managed to accomplish.
2 games, 2 world championships. Most people dream of being at the top of the pile in 1 game, which they work their whole career for, their whole life for.
The legacy that he's cemented is just being just championship after championship after championship.
He is the FPS god.
He puts pretty much everything that he has into competing.
By the time that this thing is done, Formal is going to be cemented in the history books of first-person shooters.
My first event was MLG Anaheim 2009. I went when I was like 13 years old. I didn't do too well, but like just the experience of like an old MLG event is just like something that if you didn't experience, you just didn't experience.
Look at your fans!
Earning the right to call themselves champions.
You know, growing up, you see all these people like T-Squared and Walshy and Ogre Twins, and you kind of just like, you want to be them. My first event was definitely a disaster. I got kicked out of the hotel I was staying in. A couple buddies of mine were throwing stuff out the window at the Marriott and ended up hitting a security guard with a milkshake. So before we know it, there's banging on the doors and security guards are kicking us out. My dad has come get me. It's just a complete disaster. And safe to say I wasn't allowed to go to another event for like a couple years. That's when I like went to like our side and like shouldered it and went back to their side.
My very first interaction with Matt, I think he like sent me a friend request and I declined it. And then he sent me a message and he said, why'd you decline it? And I said, I don't know you. And he said, well, get to know me.
This rando kid Formal who I'd never even heard of
just kept killing me over and over.
I remember matching this kid online in the MLG playlist, and he was always just very noticeably skilled and noticeably a nasty sniper.
When you were watching his POV, it was just this insane consistency of reticle placement. When he was sniping, it was always on the head, and he would always snap on and just hit really, really solid shots.
Doing that as a child is crazy. It was very clear from the beginning he was built different.
As he started to succeed, started to win events, he realized that this might be a place where he could do some real damage.
And it was unheard of for such a random name, in the sense where it's just some online kid to come and make such a big splash on the scene.
When you see Formal on the server, it's a problem.
Let's go, over, tag, tag. Trust.
Around 2014, there were a couple Halo players that were trying to switch over to Call of Duty, and Formal being one of them.
It was a really big deal when Formal switched over to Call of Duty. And right, he wasn't the only one. Players have made switches back and forth between the two.
I was making the decision to leave Halo just because there weren't really any Halo tournaments anymore. We had the AGLs, which crashed and burned. Halo wasn't really popping. It was Halo 4. Like, it was just a really dark time for Halo, and COD was popping.
Formal really kind of joined the scene in an explosive way.
The fact that he's able to switch titles so easily is almost unheard of. But I honestly, I would even go as far and say it impossible.
He seemed like, I don't know how to word this nicely. He seemed like he had just all the confidence in the world.
It's just like a whole new scene. They didn't really have any respect for me because I was like a Halo pro. But I mean, like, slowly but surely, you see me just like start getting better and finding new teammates and just like slowly climbing the ladder.
Formal was at the time playing for a team called the Envy, and he sent me a DM. He sent me a DM and says, I heard you guys were gonna make a roster move. And this was year 2 of him switching from Halo to Call of Duty. And within a month, he was on the team.
Arguably the biggest roster move in COD history, Formal and Krem6 joined Nadeshot and Scum. That team, they won so much that we kind of all got used to it.
Once I joined Optic, it was like, yeah, it was for real. Everyone knew who you were. If you stood still for a little bit, there would just be like a line forming, and then you just have to like sign, so you get trapped for like hours.
I don't know if it's like the online era of COD that's kind of like been the final, like, you know, the thing that drained me, like, final, but it's just getting on and screaming every day. It's just like not it for me anymore, man. And I might just need a break from it for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I mean like a year break, and maybe I'll want to do it again.
Because when you're on Optic and like you're going to a champs, like all eyes are kind of on you. Everyone wants to see you fail, you know. Anytime you lose, it's like, yeah, they let you know it. So can definitely eat it a person.
Towards the end of his COD career, he just wasn't in love with the games as he once was. And it really, you could tell.
Nothing was going my way, no matter how much time I was putting in, just like wasn't really making a difference. I was losing the passion, and that whole year was just like horrible. You learn a lot about yourself, and you learn a lot about like, you know, what exactly you want to keep doing. If you're gonna keep doing it like this, then what's the point? And that's kind of where I took a step back from Call of Duty in 2021. I was kind of realizing like I was not really like a detriment to my team, but I definitely wasn't the best version of myself. And I realized I lost the passion for COD and just kind of needed to take a break and just kind of find myself again.
It was wild to hear that Matt was retiring. We're still at a time in esports where we don't know how many years each player might have, but it felt like with Formal that there was a lot more gas in the tank.
When you go through any like trials, like I've seen a lot of situations. I've seen a lot of like, you know, people come and go. I've seen careers crash and burn, and like I don't want that to happen to myself. So like kind of just reflect, and you realize like what steps did I take to get to this spot? What steps do I have to take to get out of it? You learn a lot about yourself, and you kind of see what you're made of, and see if you're really, you know, down to get into it and like fix it. But like this is like the dream that everyone like kind of strives for, you know, as a kid, like especially nowadays, like playing video games for a living is like a dream. So I was down to just like buckle in and, you know, just like fix it.
So Formal announces he's coming back.
So when we had the rumors about Formal coming back, I'm not gonna lie, I think there was a smile on everyone's face. Just a little like, this is time.
Everyone is talking about Formal. He is coming back to Halo for the first time, and he is frying. I mean, the damage that he was putting up in some of these like AIDS lobbies that he was in was absurd.
He's starting to be answered. There's one, there's two. Formal's back, baby.
Before we know it, we've won back to back to back, and it's like all that doubt's gone, and you know, like everyone's kind of realizing like this is like kind of insane.
You know, you need that type of veteran experience and that type of player that keeps the morale high, that keeps you focused, you know, lets you know that everything's okay if something goes wrong.
Matt really had that leadership. He had that X factor, especially being a season champion. He just knew what it took in game and out of game to kind of talk to us and coach us on those aspects.
What happens whenever he does love a game? He immediately is one of the best.
There's a lot of people who have a lot of wins, but there's only a few, I would say, that earned every single win in a dominant fashion.
Like it was gonna be done, but there's Formal for the killing spree. Hits the right from the top, making a double kill. Will he get the trip here?
If you look at the trajectory of his career, he plays what he wants to play, and when he wants to play it, he's the best.
Pushing aggressively as it's a triple now for Formal. He wants more. Give it to him.
When he won that world championship and fulfilled what he said he wanted to do, you can see how much it meant to him. He got back to the top and I think proved to not only the fans but himself that it was the right decision to make to come back.
Formal's legacy is absolutely ridiculous.
He has a lot of respect in the esports community.
I mean, it's a crazy accolade, and not a lot of people have it for a reason.
I mean, that's the thing the stories are made of.
Halo is always gonna have a special place to me just because of like the years of like 2007 to like 2011. It was just like, it just felt like a dream. It felt like I was living in Fantasyland, like I was just off in La La Land by myself, just like living every day to like the fullest, like in Halo. Like, it sounds kind of weird to say, but it was truly just like a really impactful time in my life.
And I think for a lot of people, Halo has been that foundation as an FPS for 2 decades now, essentially. And I think that's why Halo really just runs deep.
It's obvious to me how much Formal loves Halo and how dear it is to his heart. You know, even after he switched over to another title, he came back to Halo because it's really like his one true love when it comes to esports. You know, Formal and Halo go hand in hand.
What this whole journey has done is just given purpose to my life. I've always, you know, appreciated these times, even in the dark times and the bad times. You still appreciate what it is, and like I wouldn't want to change anything for the world.
Welcome back, folks, to HCS DreamHack here in Dallas. The open bracket teams have entered the pools. They've played 2 games, but unfortunately, Dan, none of them have really been able to cause any kind of upset. None of them have left their mark thus far.
Yeah, been a couple of maps that have gone their way. BH3 did find one against Gen G, for example, but sadly, no one has found a victory thus far. Unreal Nightmare currently playing against Zero Tenacity, so we'll see whether that trend will continue, but BH3, Mindfreak, and Alpha all 0-2 right now, which means you're starting to get to the nitty-gritty part of the pool where you have to play against the big boys if you've not already played them already.
It's last chance saloon for our open bracket teams, and we will be keeping our eyes on BH3 versus Optic Gaming. So, when your back's against the wall, when you need to win a series, it is certainly not Optic Gaming you want to be seeing sitting on the other side of that stage, Dan.
Definitely is not. Of course, Optic Gaming did fall victim to TSM last night, losing 3-2, 50-49, an insane way to end Friday. But it does mean now that Optic cannot finish top of this pool after TSM took down BH3. Means Optic are now playing just to try and solidify second place and a spot in the winners bracket, of course, of the championship bracket. This is how the series layout's going to look, though. We start off with Humble Street, Slayer Solitude, CTF Origin, King of the Hill Recharge, and Slayer Livefire. Layout-wise, I'd say there's a... Well, okay, no, there isn't a chance for BH3. I was going to try and give you something. I really wanted to. Maybe CTF Origin, You know, with it being one of the newer ones, Slayer Solitude is still somewhat new. Some of the bigger and better teams do struggle on the newer things rather than the older, you know, Slayer Livefire, for example, King of the Hill Recharge should all go in favor of Optic Gaming. Bubble Street should as well, but you can always give the newer game types a chance.
The tried and tested games, game modes and maps should always go the way of the more practiced seasoned team. And at the moment, that is Optic Gaming, of course, coming off the back of a championship winning run in Arlington. Formal finally getting his hands on a chip after nearly 600 days. So it was long awaited, many second places, many scars were opened up, but he was finally able to put that behind him and lift that gold. You could see it in how much relief he had when he managed to pick up the trophy as well, Dan. He needed that.
Boy, he did. Yeah, he, I think, just got recognition over that he can do it. He can still do it. He doesn't have to move on. Maybe go back to different games again. Instead, he is still very much in the game he loves. Now we'll see whether Optic Gaming can make short work of BH3, or are we going to see another twist in the tail to change things up here in Dallas?
Optic Gaming likely looking at this series here as a perfect table setter for them for their Saturday run. Things didn't go according to plan yesterday, so they know they're going to have a tough task on their hands when they, or if they get through BH3, when they look towards the championship bracket, because they know there's a tough test coming their way.
Oh yeah, just to give you an idea of how tough that test could be, with how things currently stand in the tables, Optic Gaming would essentially swap seeds with TSM, of course. That would mean they would be playing against Shopify Rebellion in winners bracket round 1. A nice little rematch of the grand finals just to kick us off in the first match in bracket play on Saturday.
I think it's also a rematch from where they met at the exact same point in the tournament at Arlington as well. So they're forming a little bit of a habit meeting each other right outside of the pool. So at the moment, the score 45 seconds in climbing,
44
with Formal with the hands on the ball and hasn't had to register a kill thus far.
This should be the most comfortable 3-0 that Optic Gaming have had so far. If it isn't, then I'd be concerned. And that is no disrespect to BH3. I think the trouble is when you get to this point as one of the open teams, you're playing back-to-back-to-back games, and you just lost to Gen G, which is your arguably closest game, then you lose 3-0 to TSM. Do you get a little bit deflated? Do you start to get a little bit tired as well? Play those long, grueling open bracket scenarios all throughout Friday, and then you suddenly get thrown to the wolves here on Saturday against 3 teams in pool play. And at the moment, Optic are making it look very easy.
There is an expression in sport, maybe it carries through the esports, that winning is a habit, well perhaps losing can be too, and BH3 have done a lot of it here today, the early hours of this morning. So, hoping to bounce back against the green wall.
Enemy team
there are definitely easier teams to play in your final game, or potential final game, I should say. At the moment, it's been relatively smooth sailing. Formal only has 1 kill and 1 death after 85 seconds of ball time.
Yeah, I thought they were going to win a round without Formal even needing a kill at one point. Obviously, he was holding the ball. He scored 69 off those seconds. Nice, but looks like BH3 are going to let Bound just pick up these final seconds, and that round 1 flew by. Blink and you will miss it. Optic looking like they are very much prepared here for a Saturday run.
Smooth sailing in round 1. As round 2 gets underway,
incoming.
Does BH3 have a response? Or is the expected result going to come a lot sooner than maybe a lot of people anticipated? Will they make quick work, light work of BH3? 3rd seeded European team just have not been able to get anything together here on Saturday morning.
I'd argue that this is the worst game type you could have started off against Optic Gaming as well. We know how good Optic can be on oddball in general with how they control the map and how the freedom, if you give it to the likes of Bound, I mean, all 4 of them, I don't know, I was going to name names, but all 4 of them, they have the freedom.
You would have just been naming all 4 players.
If they start to marauder around the map and just be able to get behind you and start to delete you from every angle, I mean, they have fun with oddball, do Optic Gaming, especially against teams that don't necessarily have the same structure. They're able to kind of bully them a little bit. And I think this is almost like a warm-up for Optic Gaming. They'll be just saying, look, let's take some gunfights, let's make sure we're shooting straight before we get into that winners bracket matchup, because the pace is certainly going to change if it is Shopify Rebellion winners bracket round 1.
3 dead for Optic. Renegades alone in PD. making this really difficult kill. Septic will finally lock it in, but Renegade was able to delay for so long. The rest of his members have spawned up and closed the distance and got right back to where the ball is. And just like that, what was 3 dead for Optic is now 2 dead for BH3, and Bound has the ball once more.
Push from Bastos just to clean up that kill, but as always, Optic are just waiting in the wings to get any sort of extra damage on the player. Now they can hold once more, and I do appreciate that BH3 are trying to break. They are actually putting some method to the madness here and planning a form of attack, but it is taking them a long time to do so, which is just giving so much ball time over to Optic. Other teams that compete at the highest level are so quick to plan their attacks because they just know. They've been in that situation enough times that they say, look, when we're 4 dead and they're holding the ball at PD, we're either doing push A or push B. You know, sometimes there'll be a push C that they have that they keep up their sleeve for secret events, I don't know, but for BH3, I think the discussion is how do we get through this rather than this is what we do. You know?
For Optic Gaming, it's their first map of the day. Let's have a little listen and see what communication's like.
One's hitting driveway. Walking driveway now. Walking driveway now.
You real. You real. Shot nice.
Yeah, that one's
red one shot.
One shot still. One shot. 3 dead.
B-side.
Nice Sabri.
Nice Sabri. Good job.
Enemy has the ball.
Let's spin back here.
Is it gonna get weird?
Back here, Kevin. Spin PD. Two guys back here.
I'm watching across the PD. I have across the PD.
Okay, I'm just heading there. He's mano.
Enemy has the ball.
I'll play one shot Septic.
He's driving.
That's weak P-Jet. Weak.
One P-Buck.
Enemy has the ball.
Those guys on ball, yeah.
Ball drop.
Spawning rail, guys. Spawning rail.
Watch it. Nice.
Rail weak.
Okay,
Bastos.
Driveway.
One shot red alley Bastos. One shot red alley Bastos. Absolutely.
Driveway, green.
One shot burst.
One shot driveway. There's two bricks. Two driveway right now, walking up.
I shot some Mo's weak planners. We kill planners. He's still there.
Nice, Sabri.
Nice, Sabri. I'm looking for one now. Ivy.
Ammo 15.
Ivy dead. One driveway. Driveway one shot something.
Missing one.
Driveway something.
Driveway.
Yeah, driveway.
Camo coming in 5.
Back here.
I have this cross. You want to read it? Probably John's camo if we keep eyes on it. Yeah, I'm gonna do G-Slide it.
Cool, calm, composed at the comms. And for good reason, BH3 haven't really put them under any sort of pressure. Formal's got ball all the way back tram. Renegade's got camouflage. He's been aggressive on these spawners. It seems to be only a matter of moments now before they lock in round 2 and confirm map 1's victory. BH3 just have not had an answer. You look at Legend 21-5-10. It's been dominant against his familiar foes. Optic Gaming will win map number 1.
Just like a bathroom trip after a coffee, it's inevitable as Optic Gaming shut them down immediately. And they start off as we would expect. Here on the main stage for their first matchup of the day, BH3 sadly are having to go through the gauntlet, and now they come up against one of the biggest and best competitors that they could go up against when it comes to these pool play matches. And you could try and dissect that as much as you like, but it was so easy for Optic Gaming. They really controlled the game with just slays in general to like constantly have an extra player advantage, but then they were also ensuring that that pool was in a position to make BH3 have some sort of reasoning behind their push, but again, the timings for BH3 was just a little bit off the pace, as to be expected when you are a newer team as well, going up against one of the biggest and best, most practiced teams you could.
Taking a look at the damage on the map then, no surprise after the amount of kills Legend put down, 5,300 leading the lobby, but Bound was right there as well, and Formal putting in quite a lot of damage considering for most of the game he seemed to have the ball in his hands.
Just 8 minutes for that game to be done in favor of Optic Gaming. Very impressive indeed. And I do feel like it arguably could have been faster for Optic, but instead they were certainly taking some engagements that maybe they wouldn't against other teams. And I do think that's because they wanted to warm up. And I do think it was the worst game type that PH3 could have had, sadly. Optic are just so good at on-ball. Because they know they have that structure, they know how to set up, but then you just let loose one of the players. It doesn't matter which one. Someone just gets the nod, just the eyes from across the map of, go on your way, son, have fun. We've got this whole map covered. You just go for a little frolic,
cause a little bit of chaos,
and see what can happen. And then usually, you know, a double kill comes out.
Listen, son, I want you back by 10.
Yeah.
Have some fun until then.
Set a little curfew. As long as Renegade's back before dark, it's okay if he goes and pulls up a double kill or so. But it is business. I was curious when we went into the listening, would they be joking? Would there be any comps at all? But Optic Gaming, very focused. Don't want to disrespect any opponent they go up against. They know that every victory is important. So we move over now to map 2 then. It's going to be Slayer Solitude. And, you know, we saw BH3 take a Slayer off of Genji earlier. You know, if you look at the series layout, this is probably the one game that maybe BH3 could take. But perhaps even that could be a stretch here. We'll have to see.
And oftentimes when you really want an underdog to cause an upset, Dan, you think, well, if they play against the higher seeded team, considering if Optic Gaming had a loss last night, that maybe you're playing them at the perfect time because they've taken a loss, maybe the confidence is a little bit low, maybe the head goes down, maybe the shoulders slump, but we've seen Optic Gaming in this very same situation last event, and they went on to win it, even losing another series and still managing to make that elimination bracket run. The problem is Optic Gaming, although they might be down, they never seem to be out.
Yeah, point proof in just last event, right? They really went through it. I was convinced Optic were going to finish like top 8 last event when everything had happened. And then somehow end up winning the entire thing, and one of the most memorable events we've had in some time.
I think if I'm Nemesis, I'm probably taking a 0.5 of an event win for beating Optic, beating them on map count alone. The issue is Nemesis just weren't able to pull that form together and across the entire tournament. For Optic Gaming, showing great resilience, going on that run. A lot of Halo had to be played to get into that grand finals. They put Shopify Rebellion to the sword in that first best of 7 with a 4-0 sweep. That was quite the statement they made. Looking to make a very similar statement and dispatch BH3 here in game number 2. In the Slayer. It's a 4-1 opening break. Perfect for Optic Gaming.
We are seeing that typically in Slayers you've got Bound and Formal who are the damage dealers, and then Legend and Renegade are the ones who pick up the kills that follow.
We have a guy holding a sign up to a stand that says Optic like to eat the corn the long way. I'm not sure, is that a euphemism I'm not familiar with in North America? Have I said something I shouldn't? Am I in trouble now?
Say long way or wrong way?
I think he said long way. My reading skills aren't what they used to be.
Now I'm wondering, was he an Optic fan or not?
One way or another, no matter what way they eat the corn, they're eating BH3 up here. 2-kill lead, already a map win in the bag. Sunrise with the help of the thruster back, trying to make himself a difficult kill, trying to move his hitbox to the side. But Renegade was there to get the kill. BH3 keeping this one scrappy, but you know, if Optic Gaming get them into a little bit of a blender, into a spawn cycle, it could spell real trouble real fast.
Trapped over towards blue now. You can see 3 of them, just actually all 4 of them. And a back-to-back, hoping that there isn't going to be an Optic push. Bound is the first one he tries to go in, but Bastos is able to get that pick. They're still kind of stuck there, and the Optic Gaming horde is now arriving. You managed to pick up 2, so it works out as an even trade in the end, as Camouflage is now coming up, and Optic still have control of this map.
Legend drops down. He scoops up the Camouflage. And Legend, of course, all too familiar with these players, sitting across from his early parts of his career. He was playing against these players, playing against Septic, Bastos, Bows and Sunrise in those European competitions.
Everyday matchmaking as well.
Everyday matchmaking.
They were his punching bag.
They're probably all quite happy he's left, actually, as a matter of fact.
Matchmaking in ranked got a lot easier when Legend left the continent.
A lot of people see CSR as taking an awful climb.
unless he was on your team. Now suddenly you don't get that random game where Legend's on your team. Actually, there's been a few times where I load into matchmaking and I get like a Legend or a Moze, and I'm like, why am I playing against these guys?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
It's the time zone difference alone. 4 dead for Optic though. The issue is down a significant amount here. 8 kills the difference. Need a lot more of that. Put that in your basket, taking a check out. Sunrise does that, takes down Bound. It's a good win from him. And it is fascinating, Dan, the different levels that we have in the HCS. Gun skill is one thing which, trust me, BH3 have quite a lot of. But it's just so much more involved.
You see the way that Optic are playing this game though, they are just holding forward. They are very reluctant to slow this game down and allow BH3 to have any time to think. It's another spawn and it's another chance to move forward. Legend says, hello Septic, I'll take that fight. You're on mouse and keyboard, I'm on controller. Let's make it close range instead, but Septic's doing his best to try and keep it at arm's length. In the end, Legend needs help. Terrible. Take the 1v1, you coward.
Optic have now started to pull away by a significant margin. 2 players that drop down driveway. Most Septic will combine to get some kills. 3 dead for Optic, but a couple dead for BH3. Running out of room for error now are BH3. Running out of lives. You cannot keep throwing them down the driveway. Or up the driveway for that matter. Spawning over towards blue is Optic now. Bastos has control of the snipe. He's thrown 2 grenades and none of them went to its intended target. Formal in blue. Next over towards Loop. Or U-turn, excuse me. Damage been done, traded back and forth, but still the kills favouring Optic Gaming, and now it seems to be only a matter of time before they double their series lead.
I do dislike the call-outs of Loop and U-turn because I think they're too similar. I've always wanted them to be a little bit more different because they could both be the same thing. They both could be a loop and they both could be a U-turn.
What would you call U-turn? A horseshoe?
I take shoe just so that it's
shoe
one
works.
thing, or horse. Maybe shoe. That's easier to spell.
But shoe sounds like you're saying, like shoot, get away from me, shoot.
You can have any call-out as long as your teammates are on the same page, to be completely honest.
I think speaking of shoe, Optic Gaming are doing that to BH3. Sending them away. Trying to pack up their bags and send them back to the hotel.
Honestly, it could have taken longer for Optic Gaming to set up their equipment than it will to win this entire series with the way it's going. 1 more kill required for Optic to go 2-0 then.
Those might be that player. Over towards blue, he's done gun dud. Done good damage, not gun dud. They're not words.
Gun dud, done good. Optic done good.
Take it, hop into the Isengard.
Here we go, this will be the last one then, and it's going to be cleaned up by Formal. And Optic Gaming take a 2-0 lead and find themselves 1 map away from 3-0 and confirming their 2nd place position in this pool, and maybe a matchup with Shopify Rebellion in winners bracket round 1. Just to give you an idea of how that bracket would look if things play out how they are at the moment, where the open bracket teams are not getting a victory. You'd have Shopify versus Optic, FaZe versus SSG, Envy versus Cloud9, and TSM versus Nemesis. But with that bracket, FaZe, SSG, Shopify, and Optic would all be on the same side, which would mean either TSM, Nemesis, Envy, or Cloud9 would get top 3, guaranteed.
Well, the crazy thing about that is seeds 1, 2, 3, 4 all play each other. As we lock into Z10 up against Unreal Nightmare, you were speaking about if the open bracket teams were to get a victory. Well, hang on just a second.
But I don't think it would affect the bracket though, because this is more likely to be a situation where if Unreal Nightmare, they might be able to get into the elimination bracket side of things if they take down Zero Tenacity. However, Z10 do have a 3-kill lead here as we're into game 5. Chick on 17 kills. Z10, their backs are against the wall. Remember, if Z10 were to lose this, that would be them eliminated from the competition. They'd be 0-3, right? So a chance to just force your way into the championship bracket. I mean, Envor has often been the one who plays a situation where he takes down those European squads. We've seen it time and time again. And he'd do it once more.
He has traditionally been the European Reaper at times. We've seen tweets from the Zero Tenacity players last night saying, need to be better, will be better tomorrow. Well, now is your moment. You're ahead by 5 in the end game now. The nail biter here for Europe. For Unreal Nightmare, just to keep their championship bracket hopes alive.
Game just slows down a little bit. You can feel the nerves actually just with watching Chick. He doesn't want to give up this sniper rifle. Knows that he's got some big shots to hit. Super CC evades the sniper shot, or at least the headshot anyway. And will live to at least try and flank round, but kills are coming elsewhere. 45 to 38 now. RZ10 on that final stretch.
Things looking a lot more comfortable now than they were just a few moments ago. 4 kills required. Seeka's got 1. Jimbo will fall though. 3 remaining. Make it 2. Beautiful double kill from Chick. We've seen him pop off with this weapon time and time again. Final kill required then, spawning over towards red. Chick might just jump up onto the spoiler here. Hit the clamber. Gunfights happening everywhere. Jimbo comes in with the big boomsticks and gets that final kill. Zero Tenacity's blushes are spared, and they will be in the elimination bracket.
But sadly for Unreal Nightmare, that will be the end of their journey. Zero Tenacity, though, will get a second chance in the championship bracket, but of course, as you mentioned, through the elimination is the road they will have to take. Optic Gaming are on their way to the winners bracket right now. All they have to do is take one more map off of BH3, and with how comfortable the first 2 have been, I think it might be inevitable at this point. But CTF Origin, I'm always excited to see. I've not had the opportunity to cast much CTF Origin because often it's just not really felt that way with the series that we've covered.
The issue and the concern I do have is I have seen these games go by very quickly if one team gets the weapons, gets the setups they need. That's what BH3 have got to try and stop here and have some sort of influence. They've been playing reactionary Halo all series long. Doesn't look like their fortunes are going to change here because Optic Gaming don't seem to be in any mood to drop a map.
I'm excited to see how Optic play this one. How quickly they get these flags across. We're underway. And at the moment, Renegade's job is just to stop those rockets falling in the hands of the side of BH3. Gets assistance as well from Bound. That's going to be 3 dead. Make it 4. The first is spawned, but the rocket's now going to be in the hands of Renegade.
Renegade had the rockets on the table for a moment. I think they're pretty much like shoes. You shouldn't have rockets on tables. Renegade goes down Moses in the back base. Heads up play from Renegade. That snipe shot comes from the window from Bound. The flag will continue to move. Bound will continue to find faces. Might just land one on the Bastos as well. Renegade's made this flag all the way back to his own base with very little threat. Optic Gaming take the lead.
55 seconds. That's how long it took for the first flag. Optic, brutal with their pushes. As soon as they got 4 down, they knew they could just get aggressive, get into that base, and even though Mose tried as he did survive in the back of the base, he was spotted as well. And Formal already knows that someone's going to be arriving as 4 are dead yet again. And Renegade says, well, I've done all of the job getting back to the flag. Let's just run another one here.
Been very little in the way of resistance. 2 go in a minute 30. It's a relay race at the moment.
We're on Goose Watch.
At what point do Optic just consider padding the stats? You have the opportunity here. Or do they want to get this series done and dusted? They can start to consider what might be in front of them. I want to put BH3 in the rearview mirror.
Get it done and dusted. Give yourself a little bit of a break before winners bracket round 1 so you can freshen up. Get some snacks. The energy drink or whatever helps you. Some caffeine, coffee, tea.
Now you're just naming things.
Good English breakfast tea. Massage.
We had to find one this morning actually. Couple
Massage?
of sugars. No, English breakfast tea.
We did.
Nice.
Tempting does get his first kill on the board, so now the game is more than welcome to finish. I didn't want to see anyone with a 0.
Our morning has been a little bit more pleasant than BH3's have.
it's a tough watch. It's always difficult as the open team, especially coming into a group like this as well. And there were signs against Gen G that like maybe BH3 could have done something, but I think as soon as they lost that series against Gen G, it was always a possibility that it could have been this road where you sadly go up against a very hot TSM, and we know what Optic are capable of as well. BH3 are not giving up though. You can see they are still trying to force their way into Optic's base here.
And this wouldn't really be the series that you'd expect BH3 to be hanging their hat on and, oh, if we lose against Optic, it's the end of the world. That's the expected result here. Septic has rockets though, so maybe they can put one flag on the board and start to build something. Snipe shot will find the face from Bastos. That's much better. Rocket goes down, 2 dead now. Renegade's on grass. The information should get passed along. Sunrise will drop down. Try and keep Bastos alive. Legend gets a kill elsewhere. We're going to need to see a fresh round of slays. Formal spawns back base. So much pressure coming onto Bastos. He's forced to back away. And all that pressure, all that map control they started to put together is completely gone now.
Finally does tag the body of Legend, but falls whilst he does so. I will say Optic are very fearless with their challenges onto BH3. You know, if you know that Frosty's around the corner with a sniper rifle, are you running at him on spawn, or are you trying to make a different route to try and catch him off guard? 3 dead for BH3. The Optic fans have started to come to life here at DreamHack Dallas.
Oh, Mose. Mose has lost that fight in the elbow when he really shouldn't have. Renegade gets the reversal. He almost got another kill as well. Only a matter of time, it would seem. Bastos might have naded himself there as well. We've seen a bit of that so far in this tournament. Septic's venturing forward, trying to clear out his base. Gets the kill on the Legend. 2 dead now. They've no problem being able to get the kills, but getting into the base and getting the flag on the move seems to be a different task entirely.
Renegade does get called out, and they will be able to hunt him down. So this is certainly better from BH3, but go 2 flags down that early on, like just climbing an absolute mountain now. This next set of rockets could help them generate some sort of push to get a cap. Sadly, they got the kills just before rockets are going to be spawning, so it will give the opportunity for Optic to maybe get them. Yeah, there's going to be Renegade waiting for them again. Does get spotted out, but I think he's got away with him.
He lives.
He lives!
The Demon's got the rockets. Not anymore though. Mose puts him away. Bound will prioritize pushing forward for the flag instead. Will not be doubling back for the rockets. Looking to play a little bit of defense, but Sunrise just about stays alive, gets around the corner with the rockets. Fortunately for him, he needs to use them as an offensive tactic instead of defensive. Because his flag captures they need here. Can he start playing a bit more risk?
Every corner he walks around, there's an Optic player just waiting, eyes trained. Bandit at the ready. Legend might be able to catch him off guard here, but he's been spotted out as well. Does get the rocket out, but Bound just able to skip over it. Here we go.
Renegade could be about to have a lot of fun here. First shot's a swing and a miss. Renegade knows when his number is punched, decides to get himself out of dodge, wait for some teammates. Grenades hit the maze, but don't do any damage. Full shields, Bound and Legend combined to get a couple of kills. Mose could be about to and is about to fall. Septic is alive though, in the enemy basement. He is cleared out now. This should be the last and final run. And the last and final run for BH3. Their tournament will be over as Optic Gaming slam in their final flag. It's a clean sweep on the main stage.
Optic Gaming give the Green Wall something to applaud. It wasn't the perfect pool play situation for them, but they will still progress into the championship bracket. But again, it is going to be a tough road. It is likely a matchup against Shopify Rebellion that they will find themselves in. As for BH3, we still have to give them credit for breaking into pool play from open bracket. It will be a top 16 finish for them. Again, still a step up from what they were able to achieve in Arlington. And now the question is going to be for them, looking forward, how do we make it a little bit more competitive when we do get into those pools? What have we learned from this event? But for Optic Gaming, that was easy breezy. And now, this is when things start to get a little bit more difficult as the championship bracket looms.
BH3 definitely trending in the right direction, seeing progress, seeing growth. Can they carry that forward into the next event? Will they learn it even more? Can they continue that trend? But for Optic Gaming, business as usual, Dan, getting the job done, and now their attentions turn to who they'll be playing in that winner's side of the bracket. And it looks as though it's going to be Rebellion.
But you can see that Optic are staying seated, and for good reason, because Optic will be on our main stage again when we start up the show for the championship bracket. Of course, we need confirmation from elsewhere as to who they'll be playing, but as we believe, it would be Shopify Rebellion with how the seeds work. There's just a little bit of damage for you and how that went down. I mean, it was actually a little bit of a fight back from BH3 in that game. After 2-0, after just minutes, I thought it was going to be a blowout, but some life for BH3 and something to go off for sure. Can take a lot away from this series. And all three of these series, to be completely honest, sure, it might not have been as competitive as they would have liked by this one, but once you get to the third series, after coming into pool play, you're always going to be a little bit tired, probably a little bit hungry as well. I think all of their chances was probably on
LVT's not still down, right? Let me check.
and they gave it a good
Surely
effort,
not.
just couldn't quite get there.
And it's a lesson for them in how clinical the top.
No.
History between them. I think that's a much better side to be on than the TSM NIM side. That side looks a lot scarier to me to run into one of those teams coming down. But
I wouldn't mind us having to play Nemesis, just because we had a very close series against them, even though it was a 3-0.
Okay. Every game was winnable.
Every game was extremely winnable.
So you guys could be the ones bringing the surprises today.
I mean, I don't see why not. Like I'm saying, you know. But you know, speaking of our team, you know, I gotta check in with them.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
You know, it's been real.
Thank you so much for
You know,
joining us.
I will see you guys sooner than later.
Much love, folks.
Yes,
Always
sir.
welcome here, man.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. So that was Hoaxer joining us for the last few series. It's been really, really fun today, and a lot of surprising things happening. But we continue on with Shopify Rebellion versus Mindfreak, game number 3.
Shopify up 2-0 in the beginning moments of Game 3, and it's 3 down for Mindfreak. So you might see a quick pull here. Royal 2's eyeing it, but he's got to take down Scoopmeister first. Scoopmeister has the rockets, though. It's going to help him take down Royal 2, but the flag run is actually going to stop. You get spawns in the middle of the base for Mindfreak, so
I don't think that was a 3. I think that was a Series S. No, just like a special edition.
So Mindfreak, despite going down 3, have reset the map.
Dude, Cycles, target prioritization. I mean, look how much pressure he's applying by himself from this elbow. He just got 3 players
under
to either
pressure.
half shields or one shot, and he's still alive, all on his lonesome here. Scoob going to be the hero that Mindfreak needs to take him out, and he will successfully do so. That's
Come on, open teams. We got to see some freaking upsets, bro. You guys know what I mean?
It's kind of a cool over-the-shoulder shot of Cycle with the Commando. Wow!
Under
That was Royal 2.
pressure.
Okay, the nameplate was different. Royal 2 with the nasty reversal perf. He swaps to that Bandit. It's now Frosty with the snipe and the thrust. He goes down. That's a power position on the map all of a sudden because of what has fallen there.
Playing
As
Fortnite now. The
Cycle.
observer, press Y, buddy. Press Y.
I'm cool with it. We can cast in third person.
There we go.
As Cycle, nice frag tosses, takes down Sways. Plasma, though, cleans up on the last shot. Rice should go down here, as he does. Cycle looking to pick up that rocket, or excuse me, the sniper and the thrust. Somebody else picked up the thrust, though, and Cycle wasn't able to evade with it, so he drops the snipe, but Frosty's there to pick it up. 1 shot left to work with. Usually he makes the most of it. Not able to there, but he still finds the slay onto Scoob.
Okay, Frosty in this position in the center of the map, trying to be the tip of the spear, but wisely backs up when he recognizes teammates are not really in a good position to support him. Scoopmeister finds 2 there. I mean, honestly, I'm impressed by the way Mindfreak has played this so far. They've been very efficient with holding Shopify back.
Last shot, defensive shots. On to Scoopmeister, but Scoopmeister has been winning his ones. 5 perfect shots, no less. 3 go down for Shopify Rebellion. A counter cap has started, and
Here we
Scoopmeister
go.
and Mindfreak might just strike first.
Okay, so he was running
Damn.
it, and Mindfreak did it. Okay. Wow. They start the game with the lead. I don't think many of us expected that. Can they turn this into more?
No, especially after that opening break from Rebellion where they looked like they had the clear win.
Wow, what a
Scoop
stick.
pressure with the stick. He says, hold this.
Frosty got the rockets, though. He's still got one to work with. I like this jump as well.
What a stick.
He's waiting to make sure that it kills. Rice unsuspecting.
He knew Sways was there.
Yeah, must have had a comm on Sways. I think Sways.
Or saw his foot.
Maybe. Maybe he's got some big toes, you know what I'm saying?
Frosty now moving in for the finish. Spotted Sways a long time ago. Finally cleans him up. So Sways doesn't have to stay alive, but the teammates the cavalry coming in are all one shot, and Frosty's going to clean them all up for the triple kill. Rebellion should be able to get the next pull here, and they're already on the run.
Wow, looked like Frosty really wanted that overkill.
It's like pre-firing
It's
anything.
usually good for at least one per tournament, maybe more. And all of a sudden, Shopify have taken control of the base of Mindfreak, and Mindfreak has no response yet.
Wow.
Frosty is frying.
Domination.
This
They
guy's
finally
on mad,
got it down, but
nerdy jumps.
Still got to stop the flag as well.
Does Cycle have the best stat line ever with just one slay?
Yeah, and he also
1,
just
8,
had the
and 3.
best flag run.
That's what I'm saying. It's the best one-kill game you've seen.
That was
through 4 minutes.
That might be the fastest way to run the flag. I would
Nice.
guess. There's multiple curve slides available along the way. That was really clean.
1,
They're
8,
running
and
again.
3, and they're going for the double cap. Last shot. That's a tough spot to be in with the low ground positioning. Plasma's going to clean him up because of it. Frosty in the base. Looking to clear out any of the escaping spawners. He's got Scoopmeister right below him. Rice running the flag. That's a little too soon in the process. Frosty, you got to take him down first, or he'll take down all 4.
The
Three go down
sprint
instead.
between
Plasma,
shots
though,
is
just
so
one
sweaty,
shot.
bro.
He cannot advance on the map without going down. As he does, Royal 2 takes down Plasma. Last shot gets the reset with Rebellion up by 1.
Up by 1. And they've really just been rolling with momentum. They got another one on the way. Frosty just trying to play bodyguard here. Flagrunner gets taken down by Scoop, but Frosty, he can win this fight. This game's over. Doesn't even have to win the fight. Did he just not even...
maybe he does.
Oh,
doesn't
so
get it,
close.
though.
What
the
a weird-
360 medal looks good, but he wants to put it in. Royal 2 does instead. Game over. GG's. Rebellion take the series 3-0.
We saw Royal 2 really excited to have won that last, gotten that last life. Sending a message. I will say Shopify Rebellion has been having, one of the teams that has been having a tournament go their way, or as expected.
Yeah, I mean, Shop, of course, they had a great tournament last tournament until the grand finals. Honestly, the only bad series they played, I guess, was like the first grand final set. But this tournament, they're looking poised. I mean, to be fair, they looked this good on Friday and Saturday last event too. It's just a matter of, will they ride this momentum to the end? Now that they're going to have to face Optic in winners round 1, it's like, I feel like all eyes should just be on that right now. Like, this series probably didn't even really matter that much in the grand scheme of things for Shop, because they're just probably thinking about winners round 1 against Optic.
It's like a routine now. Shopify versus Optic round 1.
Yeah, every event so far. Crazy.
Yo, bro, that'd be actually crazy to see.
Winners semis,
Can't even
winners
lie.
final, right? No.
And you know what's funny?
Winners round 1. Every event.
They talked about in the interview like how seriously they took their match against Nemesis. They were like, we're treating this like winners round 2 because we don't want it to be another situation where we face Optic round 1. But you guess what? Optic were the one that effed up,
That's
and now
kinda
it's the
crazy,
same scenario.
right?
So it's Optic's fault.
It's
Yeah,
Optic's
it is
fault.
Optic's fault.
Why
Damn
they
that
play,
Can
man.
they stop losing in
That's
pool
kinda
play?
funny,
I'm
like-
sure that's what Formal probably said. Can we stop?
But it kind of was
losing
an
in
advantage,
pools?
though, wasn't it?
So should Rebellion have thrown instead?
That's
Now that would have been
actually low-key would have been the smart play after seeing them, but it's illegal. Don't do that.
Well, if we do bring up previous precedents, Optic, Rebellion, winners round 1. Rebellion won that series, but Optic reset the grand finals with a 4-0 sweep. If Optic are able to rewrite their wrongs from winners round 1 in Arlington, they wouldn't need that reset. They would just take it in sweet fashion. So I think Optic's probably going into this saying, guys, let's make this weekend a little less tough on ourselves on our way to a championship trophy and take down this almost like grand finals feeling winners round 1. I just like have to keep saying that.
I cannot imagine what it would be like for them to just drop down back to lowers once again 2 times in a row. That would be
historic.
Historic.
I mean the level of dominance from these two teams, it's like you almost guarantee that whoever does fall to the lower side is still going to find themselves in the grand finals. I mean, you got to go through the gauntlet, and a lot of teams are stepping up and playing good this weekend, but there really is that gap between them and everyone else.
Well, if we're playing devil's advocate here, then you could make the case that it benefited Optic, that that they lost.
That's what I was saying.
By needing the reset. Yeah, I agree with you, because Optic just took fire, and the flames engulfed and got bigger and bigger and bigger throughout that lower bracket run. So there is a plus to losing, I guess, in a weird way. Like, Halo's just rewriting all of what we've come to know over 20 years this year. It's just been insane.
Well, if we talk about that first grand finals, it seems like Optic rode the momentum of that lower bracket into grand finals. So
Absolutely.
Shopify Rebellion need to find a way, assuming that's what happened, like they just took a long break from not playing, going up against a really hot Optic. How can Shopify Rebellion, how can a team
Maybe
stay
set up a scrim.
I mean, the problem is you can't scrim against anyone
I'm
that
teasing.
simulates Optic. But,
right.
And then, like, the closest thing is FaZe, but they're not gonna. FaZe is not gonna scrim you because you're gonna have to play against FaZe. So it is a funny conundrum that they find themselves in. I think that as long as like Frosty doesn't just show up flat like he did in the first grand final series, like
which
everything
was
looks different, right?
Which was a cause and effect of not playing, being on your hands for a while.
He just needs to shoot bots for like 2 hours while Optic plays in the lower bracket.
I had him in my fantasy draft. I was so excited to go first and pick Frosty, and then, well, that happened.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm seeing on the main stage coming up, Optic versus Rebellion.
Optic versus Rebellion. So that's what's next, everybody. Yeah. Oh man, what an incredible day! FaZe is another team that hasn't had a bad weekend.
Yeah, I think FaZe is. People can't sleep on that team. I think that they've been having an incredible weekend. I looked at the stats last night, and yeah, Falcated's top of the KD department. They just mollywopped
for this event.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone in my chat said that FaZe was gonna win or something. I was like, well, maybe. We'll see. Looking good.
Renegade, I think, is still number 2, even though they lost to TSM.
Or was it Talik? There's somebody from TSM I know was in that top 3.
Maybe. Or, well, Manny actually was the highest damage player against Optic on their teams. I don't know.
In Arlington, in the KD top 5 was 2 from FaZe. So we had Trippy on 3rd place. We had Trippy on 4th place, and then we had on 5th place we had Falcated. So that's 2 players from FaZe in that top KD category.
And Suppressed hasn't even entered where he's supposed to be. He could easily make it 3 out of 5 for FaZe.
What does that say about that team, though? Like doing so much, qualifying or getting into that top 5 leaderboard in KD. What kind of a team?
I mean,
realistically,
it means they're slaying out in the times that they win. Thank you for the
God,
stats here.
look at that is.
We saw Tools put the headset on, so now we got it.
Why was he so hyped to see them, bro?
Highest KDA.
I guess the stats, yeah.
Dealt per life. We've been. How long have we been saying it's only a matter of time until Falcated has a tournament like this? And this could be the tournament. I mean,
yeah, actually, if you look at that right away,
they could actually upset Optic or Shopify. I think.
No question.
the damage per life and like the KD. But it depends, man. They're just playing in pools, right?
Overtake one of those top 2 spots.
Top 10 in every single slaying metric outside of Trippy, whose damage dealt per life puts him at 12th. So, and look at Falcated, 1-1-1. I mean, that is remarkable statistics to be dominating and have the gold medal in every single one of those key slaying metrics. Falcated's
yeah, that's crazy. 3-0 in pools and like top in every single category is like you're going crazy.
In all of them. In all of those 3 metrics. We're looking at some of the other ones, and he's not even doing it with the power weapons. He's 28th for power weapon kill percentage.
Bandit BR.
Damage efficiency 9th. Damage taken per life is also 1st.
So he is the tip of the spear. So he's playing that bound role without some of those stats we saw from him in the online open series.
I cannot overstate how crazy this looks to me, because if you're the guy that has the most damage dealt per life, you're not usually also the guy that's got the most damage taken per life.
Well, what's crazy is he's taken the most damage in the tournament, and he's still at a plus 60 differential between the damage he's dealt and taken. Like that. These are statistical anomalies across the board.
Well, we talked about FaZe, but why don't we set up for our next series? We have Shopify Rebellion, who are about to go up against Optic in the winners bracket side, and we got some stats here to tell their story.
First of all, these guys are all looking handsome. I like the haircut from Frosty.
That is a change.
Yeah, he's got shorter hair than usual. Saw that backstage, and he's having a better tournament. He's 1.29. Royal 2 on top again for this squad, 1.37. last shot, 2.05 KDAs. So we've seen him with some really standout assisting performances. Remember, I want to say there was a Slayer we watched that he was like 5 kills, 19 assists, and like 8 deaths or something.
Yep.
So he's been, I think, really embodying the role of just like a mobile damage dealer that, you know, goes through the mix, gets a couple shots on one player, switches targets the shot on another player, and he's communicating this, and the rest of Shopify are following up on that damage. So I think they're playing like a bit more what we're used to seeing in the offline or the online tournaments. And now they're bringing that to LAN.
Well, Optic's going to be ready for them, I am sure, because they do not want to go back down and make another historic run in the lower side.
That's exhausting.
Yeah, no, I believe.
They don't want to do that again.
So this is insane. Throughout all of esports history, a lower round 1 to grand finals win is like 1% of 1% of 1% likelihood. Like, it is so rare. It's only ever happened once in Halo Infinite, and it was just a few events. Twice now, excuse me. Once before at last event. And it was at SLC last year. That was one of the latter events of year 3. So it just goes to show. And what I'm setting up for now is that it could happen twice in a row. Because it just happened at Arlington. And one of those 4 teams that's going to make a lower round 1
very
could
likely.
very well be a team that wins it all. To think that it could happen twice in a row, it's like you could go 20 years before it happening twice at all.
Okay, but wasn't it Space Station Gaming that did this? And in Space Station Gaming, they had Bound, who's on Optic.
So Bound and Legend have done it. Yes.
So this would be the same duo that's now in Optic that could just do this. Maybe it's them. Maybe they're the ones that can do these bottom bracket historic runs.
I mean,
There's something
also,
about 'em.
yeah, they've been lower bracket demons
They
for a
gotta be
long
tired.
time. I mean, SSG, if you just think back to even the other events last year, SSG, a lot of their wins were from the lower side. They go to the lower bracket, and then they just steamroll their way back and then reset grand finals and take the whole thing. So I feel bad for, I mean, the bracket, no matter what, is going to screw over some teams because they're going to have to run into these giant powerhouse rosters early in the bracket.
Well, we are about to find out what happens shortly. We're going to take a quick break as we get ready for the first winners.
So each of the open teams went 0-3. BH3 went 0-3, Mindfreak went 0-3, Alpha Lumion went 0-3, and then Unreal, Nightmare are potentially about to go 0-3. No way, dude. The pro team's looking strong this tournament, bro. I thought Tapping Buttons team was gonna, first of all, make pools, and then second of all, be like the highest placing team. I guess not, dude. I guess not.
A chance to come compete and earn a chance to maybe make some money and play against some of the best players in the world. And that's something truly special.
That's funny.
Come on! Let's fucking go!
On station 14, can I get Luminon Gaming and Apollo? Station 14, Luminon Gaming and Apollo.
Kid Nasty, friends, family, call me Noah. Amateur pro, amateur, semi-pro, whatever you want to call it, whatever people think I'm good enough to be now. I've been playing Halo all my life, playing Halo Infinite since pretty much release, and I'm here to compete in Halo now. That's what I'm about. Well, honestly, Preseason, I didn't do anything. To keep it real, I was pretty content with maybe not playing this year. At the start of the season, I didn't ask anybody to team really. I just kind of, I wasn't going to play at all. Luckily, last minute, after the qualifier, my old teammate Sylvanik, they wanted to change their roster up and asked me to play. And I knew these guys were doing pretty good in the qualifiers, and I couldn't miss out on this opportunity, really.
He knows he could be that.
So this is the last chance for an open bracket team to take a series, and it'll be Unreal Nightmare versus Cloud9, and it's just starting. Wow, it's gonna be pretty late then. There's gonna be a pretty long break for every single stream. Then I don't know what everyone's gonna do. They might as well commentate over this HCS Red. I think that's what LVT is gonna probably end up doing, or else everyone's just gonna have to take like an hour-long intermission. Like the main stream is gonna have to take an hour-long intermission right now, bro. I just got some food, so I feel like everyone's gonna have to take a long break, and then championship bracket will start probably around like 4 p.m. if I had to guess. What did they predict it was gonna start? Let's see. I'm pretty sure they have the schedule on X. So let's go here. Let's go to HCS. Let's see when they predicted that champ bracket's gonna start. Alright, here we go, Saturday. Championship bracket starts. Yup, they predicted it, bro. 4 p.m., bro, there it is. I literally, dude, I knew it. So they got an hour-long break, eh? Wow. So what are they gonna be doing here on the main stream? I'm wondering. They gotta be watching. Yup, there it is. They're just watching. Okay, I guess I'll watch it here. That's awesome. Yeah, man. I'm gonna get a little glass of wine here, because we're vibing on a weekend. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, chat? Big vibes, big vibes. I think I'm gonna start my RuneScape streams on Monday, so if you guys are looking forward to some RuneScape stuff, tune in on Monday. I think I'm going to do the Regicide quest. And Roving Elves, that'll be the goal, those two.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score.
Do you ever drink while I play? Not usually. Not, like, almost never. Because, like, unless you're, like, used to drinking. But I'm not really used to drinking. Like, I'll drink, like, every once in a while, like, special occasions, right? If I drank while I played, I feel like, maybe if I was, like, 1 or 2 drinks, that's fine. Like, a little tipsy, if anything, you get a little boost, right? But, like, if you're, like, too many drinks deep, you cannot play. like different like things react differently for different people, right? Everyone has like their system. Everyone's system operates differently. It's the same to a degree, but you know, obviously every human is very complex, right? So something that works for one person might not work for another person. So someone has like a drink or two and they play better because it like stimulates their brain in a different way, you know? Never know, man. The human brain is a pretty complex and cool thing. Obviously there's like research done with science and like shit like that. And if you're gonna try to play at your optimal, you don't want to like be drinking alcohol because it impairs your like judgment and shit. I'm just talking about like maybe 1 or 2 drinks, you know. Like right there, I just had like a quarter glass of wine just to like, you know, taste good. I ordered some pizza. Vibing on a weekend. And if I played right now, I feel like I would dominate. So it all just depends, bro. I actually probably will play later today. What up, Grenade? How's your new ranked season adventures? Chillin', bro. It's good, 1600. Let's go, bro. This guy's on the grind.
Enemy about to score.
Yeah, 1600 and up. Yep. Let's go, bro.
Enemy team score. Hill incoming. Hill ready.
Were the servers down this morning and you couldn't get in? Not for me. Servers were okay for me. I was playing with my boy Nemesis and we got a few games in before the main broadcast and LVT and all them started up. And now we're both just kind of just vibing. Might play again later today, like I said though. It was a fun grind sesh this morning, so want to get more dubs. And like, dude, these are dubs, bro. If I search with anyone else that's sweaty, it's just fucking just feels so free. They're sweating, I'm sweating, and then if we get like any other kid on our team that's sweating, it's GG, bro. Like, bro, we searched this morning, we got Sika, then we got like someone else, and it's like, bro, if I'm sweating and he's sweating, and then we get a sweaty teammate, it's kind of unfair. It's kind of like, we're just like 3 of us, and like maybe they get 1 or 2 sweaty guys, but it's like, I don't know, it's fun as hell. I was liking some matchmaking this morning, not gonna lie. Hey, what up, Dark Knight? Good afternoon, good afternoon. What kind of pizza? I got, pepperoni, mushrooms, green pepper, and chili peppers sprinkled on top with a can of Coke and a house dip. I'm gonna smash the whole thing. You guys are gonna witness it live on stream in like 20 minutes. Yeah, you probably just needed to reset your game or your internet, Halo for Life, if you couldn't get on, because I was playing a few hours ago. Very weird. You guys gotta tune into the RuneScape stream on Monday, man. I've been playing a lot of RuneScape, even as a kid, right? And then I stopped playing for a while. Started playing again recently, and I'm like, man, this is a game I could just stream. But I just didn't for a long time because I felt like really newbie. I feel like I'm finally at the point where I'm not feeling as newbie. Kind of understanding what's going on. I'm PKing people in the wild. I'm doing bosses and shit, so I'm like, yeah, I might be able to stream now. And I got a lot of quests to do because, I mean, shit, I've not been questing, but I will. You know, I feel like I saved that for streaming on purpose because that's just like free content. I won't have to find anything to do, bro. I'll just be like, what's the next quest? And that's, if I just get it done on stream, it takes me like 2 hours. That's you guys just watching me get a quest done. I don't know. I guess it might not be the most fun content, but at least, you know, I'll find ways to make it fun. Obviously, like, play Halo in between, before I get on or after, or whenever there's like sweaty games going on. Maybe I'll hop on and play, or if someone wants me on, I'll hop on. But I feel like this RS grind might be a nice chill grind to add to the stream category. I just never played it on stream, but might be time. So now we're just watching the pool play. Yeah, this is gonna take a long time. Coming up, Optic versus Shopify. Holy shit, bro! Is like Scump on? Like who's watching this? Hold on. I gotta see if the homie Scump's like getting ready for this. Oh, Maniac's there. Yeah, everyone's just getting ready for this, bro. Oh man, and after this we get to watch Optic versus Shopify in about 45 minutes. Actually, this game's still going on. Holy shit, this is like the longest game ever. I would say like an hour still from now. This could go to game 5, right? It's looking like a very tight series in Cloud9. The pro team again taking the dub over the open bracket team. Holy bro. Is there any hope for these open bracket teams, bro? Or will they go 0 for 4 in each pool? So it wouldn't even matter which open bracket team went in any pool, because every single one of them got torched, right? That's kind of crazy. We had homemade pizzas last night. Jalapeno pizza dough. Wait, hold on. What the heck? Hold on. This guy's flavoring up the pizza dough over here. That sounds fire as hell. What the hell? So jalapeno pizza dough from Aldi. Wait, from Aldi. Ground sausage and pepperoni. So you're gonna show your pizza on stream? Yeah, I'll show my pizza on stream, bro. This guy loves the pizza, bro. Bro, it's like a mini pizza, man. I just got a little guy. pizza was like 12 Canadian. How much is that in US? So it's like $9. 8.5, $9. I have to pay for delivery. It's kind of worth because I just want to sit here and watch Halo.
Oh, that's not. Why do you have to say it
I like that. I like that. These guys are commentating it. I knew LVT would end up commentating this shit, but let's get it.
You can come by tonight. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, Game 2. Cloud9 Unreal Nightmare.
Wait, what? What did I tune into, bro?
We play Hearthstone. Are you going to Hearthstone?
Isaac is.
Oh, yeah.
Cloud9's up 1-0, and I'm sorry, I don't know what to.
All
for
I
once
said
in my
was,
life, I'm left speechless here.
All I said was, we have fun. You can come over tonight if you want to. Why is that taken in a really? Why is that?
Why are you saying that?
What up? Hey guys, you want to come by? We'll play Hearthstone. Is that better?
You can say, yeah. Do you want to play? Do you want to play?
There's many ways you can say this like a normal.
I mean, you guys both need powers. I think it was.
Yeah. Hey guys, you want to come up?
I really like Septify. I think he's been playing.
Yeah.
I think Septify is like.
Yeah.
His unlock. I was
Don't
talking to
kill
him
me.
about it yesterday.
Really?
And
Okay.
He said, yeah, this team I feel really confident in. It's like he says the game hasn't ever felt like this fun or this easy. So it's like very confident in this new team, and I think this is one of the rare situations where there was a roster change where TSM and Cloud9 got better from their respective changes.
That's a really good point, and like you talked about, it's more fun. I think the biggest thing is the fact that the game is more fun when you're in that flow state. I know I say it all the time, the flow. It's much more fun. Sometimes you'll like slot into a roster and you just fit in, and it just works out. Your playstyle works out. Everything. What is going on here? Can you guys explain to me what is in the air right now?
I feel like it's not us.
I don't know what to tell you. Slotting.
I didn't even say anything.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm just watching his facial expression.
Come on, I got you.
All right, the flow. Yep, you're sliding into a roster perfectly. You fit perfectly, and now you can get into your flow state, and you can play a comfortable version of Halo.
You're making me laugh. and the worst part is you're making a good point, but I'm listening to
Ladies and gentlemen, is there any huhs in the chat at this point? Like, that's what or like, what's the other one that they use? H-U-H, all capitals, there's that one.
I think there's probably some question marks in the chat.
Yeah, question marks is the other one.
Question mark is a good one.
I would actually like to know if there's question marks.
What my good friend Tim is trying to say is, like, you know,
I'm going to find out.
Like you said, sometimes you get on a roster and you just click. You have that chemistry, and clearly Septify has found a home. And I got.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. We're going into Slayer Recharge, gentlemen. Coming up next.
The Cloud9 fan in the back is awesome.
Yeah, you know what? that one fan is so good. Like, that is so good. Like, you can hear that. Especially, I want to make a point here. Being on these up stages like the featured stations, it's not as hype as main stage, obviously, right? So having that like loud, you can hear them. I don't know if you can hear them, but they're loud. They're getting loud. It's very important for this roster. Regardless, let's hop on board with Ice Kid. I think this kid
Game
is
2,
Icy
baby. Let's
one,
get it.
But I also think he's extremely good at the game. I think he's going to get picked up by someone. He's on another level, in my opinion.
I'm gonna go battle out with that one guy.
What are you gonna do?
C9. I'm just gonna. It's gonna be me and him just battling.
The whole roster.
Redown for Cloud9 right off the bat here, and again,
Nah, the
this
whole
is one of those
roster's
Slayer
kinda
games,
crazy,
and
I can't
you
even
hear
lie.
a lot of pros call Slayers toss-ups. They call it like random, and that's just kind of the case. It just depends on who gets those power weapons, who has position, and who's able to stagger the spawns as well. 7-3 already. This is a really good start here for Unreal Nightmare.
The big thing for inexperienced teams on Slayers is just not giving up free deaths. So far, Unreal Nightmare not doing that. In fact, they're putting the pressure on Flying. Cloud9 go 3 down, and the lead will continue to grow. Now 5 between Unreal Nightmare and this lead. This is just great work early on. They've got Cloud9 completely trapped.
Yeah, this is really good out of Unreal Nightmare. Can they continue this is the point, right? Are they going to be able to continue this pressure? It looks like a lot of Cloud9 is trapped on that
Well, my
and
food's
that's
going to be here
exactly what Unreal
soon.
Nightmare need to do now is push this aggression, and they're doing just
So
that.
I'm going to go grab that. I'll BRB, guys.
Here, gets the cleanup.
Let me see if LVT is streaming this one. Yup, let's get it. Gotta love it. But they do have ads, unfortunately. It's just impossible to go full screen, I guess, here, guys.
We'll see how they react.
Never mind, we're good.
Are Unreal Nightmare wearing face skins?
By taking back control of A, now Unreal Nightmare have it for.
I guess they're not, bro. We're just gonna go to the Halo channel, bro. Unfortunately. One sec, guys. Get my food.
Than crazy. And speaking of crazy, my name's Lottie. I got clutch. I got upset.
The truth comes out.
I was wondering where that was going. Boys, what a day one. I feel like we say this every single time we come into a day number 2. That pool play has just surprised us, and it's just been so crazy across the board. But this time, honestly, there's been a couple of upsets coming forward, and I don't even know how we're going to approach this championship bracket based on what we're seeing here. I mean, so many things have been going on. And Wes, when you're looking across the pools, what's really catching your eye for the folks at home that might have missed day one?
Got to be TSM versus Optic and NV versus SSG. Bettering both of those top seeds in their pools have made this championship bracket a complete mess. And I think we're going to learn a lot about players and teams' consistency as we get to that bracket, because yes, you created some upsets in pool play, but this is where the job really starts, right? Championship bracket. You do not want to go to Elim bracket early, because one of Shopify or Optic will be there, one of SSG and FaZe will be there, and those teams will start to knock off the lesser competition. So consistency is the name of the game going into day 2.
It's certainly is. We actually have Pool C still going on right now, which is why you can't see where the winners quarterfinals will be filled in here with NV. But this is the winner's side of things, and TSM versus Nemesis in that winners quarterfinals. Nemesis once again edging their way through the competition in another land, but TSM have been looking so good. This team have come in with a roster change, and we often say that one man can really make a difference. Well, this one man is Manny, and he has been so great for this roster. And I think really in terms of chemistry here on set, I think the dynamic he brings to this team, coming back together after 2 years, it's like they never really were apart, and they've just picked up where they left off.
Yeah, haven't missed a beat. I think it's been really impressive what we've seen from TSM so far, and I think that they're going to be a team to watch, and what an opportunity they have. You look at that side of the bracket, and you look at the teams that are on it, and I mean this with the greatest of respect to those teams. There is a run at top 3 here. You know, there's a run at guaranteed top 3 for one of these teams, and the big series, obviously, is the first one against Nemesis, I think, for them. That's going to be a real back-and-forth series, but TSM, they've looked amazing so far. They beat Optic. I'm excited to watch what they do today.
I'm very excited to watch what they do. I think, honestly, I've got my eye on Druck. I think Druck had a phenomenal performance yesterday. He's going to really need to step things up today, heading into the champ bracket, to really push the boundaries, I think, and head on through that winner side of things, sailing into, hopefully, a grand final position at some point. But we do also have another battle happening on the winner's bottom half here. FaZe Clan versus Space Station. Now, FaZe, they have been on a tear once again. A very clean pool play from them, coming into things in Arlington with a very similar kind of look here, and championship bracket finding themselves against Space Station Gaming, who, you know, are looking a little bit lackluster at the moment. Brav, how are you feeling about FaZe, and potentially this winners quarterfinals could be a really big kind of push for them going forward?
Yeah, certainly. I think that, let's not forget, in Arlington, they're also 9-0 in pools, right?
Yes.
This team has done well in pools this year, so I think they're kind of firing exactly where they expected to be, with a very similar record. If you're on the FaZe side, I think you can't take SSG lightly, but they're probably already thinking, okay, let's lock in, let's play the best we can against SSG so that we show up in a better way against the winner of Optic Shopify. And it's pretty wild how these teams, they just can't avoid each other in the bracket. We were catching up with Frosty today, last shot today, and it's just like, it's wild how your top 4 now for the second time are just finding each other in the bracket early on yet again.
I will say, this is going to be a big game for FaZe SSG. They didn't manage to match up last time in Arlington, and FaZe taking that 3rd spot, I think there were a few mumbles from SSG fans saying like, hey, well, FaZe had a great bracket, they had a clean run, they didn't get to face Space Station Gaming. Who knows what could have happened? Who is the true 3rd and 4th? We're going to get to see that duke out on the main stage, Wes.
Yeah, and on the SSG side, I think if you're going to play any of the top 4, FaZe is who you've had the most success against. They have beaten them at the Kason land. They do well against FaZe in scrims. So SSG, this is a very winnable series to right all of the wrongs that feel like they're going on amongst the boat right now. So big series for SSG to come out, play their game, and they can beat a team like FaZe, but they're going to need to play better than they did yesterday in order to do so.
Yeah, they had a tough day yesterday. SSG looking, I don't know, a little bit lazy, to be perfectly honest with you. The shots just not kind of flowing like you would normally see with their 1v1s, even 2v1s. The teamwork just wasn't there. I don't know what to make of it. I will say though, coming into this day number 2, they start things off with the open bracket team with Alpha, and they did 3-0 them, and I actually did see in chat that people were saying that was so fast I didn't even know what happened. So that's good. That's a good little bit of confidence heading into day number 2 and the second day here for Champ Bracket. But going up against FaZe, Onset, what do you need to see out of this team heading into this first match where they're really in a deeper water here?
I think it's belief in each other. It's very... You could get into the weeds of the technicalities of it, but I think you've got to pull yourself out of the we're not playing well
Beautiful,
mentality.
beautiful. Now I'll show you guys the slice.
You've got to believe in the calls that they make. You've got to back the calls up. You've got to be aggressive. You've got to just believe that the players who are sat alongside you are the ones who are going to carry you through this bracket and get you towards that grand final. And I think for SSG, game number 1 is going to be so important. I think if they can get a 1-0 lead in that game against FaZe, they're going to feel confident they can go on and take it. If they go down by 1, all those bad thoughts start to come back again. So for SSG, that game number 1 is
go. Pepperoni, mushroom, green pepper, chili flakes, got some sauce, a can of Coke. Time to vibe out. I'm going to watch the LBT stream though. I think they're going to do a nice job commentating this.
At the bottom center, not really mattering at this point. I wouldn't be so sure about that. I don't think Unreal Nightmare is going to move. Like,
really?
They might burn 2 minutes off this clock. There's no reason for them to do anything. Cloud9 certainly isn't going to move until Camouflage is going to come into play. So we're at least going to have a 20-30 second reprieve.
Question is Shroud up though. There they go. Shroud comes out. You see it's deployed on the ledge right there as well. And it'll be a camo for Sap. What is he going to do with it is the question. This break is everything for Cloud9 right now. It's up to Sap to open things up.
Unreal Nightmare playing a setup-heavy game since it was 34-24, and Sab tries to break that setup with the camouflage, but is caught out. 42-38. Unreal Nightmare trading their way closer to that 50-kill mark.
A little, I think, too aggressive from Sab. Yeah. Like, he acted as if nothing could spot him there, and he just gets caught out in the air. He cannot be that aggressive, but only a 4-kill deficit, right? Just one team wipe. We see it all the time in Slayers. Cloud9 certainly are not out, and Sab just got the first pick, and they know where these players are wanting to set up. Cloud9 should theoretically be able to collapse in. The most important player on the map right now is Ice Kid. You see him all the way on that perimeter, on the top side of the map. If he can get through to pipes and create some chaos, Cloud9 will have to react to that.
That's the important fight we got to watch, because there's Boo Doobo on the glass as well. Where is Ice Kid going to go? Right now, he's giving up a lot of information to know exactly where he is. Envor is there with him on the long haul side. Lethal's got the cross, though, here, but for a moment, the gap is open. Ice Kid's going to try to exploit that, but he goes right back.
That's an experience, in my opinion. Ice Kid just gave up a free life right there. Remember, the most important thing in a game is situation. The situation, you're up, and there's less than, 3 minutes in the game. You don't have to play fast. They get caught out.
Huge kills.
Cloud9 is starting to find the kills that's needed. They're only down 2 now.
Only down 2, but there goes Cloud9, another player into the black screen, and Unreal Nightmare pushing up and activating through that, just 3 kills away from tying up the series, but what a grenade! They knew exactly where Envor was.
Campbell's coming up very shortly here as well, and that 2-kill lead is still in effect. Under 2 minutes left in the game. It's going to be, of course, very important camo. I'm not sure who's able to grab that at the 2-minute mark. It's important to find that out, though. 2 kills is all Unreal Nightmare needs.
Big win by Boo Boo. Oh, they got him. Shoot, I was holding my breath trying to figure out where that play was going to come to, but Unreal Nightmare able to hold off Cloud9, but I think emphasis on that word, right? Hold off. It felt like that game was getting dicier and dicier. If we had played Slayers to 60, I don't know if it would have been the same.
Fortress bomb up next, and this is going to be an interesting one. If Cloud9 are able to get their hands on that snipe, we've seen how deadly the spawn trap is, right? If you hold snipe on that elbow, or even like a player like Roll 2 we saw in Arlington holding that snipe on the spiral and just sitting on those stairs and staying alive, even without snipe, staying alive the entire time. I think that's a big proponent to success on this map.
Fortress Bomb, we're going to see a whole lot of slays on the, on the map.
A lot.
It's not often a time it's going to end soon. It's going to end with maybe somebody dropping a daggone 50 bomb half the time here. Cloud9, Unreal Nightmare going into the swing game number 3. And it got me thinking, when the last time we see Septify, Super CC, and Envoy in a lobby together? What was that, Fnatic year one?
It's crazy.
I mean, it's been quite some time. Well, now on different side of things, obviously Septify on Cloud9 have been absolutely fantastic, but Unreal Nightmare have kind of been one of the sneaky teams here in this tournament, out of the open and here in pool play.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Unreal Nightmare does. Again, like, if they decide to stick together after this event, like, what does that look like? And you pointed out a good play, Ice Kid, and you said the perfect word to describe it: experience. You know, him dying right there, that could have really turned things around for Cloud9 and allowed that comeback to happen. But I'm curious if, like, a team that maybe is trying to poach a player like Ice Kid is looking for that and saying, hey, you know, let's forget the experience part because we can build on that, and let's just look at its fundamentals. What do you think is, like, going through maybe people's heads when they watch Ice Kid?
I think Ice Kid, like, yeah, he's gonna make small mistakes here and there. I think that's to be anticipated, but I think a lot of people are seeing his potential. When I was talking to some pro players, and I'm like, hey, you know, like, who in the open bracket you guys have your eyes on? A surprising amount of them said Ice Kid.
Really?
Like, yeah, I was like,
that's awesome.
I was not aware that he was on the radar of so many high-level players, and I was like, okay. Like,
that's awesome.
I mean, because to be honest, I didn't think this team was going to get out of the open bracket. I thought it was going to be probably like either ascending baseline or dark inside once again. But no, these guys, I mean, they ran through. They were able to win some massive games, and I think they've really are going to be happy with this force, especially like, they've been taking
versus Shopify.
This is the matchup everybody wants to see, and we get to see it early in the winners bracket. Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming have been going back and forth ever since this season got underway, and now we will see one of them fall down to that elimination bracket. It is the perfect way to start bracket play here in Dallas on a Saturday.
A little bit of Saturday deja vu coming at you here. These two teams, we knew they would meet yet again. However, we did not know they would meet so soon. Once again, Shopify versus Optic, due to Optic with a 50-49 Game 5 loss to TSM, puts them the second seed in the pool and makes them face now their biggest rival in the Halo Championship Series early on in your winners quarterfinal.
This is your 1 and 2 from Arlington, the first major of the year. This is your 1 and 2 from the KSAT Invitational that started before the season even got underway, and it is 1-1 if you look at those grand finals. But when it comes to HCS tournaments, it's Optic who have that win under their belt. Shopify Rebellion would love nothing more than to send Optic down to that elimination bracket early, and we're starting off with a little bit of neutral brom here on Aquarius.
Fantastic map to start things off here. Going to be an absolute bloodbath. And as we said, Shopify Rebellion taking the winners quarterfinal in Arlington. However, suffering a grand finals loss in the first series and a Game 7 loss in the second series as well. Optic with the momentum from that tournament. However, you got to think from pool play, the momentum has completely swapped over as Shopify comes out with the first seed.
All right then, DreamHack, this is going to be a series to remember. Legend on your screen right now, and Shopify Rebellion finding themselves 3 in the death screen early. You can see a couple of players trapped in the back of the base. Bomb is being progressed up towards the front of the Shopify base, and Legend is hunting. Still 2 dead here for Shopify.
Wow, 6 kills off the rip there, as you see a 4 dead followed by a 2 dead now, and fridge spawners as well. They're going to get split spawns here.
Bomb will try to stay alive. There is a player who has spawned, like you say, and split away from that fridge spawn. Shopify trying desperately. Look at that straight from last shot, by the way. Wiggling left, wiggling right. Managing to hit the perfect shots as well. Shopify doing a pretty good job actually to defend this push from Optic. It felt like Optic had control for around 30 seconds there, but just couldn't get that bomb inside the base.
Like that fade away.
Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it.
Heck of a way to get out of dodge. 2 dead for Optic though, so finally a response from Shopify in terms of the aggression. It's 3 dead, 4 dead for Optic against 2 players alive for Shopify. That'll give them a moment to breathe.
Bomb already being progressed towards the closet here for Shopify Rebellion in a cycle. The youngster who would have felt heartbreak.
Oh wow, so they're starting this already. That's crazy. Kind of cool.
He's picking up a double kill and clearing the way for that bomb to move
Probably
in.
preferred.
It's not just 2, he might be able to turn 3 here as Formal. He's trying to get back in towards his base to stop this bomb going in. A killing spree for last shot as well.
Shout out to LVT though for providing the content of the other series, you know, the open bracket series. The open team, sorry.
Last player alive, top mid, he jumps out
Gotta love
base
it.
to get the stop on the arm, otherwise that thing would have been gone already. Big play from him to keep the team alive.
Optic have done a phenomenal job. Like you say, Renegade, the catalyst for that defensive play, but most importantly, they've got that bomb out of the base. And if you're watching for the first time here, you're walking past, you're wondering how the game type works, you have to get that bomb into your opponent's base, hold it in that arming zone until you get it armed and you get that point on the board.
Yeah, speaking of, we find ourselves in a great place here in DreamHack. If you're not in the room with us, just to paint the picture, to our right, one of the largest CS tournaments of the year. To our left, an enormous Call of Duty tournament as well. So to have Halo here right in the smack dab middle,
That's actually really cool.
Fantastic first-person shooter fest is pretty amazing. It's been a great weekend so far, and to be honest, we're just getting started with the Halo action here in bracket play.
We've had upsets, and now we have the 2 biggest teams in the league going up against each other early on in the winner's side. Camo did get picked up by Renegade there, but wasn't really able to put it to too much use. But Optic is starting to progress that bomb through the closet themselves.
Trying to clear out that hard to clear corner.
Down a couple of one-shots.
Techno good for it from CT Vent, and it's 5. So shrugging off that clutch.
I wonder if now's going to Hero AK, there's the ability for...
Bro, I'm surprised we're not hearing the other fucking... the other people, bro. They're kind of loud. Cheering and shit. It's actually really insane, bro.
Might be able to move this one in as well. Formal will actually get 2. There's 1 player top.
A lot of pros in that building, bro.
It's Frosty, who's not only staying alive, but outputting damage.
Kinda
Formal
cool.
gets the trade. 3 dead for Shopify, but 3 dead for Optic as well.
Legends there.
But the respawn's already coming in here for Shopify Rebellion. Cycle's trying to just buy some time, and even though he does get down, last shot's moving in here to clear out the base. Shopify again, kind of repeating what Optic did in their base and managed to make a last-second defensive stand.
Notice the importance there of Frosty top mid yet again. That's the 2nd time in this game. The bomb is arming yet again. That's a big touch from Renegade.
Renegade's going to try and arm this one. Cycle goes down as well, thanks to Formal. It's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Stop! Frosty gets the stop though, but that bomb is pretty close to being armed.
Wow, Frosty also gets good damage on Formal, and he has spawners as well. It's a big stop again from Frosty. Back-to-back stops is one of the last players alive.
And they will get that bomb out of the base. So it's Shopify Rebellion who hold on by the skin of their teeth inside the base. That was a real opportunity for Optic Gaming to score, but just one they couldn't take.
Man, the first instance was Frosty top mid. He got very key damage, which allowed the util spawner to go with util bridge, kill Formal right away. Then, as you said, Optic gets a last-second touch with that bomb. It looks like they had it done, but Frosty wins a very key 1v1 and then gets good damage on Formal to buy them more time once again. So back and forth here, complete tug-of-war off your opening 4.5 minutes.
Another camo goes the way of Optic Gaming though, but 2 players have fallen. Even though Legend was output a huge amount of damage, Cycle being a nuisance, Legend still hitting his shots. A Royal 2 for Shopify now last alive, and Optic have a chance with 4 dead on the Shopify side to maybe get this first bomb armed.
This should be good timing-wise. They might have to front up here. Last shot gonna go top mid.
Nades come in!
Good nades!
Get backed off! Last shot goes top mid, and it's 4 dead for Optic, and again! Shopify just hold on!
What a stop. Only 2 players were alive when the arm began. Fridge spawners and pink spawners, and last shot wastes no time for the top mid angle, and they have perfect nades off the pillar from the fridge.
Optic probably looking back on these opportunities and thinking, what went wrong? Seem to have all the pieces in place to get that bomb down, get that point on the board. Royal 2 now last alive for Shopify. Again, looking across the statistics at the moment of the players, it's Formal leading the way here for Optic, 15 and 9 for Matthew Piper.
Yeah, Optic so far with a little bit of a slaying lead, but as you've seen, still netted up here 0-0, and Shopify finding a good bit of momentum. A perfect trade there, a rare one, by the way. Let's get into a listen in here with Shopify.
You are dead. One shot, low gen. Low gen, go corridor.
Yo, camo and 10, guys. Camo and 10. Camo and 10.
Yo, top B, on nades, and then looking for one probably. No, let's go to speed out. Yo, RP1, weak. RP1, hit him 3 times, guys. Watch out, Yo, one shot, core one, weak, guys. Core one still, guys. Charge up. Yeah, break.
Still there.
To the break, guys, to the break. One more break, car one. They're break car one. We got bomb margin. Oh, you car 3.
Camo's down their brick.
RB weak. I mean, one shot.
Nice. Camo's down.
Yo, man, red bomb. Got a melee.
Good shot, guys.
Nice. Yo, I'm trying to get. We got the gen. First got the gen. 2 up. 2. All car, shoot the gen prison. Yo, Matt, just hold it. Don't juggle. To the gen. Makes it. What you 2 1-shots? 2 1-shots right now. 2 1-shots in front, 1 back. 2 went flank. Nice, keep looking. Okay, I'm hitting break. We got gen pressing now. Go hitting break. They're guys. They're break. Yo, one shot. I got you. Just got their engine. 2 down. Flex one. He's gonna go shocks. They love shocks. Yo, they're brick right now.
Well, Shopify, as you would imagine, incredibly intense in those comms. You saw Renegade actually trying to go for a little sneaky plant there. So Optic trying all the tricks at the moment, but still neither team able to get that bomb armed.
Look at Formal, by the way, 20 and 12 at this stage. The next closest is 14 kills. Actually, Frosty just hit 15, but still, that's quite a margin to be +8 and tied for most assists in the game. It's a great start for Matthew Piper.
Formal having to play a little bit slow here as Shopify have the majority of the map in their control. You can see they're trying to move the bomb through the courtyard, but that'll be slowed down as Bound not only picks up 1, but finds himself a little double kill as well. Last shot pushes out and wins the fight against Formal. And now down on car 1, you can see Renegade wins his. The bomb is down car 1 at the moment. I think Optic are trying to move this through the car side.
Bound desperately trying to stay alive, but they sniff him out, and you heard it during the listen-in. 3 dead, by the way, for Shopify. You heard it during the listen-in. Finding that last player and making sure that the priority kills coming in really has been a theme for both teams, and as you can tell by the scoreboard, after nearly 8 minutes of play, they've both done it very well.
2 dead hit for Shopify. Bomb is on the Optic side of the map as well. Cycle's trying to fly out to help clean up Legend. He manages to do so, but Shopify still lacking numbers on the map. Cycle and Royal 2 still in the death screen. That allows Bound to just take a little bit of a sneaky angle here. He's going to get the beat down, but not the kill. But here comes Renegade. He'll find 1. Frosty was no shields, but Renegade not having any shields back as well does not want to trade in this scenario.
Similar to what we saw yesterday, despite Optic leading in the Slays. Of course, it was Fortress yesterday, but still, despite leading in the Slays, having to work very, very hard to get these arms on the board, and it feels like the first bomb likely to take the win here.
3 minutes, 30 seconds left on the game clock as well.
Show for show.
Renegade's going to try and get maybe the double melee with that bomb in his hand, but instead, again, it's going to be Shopify inside of their base who are just doing such a good job to stop the Shopify pushes, the Optic pushes onto their base. Frosty, once again, makes sure to trade in and around his base. The bomb is still down. And no team really has enough control to move that in towards the base right now.
Well, we still have 3 minutes left on the clock here. Still a lot of time to play. Let's get into an Optic listen and see what they're up to.
Yeah, that was like perfect timing for his listening.
We haven't pinned right now. Yeah, they could be up pink. 30. You guys need to kill P1.
Someone in the chat goes, brother. Yo, that's too funny, bro.
Cycle weak, 2 left, round 2 left. 2 shot our gen guys and 1 moving bomb.
Moving bomb, L2. Camel guys.
I hear. They're gonna try to hold,
They have it.
I'm gonna jet bound, Shots weak. Go gen.
I'm running back. Nice. Still have camo.
Yo, P2 also.
Might be camo, guys.
Two shot,
you guys can go car. 2 shot. No,
one thing. Our fridge roll 2.
We don't know where camo's at. I'm bomb weak, guys.
Nice, John. Yo, our fridge roll 2.
Yo, car 2. Yo, camo's up on our engine. Jumping up behind you, Sepri. Jumping up behind you. Yeah. Shoot. Your first guy, man.
Optic on the back foot here inside of their base as we come out of the listening back into the gameplay, and last shot getting another touch on that bomb. Means that Optic are going to have to make some defensive plays here, and Formal having to play this one slow and patient in the back of his base.
Moments ago, you heard the reaction from Optic as Renegade got that kill solo in the util. It was a big one, and once again, bought them a lot of time, but Formal's able to get a toss out, stay alive for the time being. Psycho likely going to try to move that bomb as fast as he can. Big damage again for Renegade!
Finds one somehow in that situation. How vital could that be? Legend finds another one inside of the base, and Optic trying to hold on as we enter the last 60 seconds of regulation time here. Bound should be able to get the second on the Frosty, but Frosty manages to evade the grenade. The bomb is out of the base. Most importantly, last shot last alive, and Optic have got eyes on him as well.
Back-to-back spawns where Renegade gets a kill and essentially in a 1v4. And now allows them to push up the map here. 39 seconds left, maybe one last-ditch effort before overtime.
So Shopify in a familiar situation, which is trapped in the back of their base as the bomb moves to the car side. Bound hits a beautiful looking shots onto Royal 2, and maybe that kind of play is the opening that Optic need. Everybody from Shopify is trapped in the back of the base here. Last shot finds one.
Wow.
Bound will find an opening though, and that bomb is perilously close to the arming spot.
Wants to stay alive here, we can. Staying alive is huge here. 2 dead for Shopify.
2 dead for Shopify. Royal 2 gets a double kill though. Bound will get the killing spree.
Yo, great spree right there. Holy shit.
One from Optic.
Good plays.
Close enough for that bomb to get it inside of that arming zone and get it armed again. Again, Shopify Rebellion at times have held on in this game.
Camo grab, by the way, as overtime begins. Next bomb, of course, will win, but if Royal 2 can stay alive here, as it's now a 2v2 on the map, this would be a big opener if they can continue moving the bomb.
3 dead here for Optic. Formal gets a kill just to give Optic space to get back on the map once again. Royal 2 is trying to make sure that this camo is as effective as it can be in this time, but he's been spotted out. Bound wants to trade, but you're not going to get it as the shots from Royal 2 are crispy.
Very crispy. You almost wondered if he kind of meat shielded him there, and Formal might have even tagged him once as well in the back. Regardless, it's a very clean win. 2 dead for Shopify yet again.
See that bomb in a pretty neutral position, just ever so slightly in the territory of Shopify Rebellion. They're trying to move it. Optic here through bottom middle, but they need some kills before they do so. 2 minutes now left in overtime. Like you said, quite rightly, next plant will win. Or are we going to have to go to double overtime here?
Certainly possible with the way this one has gone. And Bound and Formal, by the way, 1 kill away each from a 30 bomb. Legend, your last player alive for the 2nd time in a row. This would be a big trade, doesn't get it, which means luckily Renegade off spawn is able to clean that up. Otherwise, it would have been a little bit dire for Optic Gaming. 135 left in overtime.
Bomb is down on the car side. Royal 2 is behind enemy lines here, doing so much damage. Bound taken down to no shields, but still stays alive long enough to have an influence on the second fight. Formal's going to find one inside of the base as well, and at the moment, Shopify need a big play here from last shot. He finds one. He doesn't get the beat down onto Renegade, which will cost him the opportunity of the double kill, and maybe the path to be carved for Shopify to look for an arm. Camo comes up, Renegade's gonna grab it.
That was a 2v2 in the back of the base yet again. Renegade gets a kill that you should say certainly should have been a trade yet again. And now he's got the camo. This would be absolutely heartbreaking if he turns that 2v2 now into an arm. We'll see what they can do, but he's about to flank behind him.
I mean, that bomb was about to get reset bottom middle, but Cycle got a really important touch on it to keep it in the possession of Shopify Rebellion and deep into the Optic Gaming half of the map. So Shopify can be able to push up onto this, but they still don't know where Renegade is with this camo. And he is using that bomb as bait. It's going to be great damage, great output, and great patience as well from Renegade here.
2 dead here, 30 seconds on the clock. They need to have this thing moving now. 3 dead. Last player alive looks like going to be a top pink player. World 2 up there. They'll finally get taken down. Now pink spawn's coming in.
Nade comes in. Frosty wins that fight, but he's going to be taken down. Cycle, he gets taken down. Optic making a last second.
No way they actually got that.
It's 3 dead for Shopify. The bomb goes in with 15 seconds left in the overtime clock. And Optic will be up by 1 and win by 1.
Just when you thought we were going to a double OT, Optic Gaming finds
wow,
the pieces
dude.
in the back of the base. What a drop and shoot there to prioritize the kill. You need to do that on Aqua Bomb. That's exactly what they did. The Green Wall fans in the building are happy. And as you can see, they are amazing. The crowd goes all the way back.
We told you it'll be close. I mean, that's the perfect indication of what you can expect to see from these two teams. We go into overtime, and it goes down to the last 15 seconds of overtime to get 1 point on the board, 1 bomb armed. How many times did we see what felt like situations that would turn into bomb arms not happen because of brilliant defensive plays in both bases? But I think upon reflection there and I would say pressure upon the map, Optic probably come away from that one thinking they deserve to win that game.
I think so. Formal 34 and 25, Bound 33 and 29. Both players there, and look at Bound breaking 10K damage in the overtime period. And I agree, Optic outslaying clearly, as you saw, also out damaging. And in the end, in the final 15 seconds, managing to find that bomb arm. Really, the baiting and the switching and the timing was finally what they needed. The hometown crowd likes what they saw. But I think we should mention, with the exception of Grand Final 1 in Arlington, every single time these teams have played, it has essentially gone to a Game 5 or a Game 7, and that could even be extended into scrim results prior to the season.
Yes.
So we were expecting this between these two. It's always this close, and Game 1 was no exception. We'll take a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, a lot of these are going to be defensive highlights. It'll be players trying to stop the arms going in. It'll be last-second plays. That was Formal early on trying to get that bomb plant, and we saw the couple of bank nades coming off those fridge spawners, managing to flush him out just as it felt like Optic were in position. Another example of it here. Frosty, last alive, by the way, flies through to stop that bomb being armed. And once again, Optic in this kind of position. This is the position. Look at these nades that will come in.
Look at perfect pillar nades off the fridge. Oh, man.
Wow, that's frustrating.
Those nades. You should know every
seriously.
nade from every part of fridge and pink one.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Those arms,
wow, that's actually so true. They know exactly where to throw it to stop the arm. That's such perfect nades.
Where this bomb arm was picked up though. Bound wins a big fight in the back of the base against Cycle. Stays alive long enough to output damage. Formal's there to back his buddy up. And then Bound tries to play meat shield here and manages to just about do so. Then we head into overtime. And it's Renegade trying to make a difference in the back of this space. It was so close, so many times. And you felt like Optic in this moment, maybe it was going to slip through their fingers again, but it's Legend and Formal combining for that big final kill and the pop-off from Legend as well. He's hyped about it.
Yeah, look at this, the entire team actually. And that tells you just how much is on the line in this rivalry. Formal doesn't pop up and stand up and talk trash for just anything, right? And this is only a Game 1.
Let's go, bro. How is Scump not watching this, bro? Just got here. What did I miss?
We're not kidding when they say this is
just the pool play. This is actually the first match of Champ Bracket. So you're just in time for Champ Bracket, Eva.
Get ready for a Game 2 Slayer, and as we said, Slayer has been the difference maker.
I was really hoping one of the open bracket teams was going to win a series against any of the pro teams, but they all went 0-3. Every single open bracket team went 0-3 in their pool. So here we are in Champ Bracket with the pros.
I'm excited to see these teams play Slayer because it is going to be every single moment.
Look at the pros started in pool play and they all get to go to Champ Bracket. Crazy, bro.
Yeah, the difference between getting a trade.
That is crazy, but at least those 4 teams made it through to pools. That's pretty cool. That's like the goal, basically. Cha-ching! Make it to the next round, even through losers, whatever.
Against each other, so keep an eye on situations where a player maybe shouldn't get a trade, but somehow manages to get out of a situation. Either a stick, either a beatdown, whatever it might be, to get out of a situation where it feels like you're at a disadvantage and get a trade.
Hope all is well, Eva.
Close, keeps players on the map, or if you don't get it, all of a sudden 2-3 dead becomes 8 kills in a row. That's how good these teams are.
And it's often the case in objective, but it's of course magnified because each of those will actually amount on the scoreboard, right? Getting a trade and an OBJ to get a little more space. Things like that make such a big difference in terms of your map presence and map composition. Here though, like you say, if you're able to keep things even and you're getting your trades, you can always look forward to the next battle. If that happens 2 or 3 times, right, you're down by 6 or 8, as you had mentioned. So keep an eye on teams being even more disciplined with their deaths. Expect the game to, at times, slow down to a crawl while each team figures out how they want to play the camo, for example. You're going to see a lot of kind of speed changes and a lot of dynamic gameplay coming out of these two teams as they start to realize just how important the Slayers are going to be. Like we talked about earlier, sitting with Last Shot this morning and talking, he's like, listen, those grand finals are always going to have 3 Slayers. And if we're not on top of our Slayer game, we're going to lose them. They know that now. Slayer has been prioritized in the scrim lineups. We're seeing much, much more of them in scrims because of that. Now we'll have to see, has the work paid off for both of these teams? Where are they both at with their Slayer game?
Also want to touch upon how important the coach's role is going to be for making sure the teams are set up in and around the shock rifle and the camo when they come up. The last thing you want to be doing here is finding yourself in a situation where you're losing 2 or 3 about 10-15 seconds before that camo is coming up. You give up not only map control, but also access to getting that power up, or at least keeping it out of the hands of your opponent. And when you've just seen on that map that we just had, Aquarius, how close the 2 teams are, giving them something extra, it can be a huge swing of momentum for both of these teams on which way this game is going to go. But Optic find themselves 1-0 up in the series at the moment. Shopify need to answer back in this game to Slayer.
First meeting of the 2 in terms of a Slayer since that epic grand final Game 7 bracket reset. We'll see who has the Slayer edge here. We're underway.
Well, Bound is doing all sorts of things inside the tower there. Gonna be 3 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. It's a great start for Optic Gaming.
And you're doing good, bro. Just got home. Just got. Wait, I hope you got some rest. Oh, man. I had a great sleep. Yeah, I had a super long stream yesterday. It went super good.
Shopify tries to pick him off at the pass, but instead
I think I hosted. Yeah, I ended up hosting Eli, and he was playing with Summit. And I was like, yeah, let me go to bed. I got such a good sleep. I'll probably end up grinding tonight because I'm like rejuvenated.
Notably, off the start of this game, Andy, Shopify trying to play this one at a quick pace. And Frosty trying to keep them split on the map.
What was a 2-kill lead is now a deficit for Optic Gaming despite the start.
Last night was great.
Shopify answers back right away, grabs the shock and the lead as well.
Shopify just holding forward. Bound though is going to slow that down. A couple of body shots, but not good enough to take down the player from Optic Gaming. And that'll give Optic a little bit of a foothold on the map here, even though Cycle hits the green gun, doesn't get the melee to connect, and we have ourselves tied up at 11 apiece.
Formal thankful for the pre-nade damage that he created there. It allows him to then win the trade, which otherwise would have been an even trade. 11-11 now on the scoreboard.
Camo now the focus. You can see Renegade just playing this angle. 20 seconds until that camo's going to come up. A Bound finds himself a double kill. Renegade gets a simple one himself. It's 3 dead here for Shopify Rebellion, and we'll have to see if that creates the space and the opportunity for Optic to move towards this camo. They should be able to get this one pretty much uncontested.
Oh, World 2 wins a big one. He probably has Shroud as well, so in a moment he'll be able to Shroud camo for the team. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. 1 response from Shopify.
Yeah, not sure about Optic there. They did everything right in the build-up, but then maybe over-aggressive, hyper-aggressive, trying to push past that power-up that's coming up. Shopify play brilliantly. You have to give them all the credit in the world, but also...
Oh my, Frosty.
Frosty now has the chance with his camo to bring this game even and maybe even put Shopify into a lead.
Surgical comes in there and just absolutely picks apart the angle where he knew Renegade would be on the A door. 3 fall for Optic Gaming yet again. Shopify goes back into a lead. I love that from Frosty. He knew there would be a 1v2 and then he couldn't go straight into A. He has to get so selective with that angle. Still a 1-kill game, however.
Amazing native from Optic Gaming though, and it's Formal who comes through with 2, shuts down the camo, and gets a 3rd as well. Map control re-established thanks to this man on your screen.
Leaves Cycle because he knows the kill's going to come in. They regain the lead off of that triple and the 4th player wipe. It was all 4 dead, and Optic Gaming looked to do it again.
9 and 5 for Formal as well, almost double positive at the start of this game. 22 apiece though, nothing again to separate the 2 teams. Frosty versus Formal. Formal win the fight, but Cycle will make sure that kill gets traded out. 2 dead on either side at the moment. Last shot will find Bound though, and Legend has to be careful here. Tries to escape with the grapple. Just bonked his head there, and that cost him his life.
Now at the mid-game mark, we can check in with the score. You hear the halfway to victory audio cue coming in, and unsurprisingly, neck and neck. But Shopify starts to pull away here at 28-25.
3 dead for Optic, shock rifle, and a full one in the hands of Frosty. Already had a little indication of what he can do with this weapon. Only bit trade this time around, even though he did what felt like a lot of damage in that situation. Now looking to flank onto Cycle here. Can't quite find where he went. Cycle is an elusive gentleman at the best of times, but Bound turns his attention to Royal 2 and deals with him instead.
Love the shots there. Not easy to win that before avoiding the trade. Now at 30-29. We're going to see. Should be a camo grab here for Optic Gaming. We'll see what Bound can do.
30 apiece becomes 31 apiece. So once again, these 2 teams just keep trading these kills out. No one will get away if they have no shields on the map. Found with a lot of pressure on his shoulders here with this camo. Having seen his teammate Renegade goes down, and now he decides to strike, but misses the beatdown! And Royal 2 will make it pay. Optic find themselves 3 dead. Frosty is already pushing forward looking for these spawners.
And now with a 3-kill lead for the first time in a while, let's get into a listening here with Shopify Rebellion.
Watch my cross. Watch your C-block cross. We can. Keep holding white, Yo, top white. They might push, push up that. We're bottom white now 3 shot, I have your C-block cross, I'm walking white. Watch up your beard. You're right. Two BR, white. I don't see that. Nice. Two dead. Watch out. 3 dead. Last guy on that.
This shit might go to a game 5, bro. Last game went to overtime. This game's like pretty close, you know? Gotta love it.
Yo, nothing up for a while. No weapons up for a while. I'm out long. Look at me. Yo, they're gonna be tower. We'll get suitcases, we'll get tower. One got C-pass on me. C-block cross. Three white. One guy playing back cell, 3 white. Yeah, came on 20 now. We just hold this to the camo shot. They're probably grab, go for it. Nice, good play, Brad. Two white. Walking. Top pick out, weak. There's where's your suitcases half? Red bar. One guy back silo. Yo, and mid-range and Neela, one's out, guys. One's turbine. Yo, one's out, turbine. Camo when you guys spawn. Camo.
Out the Optic listening, but it's Shopify Rebellion who have the lead here, but Optic starting to pick up a couple of kills and find a little bit of momentum here. Renegade finds another, and it's now just 3 kills that separate the 2 teams. The only issue here for Optic is it's 7 to go for Shopify Rebellion to close this one out.
Yeah, not a lot of time here. There's a lot to love from that Shopify listening there. Just really
that weapon skin is so sick, bro. I'm so tempted to buy it, but
specific with the comms that he was bringing. We'll talk about that later, though, because it's only a 3-kill game here. 45-43, make it a 2-kill game.
I don't have unlimited credits.
Last shot keeps that foot on the gas, though, keeps the aggression, which has been the name of the game here for Shopify Rebellion at times. It's 2 kills between the 2 teams. Shopify 2 dead. Formal managed to find 1 in all of that scuffle, and Renegade got that camo, but now that it's disappeared, he finds himself a little bit separated from the rest of his team.
Such a huge game here for Shopify. They need to close this out. To go down 0-2 in this series would be a tough hill to climb. Next few kills in the feed probably going to determine this here. And this is what I meant. Watch the game slow down to a crawl when it needs to, because these teams will give each other so much respect until they need to push out for a camo or a shock here. See if they can get some opening damage, maybe an opportunity to push.
Formal has a shroud here as well. 2 players going to be top gold here for Shopify Rebellion as well. So Formal's going to relay that information. You can see him a little bit of screen watching going on as well, seeing if he can gather anything that's going to give him an advantage. And it looks like the push is going to be formulated from Optic here off the back of the damage coming in from Formal. He tries to shroud across to block the line of sight, and there is the push now. It's going to be Renegade who gets that first one. Legend now, he's pushing onto Cycle, doesn't want to trade, it's 47-all. We're tied up, but Frosty with the kill onto Bound, and Royal 2 with another one himself, but Shopify Rebellion 1 away. Frosty will be
2 separated there, but yo, that's crazy, GG.
At 1-1 in the series.
Wow.
How about that for a Slayer return between the 2? An absolute chess match at the end of the game. Smiles on the face of the last shot as they will tie the series 1-1. And a big moment of relief, as we said, to go down 0-2 would be quite a deficit, but instead they maintain the lead. They do not falter, and despite very good timing push coming into gold from Optic Gaming, they're able to not only hold down gold, but also get the final kills at tower to close out the game comfortably. But that's what I mean. Expect to see that between these 2 teams now. They're going to play at a blistering pace, and the second they need to be very careful about their damage and the timing, they will slow the game down to truly just a back and forth until someone's able to get the right amount of opening damage. We're now tied up 1-1.
You can see the idea from Optic and what they were trying to do in those final moments as well. I like the idea, but the execution, not quite there. Even though Renegade got that first pick, it was Shopify who probably, on result of the kills that ended up going down in those final moments, probably out-traded damage elsewhere and managed to shut down the Optic push. And I have to say, a little bit of a quiet game actually from Renegade, who was the man who everybody was looking towards in Arlington as the reason that Optic were able to go on that crazy run and become champions in that game number 2. Not its finest work, But I'm sure they will bounce back. The triple kill there from Formal, by the way. Just a great example of patience, but this is a big moment.
Big moment. They shut down the camo, and Optic not able to really convert. Look at the free kills as well that Frosty was able to get. This is when they were up by quite a margin, 38 to 33. Later, he would also get some free kills kind of from top cap into control. This is the one I'm talking about right here. You cannot allow these types of free kills to be coming in for Shopify. And when you look at the final scoreboard, it's not hard to think that they won off of plays like that. Here's the final push.
This Legend gets one, but he gets traded out, and then the 1v1 last shot doesn't go down because Frosty is going to be there to finish off Formal, who finishes even at 13 and 13, but a little bit of a difference in the reaction from both teams after their respective wins. Optic popping up in game number 1. In game number 2, Shopify look ready for game 3. Just pretty chilled, a little bit of a fist bump, a little bit of a laugh and a joke as we head towards CTF Forbidden, and oh my goodness, what a match this was. Game 6 in Arlington of the bracket reset. Optic perilously close to winning the game. Frosty makes a crazy stop on the flag that would have won Optic the tournament, and Shopify went on to win that game. Now, if we get anything like that, I'm going to be a happy man, and I'm sure everyone who sat in this room will be just as happy as well.
Oh, I'm so glad this is game 3 in this series. It feels like it's perfectly written and perfectly scripted. The fact that these two would be meeting up in this exact series and you'd get a repeat of this game type. Like you said, it was a storybook photo finish in that game 6 in the grand final, where you thought Formal on the G slide was going to bring that flag in to win the tournament. It took them one more game to do so, but already an epic map between these two. Let's take a look at the CTF records here from the HCS Open Dallas 2025.
No losses to report from the Shopify Rebellion side of things. One to report on the Optic Gaming side of things, and that was a Aquarius 5-0 loss to TSM that we saw yesterday. So there's going to be some, maybe a little bit of a hangover from the capture the flag game type from that, or maybe it's been an opportunity for Optic just to think about what went wrong and try and put those wrongs right as we head into today. CTF Forbidden, 2 sniper rifles once again to play with for both of these teams, and of course the Overshield top middle as well.
I'm so glad we get to see these two play this game type again this early. Let's not forget, these two should once again not be playing this early in the tournament. So it might have been a minute, or we might not even have got to see them play this game type in this tournament, depending on how the brackets played out. I know I speak from not only you, but many at home that I've rewatched that grand final several times already.
Oh, yes.
And it was an amazing back and forth, absolute gauntlet of a game between these two. One of my favorite games from the grand finals in recent memory, and to be able to see them play this game type again is going to be fantastic. And what a go-ahead game as well to have as your game 3.
I mean, these two teams are so good that the pressure that's on every single flag run, it's not just like, can we cap? It's like, if we think we can't, we've got to be careful that we don't get counter-capped, because we lose 3 or 4 dead. The other opposing team sat across from you is so good, and not just the recovery, but getting that flag moving themselves. There is that constant balance of like responsibility on what is the right play to make for these teams, with the fact this is one of the smaller flag maps that we do have, and the speed that you can get those flags back home. There's a lot of pressure on every decision being made, especially when it comes to those flag runs.
Yeah, there's a lot of flag and game management as the flag's being ran back, unlike some other maps.
BRB guys, one sec.
History. As this flag is in your sewers, unless there's 3 or 4 dead, when that flag's already back, you need to be asking the questions that you just alluded to, right? Where do we have top mid angles? Is there anyone our main ramp or our snipe? Is this flag guaranteed? Do we need to delay? Should we slay first? There's a lot that goes into the final part of the flag run due to the size of the map and the angles that attackers will have on the overextension. And all of that, of course, will come into play once again as they face off. And I can't wait. It's going to be awesome to see these two play this game type again.
Yeah, and again, the importance of the sniper rifles, right? We're going to have 2 of them on the map here. So we're going to see both teams have the opportunity to hit some big headshots. And also, you're going to see probably a cautious approach a lot of the time when 4 players are alive on the map and they know that their opposition sniper has that in his hands, because they know one headshot could completely change the context of how the next few moments in this map are going to go. So this is the perfect game number 3. Like we mentioned last time, these two teams went up against each other. It was one of the best games we've had of Forbidden CTF. We'll have to see if history can repeat itself, and trust me, I'm hoping it does, because that was one hell of a game.
And it's amazing, as you say, with a 2 sniper map and the amount of talent on this main stage. All it takes is one player with 2 or 3 shots left in a snipe to blow the game wide open. Anything can happen here between these two in this game type. And like we said, you're going to have to earn the go-ahead game in this series. To go up 2-1 is not going to be easy.
We're going to check in with another huge game that's going on right now, and that is going to be between FaZe and Space Station Gaming.
Don't mind this.
FaZe up by 1 in the series as we enter the Slayer, and we see SSG, thanks to Snakebite, go into a lead.
Yeah, shout out to the crew here at DreamHack. Everyone in the back allowing us to now switch over to the other maps that everyone's thinking about. Of course, it's FaZe and SSG to have your top 4 playing against each other in the winners quarterfinal. It doesn't happen every tournament. To be honest, you can probably count on one hand the amount of times this has actually happened in the last few years of professional Halo. So amazing that we get to jump around and see what's going on with this match as well.
An update for you was FaZe who won 3-0 on Aqua Bomb in that first game. So FaZe looking very, very strong in that game number 1, but they're 3 dead right now, and Space Station maybe just looking to retaliate. Lucid will get taken down by Penguin when he grabs that camo, but a 1-kill advantage still for SSG.
Big 1v1 there win. As you saw, those were the last 2 players up. Penguin takes down, as you said, Lucid with the camo. So maybe just going to slow down any SSG momentum, but SSG certainly going to need this game on the board if they want to stay alive in the series. It's hard to imagine them being able to reverse sweep a team like FaZe.
So looking to chase down the kill onto Penguin. Well, this is just about do so, but that's very unstellar-like to take that long to finish off a kill. Falcade is at 4 and 5 at the moment, and at the end of yesterday was top of the KD leaderboards, if I'm not mistaken.
He was, yep.
As he often is. Cool, and he gets another one there onto Eco. Lucid trades that one out. It's Space Station keeping this 1-kill advantage, but it is loose and pretty tight to say the least when it comes to the difference between the numbers of who is winning this game.
Yeah, this one down to the wire. Really nice job, Foul. Look how he takes the angle off the box, barely even exposes himself to get that extra damage into Lucid. That'll give him just enough space to push up on Batledge. Beautifully done here. One shot at a time, one piece of damage at a time. He made all that happen. Beautifully done from Foul.
One thing you can always guarantee for the POV of Foul is that he's going to be outputting damage, right? He's so good at taking angles, positioning himself to help his teammates out in situations, to create opportunities for his teammates to push and take space. Maybe not the most proactive player, but you can guarantee that damage output from him. Eco on our screen right now will be taken down as we have a tie game at 24-25 as FaZe go into the lead before I finish the sentence, but as I finish another one, it's Space Station back into the lead thanks to the double that comes in from Snakebite. Lucid will clean up another one. It was almost a triple, but it's now a 2-kill advantage for SSG.
Should be pipe spawns here. Falcade was last player alive, red pipes. It is indeed all red and gold, but 2 players have already made their way to A. So just now brings the game tied. What a push here as Foul and team push right into A. Even though the spawns were a tiny bit split, they wasted no time. They push right off the rip. One thing I also got to say, Mark, it's amazing here in year 4 of Halo Infinite how many ex-teammates you have going up against each other in so many series. You're seeing it again play out here.
Yeah, I mean, during that passage of play that just went down, Lucid did grab the camo, but I think it was almost immediately burned, even though Space Station had what was numbers on the map for them to grab it uncontested. I think FaZe just managed to all basically find angles onto it and make sure that it wasn't effective. Stello's found himself a shock rifle now with a little bit of ammo to play with as well. 32-29 the score, and Stella, with this weapon in his hands, has a chance to extend that lead.
Keep an eye, of course, on this game, and keep you posted on exactly how that goes, because we got to get back to our main stage here. Just in case you're just joining us, it's Optic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion, the other rivalry everyone's talking about here in the event. Amazing to have both of those matches, as we said, happening simultaneously. We'll keep you posted, and we also know that you're going to have your FM radios set to twitch.tv/HCS, or maybe a second tab, depending on which version.
Which period of time you live in.
Yes, exactly. We're getting underway here, as we said. The Forbidden CTF matchup, the rematch, it's underway. This is your go-ahead game in your winner's quarterfinal. Shopify versus Optic Gaming. We're all tied up 1-1.
Look at this aggressive push from Frosty. He's grabbing the Optic sniper rifle already, just burning ammo. Takes down Renegade as well, and Royal 2 on the other side has grabbed their own sniper rifle and already put that to use. So Frosty showing no respect, as is kind of his MO. Flies across the map, and now Shopify have 2 snipers.
We're shield up. Top mid as well still has not been grabbed. Finally, it will be grabbed, and like you said, that is trademark Frosty. Let me fly into your base. I'll start burning ammo, and then I'll actually get the kill anyway. Here comes Splash Shot with an overshield pull as well.
Frosty just delaying Renegade. A couple of players coming off the spawn, but the overshield should be good enough for Last Shot to at least turn 1, which is exactly what he does. Renegade should go down as well in a few moments' time, as there's multiple numbers. It's Last Shot finding 2, but do they have the timing to get this touch and get it around the corner before damage is done to the Optic respawners? It looks like the answer is yes. There's the G-slide. Last Shot's doing it all.
How about the timing? As you said, I think a lot of people were wondering when he went for the
Lost
second
alive.
kill. Last shot is the last player. Oh man, deja vu. Can he get the G slide here? He looks to the right. He does not hit it again.
Does not get it, and it's Formal with the sniper rifle who shuts it down. Deja vu.
You kidding me? I have chills. It is unbelievable that that would happen again. So soon in the game. And this matchup and game time is the gift that keeps on giving. Last shot, last player alive again.
Legend no shields, trying to stay alive. Now they're going to worry about their own flag here. Shopify Rebellion having done so much of the heavy lifting to get it back to their base. It's Optic with the goal line stand again to stop that flag going in. And it looks like both flags are now back at base. It's a moment for everybody, I think, to catch their breath.
I already know the HCS fans in the chat already have a window of Premiere Pro open, and I want to see those two flag runs side by side, frame by frame. Because timing-wise, they were awfully similar in the way that that flag did not go.
And that's what we were talking about, right? Even though Shopify did so much, last shot running that flag on his own as last alive, you knew something was in the waters. You knew something didn't quite feel right, and I'm sure he felt exactly the same himself. Thought he had the timing window, didn't have the timing window. And now Legend flies forward himself. They're trying to put some pressure on the Shopify, who find themselves 2 dead. And a little bit trapped in the back of their base here.
I mean, poetic as well. That's got to feel good for Formal, right? To be on the other end, the pain-dealing end of the flag stop on Forbidden CTF goal line stand. And after 3 minutes of play, we're still knotted up here, 0-0.
Legend with the thrust. Should be able to find a second on Cycle here, but Cycle does a good job in delaying long enough for him to get his shields back. Legend goes in, finds the kill. That's the opening, a double kill, a killing spree, and immediately Renegade is moving that flag. 3 dead for Shopify, and Legend! Hitting headshots here on the main stage.
Only player alive in the first spawner. That's going to buy them so much time. This flag should go already all the way back home. Here comes Renegade.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more comfortable, and Optic Gaming will be up by 1, and it's the Frenchman who takes over. Beautiful initial double kill to clean up damage that was done in the back of the base, and then he picks that sniper up, goes to work, and makes sure that Shopify cannot get anywhere near that flag run.
And that is what is required. It's Legend picking up not just the first kill, but the second kill that he shouldn't have gotten in the back of the base, then turns the third to completely secure the run. That's what's required at this level of professional Halo. And he gets it done. They lead now 1-0.
10-3 for Legend at the moment. Finds another one onto Cycle. Royal 2 is brave enough to challenge. Legend hits the body, but not the head, and Royal 2 will survive. 2 dead hit for Optic Gaming. All eyes top middle, though. As last shot looks like he's going to grab that overshield. Will it be burned or will it be down?
No burn, and I believe still up based on the death cam that we just saw. It should still be here top middle and still to play for.
Frosty with the thrust will take down Formal, and as you say, he is still alive. He is still there to be picked up. But there's a sniper rifle in the hands of Optic Gaming who's just tracing onto where that overshield finds itself. It's Renegade who has the responsibility, and he's doing a pretty good job of stopping anyone trying to grab it. Renegade gets another one, and finally Bound moves in, grabs that overshield, and will pop it here for Optic.
Man, did they have to work for that. Take a look at the time on the clock. That thing sat there for a while. It almost felt like a bait, like a twisted RPG game, just a gold shiny object sitting up there that nobody could get. No! Speaking of, there are lessons to be learned there. Lessons to be learned. The overshield, I will just say, will not be in play any longer.
Sometimes you're going to remember when you G-slide to secure your seatbelt, and not in that occasion. As Bound goes flying off the map with the OS, so a little bit of a blessing there for Shopify Rebellion. But ultimately, it is going to be Optic who still have this one flag advantage, with the pressure really starting to come in now. The push coming in from Shopify Rebellion as players from Optic are falling 1 by 1.
Legend does need to stay alive here. He knows it. Cycle's trying to make a pull happen, but with Bound, they're going to get the trade, and they have the right back base spawns as well. With those 2 dead, that should buy them enough time to get off the spawn here.
Frosty down, no shields as well. Legend's just trying to wait for a teammate to get in position to help him out. He finds one onto Royal 2. Teammate takes care of the second in the feed as well. Cycle back off the respawn, putting pressure onto Legend, who's still staying alive here. Bit of an ugly 1v1, but it'll be Legend who comes out on top with the beatdown.
Really important play there from Legend. Identifies that Cycle was pulling, and Cycle then tries to pull. Had no space to go. As we take a look top mid once again. Let's get to a listening here with Optic Gaming as they lead 1-0.
To the head.
Watch one more shot. You can play for it. You can play for it.
I gotta be.
I'm gonna kill last shot.
I'm gonna down. Nice. I'll be snipe through. Think about.
Sniping their back hut.
I'm the flag, guys. I'm the flag. I'm the flag.
I'm gonna run this. I'm gonna run this.
I'm the back flag.
Running this way.
Watch out. Watch out the right. Roll 2. You guys
Try live Matt. We have flag out. We have flag out completely.
Watch out. Watch out. Pistol. Absolute frosty. Watch out. Pistol. Absolute frosty. Shield.
One step right. One step right.
We have a snipe. We have a
Go.
snipe.
One's on my X. Go in the back flag. Go in the back flag, John.
Try to
Step in the head.
Miss it.
One's top right. One's top right. Cycle.
Yeah, one's top right. I'm going back to base.
Back first.
I got sniped. Sniping their head. Sniping their head. Sniping their head. Careful.
We gotta clear a flag here.
Don't force that. You're good.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just gonna flank, guys.
Your separate's in a good spot.
I'm right sniping.
I'm gonna flank.
Every swing. Buy time, guys. Buy time.
I'm a hard.
Wait, flank on me. Yes, snipe.
They're back, man.
Snipe going. He's going flag right.
Flag is away from both bases. Renegades continuing this run, even though it's staggered, even though it's a little bit ugly.
Oof. I want
It
Orthodox,
is still away, but Shopify Rebellion thinking about countercap here. Formal's last alive for Optic. If they get this kill, there's an opening for not just the returns are coming from last shot, but for Frosty to run this flag. This could be the one that ties this game up.
Man, Optic takes a series of gambles there, plays that very interesting with the sewers run. They did not take down Frosty, and they are paying the price here.
This is going to be clean. There's no one from Optic to stop this one, and Shopify Rebellion will tie the game up. 4 minutes 30 left in this game. Nothing once again to separate these two teams.
You really have to wonder, was that overshield a false sense of security on the sewers run, right? Renegade runs that sewers because he knew he had the timing based on the overshield to start the sewers run. He has to go all the way back to flag to pick off a kill. Meanwhile, Legend flanks. Legend overextends to their sewer, to their flag, and doesn't come back, does not kill Frosty. They leave Frosty in the base, and as a result of the unorthodox run attempt, they give up the flag. Really a breakdown here for Optic. Now we're tied 1-1.
And Formal now under pressure. He's trying to defend this overshield. He's trying to stop it being picked up and somehow buys enough time and deals enough damage for Renegade to get back on the map and take down Cycle, who was the player to grab it for Shopify Rebellion. 1-1 still between these two teams, as last shot with a double kill might have created an opportunity here for Shopify to start assaulting this Optic Gaming base.
You think back to that flag, it just felt avoidable for Optic Gaming. It felt like they dealt themselves a pretty strange hand, and then they had to play it continually and let that flag go in, when it feels like had they played that differently, it should still be a much more comfortable 1-0 lead, but they need to shake that off mentally without a doubt. Get right back in. There's 3 minutes left here in regulation.
Just under 15 seconds till those sniper rifles come up, but one thing that's already on the map is the power of the overshield. It's been picked up here by Larshot. He was hunting down Optic Gaming players inside of their own base. 2 players off the respawn. Renegade's going to be calling out. There's an Ovi player inside of our base. His name is Larshot. He's dealing so much damage at the moment, but can he get in position for his teammates to clean up these kills? Royal 2 has got that snipe, and Optic find themselves 3 dead.
So much of that damage cleaned up as well. Legend was your last player alive, and here comes Shopify on the push. Oh, the timing.
Didn't know Legend was behind him, though. As you say, the timing window just not precise enough to get that flag moving, and now Royal 2 has to think about keeping Optic in their base. But Formal's not going to let that happen. He grabs the snipe from his body.
Very well done from Optic. They essentially bait the flag there. Legend goes all the way to pillars near sewers, and they let the spawner sandwich from the top of their own sewer ramp. And in doing so, they prioritize the only kill that mattered. That was the flag puller. They annihilate Cycle with a really nice team shot, and it stops the run completely. 2 minutes left.
Shopify a little bit pinned in their base. Frosty does get a kill to give them an opening, but Formal's just holding down this snipe side, holding down this lane. Bodies one. That'll be an assist.
Oy.
There's the thrust. Cycle, though, great shots from him. Even though he won that fight, Legend was there to get the trade. It's 4 dead for Shopify, and Bound off the back of it gets the overshield. And if he can play this one a little bit better than he did last time, there's a chance for Optic to steal this one away.
Gets melted, just opts not to shoot. Instead, he just wants to run. He wants the team to cover his back, but he fumbles the flag for a second. Will it cost him? Right now, he's going to get the angle. We'll see if he can get the timing.
Doesn't hit the G-slide either, but gets it round the corner. Shopify lose 1. Last shot gets taken down by Formal. This should be a cap for Optic Gaming to go into the lead. Bound makes it work. And with just over a minute left on regulation time here, Optic will go into a lead.
It's a really great play call from Bound, as well as all of Optic Gaming. The fact that with that overshield, even though there was 3 players back ramp, they knew they could just pull that flag, and even with a minor flag fumble, he has the timing. The team covers with the team shots, and now with just 60 seconds left, they lead 2-1.
And it took an overshield to get into the base to create the opportunity for Optic to get that flag on the board. And as we enter the last 60 seconds or so of this game, the last minute of this game here on Forbidden, it looks like Shopify are in the base, and Shopify getting that optic flag moving.
They get the first pick as well. Watch the kill feed if these are traded out. That's a big kill for Bound.
It's a big untraded kill as well, because now Shopify have got to worry about turning around. They know that someone's behind them. Cycle has no choice really here, but to start moving this flag, it was 2 dead momentarily for Optic. Royal 2 still being a nuisance in the Shopify base. And now he tries to move in to help out last shot, but it looks like enough map presence is now for Optic to try and look at getting this return and sending this flag back home.
Gets his shields back. Might try to isolate these 1v1s and does for a second. Flag does reset. It's a big return. 5 seconds left.
5 seconds left. This should be enough for Optic Gaming to go up 2-1 in this series. And they will indeed go up 2-1 in this series. Optic Gaming take the lead with, again, surprise, surprise, just a single flag separating these two teams.
Legend goes 22-13 in a narrow one flag CTF game. Big numbers from him. And the entire team to focus up, despite letting go of a flag that they probably didn't need to let go of. They, once again, ice up. The mental resilience is strong, and they take the series lead now 2-1.
Well, I'm not a gambling man, but I think you would have pretty bad odds on saying, you know, will this go to a game 5? You know, this is almost feels like it's guaranteed to. Every time we see these two teams go up against each other, Optic will want to change those odds, though. They want to close out this series and send Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket. Here are your statistics from that last game. You're looking across the board. Last shot leading the way in kills for Shopify Rebellion, 23 and 18 for him. When you're looking at damage stats, the standout on either side. Last shot on one side and Formal on the other.
Formal just an absolute turret, and as you say, last shot right there with him in terms of total damage. Let's take a look at some highlights, because man, this game did not disappoint. I honestly cannot believe we had such a similar flag run this time to the side of Shopify. Right? Absolutely insane. This was the play from Legend. He gets 2 during that run, and that's an absolutely huge bang! The beautiful shot that made this entire arena lose their minds, and for very good reason. He wasn't done yet either. Even hits this fadeaway on Royal 2. And Bound brings this one in, this time much more comfortably than other times we've seen in the game. That was your game winner.
Just over a minute and a half left on the game clock there as that flag did go in. And again, like I was highlighting, it was the overshield that made the difference, that allowed Bound and the rest of Optic to create the opportunity to get the flag moving. That's how tight it is between these two teams. That's why you're seeing such importance put on that fight top middle. You're seeing so many vital shots that are being hit on players who are one of the last 2 alive, who have a sniper rifle, who have to shut that lane down to stop the other team getting the overshield. And now we find ourselves with Optic Gaming 1 game away from winning the series and sending Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket. We'll take a look at the winners bracket itself and give you an update on what's going on elsewhere as well. TSM and Nemesis tied up at 1-1. SSG answer back against FaZe Clan as well. That is tied up at 1-1.
C9 also making it out into here, the winner's side, to face off against Envy. That will be a great matchup as well. Taking a look at the elimination bracket, it's going to be Zero, Tenacity, Genji, Umit, and Complexity waiting in the wings to see who will exit those matches to face off in your Elim round 1.
And the loser of this game will fall down to face off against Complexity as well. So not an easy series for anyone involved, but I mean, let's go back to talking about this series, Andy, as the two teams get ready to head into game number 4. You know, Optic don't like to make it easy. There's one thing we have learned from this roster and from, I think, the last couple of years when it comes to whoever's playing under the Optic Gaming banner. But to send Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket, even though they really don't want to play it first round, let's be real, they slipped up in pools to allow this matchup to be happening. That's going to give them so much confidence.
It really will. It really will change the trajectory of this tournament when contrasted with Arlington. Of course, it would be a very different road from Optic Gaming, to say the least. We don't really have enough time to describe just how different of a road it would be. But if you watched that weekend of Halo, you know exactly what we are talking about. And Optic knows they want to end this one here and now. They do not want to go to a Game 5 Slayer, because as you've already seen, Shopify seems to have the winner's quarterfinal Slayer edge, not just in Arlington, but also here so far. So if you are Optic Gaming, you want to have a winner's bracket cruise through this tournament, you want to close it out here.
One thing I love about this series layout as well is like you're looking at the game types from the midpoint, very fast game types. You've got Strongholds Live Fire as our game number 4. It's not going to be a static game type. It's going to be a game type based upon rotation, moving across the map, defending and taking those strongholds to get the points on the board. And instead of the 2 sniper rifles, 1 for each team, now we have the 1. And we have seen, especially on Strongholds Live Fire, what a difference that weapon can make. Only 1 on the map, and you've seen, if you're only watching for the first time here, the talent these players have with that weapon. It can add up to 50, 60, 70, 100-point runs for these teams as they make their way towards 250 points, which of course is what you need to win this game.
Packed house once again here, DreamHack Day 2. A shout out to everyone here, both the Shopify fans and the Optic fans heading over from the Call of Duty arena, not just here in DreamHack, but also from around the world. We thank you for joining us, and we're not surprised you're here for this series. There's nowhere else we'd rather be either. We're underway in game number 4. Optic Gaming leads 2-1.
Will Optic close out or Shopify send us the distance? Renegade under pressure here, but does manage to just get his fingers on this sniper rifle. Royal 2 in front of him. Gets bodied. Gets taken down. 2 dead though for Optic Gaming. 4 more off the respawn will be able to keep his teammate alive, but it's looks like a play upon C coming in here from Shopify Rebellion. And all sorts of pressure!
No.
Just dealt with by Renegade.
And off of that.
Thank goodness you said no.
Yeah.
That would have been disrespectful.
Exactly.
For him to hit the second.
It's Saturday midday. We could be doing stuff like that just yet. BC hold for Optic Gaming off the opening, largely due to the fact that Formal and Renegade were able to force Shopify down to mud and make them put the wellies on and trudge through to get the kills. They do it in the end, and now Optic gonna flip the map and get A.
Legend connects with the body here, should be able to clean this one up. Manages to do so, turns his attention towards top middle, but his teammates already in position to help any potential push that comes in from Shopify as they try and retake A, but it's an AB hold here for Optic Gaming. Psycho aggressively pushes onto Legend though and manages to put some pressure onto A, but points starting to stack up here for Optic.
Got to mention Legend there, as we said, 22 and 13 in the last game to go +9 in a CTF that you win narrowly by 1. Quite a statement once again from the Frenchman, reminding everyone why he's on this team, why he's on this roster, and has essentially gone from household names to one of the best Halo players in the world.
AC hold here for Shopify Rebellion. And they're looking for the triple cap actually. They're making some progress on B, and it is going to be a triple cap and a reset onto C from Shopify Rebellion. They have complete control of the map, all 3 strongholds in their possession, which means they will be scoring rapidly here, and we are going to see a lead change off the back of it.
Good QT timing coming in as well from Coach B-Man. World 2 was ready for it there, and we'll see what he might be able to do to just get a little bit of extra free damage here on these pushes. Still has half the QT to play with.
Optic flick C, but at what cost? Already 2 of them have fallen. Bound is trying to escape. He goes up the chimney. Thanks to that repulse. And the spawns in and around house and garage here mean that Optic might at least, from this position, have access to that camo, but Royal 2 is just hunting players down at the moment. 60 points unanswered here for Shopify.
Gotta love that as well. Just uses the last second of the QT to get a kill just before he goes, and still 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
Probably thinking about going for the triple cap once again here, Shopify Rebellion. The rest of Optic spawning the back of the tower in and around the dummies. And that's exactly what they are going to do. It's a second triple cap in pretty quick succession here. 2 dead for Optic once again. Bound flies out. Frosty stays alive long enough for Royal 2 to finish off the kill. 3 of Optic in the death screen. And Shopify now cross 100 points, and they're going to get the sniper rifle.
And just beautiful baiting and switching coming in here. What a response from Shopify after trailing by 40. They now have a 100-point plus uncontested run. Let's get to a listening with Shopify Rebellion.
Nest bound.
All you white.
Don't nest. You got him at or no? Training.
Yo, green spawns, guys.
There's 2 green. Nest bound.
Yeah, 1 could be out, Brad. Like pillars or something.
Nice. 2 A. I'll go B. Well, John might be B.
Nice, holy fuck, Brad. Back B, Legend. Back B, Legend.
Yeah.
Do it.
Absolutely. Press him again.
One shot smaller. I 2 on it. Yo, press up. Go back to C. Press up. Go back to C. One shot. Watch out. Back smaller. Kill this guy. Yo, you guys want dummies. My yellow cuts. See, we go. Tower.
I
can help, man. Watch out there one.
Nice. Quantum's up.
Nice. See you guys.
Nice. Trade's huge. Shit. Holy shit.
He's probably trading.
Yeah, Quantum's up, by the way.
Yeah, nice, good. Fuck you, shit, Brad. Look at me.
This one. Yeah, back in.
Can you change out this one?
We wanted to see an example of why the S7 is so important. Look at Frosty go during that listening, dominating Optic Gaming. Shopify are taking over here. 3 dead for Optic. It's almost 200 points on the board already for Shopify.
Unbelievable run from them. I'm so glad we also got to hear from their POV. I'm pretty sure Royal 2 said was holy fudge. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he said.
No, he did not.
Because he was reacting to some pretty incredible shots. To take that angle from scoreboard to bags. 4 dead again for Optic Gaming. And just absolutely brain formal. Trip cap still at the 220 mark. What a run here from Shopify.
This is getting out of hand. Optic haven't been able to get on the map. They haven't been able to exist, let alone get anywhere near a stronghold. They're trying to make a 3-man, 4-man push towards A just to slow the scoring down. They managed to do so, but Shopify Rebellion, they've killed 3 of Optic again. They'll let them have A. They grab the camo, and with nobody near the B stronghold, this should surely be the road home for them. Optic make a desperate play to get B, but it just feels inevitable at this point that Shopify close this one out.
Shopify is 5 points away, and Formal has 3 kills and Renegade has 4. That is what has just happened in this game. Optic Gaming might be scoring once again, but you get the immediate feeling that this game has already ran away.
2 dead for Optic. Last shot finds another one. Even though Legend gets this kill, he's trying desperately to defend B and will be able to do so. It's actually a 1v1 between Frosty and Bound here. Spawners came on in mud though for Optic Gaming. Bound wins it! And boy did he have to win it as well.
Another 1v1, Renegade gets taken down. Here comes Cycle 2 dead for Optic yet again.
Legend no shields. Cycle should be able to clean this one up. It might be an opportunity for Shopify to double up on A here to flip this back into their control. Desperate push coming in from Formal, etc. But Renegade is last alive. Nowhere to be seen. He's taken out in the kill feed, and we're going to a game 5. We go the distance once again. As Shopify and Optic fail to disappoint. It is game 5 once again.
The only way we would have it. Unbelievable. That is a quadrant-esque stronghold win. We have not seen, especially at this level, between these two teams. The last time you saw that dominant of a trip cap death grip from a team, it's hard to think of anyone but Quadrant from a few years ago. And, I mean, you even heard the reactions from Royal 2, from Best Man during that listening, being like, wow, this is unbelievable. Because they were not only getting 4 dead, they were getting the 5th kill, the 6th kill, and honestly, often getting back-to-back 4 deads, picking up unbelievable no-scopes, team shots. They did it all in that game, and we have to stay on the scoreboard for a second because this is unbelievable. When's the last time a team in a full Strongholds match kept Formal to 3 kills and Renegade to 5? Unbelievable containment of 2 of the best players in the world.
Absolute domination. The blender in full effect, and the blades were felt by Optic Gaming, 250 to 83. Remember, it was Optic who were up about 60 to 0 in that game as well. So it was around a 250-point run, essentially, that came in from Shopify Rebellion to take that game. Unbelievable control, and you have to say, we hate the term, perfect Halo, but that's about as close as you get.
In this case, I think we can use it.
Yeah.
We are very, very limited with what we describe as perfect here, but that would come damn near close. Also, the QT management was unbelievable. You heard B-Man calling for it. Also, I love, gotta mention there, even during this exact sequence, look at Frosty staying alive, and here's the shot. Oh my, peeling. And then he hits this body as well. Keeps Renegade weak back there. Eventually the helps come. Beautiful rotations.
Just prioritization of what needed to happen. Like little bits of the listening as well. Like this situation, he was like, do you have him, Matt? Do you have him? Do you need me to help you? And he's like, I think I got it. Didn't have it, but Frosty was in a position to clean up that kill and make sure the Legend didn't escape, that they kept control of the A stronghold. And a lot of these clips, you're seeing that sniper rifle in the hands of Shopify Rebellion as well. It's a difference maker. It's a bludgeoning stick at this point with some of these players.
Look at this.
And that's where we find a surprise, surprise, everybody.
A beautiful series layout. I'm going to get these framed in my house, I think. Just like this, by the way. Next up, Game 5. Because that is what we have to look forward to, not only right now, but it feels like all season long, because that is all these teams do. They push each other the distance. And in the league's biggest rivalry, they continue to make each other better, or at the very least, go to a Game 5.
Interesting series layout. Everything so close. 1-0, overtime. Aquarius bomb. 50-47. 3 kills the difference, game number 2. A single flag separates the teams, and then we just see the anomaly. The absolute blowout on Stronghold's live fire from Shopify Rebellion. And now we have Slayer on Solitude to decide who continues on the winner's side of this bracket, who moves into the winner's semi-final, or who goes down to the elimination side where Complex will be watching and thinking, oh, whoever we play right now is surely going to be pretty exhausted.
And let's be honest, we should mention the Game 7 Grand Finals Slayer that we saw these two play in Arlington. The prize money on that game alone was a $40,000, essentially, wager match. This Game 5 similarly has a lot of cash riding on it, because you will stay in the winner's bracket, and it will determine how much more Halo you have to play in more ways than one. Let's check in now with FaZe and Space Station to see exactly what's going on in this side of the winner's quarterfinal. And as we said, it was 1-1, but FaZe does take that game number 3 to put us into a game number 4, where we do see a minor lead for FaZe Clan, however, SSG scoring at the moment.
And if you're wondering what the reward is for winning this series, you play the winner of Optic versus Shopify Rebellion. So a tough road for any team on this side of the bracket, and that's what happens if you slip up in pool play. Space Station making a little comeback in this game, though. 79 points is on the board already for FaZe, but you can see BC in control for Space Station Gaming. A couple of players trapped at the back of B. On the FaZe side, and SSG looking to make a pay, but Trippy winning an individual fight. And they've just lost a few of those so far this tournament. Very uncharacteristic to see him lose those kind of fights.
I gotta say, it is remarkable. If you think back to the Kason Showdown, right, that was kind of a table setter invitational of what would be the 4 seeds of this year. Little did we know that your winner's quarterfinal would feature all 4 of them, and you would just continue to see them battle against each other. It's even though the brackets are a little bit wacky due to pool play results and upsets, we are enjoying every single bit of it here at DreamHack.
Camo in the hands of FaZe here. You can see that's been picked up as Trippy continues this little run that he's on right now. 2 dead on the side of Space Station. It'll be an AC hold, holding the ends of the map. And the 2 strongholds, which means they will be scoring, but Trippy now's got to be careful. Eco, if he stays alive a few seconds longer, may be able to stop the FaZe push, but he can't. It's a big individual win once again from Trippy, and now the triple cap is in effect.
Wow.
And we know how dangerous that can be, even if you've only watched 2 games of Halo in your life.
Yep.
If it was the last one and this one, you should have a pretty good indication.
You absolutely will indeed. And if you're just joining us, don't worry, that main stage action game number 5 between Shopify and Optic on the way here. As we check out the action and wait for that one to get started, we get to see the other 2 teams in the top 4 battle it out, and the scoring continues for FaZe Clan.
Suppress going to grab this sniper rifle, gets a little bit of a surprise, but has the composure to hit the no-scope beat down. 3 dead here for FaZe. It's an opportunity, momentary opportunity, excuse me, for Space Station to take some control, but Falcated buys a bit of time, even though he's taken down. We'll keep you up to date with what's going on there, and if we do go to a Game 5 once more, but even though we don't know if we'll see a Game 5 in that series, we certainly will in this main stage 1. Tied up at 2-2 between Optic and Shopify Rebellion.
One thing I want to talk about while we wait for that match to get underway, we only have a second, but the comms from B-Man, we'll have to see how the listen-in is in this series if we get the opportunity to go to one. But man, the small talk from Shopify Rebellion was the difference maker. The only way you trip cap that perfectly for that long is perfect communication. And as you said, Mark, prioritization of the key kill in the exact moment. That's what they did perfectly. They've already won the Game 2 Slayer. Can they do it here in game number 5? One came to decide it between these 2.
One of them will stay in the winner's side of the bracket. One of them will fall down to face Complexity in the elimination bracket. It's a Game 5 here. Whoever takes this one will take the spoils and make their road a little bit more comfortable. Frosty from SR is the POV we start with.
Once again, just flies right in. Not afraid to get into the thick of it off the rip. First camo will go to Shopify.
Oh, sniffed out. He'll thrust away from Legend as well. Doesn't even get traded out. Stays alive bottom middle. It's 3-2.
Man, absolutely.
Make that 3-3, excuse me.
What a great stop on the camo right away from Renegade. Last shot could have put together a whole string of damage off of that, but they knew immediately from dip, you check that hard right angle, as you so often need to with the camo. And that's why your Slayer practice, that's where it pays off, is knowing exactly which scenario to play to shut down camo like that. 6-5 off the opening, now 6-6.
Again, Shopify just keep pushing. They keep this pace up. They want to be aggressive. They want to make Optic feel uncomfortable. And no surprise with how that last game went. They want to try and take advantage of that momentum that they brought in. But Optic doing a great job of actually just quelling the flames a little bit here. We're tied up at 8-8. And Optic still getting their trades in this situation, even though we are seeing Shopify try and push the pace.
Like we said, so much riding on this. This is not just a standard winners quarterfinal match. This will determine how much Halo these two have to play all weekend and how much they have to beat one another thereafter. Big kills coming in for Bound there as he gets some help from Renegade. 2 dead for both sides.
Legend no shields. Royal 2 with some great cross map shots with that bandit. And also manages to, most importantly, keep himself alive, which means he can re-engage now that the shields are back. Put the pressure back onto Optic Gaming. A 1-kill advantage here for Shopify Rebellion is slender. But if you finish this game with a 1-kill advantage, you'll be winning the series.
Watch top mid here. 3 nades coming in from blue as they want to get Shopify off of top mid. They do well, and they get the damage to play off it as well. First 2 kills going towards Optic. Camo popping in 5 seconds. This is going to be a big one, maybe a go-ahead opportunity.
2 dead. On the side of Shopify Rebellion as well, you can hear that camo has just popped up top middle, and Frosty cannot challenge it. As Optic have eyes on him, and Formal will grab this camo. And not only keep Legend alive, but has a chance here to inflict so much damage onto Shopify.
Let's go to Liston right now. I want to hear the comms. How does Formal play this camo?
Flounder, and blue. They're gonna try to main. Look at me.
Heard you, Boner.
Watch out,
What this 4 thing back?
That's all camo.
Matt's walking the camo. Matt's walking the camo. Watch out. Nice.
I got stuck.
Nice, shoot that, guys. Shock in 20.
S4, sitting in S4.
Probably
Okay, heard it. Yo, Serbi, I think one's blue.
They're 1. I want this 4 still, S4.
They might get out blue here.
I can't see if they spawn this 1. They probably spawn this 1. Yeah, they go posters, John. They go posters, careful.
That's big, one's S4.
Shock is coming, guys. 10 seconds.
I hear you. Can we just go left and push snipe? Can we go left and push snipe?
Yeah, watch posters. He saw me bounty. That's where. I can't. We're not pushing with you. I can't go bound.
That's quick.
Yeah, I'm watching. We're pushing this. Try and live.
One's in yard. Guard behind me, LR.
Watch on this.
He went top gold.
Watch on this 4.
Up gold, watch out. S4 in yard. After up gold. Look at up gold, guys.
We're good. S4. Yo, bottom mid in S4.
2 go left.
I'm wrapping with you guys. We're all on top of you guys. Try and live. They could be blue.
They have a shock.
Harder weak, 2 half. I felt 2 harder.
Did he suck?
Came
on 30. Yeah, he's weak.
We're 4 guys. Nice.
Switch it.
Blue fast.
Watch out blue. Shoot that.
They lie bounce.
We're missing one. Camo 20, guys.
Here.
I'm shocked.
Hotel. Hey, man.
Posters to me.
We're
coming.
Posters, 2 posters. 2 posters. Cycles for tab. 2 guys posters. Both pushing you. 2 pushing you. 2 pushing you. 2 pushing. Play trade. Nice, bro. Nice.
Alright, camo, guys. There's still a loop somewhere. Watch out. Push him.
Watch out,
Yeah, watch out blue. Watch out flyers.
Left camo.
Guys.
One's in the corner to your left. A lot of blue.
I'm trying to get out, guys.
Yeah, he knows he's there, man.
Blue.
Where is he? He's on me blue weak.
Watch out,
Flounder, John.
I mean, the comms from Formal, he's just commanding the troops at the moment. Optic Gaming find themselves up by 4 as we cross the halfway point in this Game 5 Slayer.
Amazing there. You heard Formal stressing the posters call out repeatedly. Somehow Bound gets a trade in a 1v2 at Loop, and then thereafter they still kill Cycle at Yard BR. Really nice job once again from Optic to make sure they're picking up those kills and those trades in the scenarios. However, just like that, now only a 1-kill game.
Yeah, here comes Shopify Rebellion, right? 2 dead for Optic. It's a 1-kill advantage now. Been cut down in the last few seconds to essentially make this a tie game. Optic a little bit trapped to the back of Tram and Loop as well. The output of damage from Frosty is more than you can ask for most players. He is shooting anything that moves. But Optic still alive, still gets the kill. with the perfect 5. Renegade manages to output damage onto last shot, but not without Royal 2 taking him down.
Yeah, big from Royal 2 there. You even saw Frosty raising his own eyebrows at that play because he was even impressed with it, what he was able to pull off, as you said, just dealing so much damage. And last shot stays alive. You're tied at 29.
Legend aggressively pushes out bottom middle. He will be traded out. As Frosty now spots out the 2 players from Optic Driveway. Another kill gets picked up. And now Shopify Rebellion go into a lead. It's 1 kill, but it might be 2 if he can finish this one off. It's just a trade here for Frosty.
Nicely done there. Frosty knew it's a tough angle. You might as well get the trade, especially when you're going up against Renegade. That can get dicey pretty quickly. 2 dead for both sides, and still a minor lead for Shopify.
Game's never got out of hand. Either side at the moment. It's a tie game again. Optic go into a 1 kill lead though. And the timing of the kills means that Bound can move through. And he can collect this camouflage. Now, how important could this be? The execution of what Bound does with this camo could decide where this series goes.
Look at this. Doesn't want to get too greedy. Slowly coming around the corner. Cycle is cleaned up, by the way, so that's the shock down. He's playing this so carefully.
Checks S1. 2 dead here for Shopify. Last shot will find 1. Bound's going to fly forward. Bound should be able to clean this one up. The camo would dissipate, though. Even his position away momentarily, but the camo now comes back and finally runs out. As Optic have still just a 1 kill advantage. Scrap that. It's tied up again at 37.
Ooh, gets pinged from a blue angle, though, so he has to play this very differently. Was not aware of it was going to be now Royal 2 actually from a dip angle, and it's 3 dead as a result. Look at that angle from Royal 2, and Shopify will now go into the lead here at 40 to 38.
It's 3 dead, like you say, with just 10 kills left in the game. That means Optic are going to be squad spawning together. Shopify can surround them here. They can create angles where Optic are going to have to be on the back foot firing out.
Legend is out, by the way. Legend gets out by himself.
That's so big from Legend. He gives Optic a way out. Renegade gets another, but Royal 2, he'll find one as well. It's a 1 kill game, but that kill from Legend somehow gets Optic out of spawn.
Yeah, buys them just a little bit of extra time. Legend might get taken down here, presumably. He does, but keeps Optic in it now. It's still a 2-kill game now at 44 to 42.
6 to go here for Shopify Rebellion. Renegade, though, last alive. Needs to get a trade in this situation, at least does so. But is the trade going to be enough for Shopify or Optic to make the comeback or close this game out? 5 now required for Shopify Rebellion. Bound trying to put pressure onto Royal 2 here on the snipe side.
Camo in 5 seconds could very well decide the game here. 46-44.
Big nade coming in from Cycle. That's going to find Formal. Optic a little bit trapped here in and around the RPR. The signal is to go here from Shopify Rebellion. They just need 2 in this situation, and last shot has the camo.
Game in his hands here. Deja vu from your winners quarterfinals in Arlington. Can they collapse here? 48 to 45.
He's on the flank. It looks like Optic know that they don't have the camo. Avoiding those grenades. Renegade's trying to spot him out. They're all trapped here, Optic.
What's the call?
The whole team is in front of last shot. He finds the kill, surely onto Legend here, gets 1! It's 1 to go, Renegade! On the RPR, tries to survive, survives! But it's Frosty! Who will get the 50th and silences the green wall!
Not the first time we've seen a main stage player gesturing to the Optic fans in the building. And how about the composure from last shot? A target-rich environment for him with the camo. And he plays it like he's been here before. Plays it slow. Had way too many options at the end, but works with the team to isolate those kills and that damage. And despite leading for nearly the entirety of game number 5, Optic will fall yet again in a game 5 in the winners quarterfinals against Shopify Rebellion. Optic Gaming goes to the elimination bracket.
Well, they did it once in Arlington, Optic Gaming. So if you're an Optic fan, hope is not lost. But for Shopify Rebellion, what a result that is. And I need to give you a huge amount of credit for talking about those Slayers. It is the difference maker again. Between the two teams, it's Optic who lose both the Slayers in the series, and ultimately, because of it, will lose the series.
Take a look at the stats here. 15-10 for Frosty in a game that they win by 4. And it really was those final set of plays here. As we said, the last camo could likely decide it, and it does. And I gotta say, down to the wire yet again. This is the rivalry and the series that keeps on giving. And I would say that I could watch this team all season long, but I have a feeling we will be watching this season. Excuse me, these teams all season long, Lottie. What a series here. Man, beautifully done here, Mark. I mean, what a series. Once again, it's such a pleasure to
Alex,
cast.
every single time we've seen them, it's been down to the final game. You know, whatever series it's been, it's down to the final game, and this is the series, once again, that goes down to that final game. 1-0, overtime. The bomb goes in for Optic Gaming. 50-47, just 3 kills separate the two teams. 2-1 Forbidden CTF, could have gone either way. And then the one game you would say that was the one that really changed how this series felt was the Shopify Rebellion win, the 250-83 decimation of Optic Gaming on Stronghold's live fire. And then they close out in those final moments with that Game 5 Slayer.
They certainly do indeed. We got Frosty on our sofa right now. Boy, oh boy, that was a gauntlet once again against Optic Gaming for you guys, but you come out supreme. Again, very similar to Arlington. I have to ask you about that Strongholds, because there was a moment where I thought, oh no, Optic, they've got the momentum, they've got the power weapons, things are not looking so good. The second you shifted gears, it was unstoppable. That was unbelievable Halo out of you guys. Talk to me about that Strongholds, Frosty. How are you able to play perfect Halo like that as a team?
Honestly, we just know what we're capable of. I think literally going into the map, I was like, we need to all 4 play for sniper and camo at all times, because that's all that map is. Last tournament, they ended up actually beating us on that. I think it was a pretty bad scoreline too, but yeah, they're typically really good at that. But yeah, just controlling snipe and camo is going to be a huge momentum shift for us, and that's exactly what we did, and we were able to capitalize off of that.
How are you feeling knowing that your quarterfinals was again against Optic, seeing the bracket just fall apart once again in another, tournament setting? What was the team chat like heading into this one? Because it's a big series early on the Saturday.
Yeah, honestly, it was definitely surprising again to be playing these guys, but I mean, at the end of the day, we got to play everybody to win the tournament, so it was just another team in our way.
Love that. I love that. Wes, any questions?
I think Brock was next.
I do have a question, actually.
Oh, welcome.
I caught last shot. Brad, first of all, congrats on the series. An amazing fought battle once again, and your game 4 performance, I think, is a highlight reel in itself. I want to ask about Slayers. We caught last shot this morning, and I think Slayers are a focus not just because of the way they've gone, but specifically, right, that grand final 2, right, the margins that Optic won by. Yeah, just when you guys thought about Slayers, was it Slayers all up? Were you looking at specific Slayers that you worked on more than others coming into this event? How did you think of Slayers? Because obviously the work has paid off.
Yeah, it's just a general. I think like all Slayers just means so much in every series. So it wasn't like a map specific or anything like that. It was just in general. Like the thing is, we know we're really good at Slayers. We just have to come here and execute at the tournament, which is exactly what we did. But it's kind of like a learning process for us as a team. Every tournament we play, every series we play, we're just learning more and more, and we're learning how to close out those Slayers more consistently.
Frosty, obviously this is the same outcome as last event. Now, I think there's arguments to be made, especially on the Shopify Rebellion fan base, that you can get cold sometimes in the winners bracket, and Optic, they're going to have to go through a very long journey once again, where they managed to meet you back in the grand finals, and some may argue that them being so hot, the momentum, the pace being pushed so much for them, you guys could get a little bit cold backstage. How are you now going to implement new things to your gameplay in order for that hopefully to not happen once again, and to really just have that gear shift right from the get-go in that first series?
I think we're just going to try to be more aware of it this next time. I feel like we were trying to stay as warm as we possibly could going into the last tourney, but yeah, it's just one of those things where sometimes it's just not clicking right away. But yeah, we're just going to try to be aware of it and try to come out as hot as possible if we do get put in a situation like that again.
I'm glad you were able to talk about the importance of snipe and camo on live fire. I think that's where momentum truly changed. Obviously, throughout the series, that was an absolute blowout. But what stuck out to me was we went to a listen-in, and the level of communication that you specifically are bringing to this team that I think is elevating this team is mid-combat. Matt is fighting somebody in A, and you're like, Matt, do you have that? Because you wanted to obviously transition to B, but you also had to make sure that kill is going to be acquired. When you guys are having that level of communication, is that something that that's something that's not normal across any listening we've been throughout the weekend, throughout honestly in a very long time. Do you feel like this team, when they're clicking on all cylinders, the communication allows you to, I guess, reach a ceiling that allows you to beat the former champions in Optic? And what do you think has changed, I would say, in your communication compared to the competition? Because that was beautiful.
I think a lot of it stems from like me and Matt, right? It's just like we've been teaming for so long. I feel like the way we think about the game is so similar that we're able to just like focus on the things that we need to focus on. So like in that specific call out where I'm like, Matt, do you have that kill or no? It's like that level of communication is going to dictate my play to whether I need to go and help him or if I can leave him to start the next play to get that ball rolling. So it's one of those things where like we just have that chemistry for so long, and then adding the two new guys with it, it's pretty seamless.
What's amazing too off of that as well. What's amazing too off of that as well is you're talking about how he has to finish that kill in the back of the base. Someone says it might be a dummy spawn, so then you look straight to dummies.
Yeah.
Then it's not a dummies call. Then B is like they're all green, and then he's like, Brad, they might have gotten out of green already. Like the domino effect.
The process of information is insane.
Yeah.
And I come from an era where like Rona couldn't shoot and talk at the same time.
Hey, I coached neighbor for many events.
No, it's honestly, it's beautiful. I was actually saying to Wes when we were watching this, that you guys have just a flow that is so difficult to stop. I think with Optic, sometimes with the individual skill that they have, and they've all become superstars on different teams come together, they are a little bit more erratic with their gameplay, which can also be difficult to stop as well. And you can't really tell where they're coming from at whatever time, and they can catch you off guard. You guys are like this massive tsunami wave just coming forward. You cannot stop the flow that you guys have, and it definitely comes from comms, because what we heard there was absolutely pitch perfect. Also, you have had an incredible season so far. I know we're early on, but
You're pretty good.
Frosty, you honestly have been elevated, man. You really do. I want to talk to you a little bit about, you know, your individual gameplay and how you feel it's kind of come into its own now in this new iteration of Halo Infinite, and especially on this new team too.
I don't know. I'm just, I guess, revitalized with the new team. They give me so much room to be able to do like what I want to do. I just feel very comfortable, right? Like I know how to play the game at a high level. And because of how much damage they're doing and the amount of space they're getting on the map, like I'm able to just do my thing. I don't feel forced to overdo anything or underdo anything. So I'm kind of just playing my own game, and yeah, that's what I'm sticking to.
Looking forward to the rest of the event. I think when you look back at the previous series, you don't want to ever have to win the Slayers in order to get the job done. The objective games you lost, 2 game types that I would consider you guys favored it against Optic, specifically Forbidden CTF and Aqua Bomb, right? Like those are some of your bread and butters. Yeah. Game types that you have beaten Optic in before. To slip up here, what are we going to change here? What are we going to improve on in those objective modes in order to maybe stay out of the game 5s as much as the fans love it? I'm sure it's kind of hectic for you guys to have to go through those roller coasters.
No, 100%. I mean, it's just one of those things where we're trying to like build up our experience as a team. Every match we play, like we're just getting better and better. I mean, we still have like what, an 18-year-old and a 19-year-old on our team, so it's like closing out these close series against super good teams like Optic Gaming. It's gonna be a grind. So every series is just like a stepping stone for us.
One last question as I have you. When you see these stats, and I saw it at the end of the Slayer where last shot's maybe not dropping the most kills, but we saw this from him last year against teams like Optic Gaming where you just see 30K and you're like, we're gassing up Brad over here for like the dominant performance it looked like you had, but for him to be dropping 30K, like what do you go back and say to him in the back once you see stats like that?
I mean, I just say he's pretty good.
Keep it up, kid.
I mean, I can't do that anymore.
I thought it was going to be 31.
I mean, it's you can see the age right there. It's like you can't. I'm 27. I'm about to be 28. Like I can't do that anymore.
I don't know. I think you're in your prime still.
You definitely can. I'm not gonna lie. You definitely can. You got it. You got it, Frosty.
Well,
honestly,
I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for coming on the sofa. GG's incredible stuff. What a hurdle to have to get through on Saturday so far. Best of luck going through the rest of the winners side bracket things. I'm sure you'll be back on the sofa or somebody. I want to speak to some of the new guys. I want to see Last Shot and Cycle up here. So make sure you get them on my sofa. Thank you so much. Back to business for you, Frosty. And here is the winners side of things on our championship bracket. bracket here on day number 2 of DreamHack. As you can see, early on, we've had some really interesting things going on. Some big teams going up against one another already. Shopify versus Optic. Shopify will go forward like they did in Arlington. They will meet FaZe Clan, who did knock down Space Station 3-1 in that series. And of course, MB Cloud9 happening right now, as well as TSM and Nemesis. Excited to see the kind of outcome of both of those, but especially the TSM Nemesis game, because right now it looks like it's a little bit of a competition happening 2-1 here. Nemesis are biting back.
Yeah, they are. I want to talk about Envy though. 2 up on Cloud9.
Yeah.
Like, didn't lose a match in pools. Like, Envy are looking good right
Very
now.
good.
Like, Envy are looking pretty scary right now, and I don't think we have to kind of, we've got to pay attention to the Envy run because it's looking really, really solid at the moment. I'm very impressed with them.
No, honestly, I'm very impressed indeed. I think, you know, there was some talks about like, wow, they're shooting straight yesterday, but they continue to do so heading into day number 2. And how far can they go? That is the big question. Of course, the elimination bracket for you guys looking pretty ugly right now on that lower side of things. Space Station, Optic on that end tail. That is terrifying, I think, if you are going to be dropping down. Indeed, what row? Any way you can put it. Unbelievable stuff there. We'll have to see what some of our teams can do and how they can progress their journey forward, of course, on day 2 of DreamHack. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we have some familiar faces back on the main stage because we have an Optic Gaming looking for a bounce back, going up against Complexity. Will they continue forward as per Arlington, or will they fall short? We'll find out right after this.
Hello everybody, my name is MintBlitz and it's that time again. This is your top 10 plays from Halo Infinite's Ranked Arena playlist. You guys submitted some absolutely wild stuff today, and big thank you to the HCS team for having me on. With that said, it's going to be one absolutely fantastic countdown today. Let's jump into number 10. First up today at number 10 we have Austin We Bring. And Austin, I checked your stream yesterday and your title was #1 redhead on Halo Infinite. So when you 1v1ing Ubernick, Austin is playing Livefire Strongholds, and check out this disgusting ninja for the triple. He's not done as his teammates are egging him on and he keeps on getting kills. If you ever wanted to see just how important team shooting is in Halo, look no further than this clip. He gets the kill tag, jumps up to Nest and looks towards Mud and finds the Killtrocity. He was absolute one shot and he's still got the Killtrocity. An awesome way to start off our top 10. Next up at number 9 we have iSpar, back on Livefire and in the exact same spot as Austin. Sliding off of Nest to soar out towards QT, he's got the flank of the century. All 4 kills are assisted by his teammates, again showing just how important team shooting is in Halo Infinite. 3 Bandit Evo cleanups into a clean body shot overkill. What really makes this clip is the kill tag. He absolutely dunks on the guy heading to pillars with the no scope. Awesome shot, Spar. Next up at number 8, we have Agent Cooked on Coliseum as he's cooking the enemy team. Picking up 2 quick snipes, he sees the triple kill, very clean headshot, and he sees the man's toe beans looking up towards rockets and hits the overkill. I absolutely love the Coliseum remake. Awesome job, Agent Cooked. Moving on to number 7, we have a G2G Sleevey. Featuring his Dragon Bandit, he's going to be dragging the enemy team through the dirt. Good movement, good positioning, and by working with his team for the first 3 kills, he gets the triple. Sleevey has great awareness to double back to
I feel like that first event that Optic won put like confidence under them now, and now it's like they can play even better almost. I don't know. Kind of cool.
I'm sorry if your name's Prufio, but it's more fun to say it that way. Prufio is playing Recharge Strongholds and realizes the enemy team will be pushing through from C to A, try flip spawns and gain map control. The final kill of this clip makes it with the sick ninja overkill. He destroys the man and ends his career. Awesome stuff, Chef Prufio. The next clip in our countdown is number 5. Marking our halfway point of the countdown, we have Mailmain. And you know his motto, he delivers. Mailmain is playing Forbidden CTF, and I've got to say, this map is beautiful. Playing keyboard and mouse, Mailmain secures top to control with some very clean shots. But what really makes this clip, oh boy, is the last one. He absolutely destroys that guy. Fantastic clip by Mailmain. At number 4, we have SLG. We just saw Mailmain destroying the enemy team. Now we're watching Mailmain get destroyed. Up against a few EU pro players, SLG has the shock rifle, and with some very clean shots, he picks up the overkill extermination. Moving on from that and entering our top 3 players,
Let's
we
get
have
it.
Catalyst. Remember how I said team shooting was important on Halo Infinite? Well, you're going to see that in this clip. Catalyst is playing King of the Hill on live fire with his team capturing the final hill. As the objective is nearing completion, the enemy team is far more likely to Hail Mary rush the objective to try stop the game from ending, and Catalyst takes full advantage. As you can see, after Catalyst has picked up the overkill, the garage side of the map is open. That means as long as his teammates don't move, they're going to keep respawning there over and over again. Catalyst can take full advantage. This clip is a race against time. Will Catalyst kill the entire enemy team, or is the game going to end first? It is one of the only kill-tastrophes I have seen in Halo Infinite Ranked in the game's almost 4-year life cycle. Our runner-up this countdown is Kruvu. Playing Aquarius Bomb, and shout out to Halo Studios for adding skill jumps into Infinite, Kruvu is going to use them to flank the enemy team. Kruvu's teammates are also going to push up at the exact same time to again help team shoot the enemy team. Kruvu's teammates even go to the lengths of sacrificing themselves to give him a better chance at continuing the multi-kill. The theme of this countdown seems to be team shotting as Kruvu picks up the Kilimanjaro.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Finally, we have number 1. Your number 1 Halo Infinite clip for this countdown is by Infini. I was going to commentate this, but this clip is so disgusting. Just watch, it is amazing.
Position, but Nemesis might have better timing here, with TSM not having that control that's needed at LR at the moment.
That timing's not going to pay them dividends as they're all stuck on the bottom of the map, and you see the slays are starting to come out. SLG goes down, Glory goes down as well, and now it's Wootem and Snipe Drone, the last people alive in this scenario, but opens up that lane for Talik to pick up the camo for himself.
And smart by Talik, right? He basically pushed in and isolated the angles based on the information he knew, gets a free camo away, and this is looking bleak for Nemesis. I don't know what the path is at this point. You've given up too much to TSM. They not only are going to be able to get those kills, but they're very much in a position to start cycling these spawns at Nemesis. It's a rinse and repeat situation. It's going to come down to some mixed execution or a massive individual play for Nemesis.
Yeah, things are starting to get out of hand here, and execution is exactly what Talik himself is looking for, but so many players to deal with. Talik's going to end up going down.
A bit aggressive, right? He gives in that nuke combo. It's a high risk when you miss that shot, and you see what the reward for Nemesis is. They've been able to capitalize off that.
Look at that shot, bro. Holy.
Wait, forget about calling it a strong side. Let's call it a Wootem.
I mean, it was just beautiful, right? He's no shields, turns around, puts the shots in, continues to turn his back, and just eat damage. On land, it works.
The problem is, though, the TSM, I mean, they're getting trades, and that's really all they need is trades. A truck, they'll get more than that. That's 2 unanswered. The score's 8 between these, and TSM are rapidly approaching the 40 kill mark. Nemesis, you have to keep treading water, but at some point, you have to make progress against this Riptide.
I mean, Wootem is 2 for 6 here. The last half of this game, it just continues to just go down. 3 down.
How does Druck not die there? That's crazy.
Nemesis just cannot finish a kill. TSM, they are refusing to give away anything for free. In this game, that's 4 unanswered kills now. Finally, Wootem gets 1, but you see the rest of TSM ready to play for trades.
See if they're able to come back in this. It doesn't look like they are. The trades come out, though. It's 3 down for TSM. An 11-kill lead, though, for them. Glory, what can he do with this shock rifle camo combo?
He got to shock the system of Nemesis back to life. This is probably the most crucial play that Nemesis is going to have all series, is what Glory's able to do with this weapon power-up combination.
Well, he gets 1. He sets that up cleanly, but now they have information on where he is. Not able to get a second one onto Soul Snipe. Now they know where he is as well. That damage onto Soul Snipe was enough, though. The assist comes out. Wait a minute. Glory's making a bit of an impact here. Talik's down to no shields. Cleans him up as well. The kills are clean, but still trades go in again.
It's excellent play by Glory, but the problem is they needed perfect play. And Talik being able to get through and have that half-second timing to get that kill just kind of shut the door on Nemesis to doing more. Instead, they only have 5 lives. And
Four now.
It's just, they're slipping away. There's just so much pressure that TSM's applying.
This is where TSM thrives on this moment. You know, when things are close in the game 5s. 3 more kills and they'll close this one out. Talik goes down though. Snipe drone trying to even up the odds as best he can. He even goes for that chow. Even gets the kill. Whoa, wait a minute. 47-40.
It's not over yet. It might. Doable is maybe a stretch to say, but I feel as if they can get this done with perfect execution. Find the spawn trap, keep TSM back. You just can't trade.
Now, yo, Grant Mine, thanks for the follow on Twitch, homie. Appreciate you. And the new YouTube subs and all that. Appreciate it, guys.
Away, but the 49th kill goes in, and
Welcome
there's
to the
the
channel,
50th.
bro.
TSM come out on top.
TSM, indeed they did. Wow, they came in today and upset Optic. Now they have taken down Nemesis, who were the favorites to potentially take that top 4 spots, I believe. So TSM now maybe being one of the teams with the most potential to secure that top 4 because of how crazy the brackets look.
What does the bracket look like?
What does it?
Who are they going against? It's like, it's crazy because it's like FaZe moved on to beating SSG, right? It's like, and then Shopify's on one side. It's like, how crazy can a bracket get is my question.
It just keeps getting crazier and crazier every single event, and I don't think that's going to end. I think there's even going to be some teams that win events this year that'll surprise us.
After seeing TSM struggle all of 2025, leading into Arlington, and then ultimately coming to this, I mean, just one switch, bringing back the best friend over, and they figured it out. TSM just took on Team Nemesis and came out the winner. This is crazy.
Now we got a special guest sitting here in the couch. This is Ice Kid from Team Unreal Nightmares. Now, I taught you guys how to say hi in Puerto Rican, right?
I forgot already. I'm so sorry.
No way.
I'm sorry, man.
All right, do you want to?
Can you teach me?
Say hola.
Hola.
No. Let's do the WhatsApp. WhatsApp.
What did you say?
¿Qué la que hay?
¿Qué la que hay?
¿Qué la que hay?
¿Qué la que hay?
¿Qué la que?
¿Qué la que hay?
What's up?
Well, bienvenido. First of all, I want to say how incredibly exciting, que emocionante es para mí tener un boricua, having a Puerto Rican sitting here on the couch, and not just because you qualified for pools, but because you are the first Puerto Rican from the island to make it this far in Halo history. So it's really special for me, and I believe it has to be incredibly special for you.
Yeah, it is. Like, literally all my friends in Puerto Rico are cheering me up every time. They're saying, oh my God, you're the greatest of all time and all that shit. And I just get hyped because it's really a dream. Like, I spent so much time, like, you don't know, in theater, playing matchmaking, scrims, practicing. And it's a dream to be in polls. Like, it's insane. But I just want to go higher and higher, keep practicing for the next event, and just get top 8 or even further.
I absolutely love that, and the mentality you have, and a lot of people don't understand how much time it takes and how much time it's put in. One thing I will say that I'm very impressed about you is that I feel like you have that championship caliber play already. Like, your name, Ice Kid, literally is what you conceptualize in your gameplay. Like, you constantly get the kills that are necessary. You constantly win the fights that are really important. And as a young player, I think that's very impressive. So really well done. Really well done.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like, to be honest, I thought I would be super nervous coming up to this LAN against Ether, against pool play. But to be honest, I wasn't feeling any pressure at all, to be honest.
Wow.
I was just playing myself and just doing great, you know, trying to get better.
Awesome.
A lot of people just recognizing your name right now, but I mean, I remember back in Halo 5,
yeah,
FR, Ice Kid, FR. It was a whole team of 4. It was just FR. Like, talk to me about your journey. You know, Halo 5 to Halo Infinite. Like, talk to us about the young man we see in front of us.
Wow, man, I started literally at the bottom. I was like a platinum in Halo 5. I didn't even like the game, but then one day, like, one of my teammates, like my old teammates, they literally step up to me and say, hey, we want to make a Puerto Rican team to compete. And I didn't even know about anything on esports, to be honest. And they just picked me up, and I started grinding the game every day, just practicing with the same old squad and all that. We got the highest we got in Halo 5, I think it was top 32.
top 32, and we had high hopes for Halo Infinite at the start of the year. We got top 32 again at the start of Halo Infinite, and after the first year, unfortunately, one of my teammates had to leave for university and all that, and work and all that. So basically, I stuck with one of my teammates, FR Warrior, if y'all remember that. And we were just looking around, and we didn't get much. So FR Warrior decided to step out of the competitive scene and all that, so I was left alone, basically. Then I was playing matchmaking one day, and Glitchy, my old teammate, hit me up to play with Simply Fear Me and Sirion. And when I saw this opportunity, I was like, oh my god, this could be actually huge for me in my career if I want to keep competing. And we played our first tournament. We did super good. I think we got top 20 or something. I don't remember much. And from there, it's been a journey, like ups and downs. I stopped competing in 2023. I stopped competing for a while, for months. I did not have a team. I wasn't even playing the game. But then in 2024, I came back again, started grinding the game again, and just playing every day. Then Glitchy had a team, and they decided to pick me up at the start of 2025, I think it was. I don't remember much. Then Glitchy got hit up by Leaderness and Collective, and we made that team that was cracking previously. And they were talking about coming to Arlington. And I was like, I've never gone to a LAN before. I don't know how that works. We set it up everything. We got the travel coverage top 1 seed. That was super fortunate for our team. And we realized we were good. We were actually really good because we got the top 1 seed. We went to Arlington. Unfortunately,
which is incredible. How does it feel to team with Envoy, Super CC, your entire squad?
it's super great. Like, I feel so confident. Like, I just could do whatever I want, like in the map sometimes. Like, I just be me.
Oh yeah, my bad. I was muted. I was talking. I
I
wasn't saying too much. I was kind of just commentating that game a little bit, just saying who might win.
Support me a lot. Like, I really like
But yeah, you guys saw right there who advanced the top 4.
I back down, I come back again. Like,
yeah, I swear on every. Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah, man. I'm not gonna lie. I 100% didn't want to be rude, but if you're gonna ask why I muted it, I'm like, man, this guy's kind of yapping a bit, bro. Yeah, but I could tell he's like a little nervous. He's first time up there, and he's very happy and excited that he's from the like he's in pools and he's practiced really hard. It's just sometimes I'm just like, yo, bro, like say your piece, be confident, and bang. But like, yo, bro, he's like dragging it on a bit. And I was just like, all right, bro.
Yeah, it was.
So I wasn't gonna say anything, but if you're also gonna agree, then
he talked to a lot of pro players.
There we go, man. But yeah, nothing against him, bro. Super shout out to the homie for he's in a great position. He's killing it.
As a player.
Yeah, it was just
a lot of eyes on you.
I needed like some time. I just needed some me time.
It's really cool that you're
I just needed some me time right there, bro.
Together, we could go really far.
Type
I love
shit.
that type of mentality because I think it's important to build that chemistry. And the fact that you guys already have it is awesome.
Yeah, it's insane.
What I'm confused about is how old are you right now, man?
19.
18.
18.
I need to know. Because you were kicking my butt
18.
in matchmaking like 6 years ago. Wait, what are you, 18 or 19
I'm
years old?
18.
Were you 12 years old, dominant? I'm infuriated right now. But I mean, like, seriously though, I mean, I've seen a bit of your journey back in Halo 5. I recognize the name. I recognize the FR kids and whatnot. Like, and to see where you are right now, I'm like, dude. I was like, where did you come from? It's real, and honestly, I'm proud of you, man. Always proud of my Halo 5 boys and whatnot, but it's really cool to see you become the player that you are and continue to grow into.
Yeah, I'm really proud of myself, to be honest. It's been a long journey, like
A
a lot of time put into this, and shout out to my mom too, because she made this happen.
Is that her right there?
Yeah, she's there. That's my mom.
That's a very supportive mom. That's awesome.
She doesn't know we're talking about her yet.
Huh?
She doesn't know we're talking about
That's
it
a very
yet.
supportive
She
mom.
doesn't know, but shout out to my mom. To be honest, she made this all possible.
That's
Without
awesome.
her,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
could never been to Arlington or even here. So shout out to my mom. Also my friends who were watching, my Puerto Rican buddies. They support me throughout the whole tournament, always just keeping their eyes on every game on the open bracket, even checking the bracket of how I'm doing. Calling me after the pool match, after winning, calling me, everyone just being there to support me. Yeah, bro, it's thanks to them I'm here, to be honest, to my old teammates, and to the guy who started all FR Warrior. I don't know if you're watching, but thanks to you, I'm here, because without his talk to me about competitive things, I will never be here. So shout out to all of my Puerto Rican buddies, my mom, my dad, everyone, bro. Without them, I would not be here.
Well, let's just do this part in Spanish.
claro.
I'll say it in English so that you guys know. Oh, that's Mom! Hi, Mom! She's waving at us. So, anything you would like to say to the Puerto Ricans watching at home, not just on the island, but everywhere in the world that could be watching this interview right now? And if you want to say it in Spanish, I think that would be wonderful. I can translate after for anybody watching. En español ahora, en español boricua.
Claro que
¿Qué le
sí.
dices a los puertorriqueños del mundo?
Pues de verdad, mano, gracias a todos los puertorriqueños que me han seguido, a mis amigos, lo que es Bibby, Professor, Yahati, Rusty, Audacity, J Pure, Warrior, todo, en verdad. De verdad que muchas gracias por su ayuda, porque yo sé que ustedes siempre han estado ahí desde el principio, desde Halo Infinite, siempre me lo han dicho. Así que de verdad, unas gracias brutales a todos ustedes. También a mi mamá, gracias por todo, porque sin ella, como dije, no podía estar aquí. Gracias a ella es que pude tener esta maravillosa oportunidad de poder competir y llegar a Pulse. En verdad, demostrar el talento que tengo a todo el mundo, así que gracias a ella. Gracias a papi que siempre ha estado ahí por mí, siempre también me ha ayudado, me ha apoyado con todo. Y como les dije, de verdad, corillo, de verdad que muchas gracias por todo lo que ustedes han hecho por mí y mucho de lo que me ha ayudado a crecer. De verdad.
Bueno, de Puerto Rico para el mundo, ¿verdad?
Sí, de Puerto Rico y para el mundo, a todos. A todo el mundo que me ha ayudado, en verdad, y los que me hacen support, de verdad que muchas gracias. De verdad que muchas gracias.
Un abrazo. Qué bueno tenerte aquí. Y espero verte llegar a lejos.
Muchas gracias.
Okay.
Gracias por esta oportunidad.
Que disfrutes el evento. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a ustedes.
Thank you.
Goodbye, bro.
Congratulations, man. You're killing it, bro. For real.
All right, well, that was Ice Skid from Unreal Nightmares, really making waves here in the HCS. How incredible is it to hear his story? So much passion and confidence also coming out of him.
I love it. I think the most important thing he talked about is the work ethic that it takes. And that's something that we're trying to shine here with the LVT documentaries. Like, what does it take to be a professional player in Halo? Because this is Halo Infinite, but future things are coming. We know, the studios talked about it, right? There's future things coming. You get your path started here. You put the work in now, like he did in Halo 5, and maybe you have a future as a young kid to get into the scene. Halo is one of the most competitive games in esports, in my opinion. So get started now, and that's a good inspiration for anyone trying to do that.
Yeah, I want to get to know more about the kid. I want to ask him some fun questions. I want to ask him what his favorite foods are.
Should we bring him back on? Do we get him back on?
Maybe the next interview we ask some more fun questions and whatnot. I will say one thing I did notice is, you can tell,
Or is there any element of maybe dejection after the being sent down by Shopify Rebellion? It certainly looks
No
like
way they
they're
lost to
into this one.
Shopify? No way.
Bound actually gets the shot onto Sparty as well. We were speaking how this sniper is going to be a big influence on this first game. And it's going to be Bound who gets the first opportunity to provide us with some entertainment.
Is a concern as well, sniper rifle, and a lot of progress made on this hill. Only question is, what way did the camouflage go? It almost doesn't matter because this one's been so easy. Plain sailing. Legend has not even had a kill, an assist, or a death until now.
It went to game 5. No way.
We're kind of scattered, looking to try and take some control on the map, and all the meanwhile, Optic were just sat comfortably in the
Yeah, I
hill.
finished
Now
eating
transition to the second hill.
and chilled for a little, and then came back and the series like had just finished. And I was like, oh shit, and it said Optic was playing next, and I was like, oh shit, Optic won. I don't know why I thought they lost, or they won. That's crazy. Yeah, it's kind of like hitting me that they lost. That's crazy, bro.
The bear's been poked one too many
That
times.
is insane.
Mental trying to prioritize staying alive. Nades coming down and had a sliver of health, but it wasn't long before another bit of splash damage tagged them along the way. The Fuji dives back tower along with Legend. So Cherish now repulses back tower. Some shots come from Formal. Renegade's there too. Doesn't seem to matter where he moves, somebody's waiting for him.
Everyone had eyes on Cherish, but has he done enough to allow the rest of the team to step up? He knew he had to do something with his death, and he at least was able to take a lot of eyes towards them. So Complexity do take a little bit of space, but it doesn't look like it matters. Mental's being spotted out, and he will be traded as well. And all the meanwhile, Optic is still scoring here. Mental trying his best with 6 kills, by the way, but just doesn't seem to help him right now.
It seemed to be a very clear strategy from Optic Gaming as well. Have one player sit mud watching those pillars, have a guy nest, you have a two players watching one line of sight. Very good from them, and almost have this hill captured. Legend went back tower, but here's a chance now for Complexity. But how good will their hold be? That's the question. And unfortunately for them, Camouflage is coming up at possibly the worst time.
And Mental tries to get aggressive, which is the right thing to do here. He's done the damage and does manage to convert one of the kills alongside it, but it looks like Bound's going to escape with the camouflage. Oh, it's not. He doesn't have the camouflage, excuse me. It's Formal who grabbed it in the end. But this hill is a very difficult one to hold, and the fact that there is so long to do so from Complexity, likelihood is this is going to go in Optic's favor.
Spartan's just forced to give this one up, waiting for his teammates to spawn back up over towards Mud. Mental is there, but 2-0 now the score. Very easy for Optic. You move to Hill 3 in-house. Complexity do have the spawns there now. Cherish going to be the one in the hill. Renegades with the sniper rifle. He got a little pixel, so he knows the player over towards window. Shot will just tag the wall, which means the bullet will fire over towards the camo side, thanks to the ricochet that's been in the most latest update. 3 go down for Complexity. Optic just break these setups so easily.
Too easily as well, I'd feel. Oh! Renegade's just happy to fly around and put the sniper to use. The fact that Complexity have not been able to keep that sniper rifle out of Optic's hands has been a big difference in this early lead for them. They're almost 3 to the good, halfway to it now.
Oh.
Goodness me.
God damn.
Gave it the fade away headshot with the sniper rifle. 4 go down for Complexity.
Yeah, this is looking not sure. I want to see the FFA stuff.
It's Complexity, I think.
They're watching this as well. Yes, this is the FFA. It's not getting brought or commentated over, but that's fine.
On him to have such a high positive KD ratio, but he does anyways. 11, 4, and 3. Only one member of Complexity in double figures, and the same for Optic.
Travis just gets a triple kill, but it doesn't matter because Renegade's just squatting in the hill, not paying rent at all.
You'd never have known that Complexity had rotated and got time in the hill instantly after Optic scored hill number 2. They are just that damn fast at flipping the map and flipping the advantage state on its head.
Young man right here, currently the youngest pro in the scene. We did see Ice Kid was just on the broadcast. That's who they were interviewing before we got here. So he's trying to be the new youngest player, I think. Actually, I'm not even sure how old he is, but regardless, Amasi really in a tough position to prove that he's a new kid on the block right now, as he's down 3-0 against angry Optic Gaming, who look to find their way into the grand final. They're just the first opponents they run into. Spartan the Dog, though, feel like this guy, if he can find that gear, is unstoppable at times, but against Optic, it's hard to find that gear.
Very tough. As Renegade goes down once again. 3 go down in total for Optic Bound, the last member standing, and he goes down as well. So it's one of the first team wipes I can recall for Complexity in this game number 1, as they're up in the lead on hill number 4. Do they still have a path?
I mean, yes, to be honest, because they've got the tower side, like we talked about. If you have this half of the map during the next sequence of hills, you absolutely can steamroll. But the problem is Optic is so good at breaking this. Avicii somehow staying alive, and the juke is real, gets his shield back, and might even be able to get another. Okay, Repulse with the help of Cherish, and all of a sudden they're kind of jiving right now.
Like a kid on the playground, Avicii working the back of the snipe tower like it's the jungle gym as he stays alive, takes down 2 members of Optic, and puts Complexity up on the board with their first score. They're only down 2 with 2:20 left on the clock, so you're right, Eli. I ask you, is there a path? Is there a chance? Everything's lining up for him right now. 3 go down on each side. It's Cherish versus Formal in a 1v1, and Cherish has the snipe. Formal approaches. No scope connects, and Cherish goes down. You can see his body language, his facial expression. A little disappointed by that.
He knew that was a crucial win. Sniper rifle, hungry for cookies and cream ice cream. Got the same look to it, but
what does a sniper have to do with cookies and cream, Eli?
Look at it, man. Look at the sniper. It's got
yeah, I can see that. All right.
It's got a little bit of strawberry swirls in it as well.
Oh man, I love that.
Need to see a good break here from Complexity, though.
Yeah, Optic are gonna score next after previously getting scored on. That's one of their points of strength. That's one of the things that they're very efficient at doing. As Renegade makes his way through the garage door, now pushing up towards the sandbags, has shots in the back of Cherish. He'll go down to 1 or 2 shots, and Renegade is going to chase this damage out like a dog foaming at the mouth.
I mean, look at the way Cherish played that. It's like he predicted that Renegade would push the way he did. So he purposefully dodged the push. Now they're looking pretty good. This has to be a perfect hill, though. They've got the camos, they've got the map positioning. But what does Optic do here? This is a good moment to study. What does a top team do in that situation?
This is big for Complexity. Even if they don't come back and ultimately win game 1, they've done enough in game 1 to show us that they're ready to put up more of a fight than an easy 3-0 sweep. We'll see what happens, though. Cherished has the camo, spots an opponent down on the box and the nest. As Legend is there hiding, I imagine reshielding. Bounds down to 1 HP. He gets cleaned up by Cherish. QT's available as well, and Legend hasn't moved off that stump. Cherish recognized it instantaneously. He's got 2 frag grenades to use. Finally lets it out, but because of the timing, he allowed Legend to escape, but not for long. Wow. No, he goes down with the last shot, so Complexity here might just make it a 1-point game with 90 seconds left.
It's a really critical light for Formal. If he lives over here, he can get them out of the hill. A lot of pressure on this side, though, from Complexity. He does trade the hill. Mental's right there.
That's going to do it. And they're going to be able to rotate. 3 go down for Optic Gaming. If they take down Legend, it's a staggered spawn scenario, but Legend clutches up for a double kill.
Bro, no way.
Optic to have a chance to instantaneously put pressure on this next hill.
Did they milk time? Because this one, it's hard to just get the hill.
Great position, but
or hard to milk a minute and a half. They might just dead ass. I think Optic are going to end up going for this hill, if I had to guess. Optic should go for this.
With a nice crouch strafe there.
Yo, Wax, thanks for the kick follow, homie.
And this has just been a bloodbath, back and forth.
Alright, maybe not though. I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
Legend has to reload, and Avicii takes advantage of it. Oh man, he got an extra lucky coin that he utilized to stay alive here. Still with just 1 HP, a dream, and more hill time for Complexity, but eventually he'll fall.
Complexity do have the lead in this hill. Just a minute on the game clock, so that's a critical piece of intel here. All members of Complexity were dead, but Sparty, and Sparty still gets a kill. Now, if his teammates come off spawn, they can move a little bit faster. Sparty takes a lot of frag damage, though, has to relocate. And looks like they're looking to take this fight before they step foot in the hill once again.
Here goes Sparty. He can taste the blood in the water, at least smell it. Now definitely taste it as he takes down Formal. 3 up on each side, as both teams will fight with an even standing, but Bound gets behind Sparty. Takes him down. Mental should be able to clean up on that, as he does. Down though for Complexity. Crucial for Mental to stay alive and stay close to the B hill.
Yeah, just 20 seconds in regulation remaining. It's very clear Optic have no interest in setting foot in the hill.
Huge.
Oh, he hit that before, bro. He's definitely
last
hitting that.
tournament. Is that the difference here?
This could get Complexity into a tied scenario. They've got 40% on the board, but with single-digit seconds left, 7 to be exact, they've got to get in the hill. But Mental's the only player alive, and like a beacon, like the bat signal, flaring out into the sky. Everybody knows his location. He'll go down, and it looks like Complexity will as well. Optic take a hard-fought game number 1, but that wasn't the case in the early goings, Eli.
I mean, honestly, yeah, they go up 3-0. It looks like it's going to be a steamroll, but Complexity really put up a good fight there in the end game. We saw Mental have 23 kills, and I tell you what, I've been waiting to see when Mental wakes up this season, because we're not seeing the same Mental we saw on that Shopify Rebellion roster last year. But man, he's looking like he's in form right now.
It's a tough series layout as I look across the board for Complexity. 2 of Optic's best maps, Live Fire, I'd say their best map, are 2 of the games in this series. You actually bookend it with the start and the finish. So, but I think before we even get to that game 5, Eli, Complexity got to win 1 of the next 2. If not guaranteed, got to have this layer.
Yeah, this is definitely a must win, and it's on Aquarius. Of all
I mean, yeah, they definitely got to win it.
A lower seed could overcome a
This is
higher
what happened to
seed.
Optic last time, and they were
On that
playing
list,
against
because
Legends
the
old
spawns can get a
team,
little bit
Quadrant
weird.
or whatever.
You can get pretty fortunate.
And they literally went to game 5 and almost, they almost got top 16 the first tournament. They ended up winning it.
Very comfortable on Aquarius.
Here they are again in
looking
Elam
at
round
into this
1,
next
bro.
game. Look at
What
the
is
damage,
going
though.
on?
Mental's damage off the chart. If you take a look at the head-to-head, and these numbers pretty different from one another. Although the damage efficiency goes to...
That's interesting. It's very interesting. It's nearly a double up for the KD and the KAD, and the power weapon percentage, but Mental still doing something right, and he had a great game 1. You can see him here already with a 2.0 KD at 8-4, but Formal and the rest of Optic were too strong. One of those situations where you give yourself enough of a leash and a lead, you can start to give up some hills like we saw from Optic and probably still not sweat it too much.
Yeah, I think once you're up 3-0 and there's less than 2 minutes on the clock, if you just commit to playing time for the rest of the game, you have an extremely high likelihood to win, because you're going to burn enough time off here and there that by the time they get close to tying it up, they're probably close to the finish line. And yeah, I was talking about how Renegade's not been himself, but then he proved me wrong with a nice no-scope headshot there.
That was a filthy jump shot. Just about a fadeaway.
We did see him miss more snipes than usual, though. Like last tournament, he didn't miss like any.
Formal's really been, I'd say, the better sniper for Optic. If I had to pick one, I'd probably want the snipe in Formal's hands this weekend. What do you think?
Yeah, there's some argument for that. I would say Renegade's one of those guys, though. I think if you give him the snipe and then he just finds a little bit of momentum, like then he becomes the guy. So maybe it's like, let's just keep giving him snipe until he finds his form, and then he'll take over after that.
Aqua Slayer, game number 2. And fortunately enough for Complexity, the reverse sweep trampoline does set up for them if they do go down 0-2. If they can take game 3 and really figure it out and put together more of the pieces that weren't a fully complete puzzle for them in game number 1, I still think they got a chance. It may not be a lot, but trying to keep the hope alive for the boys in red and white. Complexity with that OG logo back. Jason Lake has Complexity back under ownership, purchasing that back from Jerry Jones of the Dallas Cowboys. So Complexity, local team here. So too is Optic Gaming. So it's kind of a grudge match, a battle
Texas.
where nobody's got the home court advantage. Well, you could probably still make the case Optic does, but this is both their homes.
For sure, no. 2 Texas-based organizations going at it here in Texas. So it's definitely an interesting one. There's certainly a lot of Optic fans here. This is not too far from the Optic Arena we were at a month ago. And they've been showing up. I think they've got a lot of reasons to root for the boys right now, as they probably feel somewhat responsible for the lackluster performance. You got to support the boys.
Yep. Got to find a way to bounce back here if you're Complexity. As Optic had just fallen to Rebellion, and so much deja vu this weekend, like you said, Eli. There's been no script rehearsal or script reversals. It's pretty much carbon copy paste as to what we saw in Arlington. However, I think the big difference again is that the 5 through 8 seeds look much more viable as a threat to the top 3, and we already know it's guaranteed that one of those teams will take a spot in the winter final, claiming themselves that guaranteed top 3. We said it would be TSM. They're about to go up against Envy. That's going to be a good series.
Yeah, Envy 3-0ing Cloud9. TSM taking Nemesis to game 5 and closing it out pretty emphatically in the last game. I want to say it was like 50-40. So Nemesis taking an early trip to the lower bracket as well. That means, in the lower side, you could potentially run into Optic and Nemesis. Maybe Optic and Nemesis have another rematch.
Optic and
Yo,
Nemesis.
never
SSG
know.
Down there in the lower bracket after they fell to FaZe, I want to say 3-1.
Cloud9 as well.
Cloud9's there as well. They placed 5th, 6th at Arlington. So, man, you got some absolute gunners in the lower bracket.
Okay. We set our sights to Aquarius Slayer. This one could get mixy. Like I said, the spawns on this map work a little bit differently than other maps. Prominent, so it's very likely that a team will end up trapped in a base at some time, but we could see them play a good defensive effort like we saw in Streets earlier from a base.
Hey, good offensive effort going.
At the moment, it would settle the nerves a little bit to get one map, for sure.
There is always that little thing when you get dropped by a team, and no matter how friendly you remain with those players, you're rooting against them for the first tournament or two, hoping that they don't see instant success. And fortunately for Cherished,
where was I the problem?
well, yeah, hang on a minute, they might have had a point actually. But no.
But no.
This game, 6-4-3.
He goes, but no.
You can do it against Optic Gaming, you can do it against anybody.
Yo, that's funny as hell, bro.
Up a thruster pack.
He goes, but no.
Waiting for information from his team, waiting for some damage before he decides to
Yo,
move.
sure,
Playing
he's
this one
too
very patiently,
funny,
down to
bro.
his kill. That's Legend's key and Q to move. Cherished should not fall as well.
Maybe I was the problem.
Waiting for players to drop, he knows they're going to.
Yeah, these guys are too funny, bro. I'm telling you. Good casters.
There's 2 guns training him. Great game awareness to get himself out of trouble, but only for a moment.
That shit was funny.
6-kill lead, and I think that Optic are really trying to slow this one down because they're recognizing complexity is starting to take it.
Yo, what up, Undead? Just vibing, bro. What you up
They're trying
to?
to lay that trap, lay that foundation with a player like Legend, for example, just to shoot them in the back, and then they all ambush at the same time.
Watching some Halo
Great
on a
shot from
Saturday,
Formal.
bro.
Look at this flood
Everything's
from Optic Gaming,
vibey.
all on the same side.
Hope you're well.
Swarming towards complexity here.
They tried it a couple of times. This time it seems to be a little bit more successful. They have complexity in the back foot, sliding back over towards Fridge, almost completely trying to avoid the gunfights. Knowing they're down in shields, Formal spins around, hits Spartan in the face. And one bandit
Oh,
shot.
hell yeah, Undead. These are the place for him, bro.
Renegade's gonna drop there. Great bait switch, great awareness from each other. Optic Gaming's team.
Thanks for stopping by, my brother.
Yeah, it must be frustrating when you have a significant lead against Optic and then suddenly you find yourself only a couple ahead. Start to ask yourself, really, how have we allowed them to get back into this one? Now Renegade just needs a bit of help.
Cherish with camouflage then. Chance to push his team further into the lead. 5-kill advantage. Formal's isolated in the Fridge. Cherish getting shot in the back. Good comms from Formal. Cherish will get the kill, or at least help to get the kill before ultimately getting taken down. So not a lot of value extracted from that camouflage, but just enough. Keep this one a 3-kill game.
3-kill game. Complexity still having the lead, but Optic's starting to worm their way back in this one. Let's see if Complexity can hold them off. It's going to enlist him with Complexity's side.
Damn, we're gonna get all the way down to 4 teams today, bro. Let me get the bracket here. I also think this is the first time I spoke in your chat. Hey, man. Nice to meet you.
Alright, I have death cam. He's going blue P jump. One's card for you. There's 2 P side. 2 P side going P2.
Looking your P, I'm looking your P. I have nades.
They like to go car side, have Burberry's one.
We have 30 on camo. You're good, you're good. They don't know you're there. They don't know you're there.
You want speed too?
He's half, one shot.
There's 2 here, 2 here. Yo, 2 here.
Let me check out this bracket. HCS DreamHack. If you guys want to check out the bracket, feel free to click that link there. Hell yeah, let's go. Eva knows. Man, I love turning on the stream and just vibing with the homies, you know what I mean? It's just a good feeling. It's just a good feeling, guys.
You see me?
I can't wait to start streaming some RuneScape. I don't know if you guys are into RuneScape, but I feel like it's going to be a really chill game. The community's really vibey. There's a lot of people on that game always, bro. The community's super active, so I feel like just streaming and playing that game and just being involved in that community will just be really cool.
Absolutely swarm you and
Really
surround
looking
you
forward
like
to
that.
it, bro.
Complexity backs against the wall, trying to throw grenades, trying to get damage down.
But I love me some Halo
The
always.
communication seems positive. They now find themselves 7, make it 8 kills behind Optic Gaming. And are they seeing Game 2 start to slip through their fingers a little bit here?
They've been relentless. Some of the pushes have been a thing of beauty. Just overpowering Complexity in the base. Baiting and switching, doing so much damage, but more importantly, just not even losing a life in some of these pushes. What was a close game? What was at one point a 7-kill advantage for Complexity is completely flipped now. And it's Optic Gaming who head into this endgame in much the better position.
Got to try and flip a 7-kill difference now, make it an 8-kill difference. Be very tough against an Optic Gaming who are so ruthless with their attacks, like you were mentioning. Really is just demonstrating how good their teamwork is, that they are all on the same page and coordinated with their attacks. Complexity do get a couple of kills going in their favor though. They close that gap to 5. Have been able to kind of force the Optic Gaming players back into Gen a little bit here, and they're trying to surround them themselves.
Just chewing them up and spitting them out right now. Actually gets another kill.
Damn, this FFA bracket is kind of cool to
Only
look
require
at.
2. Complexity, they're all going to spawn on the opposite side of the map. They're going to try and get out on this car side. Spartan's been trapped and isolated in the base though on the shroom stairs, taking a lot of damage. Mental's going to try and help him. Cherish is over on the car side as well.
Round
Taken down by
2.
Renegade. One more kill then. Legend's not going to get it. Legend's going to get shut down, but it comes elsewhere. And Optic Gaming, 2
Round 2's already hella sweaty, wow.
up now against Complexity. Complexity then, Dan, 1 map loss away from elimination from this tournament.
Sadly, the game type that follows, I would argue, is Optic Gaming's best. So it is not looking good for Complexity. It'll be another disappointing tournament from a lot of their players' eyes, how far they think they can go and what they think they can achieve as well. Sadly, when you see these giants fall into the elimination bracket, it's so difficult to try and go up against them. But there is still hope. Still have games here. It is not done, and I think that's going to be the main communication going between these players on the side of Complexity right now. This is not over until it's over. We've shown that we can come back into games when we're behind. We can show that we can take them down. We can lead. We can be ahead. They were ahead in that Slayer. However, I think Optic are showing why they are the current reigning champions.
There seems to be a gulf in class at the moment. You're watching that Slayer, Dan. There's moments you're thinking, it's like you're just threading water, Complexity, desperately trying to stay afloat, and eventually you're going to run out of stamina and the ocean's going to take you. And that's what Optic Gaming are at times. They're just the ocean.
I think there was too many times that Complexity got caught in their base and they didn't push out. They kind of waited, hoped that Optic were going to run past and maybe they could shoot them in the back, and Optic smelled them out. And as soon as they caught that whiff, they were ready to pounce. Wanted to take them down, and you said it. Chew them up, spit them out, and let them respawn and go again. As soon as there was a 5 to 6 kill lead for Optic Gaming, there was no real looking back. Even here, right? Bound's kind of in a position where he starts to get surrounded, but he's so aware of where Complexity may be. Just a couple of nades to swing things back in his favor as well. Just heads up play. And Optic Gaming now 1 away from moving to elimination bracket round 2, guaranteeing themselves.
Really thinking about the
Oh, here it is.
hey, you signed up for the FFA? He was like, yeah, I guess so. And now he's in the finals with the lead.
Stumbles into the finals. You know, dumb luck, I guess. But no, this is all skill. You cannot just luck your way. You might luck your way through a couple of rounds, but not this many, not this deep into the bracket as we are down to the final 8. Overkill! 4 out of 8 in the lobby, taking down half of the lobby. Just got exterminated by Suspector.
That's not common that you see that this deep in these tournaments, by the way. I don't think we've seen... Have we even seen another overkill in the grand finals in a long time?
It's rare.
I think we might have seen a kill tack in one of them, but it is very rare to see more than 3.
You get a double and you start ringing the dinner bell, right? You get a triple and the hot food is on the plate and everyone smells it. To get the overkill is insane because at that point there is not enough players left in the lobby to not be paying attention to whatever gravitational force Suspector's pulling his way on Aquarius. So for Suspector to earn that overkill was not only massive in the sense that it was a sick overkill, but it's got him back up on top. 2 down off the lead. Command Station's on top through the first 4 minutes.
We're all rooting for Command Station. I think she was a FFA champion in Halo 5 more than once. So she's looking to reclaim the throne. I don't know if she's won in FFA in Infinite yet, but she's always had the ability.
She's always been there. She's always been nasty. And now is the time. It is ripe for the taking as she still maintains a narrow 1-kill lead. 2 other players down by 1 as well. Suspector down by 2. So it is close. Our top 4 in the lobby are right in the thick of it.
Okay. And Station still has the lead, but Maddie and Atticus, the 2 members of Passion United, hot on her trail. So Troxin needs to get into this.
I'm glad we get to see Exterminated.
And it's starting to get a little bit.
Yeah, usually don't see overkills in FFAs like this, like they were saying, like this deep in grand finals especially. But Suspector looking good there.
Keep it within a killing spree.
That play, he's almost in the lead. Command Station 1 above him. Maddie right there.
Nice. Troxin
Let's get
works
it.
his way into the generator, has the back of an opponent, but he earns an assist. You've got to feel
Wow.
a little
No
bad
GA
for
in
him,
that.
as I thought it. Yeah, I'd feel bad for him if he still got that second slay, but earning the assist and then going down, and now Suspector's there to clean it all up with 20 slays. He's now the one on top. Command Station close behind though with
Nice
19.
trade.
Suspector just showing why he's such a good player, but so is Command Station with a clean double kill, looking for another. As the outlines are momentarily off. Oh no, we're back. Okay.
Tied the leader. And now taking it. 22 to 21. She's on top as Maddie works his way in through the courtyard. 2 players to potentially clean up via third party with that frag toss, but he's too late and too little damage comes through. None to be exact. He now gets into a 1v1. Pretty even fight there, and it's going to result in a trade. 22-21. We're still stuck at that. So everybody else has been earning some slays, but our top 2 competitors have left some slack on the line, and now everyone's catching up.
Yeah, so far this is Command Station, Suspector, and the 2 boys from Passion United. Hopefully Pure Delight's in the chat. Don't you know your boys are doing good right now? I don't know. That was my attempt at a Canadian reference, but here we go. Kid Nasty.
Don't you know?
Has some late surges in these games, so keep an eye on his score as we continue as well.
And Troxin
No,
looking to win a 1v1, but does not, as Atticus claims it instead. Might earn the camo as well, but he drops down, trying to find some space to keep himself alive. Doubles back, wraps back around to the top side of Pink, goes for the melee first, and cleans up on it. Might just earn the sticky here, and that's tough. He had the close range proximity to earn it, but he just falls a little bit short. 23 is the lead, but a couple players are tied for it. Suspector's there, Maddie's one off, and Atticus is close as well with 21. This is still anyone's ball game with 8 minutes left.
Top 4 are very close behind that. Kid Nasty and Pink 7K. Like I said, I'm not familiar
There's
with
me a
this
close,
player.
but there's 4 people within like 1 kill of each other at the top.
Man Station though gets the cluster luck and an
I'm just kind of
assist
just
there,
tuning
I
into the
guess.
action on Dead. How about do
There's
you
only
have
one
like a favorite team or something?
Shots, early shots. She'll take the trade, that's fine.
It'd be cool to see my boy
As many
Suspector
slays
win
as
the
you can in
the
15
free for all,
minutes.
you
Even
know.
if you go
So I
down,
usually game with
take
him.
that, especially with the lead. She's tied for
So if
it.
this guy wins,
Suspector has not
yeah,
let her run away
so,
with
like,
it.
congratulate
now
him,
Maddie's
like,
tied, and
I don't
this
know,
is getting
it'd just be
closer
dope.
and closer at the 7:30
the homie.
3-way tie. Man Station changes that. Spectre then ties it again. We're about halfway through now. Kid Nasty starting to pick up some steam though. Like we said, this guy can come online at any moment. He's up to 22 now, not too far behind. Collective also making a charge as well.
Nice long-range battle rifle switch. Keeps the battle rifle out for the close-range proximity, but hey, it takes 2 shots in a melee instead of 3 with the bandit. So I kind of like that play there, Eli. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the 2-shot melee is slightly faster than the 3-shot melee with the bandit.
Yep.
So close range, we've seen Renegade actually start to employ that strat in 4s
Wow,
as
good
well.
play.
Where he'll hold the BR for close range battles, which is kind of counterintuitive because BR in good long range as well.
Very intriguing. As Kid Nasty in a 1v1 gunfight, but he gets third party cleaned up. So too does Atticus. So neither of those competitors wrapped up in that 1v1 got a slay for it, both earning an assist. That hurts a little bit. As Spectre now still 1 off the lead. Now 2. I think that was Command Station that took him down.
Who's your team,
It
Undead?
was. She gets another one via the trade. 29. She's up by 3.
That's a massive lead at this stage. It doesn't sound like much, but typically it's a kills per minute type of game, right? And there's only a set amount of kills per minute that these guys are capable of most of the time. 3 kill lead is massive here.
I was just about to remark how she's keeping her assist low. She was at 9, and just as I thought that, she gets a double assist. Still 11. You're not going to be hurting too much, but she's got to be careful because 11 is the high mark for assists, and it's the death total that would be our tiebreaker. And at 24, as I glance across the screen, she would be leading the tiebreaker via the death count. So it's often you see
also, yeah, assassinations would be kind of cool, but I'm surprised they didn't put it in this game where they could like have monetized it like crazy.
So if it does come down to
I feel like they didn't even monetize it that hard in the last game or at all. You just unlocked it in game. This one, I feel like they would have made you pay for some cool ass assassinations. I probably would have paid for some assassinations.
For a second, but then Command Station finds it double to rebuild that separation once again. Seeing shades of that pattern time and time again so far. Maddie's coming into the 30s as well.
With less than 6 minutes left, 6 of the 8 competitors are right there in the thick of it. But Command Station starting to gain and grow on her lead. 34.
In the thick of it.
The next highest is 30. Can she get that killing spree buffer gap that I think she wants?
Certainly going to go for it. She looks locked in. Doesn't get that kill, though. That's going to hurt because Atticus gets a couple of those, and he's hot on their trail as well. So now Kid Nessie's Spectre, I've noticed, has been stuck at 29 for quite some time now. Hasn't been able to close out a kill for a while.
Got to get back on the board. Oh, perfect third-party execution from Maddie. Thought he was about to get ninja'd, but it's the slick play from him himself. And he is having a much more impressive performance. I believe he got 6th in Arlington, now in 2nd. Just 2 off the lead of Command Station. As Kid Nasty earns another slay with the Heat Wave. He's right there in the mix. 2 players only down by 1.
Heat Wave camo combo. He just wants to run up for the shotgun beatdown. The classic. He's going to get shut down here, though, but he has tied it up. Command Station and Kid Nasty, 35 apiece. Maddie joins the party. 3-way tie, Hunter.
Unbelievable. It could not be any closer. Command Station, though, taking a narrow lead. How long will that last? She's alive, so she can build on it. Looking to stay alive and earn another slay. She's up by 1. We're in the end game. Less than 4 to go.
Less than 4 to go. Kid Nasty finds another. He ties it up once again. Maddie, 35. Right, Command Station has the more assists. He's also got more deaths than Kid Nasty right now, so at the moment, Kid Nasty would win the tiebreaker if it comes down to those 2.
Wow, what a steal from across the map. You only want to take those shots if you can guarantee it. And Command Station, the smart competitor knows. She's smart, she's skilled, she's talented, and she's taking faces. She's in the lead, up by 2.
This is so huge right now. 2-kill lead with 3.5 to go. She's maintaining pace, that's important. She finds another as well. Kid Nasty needs to find one here to keep pace with her. Trade is more than enough. If you get a trade every time you're alive, that's a W if you ask me. But Command Station wants more. She goes for the trade and gets it to maintain her lead.
Command Station, the first to the 40s. Will she be first when all is said and done? As the Spectre, a little off the mark. I don't know if he's going to be able to defend the crowd. Now down by 8, and you're right, Eli. He has been stuck at around the 29-30 mark for what feels like the last 8 minutes. That's far too long.
He's fallen into what, 6th now? 7K has passed him. Yeah, the only person, or no, he's in 7th. Natroxen, the only player with less kills now. So a fall off of all fall offs. He does get that, but I mean, all eyes right now should be on Command Station, Kid Nasty, and Maddie. She now has a 4-kill lead though, going into the 2.5 minute mark.
And because of the disparity in deaths, she has to continue to run up that score because Kid Nasty's path to a comeback here is to tie with her, but she's now up by 6! Popping off at the end.
Yo, she might win.
Might just clutch up.
She might win, bro. No cap.
God, Collective pushing in through the utility side. It's another trade. Not sure who that benefits there on the other side. Spectre fighting his way back a bit. He's up to 36 now, but he needs some magic in the end game like he had in Arlington.
That's a big triple. And it gives him a chance. He's down by 6, which is a considerable deficit. With less than 2 to go, but a guy like Spectre, I'm not counting him out until he's dead and done. And the clock has hit 000. As we hop on board here with
39. He just came all the way back. He's only 6 back at command now. Spectre went on an absolute tear.
He has a chance.
She's up by 5 now. I don't know.
Let's hop on board here with Command Station as she makes her way to the top side of car. Looking to clean up
massive.
On 2. She gets the assist. Don't make it 2. No. It is! That could be a heartbreaker.
Oh, okay.
She does find the 1, and she needed all 5 of those shots to do so.
Oh, man.
But the lead has gotten tighter as there are multiple players in the mix. She's got a killing spree lead in the final minute and a half. Can she hold on?
That's all she has to do. I mean, if she just continues to trade out, she hears some damage over here, wants to trade it down.
Yeah, that's game,
Picks
bro.
one up without even losing
up
any shield, so she can
6.
re-engage to the next fight. No sweat. She is up by 5. Still, she's maintained pace. She has the most assists as well. She's been a damage machine this game.
Go to command
Players
station, bro.
5 kills off the lead, but this feels strong for
Yeah.
command station. If she wins this pin,
Oh
it
my
could be
gosh.
that's a
Yo,
10 seconds,
4.
she'll be back on the respawn
Go
screen,
back to
waiting
command
spawn back
station.
in as Maddie and Kid Nasty
Go
are only
back
up by
to
4 now.
command station, bro.
Okay, Ganassi gets a trade, but now he's on the respawn screen.
Yes.
She's respawning.
Oh my gosh,
Needs to
up
find one. If she
3.
gets one kill here, I think she might just
Oh my
secure
gosh, you
the
need 2
tournament.
kills, bro. Gotta
She's
kill.
still
You
up
need
by
this
3
kill.
right now. He's
Ah,
won. That's a
the
big
trade.
But she's only up 3 with
Up
30 seconds left.
3.
Kid Nasty has a
Up
chance. He's
2,
only down by
Kid
2.
Nasty.
Kid Callis. We're on board with
Oh
him.
my
4-yard fight goes through. He
gosh.
gets the trade.
Yo,
He's
he's
only
down
got
1.
20 seconds left.
Yo, she
Man
needs a
sees a
kill,
fight
bro.
occurring.
She needs a
He
kill,
won.
bro. He's gonna be off spawn now. Yo, go to Kid Nasty now. Go to Kid.
Needs to find this kill.
Yo, no way,
Nasty's still
bro.
down by 1. That's a huge kill for her.
Huge
She
kill,
stays
but yeah,
alive.
but Kid Nasty could clean her up and then get a kill right here.
The clutch is fisted.
Where's Kid Nasty? No way, he couldn't find anyone, bro.
A historical win for the women
No way.
free for all.
Wow,
Command
GG,
Station
bro.
makes history and claims the free for all finals.
Wow, bro.
Oh my
Incredible,
God.
incredible.
Let's go, Allie. She's been knocking at the door. She's been in every one of these tournaments. It was only a matter of time before she closed it out.
Wow. Oh my God. What a win for Command Station, and it was close. She had some big leads up a killing spree, but Kid Nasty made her fight for it.
Yeah, for real.
And she clawed her way to the finish. That was one of the most thrilling wins I've seen in the free-for-alls. And man, what a historical moment for the women of Halo.
Seriously.
To claim a LAN championship. I can't recall that ever happening in Halo.
I don't know if it has. I mean, I know she's won FFA tournaments in Halo 5, so she'll correct us.
HCS LAN, though.
I don't know if it was an HCS LAN when she won. And if it was like a
Huge.
full open tournament like this, so.
Absolutely massive, man. I can only imagine how proud her family and members of Women of Halo are for her right now. That was sick.
Man, I'm so happy for her. I know how hard
She's been so close.
Yeah. I remember having a conversation with her when she made the decision to focus on free-for-all. I don't even remember what event it was. Maybe it was ForceCon, military tournament. She's a member of the Armed Forces, competes with the Air Force squad. And she told me, I think she even asked for my advice on, like, should I just focus on FFA? And I was like, whatever you want to do.
All right, Eva.
Got the ability
Sounds
to
good. Yeah, I should be on.
do whatever she wants in this game.
Probably be playing some
That
matchmaking after.
was massive. As we take a look back at the replays, Eli, what do you think?
I'll catch you later, homie.
What was the winning moment? Where do you think she secured it?
Peace.
I mean, honestly, when she goes up by 6,
Homie.
like with, I think she had a 6-kill lead around the 3.5 minute mark, maybe somewhere around
Let's
there.
get it.
And that's
On
like,
pink?
yeah, and it's like once you have that lead, it's really hard for anybody to answer to that. Especially at the pace she was playing, she wasn't having many lives where she didn't get a kill. You know, she was at least trading out almost every time. What are you laughing at?
Just this, man. I'm just so happy for her. She came into the finals last tournament having the most slays, most assists, least deaths. She looked primed to take it, but she did not, and now she does, claiming her rightful spot atop the HCS's best. She's so humble.
No pop. She didn't stand over the monitor and go, "You suck." Like everyone else that has won any games this weekend. I mean, a consummate professional. She's got haters, but she doesn't care. I'm gonna be completely honest. She's one of the most like mentally resilient competitors that I've seen.
She didn't stand up
She
and go,
is
"You
unshaken
suck."
by the opinions of-
But imagine if she did, though.
I mean, you kind of have to have that mindset to compete in anything.
It's a champion mentality.
It is a champion's mentality. I mean,
That shit's so funny.
you put yourself
You
on the
suck!
platform, you put yourself on the main stage, people are going to judge you. People are going to have thoughts.
That shit would have been funny as hell, boy.
Hopefully we can do an interview with her. I don't know if someone's looking for her.
Yeah, where's Garrett? He's on the hunt. I already know because he's not in his seat like he was. I can sense that he's looking for her right now. As we look on to the championship bracket, elimination round 1, Gen G versus Cloud9, and Cloud9 disappointing so far, Eli, based on their stellar results in Arlington.
Yeah, this would be a pretty big blow to Cloud9 to lose this, I would say. I mean, Gen G, no slouches, but they've not been performing this tournament either, right? Like, Gen G's kind of been struggling, but they're looking to be on pace to be up 2-0 in this series with Cloud9 with their backs against the wall.
Breaking shot. Turns the cleanup on his Sab. Might just be 2 here. Use of the thrust has an extra second to stay alive, but he's windmilling against Lethal.
Lethal had no business winning that fight.
We just got some extra kilowatts for the for the venue electricity, man, because that was...
The windmill is powering the Xboxes in the open bracket. Thank you. But,
no way. That would have been hilarious if she did, bro. I'm telling you, I'm dead.
Cloud9 needs to get back into this, and it could have started.
It's always hilarious when people do that shit,
41
bro.
to 36 here.
But at the same time, it's respectable when they don't, and they just like are like, hell yeah, give me that dub.
Lead on Cloud9. You know? Yeah, we're gonna be gassing up Command Station throughout the rest of the year.
Facts. I mean, at least the rest of the weekend.
That was thrilling. Now she gets to the defensive round at the next LAN event.
Or like
so
the month,
I know we
you know.
Just,
but yeah,
switch gears back to the 4v4, but I am still just so.
So always next tournament for other competitors.
We gotta lock in here. 42 to 41. Gen G on top.
Maybe
by
she
1.
goes back to back. That'd be
I know
lit.
they were up by 6 when we tuned in. Cloud9.
I don't know who's the last to go back to back.
So. It is a 1 kill difference still. Lethal outputting lots of damage.
Congrats
trusting
to
his team will
Command
follow up on it. He goes
Station.
down, but Bill did get traded out. Lots of trades occurring. All these benefit.
Oh wow.
Gen G. Every single kill traded in the last 30 seconds there.
46-45 as Lethal find a clutch one here to tie things up with 4 kills left for both of these two teams. Septify has the high side positioning on top bank, so Lethal's going to go down low and then tempted high-low proposal here. They're not having a very easy time pushing through pink. Ryu with the nades absolutely pulverizes it instead. Demolishes the positioning that Cloud9 wanted, and that might just seal the deal, shut the door for Gen G, as it looks like it might just. 49-46, needing just one more as Lethal trying to stay alive in the fridge. King Nick has his positioning called out, and Ryu with a sticky. How fitting.
That looked like it.
Insta-sploded.
Was it an insta-splode? Yeah, it wasn't like. I think a frag might have detonated it in midair because I don't think he threw the other grenade. But either way, that's going to do it for a 2-0 lead for Gen G. Look over to Omit versus Space Station, and they look to be up 2-0 here shortly as well.
Yeah, this is very close. 44-48. Space Station, man. They might still win a 3-0, but just based on the eye test, Eli, we haven't seen that cohesive and that chemistry develop like we kind of anticipated, right? That was all the talk leading into HCS Season 4 during the offseason, right, was, well, just give them time on LAN. The case on LAN even. Just give them time at the case on LAN to just hang out and build on that chemistry and rapport. And it just doesn't seem to have come through just yet. It's a little too early to call them down and out, but we'll have to see. As we switch gears once again, Zero Tenacity versus Nemesis, 2 of EU's best. Someone's got to pack their bag early.
These two teams probably have more experience playing against each other than any two teams in the HCS period. Because they're the only two teams that can
imagine if HCS was taking place in 2010, how much trash talk there would be. It'd be crazy but entertaining.
But like,
yeah, for sure.
So
wasn't there people like throwing toilet paper at each other? Imagine someone threw a toilet paper roll. Nah, bro, they'd probably get canceled. They'd probably get canceled all over social media, bro.
Match, but historically,
did you see what this guy did? It's so disrespectful.
Zero Tenacity did
canceled, bro. Canceled. Never have a career after that.
Says that's the last time they're gonna have a close match with us.
Snipe drone. 10-4-3 has that commando ringing out. The oddball still on the reset point. He looks to stay up, stay alive. And I think enough attention and enough bodies have dropped for Zero Tenacity to allow him to grab that oddball. Yes. Does he take it back to gold, or does he rotate it?
Yeah, for sure. On that,
where
for sure.
SLG just died. I think he's just going to try to stay alive.
Just got to go with the energy of people who are kind of similar-minded as you know?
Need to find something here to keep this interesting, but Snipe Drone has kind of been that dude for Nemesis so far this weekend. 12-3. Like a majority of the games we've watched, he's been incredible. Put him on the mouse and keyboard, of course. Oh, with the gross 5-shot on his former teammate with the teabag to add to it.
Cheeky, cheeky. Boot him. Snipe Drone now. Might just have the kit combination, camo, shock rifle in his hands. Looks to find some space, get those shields back. Find the headed chick. It looks like he had it lined up, but it misses.
Enemy has the ball.
That's part of the bullet magnetism getting nerfed. That shot previously would have been a perfect kill.
Enemy team
all of those
on a prior patch, yeah, but you got to be even more precise now. Feels a bit more random. Maybe that's just me coping, but
enemy has the ball.
Definitely harder to land those.
Oh my God, Woodham is running amok. He was previously bagging bodies, now he's bagging more slays.
Yeah, this is looking like a dominant round 1 performance from Nemesis. If you recall, though, the members of Zero Tenacity were in this situation, back against the wall, which lost the first round of Oddball, won the next 2, and then reverse swept. Granted, that was when Wuchum was on that team.
Yeah.
Now they're playing against Wuchum. So, different times, but it's not impossible.
Nemesis up 2-0 in the series and up 1-0 in this oddball game.
I gotta know, what's your preferred helmet in Halo? You seem like an ODST guy to me. In Halo 3, I'd probably rock the Rogue helmet. It's like the sweaty MLG helmet, or just the default, or Recon. Recon's like the swaggy helmet, you know?
Shields are going to actually take that time to reshield rather than push for that oddball. And it's going to be actually Mighty's, I think, who's going to grab it. Oh my God, the crack shot from Glory. Stops what could have been a rotation to next as Glory earns the double, making a triple. No, he goes down, but that was still pretty filthy.
Glory's a special talent, man. I don't think people understand how disgusting he is with the sniper rifle. Any sniper rifle, he's doing crazy flick shots constantly.
Oh, that's a double.
No, that wasn't a sticky.
Oh, okay. I really thought that was going to do big damage.
A tiny bit of damage.
A little fastball. It does. You do some damage with the connection there with the frag, but nonetheless, Woodham making his way through into the red pipes. Pick is weak and will go down because of it. Great prioritization of the oddball. As soon as Woodham earned that slay, he earned the ball as well.
Might have to wait for the command station interview. Maybe HCS is interviewing her first. Good kill. As Nemesis looked to close this one out in a hurry. This is a top 8 match, by the way. Should Z10 lose this, would fall out in top 12. And you've got to imagine Nemesis have a lot more on their mind for this tournament. Oh, there she is on the check.
Yeah, rightfully so. We're putting some extra hype and emphasis on Command Station's win. It's a historic one. As she stands tall above the main stage with that check, $2,000 to her name. But I think it's the legacy and the glory that she's more proud of.
Oh, for sure. And she's got plenty of accolades already. Frequently winning in the ladies tournaments, not in the grand finals. And now in an open bracket with some of the world's FFA best. Takes them all down and is the sole victor. Big deal.
You had the defending champ in that lobby. You had all the familiar faces in that lobby. You had everybody popping off in the end. It was not an easy win. So big ups again to Command Station as Nemesis take a double up advantage on Z10, and this could be it. Z10. Man, it's just, it's tough. They have 4 really, really good players on the team. I don't think that their placement is ultimately going to be a reflection of how good they are at Halo, but the results are the results.
Yeah. Had a rough couple events. They finished top 12 at the last one as well, assuming that this does close out here shortly. Wonder what possibly changed for them. I don't know if they'll make a team change, but
oh, the double stick almost. Oh, nice trade. Nice double.
All insanely talented as well. Tough. Like, this is a tough top 12 matchup. You have to imagine if they play against somebody else that doesn't know them as well as Nemesis does, they probably have a better chance to win that for top 8.
SLG goes down. Top on board here with Chick. Nice frag toss. Takes down Glory. Now just looking for more damage to clean up on. Nice martyrdom from the Grave Slay there. That sticky connects. Make sure that some damage is still dealt in a disadvantageous position. Speaking of disadvantageous, I don't know if Seeker could be in a worse spot right now. Oh, he's dead to rights, but Mighty's got his back.
Where was Mighty's there? Long haul, I guess? Great save there. And honestly, great recognition from Sika that he didn't have to do anything but wait for the teammate
and call for help
for the cavalry to arrive. And for that, he has earned the camo as well. And he might just get 2 that can bring them back into this game. Still did enough to get a 4 dead for
4 dead. Yep. Jimbo and
Optic 3-0
T10
complexity. Damn.
would score 20 seconds here, which would get them just seconds off the lead. So hold up. Nemesis have to have a damn good push off their back foot.
The 2 European teams have to battle it out
in
against
this
each
series,
other,
but
bro.
3 do go down for
Crazy,
C10. That's tough, thinking that they were about to go on a run,
Crazy.
but they're all running back to the respawn
Oh my
screen
God.
instead.
Jimbo tried to throw the ball out, but the grenades blasted the ball back into the pipes. So now Nemesis are comfortably holding it. That's such a feels bad moment for C10. If that ball did get played out to the batteries, you don't imagine Nemesis would be able to comfortably hold it right now.
Snipe drone. With that plasma pistol charged up, I thought he connected with the goo, but I guess not. Fist did, but I don't think that's going to be enough to earn the trade, as Glory has the oddball to his name. 100 seconds. He's the high mark for oddball time, and he hits the G-slide.
Nice. That's sometimes hard to hit.
And the grapple hook all at once. That was perfectly played. Perfect timing.
Snipe drone in a rough spot right there. He wanted to hit the curb slide to chuck the ball off the map, but he gets shut down. Good cutoff there from C10. Jimbo trying to hold down the top tower position, get some intel for the next push from Nemesis. This has got to be a good hold. This has got to be a good defensive effort. Wuchum getting the first opening break. Slay is going to make this hold a bit more difficult.
Big frag toss. Needs to win this 1v1 against his former protege, but the student becomes the master in that 1v1 as Jimbo goes down, but Woodham eventually does as well. As watching Halo through the eyes of Snipe Drone here. Earns the slay onto Sika, picks up a couple stickies, now makes his way towards the pipes. Chick is there, but the positioning on gold is very mixy. Multiple members for each team are there. The camo pops up out of nowhere, but Jimbo gets stuck.
Curb slide is like that super speed slide, right? Yep.
Very nice
exactly.
takedown indeed.
Off of like a higher ledge, or he jumped and used the grapple, so you can do it all. Basically, you just have to hit the floor and slide and like get an extra boost that you normally wouldn't get from just sprinting.
There's only a minute and a half in regulation.
Using like elevation and gravity, you know?
Forced to move forward, but
it's almost like
as I say,
gravity
that
slide
Nitman
or
wants
some
to
shit,
grab
I
the
guess.
ball
I don't
first.
know.
They've got enough time and space to do so. SLG in perfect positioning.
Hey, basically using the geometry of the map.
And that'll probably seal it.
Geometry slide.
97, 8, 9, 100, and that will do it. Nemesis with a hard-fought win here, a series sweep after previously losing their last series. This was a big one for them to kind of get back on
this
that
is always
horse.
nice, man. I'm always the most interested in the open bracket side of things, like the Friday and then like early Saturday, because it's like, I mean, I guess the whole tournament's interesting, right? Because now we're getting to see like the pro teams, but I don't know. Sometimes seeing those like amateur teams and seeing who can make it and all that is just like super interesting.
Now up 2-0 on Cloud9. Now they are down in this particular game, but is Genji about to do it again? Nobody, yeah, just write them off. They're not getting top 8, and this would be for top 8. So,
yep.
Man, nothing but ups to the old wily veterans for Genji. Breaking Shot probably the youngest player on Genji, but even he's been at it for a few years now.
Typically, it's Ryan like beating his old teammates, but has any member of Cloud9 teamed with Ryan? I feel like.
Well, Lethal, right? At some point.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think they actually teamed early in his career.
Early.
Or in both of their careers.
This was long ago. This is actually
like Halo Reach, Halo 3, end of Halo 3 maybe?
Yep.
Those combines when they were both unknown entities.
Yep. That is crazy. The two Combine kids duking it out here. As Lethal goes up against a familiar foe. Dropping on board with the man himself. Just kidding. Switching gears here to Boo Boo Dubu, who is down. As Rhino makes his way through the mid-bridge. He's got the camo. No interest in grabbing the grapple. He's got a first priority, and that's taking down the oddball carrier. Sticky frag for the death from the grave. No, it does not connect. So it looks like Breaking Shot will be able to grab onto that oddball though, and 3-4 go down for Cloud9. That was a
God damn! Wait, BRB chat.
It wasn't clean, but it
I'm gonna
got
take a
the
little
job done.
stretch break. Imagine if curb slides existed in COD, bro. You know they're already going like so fast. You're gonna want to move faster.
Maybe just trying to get their footing in.
Oh man.
To win it.
Yeah, BRB, I'm gonna take a little stretch break, and when I come back, more watch party
Yeah.
action. I'm gonna put on the main Halo channel because sometimes the LVT channel glitches out.
Things are looking good, but I kind of look at a FaZe, and I think this is it's a massive series for FaZe to see where they stack up against SR, because they've always been talked about being a little bit off the pace of the big two. But this is their opportunity to right that, maybe rewrite their future a little bit.
BRB chat.
When you look back at last tournament, it was a lot of Frosty highlights. It was a lot of like Rule 2 going off, but it felt like Last Shot was pretty quiet throughout the tournament, and a quiet Last Shot, obviously. still a dominant force. But in that Optic series specifically, I think he made his presence known. And I think that he knows he needs to be a little bit louder inside the server. And that last play that we were just able to rewatch with Camo, how much patience he shows. And for such a young player that hasn't been in massive moments, like that's a massive moment for SR this weekend. And for him to drop down with Camo instead of engaging in any of the other combat loops that were granted to him before that, to wait for the perfect moment to get the first kill to break that setup. If he gives his life there, all of a sudden we could be talking about Optic moving on. But because Last Shot plays perfect Halo in that situation, it's SR that moves on. And I love the idea that Last Shot knows that he needs to be an absolute monster if he actually wants to take that next step and hold up a trophy at the end of the weekend.
Indeed, I will say I was actually about to highlight Last Shot because I just think he has been lights out and has been since, honestly, the inception of this team. The damage output coming from that last series was just unbelievable. He's obliterating people and allowing room to be made and created by some of the other superstars on the roster. And it's funny because I think when you talk about superstars, you often think about people with a sniper in their hands and what they're able to do with these like one-shot weapons, getting that headshot clean off. But for me, a superstar is somebody who is able to kind of push experience across the board. And it's funny we talk about a rookie essentially because he looks like he's experienced. The things he's doing, the plays he's making, and the decisions that are being made by him individually, not coached by his teammates, not told what to do.
It's definitely not best.
He's doing it. And it's just unbelievable that that is his essentially his starting point in his young and early career.
One thing I love about Last Shot as well is a lot of the time he's putting out these huge damage stats, and he's not the one who is in control of the power weapons for the majority of the series. It's going to be Frosty, Royal 2, who you're looking to with that sniper rifle in the hand. So it makes it even more impressive that he's able to consistently output this damage, maximize every single life. And that bandit in his hand is like, it feels different to other players on the map because he's just able to switch targets. He's able to play his life long enough to re-engage and keep himself in multiple combat loops to influence where that game is going to be going. And I just think it's impressive. You watch his POV, you're always impressed, and I think he's just making, like you say, that next step here where he's showing just that bit of composure in the big moments of a series, and it's a great sign for SR.
I think another thing that is also impressive, something we didn't see on our screen, so to speak, on our stream, was FaZe taking down Space Station Gaming, which has notoriously got the better of them in the off-season, into the beginning of the season, at the K-San event as well. They didn't get a chance to play in Arlington, but they took them down handedly 3-1 there. So that was already a really big obstacle for FaZe to understand, honestly, truly, where they are at. I think you could have argued about the bracket for them and their run and how it came about and who really is third, fourth, etc. But FaZe have showed that already off screen for us. So I'm expecting some big things out of this roster. If they're taking down the likes of Stellar and Lucid and Snakebite and Eco, that's no easy task. That's very difficult. Rob, when you're looking across this roster here, who needs to really step up, have a big game here going up against Rebellion?
You know, I think you're going to get, first of all, guaranteed performances out of a player like Falcated. I think that's a player I don't look at as an X factor because quietly he just, like you said, on the B stream, he's just slowly being on the top 5 KD leaderboard for what feels like years and years now. I think Fal is going to be the player they depend on to just hit the exact numbers and shots that he needs to. And if I think of an X Factor player, it tends to be Trippy, right? You get these huge, they call him Big Game Trip for a reason. You get big games out of him, and you also get kind of performances where he might have numbers that are not necessarily up to par. So I think Trippy, for better or worse, does tend to be a bit of an X Factor player. Now, given his tournament success and over the years, he tends to be performing above the line most of the time. But let's take a look here. That's on the map set record so far.
Indeed, just looking across the board, obviously we have, honestly, a pretty decent split, apart from Li-Fi King of the Hill here, where FaZe are looking pretty dominant on that one. It seems to be something that they have put a bit of work into, a little bit of confidence on, and of course that Street Slayer here, which I'm guessing in terms of the map set record, we haven't seen Shopify on that one yet. So far, FaZe have been versed in it. Go on, Onset, what are you noticing?
I think Shopify actually 0-4 on Street Slayer, which
is
why they don't have a bar.
Hold on, is that what it means?
I understand where you're coming from.
I love how my brain goes to, they can't possibly have played it.
They don't have a bar, and if you're FaZe, you're looking at that, you're probably thinking, feel pretty confident in this series. I mean, 1-on-1 game number 1, but Shopify have lost one of those. You haven't lost Aquarius Slayer yet, even though you've only played it once. You haven't lost Live Fire King of the Hill. Then you have a similar record game 4, and then what looks like a terrible game type for Shopify Rebellion, and a great one for FaZe Clan is in that game 5 should they get there. Now, we also know that Shopify have gone away, done a lot of work on the Slayers. We've heard that from them, so you would expect that maybe to be a little bit more of a difficult challenge. But, I mean, you look at that for FaZe, you're a FaZe fan, you're going,
Yeah.
might have a chance here.
No, this is definitely swaying towards the fact that we could have a really good series here. And I think series layout apart and the records and the maps and modes, for me right now, for the FaZe guys, I know they have the skill. I know they have what it takes to take this series to the distance, and if not even win it. It's just about if you show up on the day. It's putting everything else aside, feeling like you are confident, you believe in your team and what you can do and what you're capable of. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a spark from FaZe. I need to see them light this stage up and feel like it's just any other team that they're going up against here. Well, match is ready, folks. I cannot wait to see how this one pans out. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe with, of course, the wonderful and talented Bravo and Onset.
You're too kind, like you really are too kind every single time. But it's going to be a great series here, and I think it's a real opportunity here for FaZe. I'm going to talk a lot about FaZe in the build-up to this first game as we do just take a look at that series layout so we can display it to you at home. But for FaZe, the question coming into this event was always, how close are you to that top 2? Because we've talked about the series that they've had previously. We look at the results of this series, it's usually like a 3-1. Sometimes they go down 3-0, but the games are relatively close. But it never feels like FaZe are close enough to win one of those series. And I think they know that. They came away from Arlington, I think, pretty frustrated about how the big series went for them. This is a chance for them in a big series with Shopify Rebellion coming off the back of a big win against Optic to show that they're not just here to participate in this tournament, that if they can beat Shopify Rebellion, they could show themselves as a potential tournament winner.
Yeah, a lot of talk before this event of FaZe trying to get into kind of these later stages of the tournament. They seem to do so well, not just coasting, but they seem to do so well through the earlier stages of the bracket. But when they find themselves up against not just the big 4, but more so the big 2, right? It used to be that they had battles exchanged evenly with Space Station. However, coming off of a 3-1 victory, they've kind of now entered into, okay, it's really about us and the top 2. Historically this year, they've run into a wall. And as you guys said, I think really correctly, you and Clutch before the series started. Now the question is, can they show that the work has been done?
I think they need to show a little bit more in these big series. They need to start closing out some of those big games and the close games that slip through their fingers a few times. We'll take a look at a little bit of red zone action here as we go over to Omit versus Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming up 2-0 over their opponents here, and also a round on the board in Oddball. Got there eventually.
Round of the ball and a round on the board as well. I think you were correct in both phrases there. I think Space Station fans are going to, probably when we first went into this red zone, we're about to take a gasp, but realizing, okay, SSG up 2-0 here. They have found some footing in this series, in a series that you certainly would expect them to take. And quite close to, you would assume, closing this one out.
45 seconds left on this round, though, and Space Station might be finding themselves tied up at 1-1, sending it to a deciding round number 3 if Omit can hold on for this final 30 seconds and deny SSG from getting near that oddball. Snakebite will find one, but Collect is on the flank here and will be able to find not just one, but potentially 2 here onto Lucid as well. Shaky shots on both sides, but Collect finally does get the 3rd kill. That was 3 dead for SSG. 20 seconds left. It's looking like Omit will close this out, but as we head back to our main stage here, Andy, SSG just being made to work a little bit harder than maybe they would have wanted for this 3-0 victory.
A few seconds left on the clock. Maybe we'll get to see the end of the round. No, we're not. You're gonna have to guess what happens. We'll get you verbal updates in 8K analog audio on exactly how that series goes, but now we are shifting our focus to the main stage. As we said, Shopify versus FaZe Clan here. Found themselves as the victors. They're going around 3, by the way. We already got
you got the update for it. That's great. Keep those FM
Don't worry,
radios tuned in.
They didn't get 33 points in the last 6 seconds.
They didn't. They didn't. No,
that's correct. Just got word. It was more. Wait. There we go.
Going back to Omit versus Space Station.
They're
confirmation of what we believed and were led to be true. It's tied up at 1-1.
I'm being toyed with.
Round number 3.
My emotions can't.
Are you okay?
Working my brain.
I'll give you a few minutes.
Just kidding. We're back in here. Looks like we're waiting just a moment for that main stage match to get underway, which gives us an opportunity to see exactly how this 3rd round will begin. But as you said, Mark, Omit putting up a fight here, not going down without some extra shots exchanged across the board. They're going to force us to a game-deciding round number 3 and try to stay alive.
So versus Snakebite, there's going to be some help around the corner. That help comes in the form of Stella, who gets a beatdown and a trade. The ball is going to be snuck away here by Mortally towards the turbine and the pipes, I believe. And out of the reach of Space Station Gaming. Huss trying to flank, but Snakebite is there to keep his teammate alive. Another 1v1 opportunity for him here. Eco's going to be there to help him out. So some good teamwork from all of the members of Space Station Gaming here. A little bit of baiting and switching to pick these kills off. The ball has been thrown towards the spawners though, so SSG are going to have to look for some more kills. And they've got to deal with Collect, who's got that shock rifle.
Look at the numbers, by the way, how evenly distributed this is across Space Station. Lucid on 21, Stellar on 22, and then Eco and Snakebite on 23 and 24. That is a beautiful distribution of kills so far in this game.
Yeah, my OCD very happy.
Yeah, very. I'm loving this right now.
I was going to say seeing, but also what I'm feeling from those numbers.
No one get a kill. Or if you do, make sure you get kills together. Seems that's what they've been doing the whole game, though. It's worked out so far. They probably don't need my guidance in this game.
Of course, if you want to watch the entirety of the conclusion of this series, you can check out the B stream over at twitch.tv/HCS. If you're an Omit fan and you want to see the comeback, or if you're a Space Station fan and you want to see them progress in this bracket. Beautiful shots coming in from Stella, by the way, onto it. So to take him down, but it is Omit still who have those 28 points on the board. SSG struggling to get their hands on the oddball.
I like what I'm seeing so far, even though we, as you said, saw some kills that you could argue should have gone the other way. Omit with time on the board, now Lucid with it. Pretty big moment here. Let's not forget, a 28-point lead is nothing to kind of forget about. They need to make sure they get back into this game as the ball gets yoinked into Whirlpool and eventually reset.
One player alive here. The last remaining player alive from Omit. It's going to be damaged here by Lucid, who keeps that camo. You can see the pipes pushes coming in. SSG trying to move that ball out towards the long haul. Lucid can't keep Snakebite alive here, even though he's putting down some good shots from distance. And as we leave that, we go back into Oddball, but back to our main stage now, where we do have Shopify versus FaZe Clan here in our winner's semi-final, a spot in the winner's final. For the team who comes out on top here, FaZe Clan find themselves 3 dead, 4 dead off the rim.
Wow, beautifully handled there. Thought Falcated was going to get away with murder, but instead they make sure to clean up the kill in Mangra Pit. They also come away with not just the ball, by the way, they're trying to eagle-eye camo hard. See if World 2 can stay alive here. He's able to. And a few points on the board for Shopify as well.
Got that plasma pistol as well, which has become such an influential pickup on the map. Ooh, Trippy gets spied out, but there is that plasma pistol. That makes a difference, allows Royal 2 to get that kill. 2 dead on the side of Shopify Rebellion. But the numbers get a little bit closer. It's actually 1v1 here between Penguin and Last Shot. Penguin had the shield advantage. But with everybody essentially in the death screen, that ball is not going to be picked up for quite some time. Everyone's still going to be looking for a little bit of control and a few more kills going their way.
Enemy has the ball.
Carino needs to stay alive here if he can. Crossing picks up both in the back of the base, though. Very nicely done. That will keep 3 dead for FaZe. That's impressive. Ready to play the ball if he needs, and the ball will be played off. 4 dead. We'll see just how quickly Shopify is able to grab.
Immediately, straight off the spawn. The spawns do come in and around C and long haul, though, which I think maybe caught Shopify a little bit off guard there, considering that was where they picked up the majority of those kills. Obviously, someone was blocking something, which influenced where those players were going to be coming back onto the map for FaZe, and that little pick has now allowed FaZe to move up the map, take down 3 Shopify members themselves, and they have that oddball now in towards the elevator. Suppress cleans up the final player, and as you can see on your player outlines, everybody from FaZe now spawning in and around blue.
Dramatic Spartan audio there. If you're listening in a headset, that was a one to remember there, as Psycho will fall eventually. Now camo popping here bottom mid in 4 seconds.
Penguin going to be able to grab it. No one in position from Shopify Rebellion to cut him down. Cycle's going to be able to challenge that, but a couple of players are bottom middle. Royal 2 on the flank. Penguin changing targets and hitting headshots. Last shot's in front of him as well. Does he want to take the fight? Penguin does the damage and now moves towards that oddball, using that camo absolutely perfectly alongside the damage from his teammates.
I think if there hadn't been a triple right before, Last Shot probably keeps challenging there, but you know in the comms, don't give it to him, don't give it to him. Do not give him the overkill. And not only does he not give the over, but he makes sure to stay alive. Eventually, though, take him down by a little bit of a 2v1. That one means 2 dead for FaZe Clan here.
A relatively low-scoring game and round so far between the two teams. That's just because the slays are pretty equal across the board. The one standout so far has been Penguin. He's 8-3 in this game, suppressed with the majority, I should say all of the objective time so far on the FaZe side. But at 24-25, it's the perfect indication of quite what the difference is between these teams. It's 1 or 2 seconds at this point.
Exactly. Shopify was 3 dead there. Will be an opportunity for FaZe to continue rotating, though they do get cut down at the pass. Kills will be exchanged, but they'll need a little bit more control here. They want to rotate that ball back, and Suppress going to do just that, but pressure's coming. Might have to play ball once again.
We're still a 3v3. Penguin took a bit of damage. That's going to be a really big stick And from what looked like a perilous situation, somehow Suppress comes out. That one with 2. Trippy will find another. Shopify Rebellion find themselves 3 dead.
FaZe also going to have pipes here. They might be able to get shock out of this exchange, which would be a pretty big deal, and I agree. Suppress getting the play ball. Important, however, really it was the double kill fadeaway off the map that really allowed them to now maybe have an opportunity to control from golden pipes.
2 minutes, 19 seconds left in this round as well. It's just so low scoring. Not a huge amount of time for either team to not only get the odd ball in their hands, but you can't make mistakes at this point as well, because that could be the round slipping through your fingers. Falcated, being chased down here by Royal 2, using that cover to be a nuisance and get the trade in that position.
Good from Royal 2 there to manage that trade. If you watch that entire exchange, he was the one shot the entire time. He looped back and actually one-upped the ring around the Rosie to get the trade still.
Cycle with that odd ball in his hands. It'll be Shopify who now go into a lead.
Enemy has the ball.
Last shot finds 1, goes for the stick to try and turn a 1 into a 2, but he's going to miss that one. Cycle should be able to clean this kill up, but he's going to leave it to Frosty to do so as he turns his attention back to the objective. And even though Shopify had 2 dead here, it was 2 dead on the FaZe side, and everybody's spawning around the map. So Frosty with his shock rifle and Falcated pushing the pipes. He's going to have a chance to create some space here. Suppressed, gets bodied, gets taken down. Frosty tries to escape, but Trippy is the last player alive. He will fall to Royal 2, so it's all dead here for FaZe Clan, and Shopify with this lead have a chance to hold on, maybe collect a little bit more time.
And as you had mentioned, Mark, it has been a low-scoring game that has continued now. So as a result, at 39-31, there's only 120 left on the game clock. You get the feeling that after a few more rounds of slays, this really could decide it.
Time's still dwindling down, but the score's still so close between the two teams. FaZe needs to know that this is one push, one set of kills, and they can take this round away. And it's Trippy, actually, who has been the front runner in this push. Now he's got the odd ball in his hands. Last shot on your screen has recognized that all of a sudden they've got to chase this ball down. It's going to be FaZe who go into a lead now as we approach the last 60 seconds in this round.
FaZe drops and shoots, as you say, in the lead now. However, they do find 2 falling on the side of Shopify. Momentary 3v2.
They're just looking for kills now. They've got that lead, they've got the objective. Work done. But last shot will find 1. Last shot will come out of pipes with a double kill. And where's the rest of his team now? It's Royal 2, who's going to find another one. Falcated last alive. Royal 2 is going to get in and grab that ball and move it away from the player that was remaining from FaZe Clan. He's trapped on the pipes. Royal 2 trying to cross here. And will tie the game up at 43.
However, 2 dead. They do not get the play ball. They were trying to get at least the rotate to back Hydro. Penguin might be forced to play ball. Actually, he has help from 3 players, so probably will not play ball. It is still off the map. Interesting here. That's going to keep things essentially tied up at 45. Ball is now played with 24 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Frosty has a lot of responsibility here because that ball's going to be spawning in and around the batteries. And everyone from FaZe is going to be pushing towards him. That kill on Trippy might, on Penguin, might give Shopify the opening they require. It's 2 dead on the side of FaZe, but they need to get that ball in their hands here. Frosty has to go for it for himself, but look at Trippy being a nuisance. Royal 2 takes him out. 1 second left to get the ball in their hands. It's 3 dead for FaZe. And even though they cut it about as fine as you can get, a Shopify who clutch up in those final moments and will take round number 1.
Really, really well done. As you said, they had to get the exact timing on those kills. They're able to pull it off in the end and grab just those last few seconds as they play the ball batteries. The big play there was keeping Suppressed as the last player alive, and then even though he had a minor angle, he was not enough, of course, to take down 3 players. Batteries, Shopify, as you say, will take the round.
Just a second, just a couple of kills between the 2 teams. But is that the classic story of FaZe Clan? Extremely close. Games look close, but can't close out those big moments. Another example of it, unfortunately, for the FaZe Clan.
Enemy has the ball.
See how these things off the opening rip will be exchanged. It will be 2 dead for Shopify. Camo, though, in the hands of Suppressed. We'll see what he can do.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Suppressed has an opportunity here to move towards pipes. You know, there's a couple of Shopify players in and around him. That's a nice back smack to take not just a player down, but also the player who had that shock rifle. Now he can collect that
ball dropped
from that fallen buddy.
Ball dropped.
And last shot is now the last alive. He gets one himself, but Penguin with the ball in his hand. He's going to get early time on the board here for FaZe.
Enemy has the ball. Ball
Press now holding. Don't worry. Your eyes are not deceiving you. You do not have a scoreboard bottom middle. Getting updates from the team on exactly where that score line is. Not appearing here in the UI, but of course still appearing for the players in their POV, so we'll make sure we get the updates in the best fashion that we can as the game continues.
We'll do our best to keep our eyes on who has the odd ball. At the moment, it's all FaZe. FaZe are the only team who have held that odd ball. It's Penguin. He has it in his hands once again here. We do have the HUD back. Welcome back. You were
there we go.
Very welcomed. As we know, my mathematical
I was wondering
history,
what the score was.
I was moments away from a full-blown panic attack. But we're okay now.
Suppressed now 18 and 12 in this game. You'd think with something like that, they might have taken the first round. However, that is not the case. He records his 19th kill. But as you saw, that first round going to Shopify Rebellion.
55 points on the board now for FaZe Clan. They were over halfway there to getting this round on the board. But it's Shopify now who finally get the ball back to somewhat of a safe-looking position. Royal 2 with the camo off the back of the shock rifle headshot. FaZe down 2. Make that 3 as Cycle finds the 3rd. And everybody else is across the map, but Shopify not with their hands on the ball quite yet.
Almost makes the play happen there. Instead going to get taken down, have to try to rotate. Heavy pressure coming in. And now with the camo, an opportunity. Try to go ahead and push up here to top A. Should be able to clean up this kill on Trippy as well.
He's going to send this one in. Cycle gets there before him. No! Royal 2 again connecting with the head. Has to use that grapple to get away. Now he's going to re-challenge. Ball is still in his teammate's hand. He forces the play ball. Suppressed is reloading. He gets the stick, but it's a killing spree coming in from Royal 2. And I'm pretty sure he somehow got another kill on the way to
he really did. Well,
he was even dead.
On the way out. Also might be a Frosty pickup here. Gets one, almost gets two. 2 dead for FaZe. 4 just a moment. 2 dead for each side, actually. Still 55 to 15. So still certainly within reason. FaZe to start to run away with it, but they know that really Shopify's only 1 hold away from getting right back in the round.
Getting the early hold is the difference maker here for FaZe. They had a really good set of setups in and around the pipes when they moved that kind of through pipes towards the long haul, and then eventually ended up playing it at the back of blue. That 55 seconds or so is still on the clock here. That's the difference between the two teams in this round. Lovely shots coming in from Suppressed to deal with Royal 2. He notices another player bomb tower, but has to reload for the 2nd time in what feels like a couple of lives for him at just the most inopportune moment. It cost him his life and gives Shopify an opening here.
Frosty may have gotten hit with that insta, with an impromptu insta at the front of tower to hit mid-bridge, which was pretty impressive. Frosty, as you'd expect, still comes away with the kill in a pretty tricky situation. World 2 gets pinned down bottom middle and relatively scoreless over the last 60 seconds or so as these teams have a little bit of jousting on the map in terms of slays.
Camo goes into the hands of Penguin. That's good news for FaZe. Power-ups out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion, and when you have this 40-point advantage and you're approaching the last 2 minutes in this game, if you can slay out here, keep Shopify away from this ball, you will send this to a determining 3rd round.
Wondering here if we're going to see Penguin go for the shock. Camo would give him the luxury of a quick grab if he wanted. Maybe after this kill, no. Instead, just continues slaying and continues wrapping around. Still the same exact score on the board.
It's that plasma pistol as well, and I think he's just thinking this is a more reliable weapon in this pipes area. Someone flies through, you're going to be able to connect with that shot more often than not, and it kind of scares off a lot of players when they know that plasma pistol is there. Shock rifle, yes, going to give you great value, but the shot's a little bit tougher to hit in comparison in these close quarters. So this gun you can see on your screen right now, Royal 2 knows that himself. He knows if he pushes, he's going to have to do something special. It's a killing spree for Penguin. The last time we checked the game clock, it was about 2 minutes left. We're approaching the last 60 seconds or so of this round number 2 now.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Penguin, as you say. Green gun, the maintenance, the control of the camo, holding down the pipes angle. Every piece of that together, and still, FaZe Clan up 55 to 15. They are playing time here.
Remember though, Shopify Rebellion get their hands on that ball, that game clock will stop. But at the moment, they can't get anywhere near it because they're all in the death screen. 3 of them full cycle, last player alive. He's on the stacks, he's already taken damage, has to use the shroud just to survive. And that's another 15 seconds off of the game clock here. Cycle finally will fall as well, so it's a fresh 4 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. And FaZe look like they're about to send this to round number 3.
Yeah, what a play call so early on to be playing this for minutes of slaying here. They knew they could just simply hold down golden pipes, and that's exactly what they've been doing. Now really it's going to be all eyes on camo here.
Can Shopify make a break here? Can they make a play to get that odd ball in their hands? Remember, it was just a second that separated the 2 teams in round number 1, but the early hold from FaZe Clan. Still the difference between these two teams is going to be Frosty, who does get that ball in his hands, but look at this flank coming in. Look at the pressure on the oddball. He's trying to deal with Frosty. Frosty being a nuisance. Trippy does take him down. That's the player closest to that oddball. It's a couple of ghost ledges as well, but it's enough to buy the time for FaZe to win the round, and we are going to a deciding round number 3. Now, let's talk about FaZe again. These are the rounds they need to win, Andy. These are the ones that I think that between the events, they would have been so frustrated having got into these kind of positions to keep it close that they let slip through their fingers.
2 dead right away off the opening here for FaZe. Now we'll see if they can keep it up. Talk about great game management, right? I think FaZe deserves a lot of credit there. That's really an extended period of slaying and control and quite a specific play call that not a lot of teams would make. See if they can repeat here, make the series a lot more interesting than many people may have expected.
Falcade was uniquely not positive in this game so far. He's only just negative. It's not like it's an outstanding stat in the negative kind of explanation of it, but it's still somewhat surprising to see this man who is so good at making sure that his KD is on the right side of 0. But if they come out of this with a win, he will not care whatsoever about how many kills and deaths we're talking about at the end of this game. This should be an easy one for him to clean up onto Royal 2. That's exactly what does happen, and again, it's FaZe with this early hold. But finally, it's going to be broken.
Yeah, finally taken down there. That will be 3 dead for FaZe. So this will be an opportunity for an extended hold, potentially. Shock is still up. See if Frosty decides to drop.
He's tempted.
Might drop this for a teammate. We'll have to see exactly how this plays out. Right now, he's just playing UAV info for the entire team, seeing where they might be coming from, and it nicely dodges those grenades. And a little bit of a minor lead here early on for Shopify.
Nice little bit of teamwork there. You can see the damage was very comfortable to clean up, and it's Cycle now who's starting to announce himself in this game. He picks up one, and then he hits the perfect on Penguin as well. It's 4 dead for FaZe, and this is guaranteed time here for Shopify Rebellion as they rotate. Try, I should say, and rotate away from the spawners.
It was 4 dead.
Wow. But instead, it looks like Frosty just kind of miscalculated the G-slide across the turbine, and that's allowed FaZe to put some pressure on.
1v1 on the map for just a second here. Was a Penguin versus Royal 2, and he'll win it. Now spawners coming into the play, and the fray as well. That was 3 dead for Shopify momentarily. We'll see if FaZe can get more time on the board.
Suppressed will just trade here. In and around blue. Beat down the stick, going to be the reasons for that. Falcade steals that ball away towards the through the turbine, excuse me, towards Pipes. And look at the setup now. Look at the perimeter that FaZe have. They're a little bit trapped here at Pipes, but they were all close enough to get into a position to ensure some trades. 2 players still left alive. Now just the one. Falcade will be the last alive with the grapple. Cycle will get the angle, get the jump on him, and Shopify will get that ball back in their hands. Last shot, who has his hands on that objective.
It was a stacked 3 dead here, and now it's 2 dead again for FaZe. So the timing is not on their side, and Shopify has done so well to keep them on a really disadvantageous spawn cycle. However, good damage might give them a little bit of an opportunity to make the trek across the map. They do get the first pick on Royal 2.
Good damage again coming in here from Cycle. No kills to report, but 2 players' shields broken, but great teamwork to isolate him from the side of FaZe. It's going to be 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion here, and Penguin's got that ball back in his hand, so FaZe will be scoring. And if they can deal with Frosty, find a couple more kills, then we will find ourselves essentially at a tie game here. Suppressor's going to find the first pick on Royal 2. Trippy's going to fly in to try and deal with Frosty, but Frosty is such a problem. There's 2 of them trying to kill him, and they just can't simply flush Frosty out here from Bold Blue. He's still alive in this situation, still comes out of a trade. It's 3 dead for FaZe.
4 dead for FaZe.
And Frosty just being such a frustrating kill to try and pick up.
2 dead here. We'll see if Royal 2 should not be forced to play. I think this is just being a cautious moment in case the grenades came in. Now here finally comes Penguin. Now he's a little bit of a fake out there. And a little bit trolly as that ball is finally going to be played off the map. And it was just a 10-point game, but with that swing it now becomes a 20-point.
This is the kind of cushion that Shopify love to play with as well. Knowing that they don't have to worry about that objective, they can just play for the kills, play for that slay, keep their opponents off the ball. But look at Falcade starting to come to life a little bit here. 25 and 23 now, picking up some important kills as Shopify find themselves 2 dead, and he gets that next camo. So this is a chance for FaZe to flip this lead.
Also make sure to not take damage there from Whirlpool. As you say, a very big moment here. And if they can use this camo to ensure they get the first damage and the first pick, this grapple's going to be a big factor as well. Wow, shots. could see a lead change coming here, essentially tied up at 46.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
We'll go into a 1-point advantage. FaZe will take the lead now. Falcated recognizes where the pressure's coming in from the comms from his teammates, moves towards the long haul, finds last shot. He's going to chase him down here. He wants to put him in the death screen. And will indeed do exactly that. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment. Now he's trying to cut middle map. Does he get the timing on this player? Bottom tower. Almost managed to. Cycle did a pretty good job there of actually just checking before he crossed the road. But it's Shopify who somehow or other, from all of this, have got the ball back to Elevator.
Yeah, Falcated, he gets away, but going blue pipes costs a lot of time. Killing spree for him. We'll see if he can pick up even more kills on the push and the collapse. So far, it's working out.
And now he's on the pitch. Look at this. Royal 2 has to go for the double melee. Last shot's last alive on the Shopify side. He'll go down as well. And a chance now for FaZe to move that ball back towards the Elevator spawns. From Shopify, Rebellion are in and around the long haul, and they're going to have to make a trek to get near this oddball.
20 seconds on the camo as well. It's going to be a big factor here in the late game. And with a score of 67 to 55 in favor of FaZe, you got to think that camo could really decide which team is able to establish a gap here.
And there's a standout stat in this lobby right now, and that is Penguin. He's just broken 40 kills in the lobby. Suppressed is just behind him on 39. No one on the Shopify Rebellion side has broken 30 as yet, so Suppressed and Penguin are doing some heavy, heavy slaying here on the side of FaZe.
Penguin also with 21 assists, more than anyone else on Shopify, while leading the entire lobby in kills. Unbelievable from him so far, but still work to do before they close it out.
Frosty has the camo here. Suppressed has found 2, though, on the side of FaZe, and Frosty finds himself as last alive. And even though you got the camo, there's not much you can do in this situation. And look at that game clock. Look at the time that FaZe are starting to put on the board here. Penguin knows there's one player missing. He might be thinking play ball, he might be thinking trade. He gets the trade instead. Trippy will find one. Falcated gets into a position to grab the ball and get it off the map as last alive. It's 4 dead here for FaZe, but has the damage been done?
Royal 2 now, very important responsibility here. He's going to go ahead and grapple the ball. He also has shock, so he wants help right away from a teammate. They're going to drop, but they're going to also want every second that they can. So they make sure to grab right away. All 8 players up. Keep an eye on the kill feed. Let's see if Shopify can hold.
These are the moments where FaZe are going to be tested, but it's 3 dead on the side of FaZe. The last player alive is going to be Falcated. Royal 2's found him. Royal 2 sniffed him out. He's grappling in to try and finish off this kill. He will be able to do so, and for FaZe, this is a scary, scary moment. Shopify have that ball in their hands, even though they're just 7 points away here. Royal 2 is controlling the pipes. He's controlling gold. And FaZe cannot pass.
Oh my gosh, Royal 2 just dipping in between shots. Somehow keeps his shields this entire time. Still 2 dead for FaZe. Look at the comeback here.
Royal 2 just commanding. So many kills at the moment, so much damage. Coming out this shock rifle. Finally, it's going to be taken down. FaZe will be 2 dead, but the ball time is still going the way of Shopify Rebellion.
They've stacked 2 dead for the last 60+ seconds. Unbelievable timing here. FaZe committed everything to that long haul push. It was an all-in play, and it was risky. They take the lead. 4 seconds to go.
I don't think FaZe are close enough to get this, and it's going to be Shopify Rebellion who eyes up in the final moments and steal the game away from FaZe. It just feels like history repeats itself again for FaZe. They're in a great position, a game-winning position, but somehow snatch a loss away from the jaws of victory.
They had a 20-point lead as well in the late game, but it was huge plays from Royal 2. The peak shotting with the shock at Gold Stairs with his shield management, perfectly just winning peak battles to maintain shields the entire time. In that third-person view of Royal 2's POV, we saw all 3 players coming in from FaZe. That's not an easy push when you have to sneak everyone through long and hope that you're winning battles at glass and long haul. Those are difficult battles to win, and they don't win them. Look at the kills on the board in the end. Look how heavily FaZe outslayed.
Oh, out-damaged as well.
And out-damaged and outscored. Yet, in terms of rounds, it's Shopify that steals the game.
Talk about Halo a bit, about moments. Comes down to those moments, and even though the man on your screen, Penguin, drops huge statistics, Suppress drops huge statistics, they outslay their opponents. It all comes down to round 3, final moment and a final hold from Shopify Rebellion, where FaZe just fell over like a pack of cards, it felt like. You saw that they were trying to push through towards gold, to break through gold, but it felt like they were just all looking at different things.
They were, yeah.
And Royal 2 hits a couple of nice shots, but they're not headshots, they're damaging shots. But then when he re-peaks, it's like everyone just forgot he existed.
I agree. I think there was definitely a breakdown in communication or decision-making in terms of making sure that Royal 2 had to be the priority there. You got to kill, first of all, you have to kill Royal 2 in that position. You especially have to kill Royal 2 with the shock in that position. And I agree, it looked too easy where he was able to then start peeking every angle he wanted to. And I think maybe some assumptions on the side of FaZe that another player was prioritizing that kill. It wasn't the case in the end.
It'd be interesting to go back and listen to the comms of this moment. This is the moment. I mean,
look at this.
The peak comes in here. He knows he's under pressure here, Royal 2. Trippy tries to challenge. Understandably, he knows he's got the shock here. There might be 2 players for him to try and deal with, yes. But then Foul, he's not looking. Last shot, of course, he's taking that battle across the map, but surely as a 4, as 3, you have to try and force your way in to pipes here. Don't worry about the damage battle. Worry about getting near that oddball, and unfortunately for FaZe, it's Shopify who you have to give a huge amount of credit to with the way that they did hold. But I'm sure if FaZe watch that one back, they'll be disappointed with how those final moments went.
Certainly, and it felt like, to be honest, in the mid-game, I was really curious. It felt like FaZe was going to run away with that. Or excuse me, the mid-game of round 3 specifically. And you saw FaZe get all the way to the 93-point mark, and they could not close the game out. I think you summed it up perfectly, Mark. It has pretty much summarized the beginning half of this season so far. So close against the top 2 seeds, unable to do it. However, there's a lot more Halo to play in this series. Next up, it's Slayer Aquarius.
Take a look at some of the Slayer stats of these teams then. 4-1 the record here in Dallas for Shopify Rebellion. 2 of those, remember, against Optic Gaming as well. Those wins, I should say. On the other side, FaZe Clan 3-1. Maybe not a similar caliber of opponents. They did, of course, have to play Space Station, so take what you will from that. But the average margin of victory, very, very impressive on the side of FaZe. If you're winning by, we say, what, more than 5?
Yeah.
At this level, at this point in the tournament, we usually say that's a pretty convincing victory. Their average margin is almost 10.
Yeah, and also only having, of course, that follows that their average margin against, points against would also follow with that margin. Only taking 38 kills, 38.5 exactly. It's quite a margin, as we said, so this is going to be a heck of a Slayer battle, and we also know, as we take a look at the elimination bracket, just how much Shopify has prioritized the Slayers.
Yeah, you can see here it's going to be Nemesis who take down Zero's Tenacity, so some European players throwing down. It's going to be Nemesis who moved through. And Gen G beat Cloud9 in a Game 5 to set up a match against Nemesis. Optic Gaming, we saw that a little bit earlier in Space Station, what they did, and that is going to be coming up in Elimination Round 2, which is just insane to think about, by the way. Optic Gaming versus Space Station in Elimination Bracket Round 2. One of those is going to have a finish they will not ever want to talk about again.
Wild to be going home. One of those 2 going home on a Saturday night. Unbelievable. Also unbelievable is Gen G taking down C9. Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of talent on the side of Gen G, but I don't think many people would have had their bets and their chips placed on that side of the table. But Gen G writing quite a story, and C9 exiting much earlier than they had expected, and the bracket continues to be wild here in Dallas.
Of course, welcome back to Royal 1. Stood behind FaZe here, across from his brother. It's a bit weird. Although we know how brotherly relationships work. Sometimes it's nice to beat up your younger brother. Anyway. Slayer Aquarius then, game number 2. It is the younger brother who's having the spoils going his way after game number 1, as it will be Shopify Rebellion finding themselves 1-up in this series. But Aquarius Slayer, a chance here for FaZe, who have a very good Slayer record here in Dallas at DreamHack, to maybe tie this up.
I love how the importance of Slayers and the fact that they're so important here at this level of Halo Infinite just has really upped the ante of how hard you have to work in your Slayer prep. And we've already talked about how much Shopify has been doing it, but now FaZe is about to give them a whole new test. As we said, this is not a matchup we've been privy to that much this season. 3 dead off the rip for both sides.
Big push coming in though, top middle. It's going to be 3 dead for FaZe Clan once again, and that is going to allow Suppressor's last player alive actually just to sneak through and grab this first camo. Frosty's trying to hunt him down. He knows where he is, but he's going to have to deal with a couple more players pushing the pink side. From FaZe, it's going to be Penguin who does take him down. So a narrow lead, but a lead and camo off the rip here for FaZe Clan.
You get the feeling with each camo, they need to make sure they're maximizing here. If either team is able to shut down camos, it could be a really big deciding factor in the way that this one goes. Trying to find what he can on the map. However, here he loses 2 teammates.
Does manage to turn 2 kills himself and play off that damage. Such an important thing to do, and he might be able to turn a triple here, but no. Royal 2 just had the advantage when it came to initial damage to win that fight without being traded. A couple more kills go the way of FaZe, though. After Shopify Rebellion get a couple of their own. Still just a 1 kill difference between the two. Suppressed will find the pick onto Frosty as Trippy goes hunting down to P1.
Trying to keep Penguin alive, and going to be able to do so as well. Penguin's also got the green gun to take into the next battle. Kills being exchanged here right at the 10 kill mark early on, but 3 will fall for Shopify.
Last player's in front of him as well. Frosty does somehow win the fight, even though Trippy had the thrust, so that's incredibly impressive stuff from Frosty to win that individual fight. A little bit of a frustrating one, I imagine, for Trippy. But it's going to be Penguin who does manage to clean up the damage and keep FaZe in this lead. A 3 kill advantage for them at the moment.
If you're faced here, you really just want to make sure you maintain this. Don't let him back in the game. Good trade once again. It's moments like that that we're talking about. Anytime you could see a 1v2 trade at this level of competitive Halo, a lot of work has to be done to still eke out those kills. And as we said, it will maintain the 4-kill lead for FaZe Clan.
Ammo up then, Cycles top middle here for Shopify Rebellion, but forced down to the low ground as Falcane is holding this window. Making sure that not only can he look at Suppressed and try and keep him alive, that he keeps Shopify Rebellion off of this power-up. A little bit of a trade. As we have a 2-for-2 split on the map at the moment. 2 players from either side currently in the respawn screen. Frosty finds one onto Penguin. You see the Falcane wants something to play towards top middle for this camo, but he also knows that there's a lot of players still alive, and he can't overcommit due to the numbers that Shopify Rebellion have on the map.
I also think he bonked his head, and I think he would have had camo a long time ago had he not bonked his head. Last shot instead gets the burn on camo, so still just a 5-kill lead for FaZe Clan.
4 and 3 for Foul to start this one. Penguin again, 8 and 5 for him. He's had a great couple of games to start this off. Well, certainly a good game number 1, even though it was on the losing side. He's looking to continue here, almost double positive in this second game. FaZe with a pretty solid lead at this point in the game.
Yeah, maintaining and holding so far. They outslayed in the objective game. Despite the loss, they're still outslaying here on the Slayer, and it's paying off. Let's get into a listening with FaZe Clan.
One shot blue shroom, going up, one shot.
I'm looking at Peter, Mike. I'm looking at Peter. Out now, Mike. Weak on you, weak on you.
R2.
Jen, yo, first week. I'm turning around.
I'll be weak.
Nice, Mike.
Two shot. And then
Blue Gen and Car2, guys.
Car2 weak on the name. Car2 and Car1.
Car1 weak. Go 2,
You're going front, blue, one shot. Nice, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Yellow jump, yellow, go bottom mid. We went bottom mid to blue, probably.
Shot bottom mid, going front, blue, one shot. Blue, one shot.
Okay, got to peek. Can someone come peek? Someone come peek?
Yeah, I'm trying to look. Yeah, P2 on the
P1, yellow jump and on nades. Yellow P jump, yellow P jump.
Came on 10, came on 10.
P2, I think.
Where's he going? Where's he going?
Nice shit, Mike.
P2 on me, one shot, P2, one shot. One shot blue P street, one shot blue P street. TO and P1 blue. 2 blue P street. 3 there, Mike.
Look at the street,
3 on Mike.
One shot, Fridge,
3 there, Mike, 3 there.
I'm still fighting this.
Camo soon. I'm coming P.
Wow, I don't know where to. Yo, Car3, guys, Car3. Yo, Car3, guys, on camo, guys. He has it going front blue, or Car3 with it. Sitting Car3 with camo, guys. He's R3.
R2, yeah.
Camo's here.
Yeah, red P1? Red P1 stream?
P2 weak, guys. P2 weak. 2 shot. One shot P2. Frosty on the P wall.
Still one shot P2.
He's one shot blue P street.
Camo P2 as well.
Alright, take your time. We're up by 2.
Just camo P2.
Let's try to separate name.
One goes blue P. I'm hiding blue gen. I'm hiding blue gen.
A little bit.
I go Car2, okay.
Probably Car2. Watch the vent. Get up top, Donnie.
On Donnie.
Get up top, Donnie.
Top mid, 4-2. One shot.
Dust is up as well.
Look at me. They know I'm here.
Yo, top mid.
Blue on me.
Yo, one guy coming car now. 2 shot Car2.
Yo, blue 2.
Another one car.
Blue 2. Oh, blue window. Mike. Watch out. Yeah, all you.
Well, Foul gets 1, but you can see that the lead has now changed. It's because FaZe just got a little bit stuck on the spawn there. 3 or 4 of them all trapped in and around the gen, and the collapse came in from Shopify Rebellion, and it was executed so well.
5-kill lead there, just completely blown during that listening. As you said, Shopify just wants... Melee does not connect for World 2 there, so in the end, FaZe will go into a narrow lead now, back and forth here, and this is really your home stretch. Really cannot afford any mistakes from here on out. Only 14 kills to go for FaZe.
Similar position here for FaZe, up by 3. Element of control, done a lot of the hard work, but no games of Halo have ever been won before you see that victory screen popping up. There's still work to do for them. 2 dead on either side at the moment. 3 kills the advantage. Might be a little bit more if Suppress can find Royal 2, and that's exactly what he does right now. Pressure from the pink tower. But Suppress trying to play his life pivot. There's a lot of Shopify players around. He's going to take the 1v1 with Cycle, and that could be huge for what way this game swings.
Yeah, huge play for him, as you say. Enormous little 1v1 to keep them now up by 3. It's not done yet. Still a lot of work to go in the final kills here in the 40s now as they extend their lead just narrowly to 4.
2 finds 1. Val's got to be careful. He's down to no shields. He could be falling as well. But Suppressed, out of nowhere, keeps his teammate alive.
Suppress probably going to want to flush this one out. We'll see if he instead backs down. He's going to try to fly in for the kill. Should be an easy finish, and it is indeed now. 45-40. FaZe Clan with a comfortable cushion at 46.
Very, very comfortable for FaZe Clan at this point. Just close it out. That's what they'll be saying to each other, and I'm sure that Royal One stood behind them will be saying something very similar as well. Nothing silly. Keep it simple. Find our trades and find ourselves tied up at 1-1. Trippy should get away with this camo as well, and that could be the final nail in the Shopify coffin in this game number 2.
Really well done. Like you said, he can now just push in with the team and get these last few kills here on the pig side. 49 on the board.
Frosty could be the last kill, but instead Royal 2 is going to find himself taken down to no shields. Still some camo to play with here for Trippy. Still playing this smart. Not overextending, knowing that damage is enough to get the 50th. And the melee will cement it, finishing with a killing spree here. Trippy and FaZe close out to tie us up at 1-1.
And if you thought this was going to be an easy series for Shopify, think again. They take game number 1 despite being outslayed. However, it's FaZe that was tested time and time again in that specific game. I'm impressed there with the Slayer resilience of FaZe because there were several moments where they were blowing 5 or 6 kill leads that maintained the mental composure, maintained map presence, and control the angles that they needed to, and they continually extended that lead. You had the feeling that when it went from 36 to 30 all the way to 38-38 that maybe they would fold a bit. It was not the case, and instead, as we talked about before the series, FaZe now looking to remind everyone that there's a full season of Halo ahead, and they are a force to be reckoned with.
It's a really good point that you make. It was someone I was trying to kind of highlight in that game itself. It's like similar situation to what we saw in that game number 1, where it felt like FaZe are in control, but the score was close enough that it's the kind of game we've seen FaZe let slip through their fingers. But I think it's a really important win that for them. Not just the fact that they win the game, because if they win 50-49, they're probably thinking, oh, we just about did it again. But it's an element of control, and I think just being reserved enough to not give Shopify a way back into that game. To win by 7 is a convincing scoreline for them, where they close out the final moments and they just don't give Shopify a way back into that game.
I agree. I think both the scoreline and the way they did it are convincing. The fact that it wasn't even just one wobble where they let the game get tied. It was twice where they had to then fight off spawn. They had to also mentally deal with, okay, we just had a 6-kill lead that we just blew. Instead, these guys are veterans. They've been here before many times, and they're able to close out the game with a very convincing scoreline of 50-43. And just like that, we're tied 1-1. I think a lot of people are thinking, oh man, maybe FaZe is here to play. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game number 2.
Let's see, the Slayer is going to be a difference maker here as we head towards game number 3. Like you say, here is some of the highlights. It was a really, really solid start from Penguin as well in that game, 8-5 at this point. I just want to kind of give a little shout out to Royal One as well. We went to that listening. Now, this FaZe team, not the most animated when it comes to comms. Certain personalities maybe don't have that natural energy to them, but when you hear Royal One in the comms just kind of going, holy shit, like those kind of things, those little kind of conversations, those little bursts of energy just to reinvigorate the team. I think he had some really interesting dynamics with the team.
I agree. Suppress you're seeing on screen here with several. Trippy, by the way, just cool, calm, and collected, patient with the camo to get the 50th, but I love what I saw from Suppress. There's a few key battles there. First of all, taking that cycle 1v1, front base to Fridge. Not an easy battle to win. He takes it. If he doesn't win that battle, the game is 39-37. Instead, it's 40-36, and they continue the control. He also then pushes on the Fridge kill. A lot of players who maybe are not as confident or experienced might leave that Fridge player and circle back with the team. Instead, he pushes into Fridge. He gets the kill and does not trade. And it's stacking moments like that where they're able to then close the game out convincingly and tie the series up 1-1.
Well, as we head into King of the Hill live fire now, we mentioned how FaZe in this series, a lot of these game types start to favor them with the records that they do have. And remember that it's going to be something that has to, it's a small data pool so far, right? But this is the Dallas event that we're at right now. Either team had lost that game type before then. Now we find ourselves in game number 3, and of course this hasn't been updated as yet. from what we've seen so far in this particular series. But Livefire King of the Hill, 2-0 and a 1-2 record for Shopify Rebellion. Then we have a similar record, well, exactly the same record, and then we get to that game 5 should we get there. So this game, if FaZe want to win this series, they're going to feel very, very confident and have to take this one home.
Exactly. I think a lot of Shopify fans, or just League fans, might not have expected that this is exactly where we would be at this moment in the series. Nor, I don't think anyone would have bet on FaZe outslaying that heavily in game number 1, regardless of the
I agree with you. I think that was a big statement.
It was indeed. And now to see that King of the Hill Livefire record, I think everyone at home and everyone here in the arena is thinking, okay, this is getting a little bit spicy. Let me get out my popcorn with the buttermilk ranch flavor seasoning.
Which we have been ingesting for
Which
quite some time
I've got right here, right now, and I'm excited, so I suggest everyone get theirs as well. Or you can pick up one of these burgers that they keep pumping the smell of into our commentary booth. That is difficult to deal with, let me tell you. It smells great.
One thing that FaZe has got to keep in mind here, though, is, yeah, you want the Slayer. Yes, it's 1-1 in the series, but historically, we look back on a FaZe series versus a Shopify versus an Optic, and it ends up as a 3-1 with some close games we always talk about, right? And I'm making the air quotes. Obviously, we're not on camera, so...
I saw them.
Yeah, and I saw them. It was real. You need to make this a series, and what you do to make this a series is make sure that you take the opportunity that's in front of you. Hammer this home to Shopify Rebellion. Know that this is a game type you've had success on. Know this is one that Shopify have struggled on. If they can go up 2-1 in the series, knowing the record in that Slayer's streets, FaZe have to see this as a chance to knock Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket and go to a winner's final.
Yeah, it really is. I think
it's a huge chance.
It's a huge opportunity, and I think the players on FaZe, take a look here at the winner's bracket to illustrate this point. The players on FaZe, by the way, TSM Envy is your other winner semifinal. We saw earlier. The 3-0ing C9 to get there. That's going to be a lot to look forward to. But tell you what, FaZe Clan Shopify. FaZe, I think, is realizing, first of all, they are veteran players that won't have this kind of bothering them. But I think they're looking at this not only as a chance to send Shopify to the elimination bracket and a chance to be in the winner's final, it's also a chance to right the ship for the season, right?
Yes.
There's so much negative talk because of FaZe's results so far, and they haven't scratched top 2 or scratched against even the top 2 teams. If they could do this, this is a chance where all the talk stops about FaZe. FaZe can join the ranks of the top 3, and right, all the communities then starts to wonder about SSG. That's what FaZe has chance here. This is much more than the sum of just this series alone. I think this is a big part of their season, this specific series.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a huge matchup in the context of the entire season, especially for FaZe. We'll take a look at the elimination bracket as well. Like we mentioned, congratulations to Gen G and commiserations to Cloud9. It's Gen G who take a game 5 to put them into a matchup with Nemesis, who knock out the European counterparts in Zero Tenacity 3-0. We saw a Space Station close out against Omit a little bit earlier, and of course, Optic Gaming on our main stage take down Complexity, where we'll see SSG and Optic. What would that be, top 12? Would that be for
Saturday night exit? That's wild.
As a good friend of mine would say, not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Loser of this, by the way, will play Nemesis Gen G winner in those elimination quarters, so not going to be an easy matchup awaiting them there either. Just joining us, we're tied 1-1, Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe Clan in a back-and-forth series so far, and Shopify might have thought that this would have been a series that they could look past. That certainly has not been the case. FaZe looking, as we said, to change the narrative of their season, starting with this series here and now.
There's one thing that I had a slight concern about at Shopify coming into this series is you just come off the back of the big win against Optic. Do you think that that's going to be the biggest challenge? Do you think that that's the one that really matters, and now you can relax into this winner's bracket? Or just, you have to remember what everyone else is playing for. FaZe, they were like notably pissed off in Arlington, like after they went out, and it was the way that they went out as well. It was the fact that it wasn't a close series, and the fact that they didn't show the best of what they have, as we see
this is
on the D stream, I believe here. Optic Gaming versus Space Station.
When's the last time either of these teams were on a D stream?
This could be the first time ever.
At this stage in a tournament. Let that sink in. Whether you're in the arena or joining us online, these two teams are on the last stream in the elimination bracket, and one of them will go home tonight. Unreal. Formal, though, wants to make sure it's not Optic. He's going to bring this flag home right away.
Might be able to do so. Bound finds one in the feed as well. Eco finds another, 3 dead. Does get the cap, but they've got to be careful of the counter here because it's going to be 4 dead here for Optic Gaming. But a good start for Optic. Perfect start for Optic.
Wild that we're jumping around the venue here, and as we said, to see these two teams in this position, it just shows you how punishing and relentless the rankings currently are in Halo Infinite.
It's the double triple take when it said you're watching D stream. I was like,
wait, are you sure?
You sure about that? Counter cap. Boom. Start up 1-1. Now this kind of series for SSG, as silly as it sounds, right? This is a motivator for them. It's been rough. Let's not sugarcoat this for SSG so far this season, and certainly in this tournament. But now knowing you're playing against the team that won the last event, who were the favorites coming into this one, if that doesn't motivate you, then you're probably in the wrong game here. This needs to be one where Space Station see it as an opportunity to re-announce themselves. They could knock Optic out the tournament.
I agree. I think SSG needs to realize the opportunity ahead of them. They currently sit, as you say, in the exact same place as their last tournament winners because of how the brackets have fallen. SSG is trying to bring that flag. Stellar wanted to get a hand on that if he could. Unable to do it, so they will need to continue slaying here. We'll stick with this play for a moment before we get back into the macro. 2 dead for SSG.
Yeah, that was the difference of a couple of bullets there between that flag probably going home and Optic being able to get that return. But a touch does come in from Snakebite, which keeps this one extremely dicey. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment. The Optic flag is still away here. Legend has to back up. Stella's trying to chase him down. Now, do they go for this flag touch? Do they look for the kills beforehand? Legend is playing this extremely well to keep the pressure on and finds another kill.
You get the big, was 3 dead as well. Snakebite was your last player alive, bottom mid. We'll see if he gets taken down in the feed. If he does, this flag would be clearer sailing, but Snakebite stays alive, car 1.
Well, stays alive, car 1. I'm just looking back on that sequence of plays from SSG. That might be an example of the overthinking, right? They got a couple of kills. They had the chance of one of them, with 3 players alive, to just dive on that flag, get it up the stream stairs, and then play from there. Maybe overthinking the position of Legend. Legend took advantage of maybe a little bit of hesitation on the side of SSG. And it is Optic who get that return. Inside the base, though, it's going to be a trade for Snakebite and Renegade, former teammates, of course. As Legend comes out on top of that one with Stella.
2 dead momentarily for SSG. Lucid trying to stay alive, and does! Time and time again, Lucid comes out of situations like that where he picks up a kill that he shouldn't, and if he keeps that up, this series will be even more difficult for Optic Gaming.
Lucid starting to look like he's up for this one. You can see with the way he's moving around the map, you can see the way that his reticle is tracing onto players from Optic Gaming, and the way that he's saying to his teammate, run that flag, I have you covered. Optic a little bit trapped in their base at the moment. Renegade with a little peek shot is going to do enough to slow this flag down, but Lucid with the double kill on the pink side. Now, where is that flag? It will be going home. As Space Station lose the fight on the car side, Formal not only will help his teammates get that return, but will also grab the camera.
See what Formal could do here. Let's not forget as well, really, I think for SSG, the story in this series is, hey, absolutely nothing to lose. We're in a matchup that we didn't expect to be, a team we didn't expect to be against in the elimination bracket. But with a player like Lucid, an opportunity to go up against his former team, maybe make quite a statement here. They're going to try to bring this series the distance. So far, they've done well. However, Formal with 3 dead and your first spawner coming in the fridge, that flag will continue across the map.
Yeah, that was 4 dead, and even though Eco's trying to buy some time, that flag is moving here for Optic Gaming. Snakebite will be able to somehow get that kill without being traded, but elsewhere, Legend runs it home for Optic. They now have a 1 flag advantage.
Slight slaying advantage as well in favor of Optic Gaming, and finally the second, now leading cap, will go in as well, but Legend just being so sneaky around the map. And if you're on the side of SSG, you need to make sure things don't get desperate. Still 7 minutes on the clock.
Big win from Legend as well against Snakebite. And of course, you can keep watching this on the D stream. That's twitch.tv/HCS_blue. Still can't believe this is a D stream. Shows how crazy the tournament's been, right?
It really does, and I'm sure everyone's going to be either opening a new tab. I'm probably opening one on my phone to keep an eye on this series, to be honest, see exactly how this goes. But we'll, of course, keep you updated throughout this series with updates. We know you'll already have the stream open, but for those of you that prefer a focused experience, we will give you audio updates and as many video touch-ins as we can, of course, with exactly what's going on there, because I just said, wild to have that series happening at all, let alone simultaneously to this one. But we get ready to get into our next game. It's going to be King of the Hill Live Fire, Shopify, and FaZe Clan across the venue. are tied up at 1-1.
One thing I think we can guarantee, we're probably breaking viewership records for the D stream with
Without a doubt,
game,
yeah.
with that game on. But back to a business on our main stage. Like you say, King of the Hill is where we find ourselves, and Live Fire is going to be the map, and this is a map mode combination here in Dallas that has favored FaZe Clan. So this is a big chance for them when they look at the game types, when they look at the records, the comparative records between the two teams. It doesn't get much of a better chance for FaZe to come out on top in this big series against Shopify.
What an opening here. Trippy's actually your last player alive. He's going to have to fight from sandbags alone and presumably going to be swarmed. And that's exactly the case. It was 4 dead off the opening. It's a perfect start for Shopify Rebellion.
Now going to get some time as well. No hesitation to step inside of that first hill in and around green. Going to be able to pick up the camo as well, and you heard it from Frosty when we had him on the couch a little bit earlier in the interview saying this map is all about snipes, it's all about camo. Do everything we can, that was our plan, to make sure that they are in our possessions. And now last shot, he's got both.
Man, we said was so calm with the camo on that Solitude game and paid off, and now they maintain the slaying advantage as well. It's still 2 dead. Last shot still was sniping camo in hand. And you know he got that call out, hits the 180. And make sure he's there for the teammate.
Look at this target prioritization from him. So many people would have been stuck on that first kill on the pillars. He recognizes he can turn away and influence another fight. This is why his damage stats are so outstanding when we get to the end of the series.
Two do fall though. Pressure is coming in. Gonna try to spike out the back of the base as long as he can. Eventually he'll be taken down in B, but I could not agree more. You can tell based on the way he's whipping that those are callouts coming in, and he's responding immediately, and that's how he racks up the numbers that he does.
Well, FaZe have managed to break, even though they've got 2 players in the death screen, and now it's 3. They did force Shopify out of the hill for a few moments there and made this a little bit more competitive, but the push comes in from Shopify. Cycle has recognized the dummy spawns as well. Maybe just over-challenged a little bit there. Maybe he's just trying to buy the window of opportunity and timing to let last shot cap this. That's exactly what does happen. So it might seem like an over-challenge from Cycle, but the bigger picture, not the worst play in the world.
Right, I love that. Just sitting there, as you say, on C, he knew that the most important thing was buying just 1 extra second or 2 for the Nest Bridge push. If he could delay that by just 1 second, it would secure the cap. That's exactly what it does. Shopify takes the first hill of the game.
3 dead here as well. Trippy last alive on the tower. Did he stick Cycle there? No, but he's done enough damage to make this surely a kill he can convert, but okay, he's going to steal that one away. Trippy doing a really good job as last alive here, actually, to keep Shopify at bay from winning this rotate.
Last shot gets the camo and even deals a little bit of damage there on the way out to keep Trippy no shields. And also going to catch Suppressed off guard now. Perfect kill comes in, and now Falcated knows he has to back up because that's not an easy battle to win.
Half of the hill has been captured already, though, by FaZe. These kills are good, but they still have to progress towards where this hill is being held down by FaZe. Penguin's trying to play a sneaky corner. Good damage coming in from a combination of players here. Last shot on Frosty making sure that he gets taken down, and now Trippy, who's been on this tower for quite some time, is finally evicted. As last shot uses his camo, and Shopify will finally force FaZe away from this hill.
Was a 2v2 though. You see Royalty and Cycle just fell as well, so that leaves an opening now. A little bit of chaos here on C Plat. We'll see which team's able to get it in this 2v2.
Cycle looking over Frosty, who's no shields. Damage comes in.
Oh my.
Cycle just turns around and dismisses Trippy.
You already felt like that was going to happen there. That he was going to peek that corner again. That's exactly what he does. And now Shopify will start scoring here on this hill. And like you said, they've trailed by about half of the hill, but they're starting to put the work in and the time in to come back on hill number 2.
Doesn't quite connect with that one. Turns his attention towards Suppress, trying to keep Frosty alive in this situation. Frosty will fall though. Perfect shots again in the kill feed. Cycle turns his back, finds one, bodies Falcated as well. It's big damage output here from Cycle. Even though he's not connecting with the headshots, the bodies are good enough.
Getting pressured from Nest side there. Did a lot of damage, as you said, but still not enough presence. Suppressed, if he can stay alive here, this would be big. My, what a nade from Frosty. He's going to push on Trippy as well. Trippy hits the shot, and Penguin gets a kill. So now 3 dead for Shopify. FaZe might close it out here and now and tie the game.
I think the Shopify are going to give this one up just from the routing that you saw from Royal 2 there. He steps away towards green, wants to try and push that out so that they can set up in and around house and garage, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But FaZe are going to say, you've got to come to us still.
For a second. Bait only for a second, to be honest. I agree, because Shopify took that routing. They maybe could have baited even longer, but they don't need to. 3 dead for Shopify again off the push. FaZe Clan ties the game, and now in a momentary 1v1, Trippy will be your first man in the hill.
It's only a second of delay, but it was enough for Penguin to get the first pick. And that means that now FaZe can move freely across the map and worry about creating scenarios where they can win 2v1s. There's a 2v1 available for a few seconds. They get the clean wipe, and now they win the rotate as well. Camo is coming up as well. As we see Royal 2 in a position now, so for all the good work that FaZe did, they're going to be 4 dead. Camo goes to Shopify Rebellion. Royal 2 now can go to work.
Shopify did so well. By the way, look how early Royal 2 got to Camo. That's not something a team does every time. He gets there with 9 seconds remaining, so he had to dodge a few spikes. However, the team really sets up there around him, and he does come. Trippy's about to eagle eye this Camo out. Royal 2 stays alive. Last shot comes in to save the day.
So patient. So many players in that situation would have tried to challenge Trippy, thinking that they were going to die anyway, but he knew that he had an opportunity, and now he moves in to look for a double kill, but misses the beatdown.
Big shutdown from Suppressed. This could have been a secured hill right away. Last shot, what a clean set of shots onto Trippy on Keydor. Now keeps 2 dead for FaZe. Last shot thinking about getting a little bit more time here as well.
And she keeps dipping his toes in, keeps forcing FaZe to come towards him. Okay, gets a pick on a Royal 2 though, so this is looking like he's going to have to turn his attention from stepping inside of the hill and put his team 2 to 1 up to just surviving here. He's not going to be able to. FaZe make a break late in this this third hill, where the second points could be secured to either side.
I'll tell you what, based on our POV, it looked like they had the time. They must have had info that indicated that they were folding earlier at the mid-map, and Last Shot doesn't go for what felt like it could have been a window to finish the hill, but here comes FaZe.
2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Sniper rifle in the hands of Trippy. But do Shopify want to try and force this one? They do have time to get 4 on the map and formulate a push. There's a QT down as well, but the body is going to stagger this push now.
This is down to the wire.
Trippy can't connect. Suppress finds one though. The QT in, he does body Frosty though, and that could be so important. But Cypher now in a 1v1, it's a Penguin versus it's Penguin who slides in and steals the hill away here for FaZe. They're up 2 to 1.
Man, all 8 players alive on that map on that last push. That was absolutely wild. We're going to have to go back and watch exactly what the play call would have been from the side of Shopify. It might have been as simple as Last Shot sitting scoreboard and didn't want to get pushed by a Camo player and realized that maybe they could wrap concrete to bags, which I think is potential there on the player. Maybe just maintain big door presence. Instead, though, they pay the price. They give up the hill. They get outslayed. 3 dead, however, off the break, but still, it's FaZe Clan with a really good window. Kind of A-plat management. Gets dicey there. Essentially in a 1v1, they get the second hill. They now lead the game.
Camo coming up as well in a few seconds' time, and even though Shopify set up in and around mud here, a pickup of the camo and a sniper rifle could turn that around. Trippy gets the kill onto Royal 2. This is the opening that FaZe would have been looking for. Penguin finds another as well. Psycho on the flank gets pushed back by Trippy, and Trippy, by sending the grenade back as well, gets the kill. FaZe are in control, and FaZe have the camo.
That frag repulse was a dangerous combo. Just pins him up against the green wall, and it works out. Suppressed gets spotted out there, so we can't make too much happen. 3v3 on the map.
Looking across the stats, Penguin again leading the way with kills. Trippy just behind him, 13 apiece. One less death for Trippy in that situation. Royal 2 trying to back off the push here. Psycho has already fallen. Damage output pretty good from Royal 2, but you can see the pressure he's under to try and survive here. Suppressed, flanks through on the tower. Last Shot is alive on the tower, but Falcate in a position here inside of this hill to try and support his teammate. Suppressed gets that kill on the tower. And now you can see the Shopify is staggered. They're already 2 dead, and FaZe have control again.
Good damage again from Foul to make sure that the kill could be cleaned up by Trippy at B. As you said, that will stagger and keep the spawn stagger. And this is a big time here with only 70 seconds left as well.
Cycle down. First pick goes to FaZe again. Suppress gets another. It's 3-1 here to FaZe Clan. With just over a minute left on the game clock as well. We are going towards top middle. FaZe not only win the hill, they still have control of the tower side as well. They are set up for success.
And based on the way FaZe has played a few different... Royal 2 stays alive on the camo block once again. He has befriended that time and time again. 2v2 on the map. Sniper in the hand is Suppressed. Make sure to not trade. Very nice play in the end, though. It will be taken down. So still 50 seconds left. And with the way that FaZe has played other game types in this series, especially the ball, you can expect them to certainly play time for a lot of reasons here.
Trippy takes to the sky and managed to escape as well. Penguin breaks the shields. Last Shot gets the kill, but time is a factor here for FaZe. One death on either side at the moment. Trippy still has this snipe. He should be able to get this melee. It's going to be suppressed. Who gets it before he does? Last shot gets the stick.
Enemy team.
And it's going to be FaZe actually who step inside of this hill.
Foul tries to keep him alive, but can't. And now with 35 seconds left, FaZe has done well to really just keep this thing scrappy top mid. That's exactly what they want to do. Even though they're not necessarily pinching the spawns, they're keeping things dicey.
So Frosty has snipe, but he's going down as well. Falcated taken down by Last Shot, but these kills need to turn into time. And I think the time is heavily against Shopify Rebellion here. We are about to see FaZe Clan go up 2-1 in this series. Even with Last Shot getting this camo, it's going to have to be a monumental effort, but with Suppressed finding 3 and all 4 falling, it's going to be FaZe Clan who will go up 2-1 here. They will take Livefire King of the Hill, and boy, do we have a series on our hands now. FaZe take the lead and are 1 game away from a winners bracket finals.
So much of the sentiment around the top 4 from Halo fans is we just want this to be competitive. We want to see FaZe and SSG pushing the top 2 in SSG and in Optic and Shopify. And FaZe Clan is doing just that, showing up in a huge way in this series. And if you thought this bracket was already turned on its head, just imagine.
I think stream could get even busier.
These stream will get overloaded. Need to plug in a few more servers in the back. FaZe Clan, already you could safely say, with their best performance of the series of the season so far in this series, taking down one of your tournament favorites yet again in this series. Now they lead after a 3-1 comfortable and convincing King of the Hill win. And I look back at that management of the Scoreboard Hill. Ever since then, it was tough. And I want to go back myself and watch that VOD to see exactly what the timing windows were. I think Shopify had it. They give it up, and Tankman steals it.
Suppressed damage output. We always talk about Last Shot, but Suppressed breaking 7K in that game, a difference maker for his team. And now FaZe have to think to themselves to not get carried away in the moment. This is a massive opportunity that does not come around very often. They have a lead in the series with 2 games to go. They need 1 more of the 2 to knock Shopify Rebellion down to that elimination bracket and secure themselves a winners bracket final.
Trippy hitting that shot. Trippy hitting that body shot. It was massive. And Penguin flies in. There were so many individual pieces of that hold at window and scoreboard to get that second hill.
One to go. And Royal One making sure his team know it. The difference that a coach can make sometimes cannot really be explained. It's the intangibles. It's the way that they understand the psychology of the team, the players, what they need to hear, what they don't need to hear, and when they need to have the belief instilled in them in those big moments. He's a man who's coached a lot of teams to world championships, and he might be about to coach FaZe towards a series win here and a winner's final if they can close out. But this next game type, one of the newest game types we have, difficult to decide which way this one goes.
Yeah, this is going to be, I'm really glad this is game 4 because it's going to be a really interesting story. I think you have 2 sides of the coin. On the Shopify side, we've seen them just so heavily outslay on this game type, right? How often has Royal 2 been in the enemy spiral, right? He has spent a few years in the enemy spiral at this stage, whereas you have FaZe, who has so far outslayed every game in the series. And we also know how difficult it is to arm on this map. So this is going to be an absolute bloodbath of just constant controlling one another's base. And whichever team can get even just 1 bomb on the board might be all it takes. It's going to be a fantastic game number 4. FaZe has to be thinking we got to end this here.
Yeah, I think for FaZe, it's a simple thing sometimes to remember that you can say to each other and you keep in the back of your mind. Play to win this game. Don't play to not lose this game. Don't play for the game 5, knowing that you've got a great record there. Close it out here, and when advantages reveal themselves on the map, when you get a couple of kills, when you get an overshield, be aggressive. Get that bomb into Shopify's base, put them under pressure, because they are the team now who is under pressure in this series.
You have to think whoever gets the first arm in this game, it's going to be an enormous time cushion where you can just continue slaying, you can repulse the bomb, you can play the bomb, you can sneak the bomb. It's going to be such an advantage to get that first bomb on the board. And that is what both teams will fight for here. FaZe Clan looking to do the upset. Up 2-1 in the series, 1 game away from sending Shopify to the elimination bracket. Let's see if they can do it here.
Yeah, very, very aggressive play off the rip there from last shot, having got that overshield. He wanted to try and force the pace. The FaZe shut it down pretty quickly. 3 dead here for FaZe though. Penguin's going to be last alive, and guess where Royal 2's going? Not very far. Okay, cuts him down.
Penguin hits the body shot, Foul gets the kill. And that might have avoided minutes of pain for them, because we've already seen all season long what Royal 2 can do in your spiral with his, actually doesn't matter who's sniper, but if he's in your spiral, it's a problem. And Penguin and Falcated make sure he can't even get across to the top of the armory.
Shopify flying forward towards the basement.
That is Ryan Noob-esque Sanctuary Halo Reach vibes. A little bit of deja vu there. Just fly at the opponent's base at all costs. We'll figure it out when we get there, but we gotta keep going. Get in.
It's working out for them at the moment. You can see the Penguins very split on what he has to look at. Frosty finds 2, and now, even with the body onto last shot, he's got to be so careful. He finds 1 kill, but the sniper rifle now down, and Frosty has that bomb in the base. 3 dead, like you say, for FaZe Clan. Last player alive, who's putting pressure on. It's Trippy who gets the kill. Trippy's still alive, and somehow buying enough time with Penguin getting off of spawn to keep Shopify at bay. That is a huge play coming in from Trippy.
And what do we say? This was going to be relentless. I think we're going to see a play, but yeah, Bomb's going to be played off the map here. This is going to be down to single 1v1s and single individual efforts from players to stop these arms, and we're already seeing that, of course, in the first 2 minutes of play. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. Foul, your last player alive.
With barely any shields, still outputting damage as well, just dipping and diving around the cover that is closest to him to output damage, and now comes back to try and finish the kill on last shot. That's a slide away. Overshield goes to Royal 2 though. That's the 2nd one in a row for Shopify Rebellion.
Love that from Royal 2. He's like, not interested in anything happening over here. I'm just gonna run the other direction. And he picks up another kill. It's 3 dead again for FaZe Clan. Penguin with a very important body shot, 2 body shots to take the overshield off. And despite the win of the battle, really it was all about taking down the overshield, and he's already flushed out. I love that's, by the way, Penguin and Foul again prioritizing that kill.
Shopify pushing this bomb into the base though. Damage is done on the armory. It's 2 dead. Here for FaZe, the bomb is in the base. Penguin trying to do what he can to stop this arm going in. The repulse away from Cycle gives him an opportunity to strike here. He's collapsing on these final players. The bomb is being armed by Shopify Rebellion. They get the first arm here, and they will be up by 1.
Wow, what an absolute spree that we just saw on screen, running around from the bottom of the base all the way up to the porch to wrap the snipe to get that kill as well. It was beautiful routing and beautiful prioritization team shots from Shopify to get the first bomb on the board. And if you're FaZe, this is what you were worried about, because now you're going to see Shopify play their same game here on Fortress, but with an even more comfortable 1 bomb cushion.
And Royal 2 is on your spiral, and he picks up kill after kill. If you let him survive in this position, Trippy comes off spawn, immediately feels the pressure from Royal 2 with just 1 single bandit bullet. But it's enough to keep FaZe pinned in their base here.
So now Royal 2 can sit in your base the whole game without ever having to think about the bomb if he wants to. This is very dangerous, and it will be a very tall task for FaZe to break out of this time and time again.
Okay, it has the sniper though. And he managed to pick up 1 to give FaZe a little bit of room, maybe just to move out across the map. The overshield is coming up pretty soon as well. 15 seconds. And FaZe need to get one of those in their control. They have failed at getting the first 2.
6 seconds, all eyes on bottom mid. Really can determine whether we continue to see Shopify just racking up the kills. 4 dead for Shopify. This will be a clean overshield grab for FaZe and a push as well.
They need to be aggressive with it. They need to force this one forward. Suppressed is going to take his time here, and still with 2 in the death screen. Hasn't got across the map with that bomb. I would have liked to see him just take a little bit more direct route there to the front of the base like Shopify love to do.
Here comes Suppressed. Overshield's off, however, he's doing a lot of damage. Yep, still 2 dead. Got to get the bomb, though. The bomb was never moved for quite some time, so even though they had forward aggression, they're going to have to slay again. Maybe a bomb repulse here to Trippy. We'll see if he can hit the timing. It goes up right away, but 2 players are already up for Shopify.
Need to get these kills. It's 3 dead again for Shopify. Who's moving to arm that bomb? That's the question here. It's not been the most efficient movement of the bomb. It's not been the most efficient arm coming in, but a double kill coming in from Suppressed, and the last player alive here, trapped on the snipe side. Surely FaZe have got to be in a position to arm this bomb, but nobody has their hands on it yet.
Just staggered
Finally,
4 dead.
Trippy's gonna go for it.
Staggered 4 dead, they had it, but they did not have the timing on the bomb, and in the end, they don't have every piece of the puzzle. That bomb likely had to be moved earlier. It's still 4 dead, by the way. See if they can get this last one on Spiral, and they still have control. Now they're trying to start the arm, but 2 players alive on elbow.
I think we're going for the arm. It's a second away. Doesn't quite get it. It's still in the zone, though. The fuse is still lit. Cycle from Shopify Rebellion. Man. Gets that kill. FaZe have got to do better there. They got to do better in that situation. They had multiple 3, 4, 2 deads, whatever it was. But just slow at moving that objective.
Heartbreaking for FaZe fans to watch that play exactly the way that it did, I agree. And to be honest, they even managed the mistiming initially with a very good bomb repulse toss. I thought Trippy would start arming right away. They slayed one more time. And in the end, all they needed was 1 extra second. If one of those kills was recorded faster, as you just saw with the bomb progress, they would have had the arm. However, instead, after 5.5, it's still 1-0 in favor of Shopify. But FaZe indicating they could do the hard work. We'll see if they can finish the arm again.
Love this aggression actually coming in from Falcade there. Just took an off angle. Bullets onto Larshot, who's still alive, by the way. And it's allowed with that bomb down in the courtyard for Shopify to be under pressure, but somehow Larshot, by surviving, has now moved in bottom middle and has collected himself an overshield. A double kill off the back of it. He does get shut down, but that should create an opening for them to get that bomb back to a neutral position.
See what they can do here now. Shopify surprisingly backs against the wall in the series. They're up 1-0. Let's get into a listening with Shopify Rebellion.
One shot of the back. Kill their side, guys. They're owing. Yeah,
go back to wood.
RBR.
Entering on me. It's your ring, guys.
One guy.
2-1.
One spawner.
He's ring one. You're play side quiet.
No, Arbon,
guys, Arbon.
One shot.
One's a ring.
One's a wing, bro. Yeah, he's trying to fight me.
Our flag step on it still. One guy in ring. Two ring. One shot on you. Dude, two in ring. One guy our flag step.
Yo, one ball, guys.
I said one. I see ring.
I don't see ring.
One hit our wing.
One shot, okay.
One shot our window.
Yo, our snipe,
Our wing still.
Yo, he's ready in front, jumping up. It's a snipe tower 2, Our tower 2 sniping.
One at their porch, one at their flag, no sniper.
He's on the jump, he's on the flat, he's on the low jump.
Yo, guys, one spawner, one hitting no man's left side, I think. Yo, their VR going left, Two left.
Elbow, he's elbow still. Hey, try a little bit.
Yeah, I'm living.
Bomb taken.
You're good, actually.
One on me. One shot. There's 2. Absolute bomb guy.
I got
Absolute side.
Once again, FaZe are in the base. FaZe have that bomb down, but they cannot get that arm once more. Still inside of the base, though. Falcated, putting pressure onto these respawners. Royal 2 on your screens right now is trying to get angles, and it's managing to do a great job of doing so. He's cleaning out his base and preventing this bomb from being armed.
Yeah, I think a miscommunication there. If the first player's getting dinged from that wing and top ring, then that needs to be a call out there so that Penguin doesn't get absolutely shredded going forward in front base. But he does. Need to see FaZe making sure that they're all aware on the same page of that positioning, because Penguin just essentially shredded the entire setup.
That 4 overshields in a row, if I'm not mistaken now, for Shopify Rebellion. That's going to make the game extremely tough if you keep letting them move in to grab that overshield. And a lot, the thing is about Fortress Bomb, like we've seen, you can do 95% of the job, but if you don't do the final 5%, the bomb doesn't get armed. We are seeing that illustrated perfectly here. Unfortunately, here for FaZe.
More kills coming in the back of the base. Last shot's overshield is off. However, he's still alive here with Cycle. We're going to keep the bomb there at minimum, just so it does not reset. 2 dead for FaZe. Here comes last shot and Shopify up the stairs.
Well, they made the same mistakes here. Penguin does get the kill. There's a push coming in and a flank coming in on the snipe side here from Cycle. Off the respawn though, Falcade will flush him out. Sniper's about to drop as well. Frosty's grabbing that for Shopify Rebellion. As Trippy is going to move that bomb away. It's actually Falcade who's going to throw that one off the map, you would imagine, and reset it bottom middle. Indeed, that is the case. Sniper's still up here. But Royal 2 is on your Spiral.
That's where he lives. He actually, I believe, has squatters' rights to the Spiral now, and so the government is officially recognizing that as a legal home for him. Frosty picks up another one as well. That means 3 dead. It's a momentary 2v1 here on the map.
Frosty has the snipe though. And the bomb is in their hands as well. Frosty and Falcade exchanging snipes, and now we'll take a look at each other. Little glint of the light from the end of the S7, seen by both players who decide, you know what, not worth it.
Let's agree to disagree. Go our separate ways here and deal some damage. They haven't looked at each other since but you can get the feeling that sniper battle is going to poke its head one more time at least.
Well, again, FaZe are picking up kills, and they're getting progress on the map, but the bomb is still in their basement. Overshield coming up now. Frosty going to try and be annoying and once again get onto the side. The FaZe really don't want to see him. Overshield's coming up as well, not sure where that went. Frosty's still alive with his sniper rifle, somehow bobbing and weaving. As FaZe find themselves 2 dead again.
And the angle ready suppressed walks into the crosshair. That will leave 2 dead for FaZe yet again.
Penguin. Good news for him is no more sniper ammo for him to worry about, but Frosty's on your tower. Frosty's still hunting. But time now an issue here for FaZe. 1 minute 45 left on the game clock. FaZe need to get that bomb progressed up the map.
Shopify just wants to play continued aggression. They're going to keep running this bomb. Now they're going to look to slay as long as they can. They are 2 dead, however, though. So this position of this bomb will buy them some time. Only 1:30 left on the clock.
Okay, it will flush out Royal 2. Bomb is in their base, so they have to go back to collect it. And that allows Shopify to move up to the map. To the halfway point, really pretty much uncontested. I think it's one thing to take away from this game for FaZe so far. Just got to be more aware of that bomb's positioning. When they're picking up kills, they need to keep progressing that objective.
Couldn't agree more. You really need to think of it like ball. You bring it with you as you
4
go.
dead.
4 dead for
4
Shopify.
dead.
FaZe with an opportunity. They need to slay again here for certain, but here they come.
Need to move that bomb forward, though. I'm going to keep saying it until I see it happening. And FaZe start to move it forward. But like you say, they need more kills here. Penguin trying to trap 2 players. He gets 1. Doesn't have any more grenades to play with. Cycle is being a nuisance. Cycle does get that kill onto Penguin, but it's still 2 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. Last shot. It's some big shots inside of the base. But where is that bomb for FaZe? They're picking up these kills, but the bomb's still down in the courtyard.
Yeah, once again, that bomb sitting bond still is not going to do them any good. Penguin, I think, by the way, thought he had at least 1 extra nade or a repulse there as he looked to the ground, and essentially nothing happened. In the end, he also loses that 1v1 to Cycle, and like you said, the bomb wasn't even in the base yet. So it hadn't mattered. 20 seconds left. Overshield popping now.
Overshield coming up, and look at the kills. Unfortunately, if you're a FaZe fan, go the way of Shopify Rebellion. That means Last Shot gets his 400th Overshield of this game and keeps the pressure on. This is 9 seconds left in the game. And with Shopify controlling the bomb and the Overshield, we're going the distance here. It is a 1-0 victory for Shopify Rebellion. We're going to Streets. We're going to Slayer. We're going to Game 5.
What do we say? Very likely in that matchup that 1 bomb was going to decide it between the 2, and that's exactly what happened. And I think that map played exactly how you would expect based on the series so far. FaZe close in 2 separate instances, but not close enough to get a bomb on the board. And as a result, we'll go to a 5th and final Game 5. Slayer between these 2 teams to decide who stays alive. To be honest, I'm pretty excited.
The difference in that game was the efficiency and the control of the bomb, I think, for Shopify Rebellion. You saw once they got a few kills, even if they weren't thinking about planting, they moved that bomb onto the face side of the map. They forced them to turn around. They forced them to take the time, if they get the kills, to retrieve the bomb and bring it back towards mid-map. That allows Shopify to get back on the map, to fight at mid-map. For FaZe, it felt like they would get 3 or 4 dead, or 3 dead, look for the 4th kill, try and progress up the map. And then someone's like, oh, we've forgotten about the bomb.
Right.
Got to do it at the same time.
And then look at the bomb. I agree. Needs to be part of the entire process the whole way. That bomb's at least got to be neutral. You can't have to go back to your own bomb.
Yeah.
To get the bomb. Because it's going to be too late. You're going to have to do, as we saw, too tall of an order. I got to say, though, man, how close was FaZe on that first attempt? They had 3 to 4 dead, I want to say 3 or 4 times in a row. Shopify gets that early arm. Thereafter, it was a lot of FaZe aggression. And they were just a few frames away from the arm. It tells you that if one more thing just went a little bit faster, we would have had the job done.
I think if you were to ask FaZe fans, when the series ends, what's the one thing you don't want to hear? How close was that? They don't care about how close it is. They need to win these kind of series. They've had close games. They've had close series. But they always come out on the losing side of it. The opportunities were there, Andy. They were there for FaZe to plant that bomb.
It's like you said, the overshield control. In a game that ends 1-0, where you had FaZe essentially on the doorstep, moments away from the arm, and then they don't get any of the overshields, could have easily turned the tides. All it would have taken maybe just 1 or 2 overshields, but instead it's Shopify. Fantastic map management, slaying management, as well as power-up management to close out the game narrowly, 1-0. and send us to a Game 5. And I tell you what, as we've gotten into the later years of Halo Infinite, it has been all about the Game 5s. Like we said, the thinnest of margins between these teams, and now FaZe Clan is showing up in the biggest way this season, telling everyone, hey, we are here to play too. We have been in the lab working on these game types, working on these matchups, and it has brought them now to a 5th and final game with Shopify.
Well, a little update for you, by the way, on the Optic Gaming versus Space Station game that's going on. It's tied up at 1-1 in the series at the moment, and the Strongholds on Livefire essentially a tie game as well. So for the loser of this, you've got to think about both teams, Optic Gaming and Space Station. A Space Station who seems to be finding some sort of form, and an Optic Gaming who are the winner of Major number 1 are in that elimination bracket. And this is what I wanted to just highlight to everyone at home. Having got to this point in the series, this Slayer Streets, 0-4, the record for Shopify Rebellion. For FaZe, they've only played it once, but it's 100% win rate.
I'll tell you what, if you're a FaZe fan, this is the exact game type you wanted to get to and that you wanted to see in a Game 5. Man, as this, I mean, what's funny is after yesterday's matches, people were coming up to us and saying, man, this is a wild bracket, huh? It's like, oh, we had no idea what Saturday
hold my beer.
Exactly. Saturday said, hold my beer. And we have been holding it for a while because these matches have only gotten crazier. By the way, also got word that SSG was in the lead in that 3rd game. As a reminder, that's somehow on the D stream at twitch.tv/HCS_blue. That's the first time I've had to say that URL out loud.
Well remembered.
And SSG has been confirmed leading in that Strongholds game, so make sure if you have a phone, a tablet, a phablet, make sure you get an extra window open.
An iWatch.
An iWatch, you can listen to it on your iWatch. In pure, once again, 8K analog. As these teams are now locking in, there's a whole lot of Halo to enjoy. Too much for one screen, folks. So make sure you're getting every single stream open. You are watching the biggest 4 teams in the league play against each other and about to knock each other either to the elimination bracket or out of the tournament. In the case of your D stream now, we're back to the main stage. Shopify versus FaZe Clan in a game number 5, and FaZe showing up in the biggest way this season so far, proving that they are in the mix. Can they do the unthinkable and send Shopify to the elimination bracket? That's the question. Only one game remains in the series.
Well, for FaZe, you don't get a better opportunity than this one. 0-4 the record on this map mode combination for Shopify Rebellion. FaZe only played it once, but they won that one opportunity they had to play this game type. And look how slow this start is. 20 seconds already gone. We've just got our first kill.
I was going to say the same exact thing. When's the last time you saw a Street Slayer that started off this slow at this level of professional Halo? This is down to a crawl off the opening. Neither team wanting to be the one to make the mistake.
Val got the camo. Val's still alive with the camo as well. Penguin gets the big kill, and Falcated gets out of the situation with the first power-up. It's a 3-2 advantage here, as it's tied up at 3-3. Val's got to be careful here. It's very aggressive, a ballsy play. I kind of like it, but he gets traded out.
He tries to pull the camo away. He goes front C for a second, and that actually buys them a kill in the ATM. However, as you said, Shopify responded to the camo very, very well. And now, just like that, we're tied up 5-5.
It's going to be some really, really big 1v1s in this Street Slayer. And Falcated is winning one himself against Last Shot. 3 players stacked on the pink street here for FaZe. Royal 2 trying to rotate and wait for a little bit of support to come in from Last Shot. And now they're going to try and pitch. Damage is there. Royal 2 finds one. Royal 2 plays off of that damage beautifully. Foul has to back up here, having got one himself and survive, which is exactly what he does.
Really well done there by Shopify. That 3-man push-up cafe, they pick off those kills one by one to keep the game now tied at 9.
Okay, gets out of that situation, by the way, with a trade. It's 2 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. Cycle trying to find a way to tie up those numbers, does alongside Last Shot. FaZe traps inside of this base. Last Shot actually gets the beat down on Suppressed as well to give them a lead and create a 4v3 on the map just as that camo's coming up.
Big camo here. We've been tied the entire game so far. See if a team can establish a lead here off of the hold, or maybe force the burn from the other side.
Well, 2 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. You can see that all that Cycle wants to do is burn the camo, but it's foul alongside a teammate who double push towards that camo. They get it in their hands. It's 3 dead and a lead change. Another kill comes in. A double kill and a killing spree for Falcated.
What a play there from Foul. Unbelievable. Also to delay the camo pop, right? He fights that battle at Laundry first, and they pick up another set of kills, 18 to 14 now.
They're getting a little bit cycled here, Shopify Rebellion. They're getting split across the map. You can see the FaZe are more than happy to try and push in on this. Penguin gets another one here. This will be an easy kill for Falcade. It's 3 dead again for Shopify Rebellion.
Back to back to back, 3 deads. Now a 7-kill lead, 22 to 14. Let's get into a listening here with FaZe Clan.
Mike, I'm coming.
Nice, Mike. Ivy.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Yeah, did
nice,
it.
nice.
Two.
Two.
Go, if we spawn here,
Hold
red
them
gun, check it.
Check red gun and everything. Literally everything.
Repulse is up.
Yo, P1, kill P1, guys. Kill P1.
Yeah, Shotty, he's not Shotty.
Tires in a second.
ATM, watch out in ATM. Kill this guy.
Cycles.
Tires, guys. Run away, tires. On me, flowers. Two of them on me.
Bedroom for soccer. Yo, flowers going dead end weak. Dead. Yo, they have soccer. 2-shot red room.
Flash Joey, flash.
I'm here, Mike.
Sorry to think.
There's a guy with stack right
Drop down, Mike, drop down. Yo,
Cafe. Cafe's weak, guys. He's stuck.
Still stuck Cafe on the bandit. One tires.
Tires on me.
2 guys, Cafe.
That's
Top tower weak. 2-shot top tower.
PD kill.
2-shot tower, sirs.
20, guys.
I'm back tower. Back up, Donnie. Back up. You're alone, Donnie. Back up.
You're alone. Tires going laundry.
Donnie,
And
aim
one
bot,
out
aim
market.
bot.
Yo, dead. Yeah, aim bot.
Livers for
Bomb tower weak. Bomb tower really weak.
Aim bot that, guys. Aim bot that, guys.
Camo and 10.
Did we come in trash? I'm gonna clear trash.
Yo, B-roll. With the weak. Pillar tires.
Camo and
Clear my
5.
B-roll.
Tires, watch out, watch out.
A lot of B-shares. A lot of
Nice, good
B-shares.
Agent half, this guy back A.
Both weak.
Both one shot on me.
Two one shots.
Back
Mike.
Yo, fight this in now. I'm looking at you. Okay.
I died to stalker.
Tires, guys. Tires.
We have camo? Alright, make a play with camo.
Guys, look at me. Look at me.
Wait. Cafe weak.
Okay, he is
Back
lit.
up.
Okay, I'm gonna go main.
I'm red room. I'm hiding B.
Yeah, I'm going main, guys. You guys want to fight purple together?
I'm out of arcade, guys. I'm arcade.
I'm trying to
Look
go.
at shotty window.
I'm going left. I'm fighting left here.
Okay.
Yo, Heaven. Look Heaven's in. Look Heaven's in.
Two one shots. Agent.
I don't see him.
We're going top A.
Dead.
Frosty.
I mean, weak stop back A. Weak back A. He's 2-shot back
His
A.
repulse.
Yeah, repulse in soccer. Live now. Live. You're good. On Mike. One shot on Mike.
He's stuck.
And another one there.
Nice. Shotty. Hit him once.
I need a P1. ATM absolute. You was one shot.
ATM stuck.
Bottom C stuck.
ATM stuck. One dead.
One shot. Just
Living. I'm stuck.
You're
I'm stuck.
They're gonna be B now. They're gonna be B maybe.
Go be together. Go be. Careful, Donnie. Tommy's aping. Donnie, look at you. Donnie, you're in a good spot. Don't move.
C-Valk weak.
Arcade.
Weak. 2 shots C-Valk.
C-Valk's in. Donnie, where?
C-Valk weak.
B-steps in the arcade.
B-steps C-Valk. I hear B-steps. I hit him right, Jay.
Nice. Arcade somewhere probably. Arcade.
Yeah, be roll me.
I'm here.
On me.
He's weak. Back to you, Donnie. Back to you.
What a run from this man on your screen right now. Penguin is 8 and 7, but he's already in double digits for assists as well. Every single member of Shopify Rebellion knows what it feels like to be shot by the bandit of this man.
I'm so impressed with this run, as you said, from FaZe 38 to 28 now. They've extended this lead to 10 in a game number 5 against one of the tournament favorites. What a run. Camo control, comms, everything has been perfect from this team.
Frosty gets one, Last Shot gets one. This might be an opportunity and an opening for Shopify Rebellion. 7 kills, the difference between the two teams, but what feels like, for the first time in quite some time, FaZe on the back foot momentarily. Camo coming up, and it's been all FaZe when it comes to that power-up, Andy.
Falcated earlier, by the way, was 12 and 3, quadruple positive. He's now 13 and 7, still an amazing performance so far. Trippy matching him almost exactly with the stat line. An 8-kill lead here for FaZe in the home stretch.
Camo gets picked up, though, on the side of Shopify Rebellion, but it was Last Shot who had it. The Last Shot who gets taken down, so the Camo is neutralized. No. But Cycle, it was Last Shot who didn't pop it. Cycle will get it here for Shopify Rebellion.
This could be absolutely huge. Not over yet. 36 to 41, and what was just a 10-kill lead is now just a 5-kill lead here. And FaZe Clan might have thought that the work was done. But more Halo to play here. 42-37.
Oh, it's a big 1v1 for Suppress to win there. Royal 2 cleans up Penguin. And it's now a 5-kill game. If Suppress doesn't win that one, we could see all of FaZe spawning together. Royal 2 wins the fight. He's on a killing spree. He's coming to life when it really matters, but he gets traded out as well. 2v2 on the map here as Trippy tries to survive.
Knows he needs to stay alive. Shields come back just in time. It trades with Cycle. 46 to 41. 4 kills to go for FaZe. So much pressure against Shopify and their winners bracket life on the line here.
That's at a premium here for Shopify Rebellion. They can't afford them. Just 4 kills to go here for FaZe to knock Shopify Rebellion, our finalists from the Arlington Major, the first event of the year, down to the elimination bracket, and to prove that they are a roster that can win championships here. Suppress trying to be aggressive, Frosty taking some damage.
And this looks strikingly similar to the opening of the game, doesn't it? Everything slows all the way down. Might not even come down to the last camo. 47-43.
Trippy gets one to inch FaZe Clan even closer. Trippy will find a second on the Royal 2 as well. It's just 2 to go here for FaZe. Camo coming up, but I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of time here. FaZe are going to play for trades around this camo. They have to.
Shopify needs some, if they want to play this camo, they need to make sure they get the kills around it first. They can't even forfeit 1 or 2 kills here.
Last shot to grab it.
That's a free grab for them because FaZe could not afford to get into that mix. They could not allow it. Last shot, game in his hands. A little bit of deja vu with this camo play on plants.
Oh, this is a nervy moment.
Nervy moment.
Valkaten's going to be the choice. Stays alive most importantly here. Penguin trying to chase that kill down. Royal 2 finds one. Cycle finds another. Suppress gets a kill though, but he's last alive.
No way.
He's last alive. He goes
Oh my
down
gosh.
as well.
No way. No way. No way.
Everyone for FaZe in the
FaZe.
death screen.
Unbelievable.
Someone said FaZe was gonna win this tournament too, bro. No cap.
1v1 versus Falcon. He wins it 49-48.
Wait.
What an unbelievable end to this game 5 we are seeing. Stalker rifle in their hands.
Last shot all alone. He's all alone.
He gets taken down. Penguin gets the kill.
No way. They're hyped. They're hyped. They're hyped. They're hyped.
Rebellion down to the elimination bracket
bro.
and book their spot in the winners bracket finals.
Wow, bro.
An unbelievable ending to
Can we
that
get a
series.
fucking GG's in the chat again, bro?
Somehow Shopify brings it back from a 10-kill deficit to a 1-kill game. And last shot
Look how
is left
pissed
alone
they
on
are,
the
bro.
island to tower and gets flushed out. What was almost disaster for FaZe Clan instead ends up with an upset against Shopify Rebellion to send them now to the elimination bracket as well.
I think I remember reading on a website that I like to mention. I don't want this, I can't remember who said it, was a community member. I don't want this to be a 2-horse race all season long.
You've got your wish.
If you're tuning in and you are seeing what has happened, this is no longer a 2-horse race.
This really does change the entire, this changes the
Royal one fist bumping his own brother.
50-48 is your game 5 score somehow. Mind you, by the way, it was
That is kind of funny.
38 before we got there.
Big game trip. 18 and 10 in a game 5 from Trippy.
Oh,
And even though Royal 2 did everything he
Here we
could
go
with 19
again.
on the board, it's FaZe who clutch up. I'm a little bit shocked, like genuinely, like a little bit lost for words about what we are seeing happening here in our second event of the year.
Yeah, this, I mean, you really can't overstate just how big of a win this was for FaZe Clan and what it means for their season. Honestly, what it means, as you said, for the tightness of the league. To send Shopify down the way they did, to play the way that they did all series long. Unbelievable. Oh, and guess what? We're going right back in.
As if you needed more upsets.
SSG 2-1 over Optic Gaming.
Wow, dude.
Fancy another game 5, everybody? Because Optic are up 3-0 here on King of the Hill.
Man, this has been one of the most already unforgettable Saturdays. I would
Another
say,
game 5.
in competitive Halo history, with the amount of matches and the wacky bracket we've seen. It's only gotten crazier as the matches have gone.
Another game 5, bro. What up, Dark Knight?
Hard work to force us to a game 4, but more importantly, with 2:40 left, this is going to be an uphill battle to try to get back.
Yo,
into this
all of that shit was great,
You are
bro.
reading that right. You are watching the D stream
Dead
between
ass.
Optic Gaming and Space Station. Looking at Space Station, they're going to have to roll out a game 5 if they want to pull off the upset themselves. For Optic, they will go towards the game 5 if they can close out here.
Not even gonna lie, all of that mixture was good. I think I'm gonna make some fish later. Fish and asparagus to end the night, you know?
This is kind of nutty. This is
Right now,
wild. This has been
there's too much hype going on, bro.
Sat here at the moment on the commentary.
We're about to get another game 5 here, you know? Get ready.
Kind of just watching as fans at the moment, just not sure what to expect anymore.
Yeah, this is, I mean, to the fact that we get to go straight from what we just watched into this now, I feel like we're spoiled. with the amount of intense matches happening and also unexpected matches happening across the entire arena. Just a few more ticks to go for Optic Gaming to close this one out.
This is looking like a game 5. Make sure that you do have the D stream open. Because if you thought the last game 5 was intense, Optic and Space Station look like they're heading there themselves. Formal and Bound are going to stack up here, deal with Snakebite at the back of blue, and should be able to close this out and send us to yet another game 5. Optic and Space Station, one of them will be knocked out of the tournament.
Yo, predictions right now, bro.
Elimination bracket round 2. A sentence I didn't think I would be saying this event. Hey, Chris.
Hey,
Chris. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Oh.
I'm stressed, but I'm good.
Oh, man. I think we all are, right?
I'm stressed,
leading
dude.
38 to 28.
Wait,
Imagine
what?
the years taken off your life between 38 and 50.
I'm old, but I just got a lot older after that. Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, dude, you come up here, you look at us, and you're like, I am shaking. The adrenaline is absolutely pumping right now. I mean, what a series. You know, you go into that against, arguably, we could say all sorts of things at this point, but the tournament favorites, right? You know, and also playing against your brother for the first ever time, which is insane too. You know, and you guys get the job done.
Yeah, what are
So
you
yeah,
eating
definitely
tonight,
favored you
Dark
guys when you
Knight?
looked at kind of a, you know, a map and mo combination and how you'd been doing. But the final Slayer, that was getting really dicey towards the end there. The composure to then go and post last shot in the tower was unbelievable. What a call. Talk to me about those last moments. How was that how was that happening? Who saw last shot there isolated? How did those final moments go down for you guys?
Yeah, that was just a pure team effort. You know, that's in those late game Slayers, like they get really gruely and, you know, things can go bad, and they didn't go good for us in the last little bit. And these guys showed me that they're very composed players, and, you know, that was like a full effort. Like everyone calmed that guy, and we just made a call together. It was like, this is our kill, let's go, push this together, and we close it out. So I'm very impressed with what I just saw there. That was some ice.
That was
Dub.
incredible from the entire team. Just absolutely amazing stuff. What were the comms like going into the series against them? Because, you know, obviously they're very difficult to take down. They have been basically the entire season long. So what were the talks like heading into it and managing to get the job done?
Yeah, so with our team, we are very calm. Like we have the same level of comms. Like we are, I'd say, very cool, very collected. Like we don't change our demeanor and like the way we talk, no matter if it's 48-48 or if it's 5 kills into the game. So I think that's a really good trait that this team has, and I think it, you know, it really helps in those crazy moments.
Yeah, we actually had a listen in towards the end of that game, and the one thing I took away was extreme stillness, calm. There was no trolling, there was no kind of pumping each other up or anything like that. It was just business, pure business, which I think in some cases works clearly. If you need to have that calmness to really push forward and be able to get the job done in a you know, commanding fashion, then so be it. It really seems to work for your team. Incredible stuff. I got to ask a little bit about, you know, the comm side, especially from Penguin. We've seen him really step up to the table, I think, in terms of calling the shots, so to speak, not quite IGLing, but just more of guidance, listening to his teammates and acknowledging that he's heard them and that he heard the call. He understands that he's going to go forward to do that. You know, how has that mix kind of come about? I know you are new and recent to the team, but is there any chats about how that's progressing?
Yeah, you know, it's everyone tries to do their part. I'd say Zane and Joey are, you know, I'd say more quote unquote the leaders of the team. You know, they've got a little bit more experience than the other two guys, but you know, Zane does do a really good job of kind of commanding the troops a little bit. He's a really smart player. He makes crazy plays on the map, and he just has a really good read on the game at all times. And I think his voice kind of shines through a little bit more sometimes because he's just got those insane reads.
Take a look at some of the stats here. One thing I want to ask too, Chris, is coming into game number 1, you guys outslayed heavily and still lost the game. Tell me just overall, coming into that game and coming out, right? Was the expectation that you'd play it as well? Was there a little bit of kind of frustration that it had been a loss? What came out of that game 1?
I was really impressed with how we walked away from that game. But going into it, like Oddball, I'd say coming into this tournament wasn't like our strongest game type, which kind of showed. There were some moments there where we probably should have closed some things out that we didn't. But, you know, we lost that game, and the first thing we said is we played better than them.
Yeah.
We know we did. We outplayed them on that map, and that's how we rode the rest of the series. We said we are outplaying these guys, whether the score showed it in that first game, and we kind of just like kept that mentality, like no matter what happens, like we are playing fundamentally better than them.
I think it showed in the game 2 as well, yeah.
First off, story as old as time, big brother versus little brother. Big brother always wins. Congratulations, 1-0, and hopefully you're able to keep that record in your favor. I know that there will be more battles to come, but looking at the entire bracket, how grateful Are you to be on the side that you're on right now? Obviously, you've earned this spot, but knowing that Optic Gaming, Shopify, SSG, all these big dogs are down in the elimination bracket, and at most, you only get to see one of them throughout the rest of this tournament. How does that feel, knowing that there's still some strong teams, but the favorites, the big dogs, are at least out of the way for now?
It feels good. You know, we saw the bracket and we were really happy about it. I think it's a really good position for us. I think we're kind of a team that, you know, people are, I don't want to say doubting us, but
Sleeping
not, yeah, we're slept on for sure. And I think when you don't have that pressure on you and you're in that part of the bracket that we're in, like, we can make some noise. We just did it, and we're looking to go all the way now.
Winning this series the way you did, 2 Slayers, massive. When I look at this FaZe roster, I feel like they're the best Slayer team in the league. And when they went to Game 5, I was very, like, in the mindset of, you know, FaZe can actually do this. Like, I actually, like, truly, it took until that moment where I was like, no, how strong they looked in Game 2. Like, for some reason, when it's first to 50 kills, you guys seem to excel, and that seems to be, like, something you can leverage throughout these series. What makes y'all such a great Slayer team?
I think individually, those 4 guys are insane. Like, I'm watching their POVs for the first time at a LAN this tournament, and I'm shocked with what I'm seeing. Like, the amount of pivs that they're winning, the amount of gunfights that they're winning that they shouldn't be. Like, they are just 4 insane individuals. And yeah, I can't wait to see what else is coming from them.
I love that. Lastly, Chris, before I let you go, and it might be nobody, but considering the bracket right now and how mixy it is there anybody you're hoping to meet back into another spot with you?
Not at all. We're ready for anyone and everyone we play. We just have our heads down and we're just looking to win.
Love to hear it, and it honestly looks exactly like that. Incredible stuff, GGs. Please do give our best to the rest of the team because that was an incredible show.
Thank you.
Best of luck going forward.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, lads, we're going to take a look right now at the bracket because, gosh, is this one shaking things up. Winners finals, it's FaZe Clan. They're waiting to see who they're going to be playing up. TSM and Envy, it's 2-1 currently right now, up TSM. And again, I'm honestly just so impressed with Envy, the fight back against TSM. TSM looking incredible. I really don't know who is the better version here in this winners semi-finals, TSM or Envy.
I mean, the crazy thing is here, we could have a finals. I mean, if TSM go on to win this series, a winners bracket final of TSM versus FaZe. That means one of those teams will go through to the grand final with a series advantage over someone who comes to the elimination bracket. That is a massive opportunity for one of these teams to pick up a chip. Like, it doesn't come along very often. This has been the craziest tournament that I can remember for upsets in the Halo Championship Series and Halo Infinite. It's like,
yeah.
I am kind of speechless,
Same.
like, to see how these brackets are playing out.
Also,
right now.
shout out to everyone on Reddit who, after the first event, was like, boring year, predictable year, 2-team race.
Psych.
That's why I don't go on
this, this is already kicked off to, I think, turn the entire year on its head, which, to be honest, after that offseason that you had, you wanted to see something like this.
Oh, dear.
And we're back into the action. Here we go.
Okay.
Station. Bravo, go on. Let's have a little bit of West. Why not a TriCast?
Let's all join in on this
Why not a TriCast? Go on.
At this point, I think
we're keeping everyone here.
We're all fans. We all want to see this game. We all want to see who comes out on top. I mean, I'll be honest, coming into this series, I think a lot of Space Station fans would not believe this would be going the distance to a Game 5, having seen the performance so far.
Game 5, bro. Oh, man. I wish I could tune in and just listen to the comms, like someone stream.
Already
But
chasing this game.
And I will say, Optic Gaming,
Maybe
how
they
many
will.
Solitude Slayers have they lost in big moments so far this year? For them to see that as Game 5 coming in,
Loser
to
goes
this Game
home,
5 has
top
got to
8.
be in the back of their minds. They lost both times they played the Shopify in big series, and this is their tournament on the line.
Of course, we heard a lot about the ceiling from Space Station, saying we believe we have what it takes as a team to beat the biggest in the league.
Oh,
but you got to win those kind of gunfights. Legend will
come
win it.
on,
Snake can't even
bro.
get a trade in that situation.
Can't be losing
Still
those.
have that 1 kill advantage, but it's now a
Legend
tie
clutches
game. A little
up,
moment
bro.
there that just kind of seeped away from someone. That could have been a difference maker.
Oh my God, Snakebite pushing out, no shield. That was bold to give himself that much presence on the map. So many different sightlines could have taken him out, but he's actually able to play his life. And with Camo coming up, this is a massive opportunity just for Space Station, now that they have the inside of the map control, to maybe get some kills and acquire this Camo.
I'll tell you what, with all the different scenarios that could have played out this event, I don't think anyone even entertained the idea of could SSG knock out Optic Gaming from this tournament.
True.
The fact that we now see them up by 3 at 16-13 with Camo out is ridiculous.
I mean,
Yeah, Lucid with the camo. Okay. See if you can make some plays here.
Optic Gaming getting knocked out by Space Station in elimination round 2. Let's really keep this in context here. Let's really paint the whole picture for everybody.
Nice,
With the camo
bro.
in the hands of Lucid on the back
Sweating.
of a 4 dead. Space Station are looking to collapse onto these optic spawns.
What a moment for Lucid right here. Camo in his hands. A lot of players no shield right now. He finds one,
Nice.
finds
Holy
two,
shit.
and a double kill for Lucid opens up the map for SSG.
And one thing we know about
This guy's
Solitude is it's going to be a long
sweating.
game, right? Even if we see a team with a sizable lead, it can get snowbally, it can get dangerous very fast. So
Big damage.
6-kill lead now, though, for SSG. And they find themselves in a scenario that
4
no one,
dead.
as we said, 4 dead for Optic Gaming would have been ready for. Shock Rifle also up. Lucid back on form. He's 8-3.
The camo play from Lucid there. He's able to not only get the respawners that are at snipe, get all of those kills. A couple of shots being wasted
Smart.
of the ammo. You know they don't want to give that over to Optic with a full
It's
load.
actually smart.
So I love this by Lucid, but it has
That's
spiraled
actually
into
smart.
not only the blue spawn trap, but now everybody on Optic is stuck in yard and glass once again.
Eco gets a trade bottom middle with Formal. Lucid continues to waste this ammo. It's a clear game plan. They think that if they're in a position where they have a lead in this game, giving a power weapon to Optic is a way they can close that gap. Lucid
No
will find
way,
Formal.
bro.
No idea that Lucid was in that
Yo,
corner. And they have
Optic
a
top
10
8?
kill lead.
Optic
got
top
3
8?
dead again.
And you can tell there with
Optic
exactly with 3
top
dead again and people
8,
flying
bro.
in through blue window with not
First,
even any comms.
Formal
Comms
got
have
second,
broken
second,
down that
second,
last
second,
sequence
second,
inside
second,
of Optic
second,
Gaming. It's now a
and then
10
this year he
kill
got
lead.
first, and then 8? That'd be crazy. What the fuck?
The man that's been questioned throughout this rough period for SSG, stepping up when they need him.
Can you
most.
imagine?
Backs
Second,
against the
second,
wall,
second,
game
second,
5.
second. He's
Now
like, all right,
up
let's make a
10.
change. Makes the change, gets first, and then
This is a
8.
big moment
It's
as
like,
SSG
is this
stand
good or
down even
bad?
further, or does Optic find their way back in?
3 dead.
This is
Here on the side
good
of
or
SSG, this is the
bad?
opening that Optic
Oh
will be
shit, Optic
desperate
need this,
to
bro.
find
Optic
as
need
the
this.
power
Oh
comes
my
up. It's gonna be
gosh, Optic need this
4-4
so bad. They need to lock in right here, bro.
For Space Station. And with the camo in
Lucid
the
versus
hands of
Formy.
Renegade and everybody
Lucy
stuck in the back of
versus
traffic for SSG,
Formy, bro.
A huge opening here for Optic to get back into this game.
Just like that, 29-26. This was a
No
10-kill game, but SSG lets Optic back in, and they let them have the camo as well.
How is it now a 3-kill
like
game
this
after
tournament flipped on its
10,
head,
bro?
it was a surefire
What? Yeah,
SSG 10
what
kill
is
lead has now
this?
been reduced to just 3.
Nah, that doesn't even make sense, bro. It
Renegade
was
finds one on
literally.
Eco, but Lucy trades out the camo and gives at least a bit of breathing room here for SSG to get back on the map. That's a big, big pick from Lucid.
Let's see what they can do with it now that they have a little bit of space. Formal spotted back loop here. He's able to get sandwiched by multiple members of SSG. 4-kill lead still, and SSG have gotten out of the spawn trap for now.
And how often did we see SSG in a previous series, right, able to bounce back, keep kills in the Slayer to make sure they're not getting down by too many? And right now they're staying resilient. That could have easily folded on that camo play from Renegade. However, they maintain that lead.
And now we are seeing the game slow down. All 8 players on the map at the moment. Everybody showing each other respect, knowing how important this next cycle of kills can be.
Ooh.
It's going to be Renegade who gets one off the back of Formal, finding another. 3 dead for SSG, and it's a 2-kill game.
This spawn's big here. Another camo popping very shortly, and off the spawn, SSG's going to figure out how they want to fight this one. That lead reduced down to just 2 yet again. Uh-oh.
Team Nation, not what you want to see at this point. Eco pushes ahead. Renegade doesn't have a lot of shields, but Bound elsewhere is going to find a kill. Low shields here, and Bound is on the flank, but SSG are going to find him. But
Bound gets
somehow
one.
thrust past him. Bound survives in that situation, and we have a tie game at 34 to 34.
It may not have looked huge, but that teammate stopped the entire 3-man blue rush. They had to stop and go back into yard, and the kills get cleaned up. And now, just like that, Optic goes into the lead by 1.
Legend with this camo as well has the chance to extend that lead even further. SSG trapped. Wes, this is a really difficult situation for SSG to fight out of.
Blue. I mean, they're stuck in blue right now. They have to figure out how to get a kill. Right now, they're not able to capitalize on the Legend, and 3 go down. Once again, it's a 4-kill lead for Optic Gaming.
And it's a triple kill from Formal, who just flushes them out of blue. All of them are stacked up, and even though they had that shock rifle, weren't able to hit the big shots. Trades for Optic at this point. They will stay alive in this tournament. Space Station need to dig deep.
Crazy to think SSG was leading by 10 earlier. And that is all but gone and all but a distant memory. 5 kills here, the lead, and only 8 more to go for Optic.
Again, we find ourselves with all 8 players on the map. Lucid will get the first pick, though. Bound will fall. SSG will want to take some space on the back of this, but they also know that the kills and deaths are starting to stack up against them. They don't have any room to make mistakes here.
They're setting up a trap in blue right now.
Oh, no.
Gotta fit. All 8 players still in the lobby there, so you do wonder what the reason for the game ending is. We'll have to get that from a station referee.
A station referee will be brought in to decide exactly what happened there. We'll keep you up to date, as we have been, to the best of our ability. As if you needed an update, by the way, TSM Envy went to Game 5. We got the update as well. There was a game crash on the Optic side, so my goodness. Game 5, surprise, surprise, Envy, they're in a Game 5 against TSM.
Oh my gosh. No way. Is that going on here?
5, but now we
No.
take a quick look.
And I mean, good luck calling it because
if you replace bets, you've already lost the bets.
You're playing roulette.
It is
Make sure I'm getting my
I have
drops
no words
actually.
of
Let me
what is
refresh
happening.
this.
This is
Get your Twitch drops.
honestly, I'm trying to wrap my mind around the fact that SSG and Optic are about to either go home or go forward. That to me is insane at this point in time. One of them, by the way, is not going to make a Sunday.
Oh, maybe I already got them.
Elim round 2.
Yeah, I probably already got them all.
Which is just crazy. It's just unfathomable. It just shows you how high the competition is. The level is unmatched. You just do not know what happens, and I think it's really important for a lot of these teams who I would say consider themselves sitting nice and steady in a top 6 position, and I'm saying top 6 now. I would have probably previously said top 4, but top 6, you cannot take a Friday lightly. You've got to come out fully prepared to win every single series you go in. There is no excuse for our lazy Friday.
Yeah, I did get them all.
We just
Wow.
weren't, playing like ourselves. We just,
claim
it is
those.
what it is, etc. That just cannot happen because this is what you get. You get an elimination bracket.
Damn,
that
alright,
looks
I got
so
all the
terrifying,
drops. Let's
and
go.
you're losing out on favorites to win tournaments.
By the way, just calmly.
I know.
Obviously, Nemesis Gen G is a Game 5.
Game 5.
Oh,
you guys were
obviously, testing.
Game 5.
It's a Game 5
You guys were
as
testing.
well.
You actually missed. Game 2 was tied 50-50.
Was it?
Yes.
Of course
Yeah.
it was.
What? 50 to
We don't know.
50?
I saw the screenshot.
We don't know. Yeah. So if it can't get any closer than that, really.
I mean,
to
if
be
you
honest.
show me this and it says winners bracket at the top, I'm like, oh, cool, all right, everything's cool. But then it has the word elimination.
Yeah, wild.
It's just like, what is going on?
No,
What is
it's-
going on here in Dallas? Something is in the air.
Yeah, it's Texas,
Some
man.
close games, bro. Some close games.
Keep smelling.
I'm still, honestly,
hungry.
I'm still shocked that I'm looking at a Rebellion logo in elimination. Honestly, that's what is shocking me
There's
as
an
well.
Optic one,
That's
there's
crazy.
a Space Station one, there's a Shopify one.
Yeah.
I do
That's
feel bad for
wild.
anyone who did place bets on this tournament because
No.
it was, it just, I mean, impossible.
50 to 52, crazy.
Or somebody is
Someone
really
knows.
coming in hot with their bet, because if they place a wild bet, then who knows? I mean, just unbelievable stuff. To think Shopify Rebellion is in the Elim quarterfinals and having to do it themselves. It was funny that the narrative before, shout out the narrative, was also the fact that Shopify Rebellion got the one up over Optic again, like Arlington, and here we go. They have a lovely clean run into their grand final position. Well, absolutely not. Join them. Why don't you? Join them in the elimination bracket. Optic have to make a run, of course, but so does Shopify this time. That's the conversation we're having. And FaZe are just taking, honestly, every opportunity they get and jumping on it. What an incredible weekend so far.
I mean, with that bracket, it's either
Game
one
5, Game 5.
one of Optic, SSG, and Shopify Rebellion will get top 4. The others will not. That's an insane stat.
Yeah.
Like,
Insane.
don't ask me to do predictions next event, Lalo, because
Have
how
stopped doing
am
them
I
once.
supposed
Yeah.
to make this stuff?
This is why I try and stay away from
I've
them.
opted out.
That's why I stopped doing those. a long time ago.
Fully opted out, yeah.
Because
You
of
and I.
because of
That's it.
brackets like this.
100%. Don't like being wrong.
I
Can't
will
stand
just,
it.
I'll find out when I get there.
Yeah.
And it's been great. I tell you what, it's been a great weekend for finding out when we get there because, as we said, we've been spoiled with these Game 5s. I would go as far as saying, tell me what you guys think, I would go as far as saying one of the highest amount of Game 5s in a bracket play in quite some time.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, not just Game 5s, 50-49s in there as well.
Yeah.
50-50s apparently, you're telling us as well.
50-50s.
Which I gotta say, that's new. But overtimes, one flag, one kill, couple of seconds of ball time
Yeah.
is every series, every game is coming down to the wire.
And how do we not see this coming? I mean, year 4, Halo Infinite, you know the competition is only going to get stiffer. And as the game, like Lifeline, continues to be like elongated, the players have all gotten better. The experience of some players that were amateurs once, that just were rookies one year, all of a sudden now all of these culmination of tournaments, losses, top 6s, top 4s, it's all coming together for a lot of them. So that leverage that a lot of our staples in the HCS, they've kind of lost the advantage of what it means to prepare yourself consistently at a tournament, because now, 4 years in, everybody's been doing this.
Who do you think wins the Halo World Championship?
Yeah, get out of here. At this point, sure. I gotta say, it feels like also now we're seeing where things are actually settling, or you could argue unsettling, from the offseason, right? We had one tournament here in Arlington, and a lot of assumptions were made about what the year would look like. And now you're seeing, oh, actually the offseason was just as crazy as we thought.
Bro, this
And
Optic
here
game
are
needs
the
to get
results.
going,
Here's
man.
where
I need to
everyone's
see
at.
who wins
I have
Optic
got
or
an update. The
SSG,
game
man.
will be restarting, not a full reset. We'll be going 41 to Optic, 37 SSG,
Okay.
with 5 minutes on the clock.
You don't want to lose
So,
that opening break.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, bro.
This is either Optic can run away with this fully, or we can see some momentum shift here from Space Station.
Nah, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy, bro.
The unfortunate stoppage of time and of game, but yeah.
It's all good.
the
It's all
rest have
good.
determined
Hey, if they've determined it, it's all good.
That's the one thing that hasn't happened here. That was Arlington.
That was Arlington. We had a fire. We literally had a fire.
Wait, are we in?
We're getting back into
Oh my
this.
gosh, here we go. 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5
Guys,
minutes. Here we
deep breath,
go.
everybody.
Here we
Lucian
go.
gets the first pick. Renegade trades it out.
Okay, so it's a
42
trade.
to 38.
Fighting yard.
Snakebite.
Trading
One
off in
shot.
yard.
Four gets
Oh.
taken down though. Renegade gets the kill.
Big fighting
Tries
yard.
to slide in to finish this one off. Legend not going to be able to. A trade comes in. It's a 4-kill game, but deaths on either side here.
Right back into the action. Camo top mid. No one's grabbed it just yet, and Renegade picks up a very, very big kill to keep the 4-kill lead. And unsurprisingly, no one has gone near Camo yet.
And it was a tough start for SSG. They could not get out of yard, and then that allowed Renegade to be able to pick up the shock for free, basically. And how much punishment is he able to do with it now?
Camo up as well. SSG make a brave push though towards the posters. Renegade is going to maybe have the timing here to catch a couple players off guard. Finds one onto
That
Eco.
was too close, bro.
Camo's up as well. Can't connect to
Optic
Lucian, but
really
does enough
came
damage for
back.
Renegade teammates to convert that into a kill. Stella falls as well. 3 to go here. 2 to go here for Optic.
Camo not going to be a factor there. They're going to wrap here.
Bro,
Close
it
to
was
one more kill to go now.
27
49 on
to
the board.
17.
Renegade going to move in. He's going to collect the camo. He's
Oh
got the
boy.
shock as well. And Optic Gaming are seconds away, you feel, barring even something that anyone who predicted this bracket could not predict. A comeback of epic proportions.
Oh my god.
But it's Optic Gaming who stay alive and stay in the elimination bracket. Okay, I'm gonna sit down and catch my breath.
Wow, bro, that's crazy,
For that game
man.
to end the way it did.
I can't even,
SSG,
bro.
like
I
you
actually
said, if
can't
you-
even
if you just
believe
gone the
that.
end of that SSG up by 10 at one point in the game. And Optic Gaming slowly, piece by piece, bring that game back. To have the 4-kill lead. And
Bro,
then they
that's
extend it
crazy,
even
bro.
further.
How did they win that, bro? Nah, bro. They got the- Yo, how do Optic do this, bro? And why isn't Scump streaming?
Envy now in game number 5 as well. Wes,
We
take
need
it
to see
away.
like the Scump chat after that,
This is
bro.
winners bracket, so nobody's life on the line like we
Maybe
just
he is
saw.
streaming.
But right now,
Summit
a trip
streaming.
to the winners bracket finals for either
Scump would
TSM
have
or
like
Envy.
20K.
11 to 6, TSM will have this lead as we enter Street Slayer.
Okay, here we go. Another game 5. Oh, we're getting blessed today, bro. Wow,
The
this is
doubts
awesome.
about SSG, right? The commentary before this tournament about where exactly is SSG, and people more focused on what is the team change than what is the game plan. I tell you what, SSG showed up in a huge way at this event to take Optic the distance the way that they just did. I think the conversation about them changes quite a bit after this event. We'll have to see where they go from here, but certainly their best performance of the year so far.
It's TSM who are out to a lead in this game. As we look at a little bit of precision, POV. 5 and 3 for him.
I'm gonna make
Camo
fish,
with the plate.
asparagus,
No longer in effect in this game.
fries. I don't even know what else, bro.
Are we taken out by
Oh,
Soulsnipe?
crab cake. shit's gonna be gas.
Manny now with Stalker rifle in hand. Looking to be aggressive towards the B side. A lot of space is being given by Druk right now, but someone's gotten through the lines. It's going to be Precision who takes him down, and that's going to be frustrating because you think when you see Druk so far ahead that space has already been covered, nobody's slipping through the gaps, but Precision with a big kill removes that one real power weapon, I would say, that's on Streets from TSM's hands, and now all of a sudden it gives an opportunity for Envy.
TSM trying to find a little bit of momentum here, and Envy just trapped in the back of Tramp. See the collapses coming in, and like you're saying, Wes, that Stalker rifle output a huge amount of damage, and with the flank being perfectly timed from Soul Snipe, and Torlik put in some great shots from the POV that we're watching. It's starting to look like TSM are rolling here.
Yeah, 22-13 on Streets, quite a big advantage. Next camo in 14, so going to be an opportunity for TSM to keep this up, or maybe Envy bring the game back within reason.
Talik narrowly gets out with his life there, but gets a lot of information that multiple players for Envy are going to be posted up back tower towards the cafe side of the map. This camo is up. How does TSM opt to play for it? Talik trying to anchor this top balcony, but it is going to be Druk that goes down to Yex, and camo's going to be picked up now by Envy, and maybe TSM turtling a little bit too much into Tram here have given Envy the opportunity with this power up to come back in this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Tolik's there with the Stalker rifle, right? He's going to help the take the space off of the damage that he's doing, but TSM just playing a little bit timid in that situation, and somewhat understandable when you factor in the pressure of the game 5, you factor in the pressure of how important it can be to get that camo in your hands. But it's going to be Envy who are back on the map here. They've established some sort of control. And they're picking away at this lead that TSM have established.
Yeah, they're doing a phenomenal job in these scrappy fights right now, finding ways to stay alive when they are weak. Look at those players transitioning, the bait and switching. That's how you're going to have to crawl back into this game. Now just a 6-kill game, but not a lot of space to play around here towards the generators.
Also, Talik, you saw very hungry for that gen kill. It gets punished in the end. You have to think TSM's probably going to be careful with those kind of chasing out those final kills. With a 5-kill cushion, they do not need to be trying to finish that last kill.
So just a little slowdown in the gameplay here, a little pause as everybody tries to get a little bit of position on the map, get into a position where they can help teammates, they can lock down a couple of these lanes. Druk the furthest player up here for TSM, just playing a sneaky position on the bus stop just outside of the L. And he's got that Stalker rifle now. Can't quite connect with the shots, but the warning shots are good enough for Druk to try and make a play off the back of it.
Yeah, the information, the distraction right there from Manny was everything that Druk needed to get the green light to go. He's able to find
Oh, that'd have been lit.
And trades right now are good for TSM. 27-21, camo will be coming up in 14 seconds, but as they continue to approach the 50-kill mark and no margin of this deficit is made up on Envy's side, you have to love where TSM stand.
Camo coming up in just a few seconds time as well. Descendant the precision find a couple though. It's 3 dead just as the camo pops for TSM. Make it 4 dead for TSM. Camo guaranteed here for Envy. It's in the hands of Descendant.
Okay.
Still got a little bit of that Stalker rifle to use as well.
Yeah, perfectly executed. Also has nades to play with as well. Needs to stay alive here though. Almost gets absolutely melted in music. Team not in the exact position they want to be. We'll see if they can collapse here on driveway.
Still able to play his life. Gets his shield back. No Soul Snipe is still in this red room. It's an easy nade kill to open up the map now. Just 2 kills separate these. And look how Descendant still wants to be aggressive. They know TSM are trapped in back of Tram, and this is not where you want to be if you're a TSM fan.
Both players get spotted out as well. Descendant plays his life extremely well. Soul Snipe off the respawn though has got in position to really pressure these 2 players. Torlik comes back around, and that respawn coming in has done so much damage, and Torlik on the flank will be able to clean up 3 players. That's a big, big moment in this game.
Huge credit there to Soul Snipe to stay alive there on back Ivy, right? Soul Snipe stays alive there, keeps 2 players, and then gets a 3rd weak in bottom Tram, and allows Torlik to come in and clean up each of those kills. That maintains just a 4-kill TSM lead. If that doesn't play out that way, we're in a tie game.
Yeah, nobody looking at Torlik there. It's free pickings, as Soul Snipe was clearly the distraction. We've seen that several times from TSM. These distraction plays are actually bait. Envy falling for the bait once again have a 4-kill lead.
Yeah, frustrating I think as well for Envy there. It's a 4v2 scenario that was developing, and just the pieces
What'd
didn't
that
add
guy
up
say?
for them. Just a little bit over-aggressive, maybe taking some wrong angles, and
Oh shit.
allows TSM
Up
to
the
establish
stress
this lead
cannon
once
and
again.
heart.
It's
Let's
only 4
go.
kills
That's the homie.
between the 2
MC.
teams.
I didn't even see that.
Puts it
Shout out to the
within
homie
1 team play on either
MC.
side. The game has slowed down so much, by the way. The next time that we're seeing both teams engage here is the camo's about to come up once again.
First pick does go though. We'll see what Druk can do with a red gun. Brings the TSM lead just to fewer kills here, now only up by 3. Make it 2. A lot of responsibility for Druk here. Needs to get this kill. Doesn't do it cleanly enough to where he's... The damage he takes in that first fight removes him from the map in the equation for this camo fight. Now just a 1-kill game, and Jackson takes the risk and pays for it with his life as he went for camo. He got lucky. He died as soon as he did, though. It does not get burned in the end, though. Descendant can't get away with it either. So a double kill for Druk in the feed. Now, once again, a 3-kill lead for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, initially that was a 3 or 4 dead situation. TSM were
Close
really
game,
on the
bro.
back
This
foot,
game
so
5's
well
like...
off the respawn to fight for
I can't
that
believe
camo,
Optic
make it
won
a
that
little bit
last game,
scrappy,
bro.
A little bit
That
messy
ass.
where they can start trading out and get back on the map.
They literally locked
And he
in.
had a chance there to establish a lead, but a little bit too hungry for the power-up. Didn't quite have the timing to get it cleanly.
This is all...
It's just a 2-kill game still, Wes.
This is all of the information. Do they know?
I'm gonna start putting on my food on the oven here because I gotta cook.
Have an idea, but that flank setup right there from Envy gives them an opportunity to catch TSM off guard, and look at that. TSM now behind. Envy have taken the lead by 1.
What a turnaround. Envy in the lead in the late game. Descendant finds another one as well, just to extend
Can't
that
believe
lead.
people just get
It's now
food
a
brought to
2-kill
them, bro. That's
advantage here for
crazy.
Envy. TSM, remember, the team who we were talking about, the Optic Slayers in pool play, are looking down the barrel of going to the elimination bracket.
Now just a 1-kill game. Mind you, let's not forget.
At
TSM
least
was
it's
up
not
by
back in the
6
day. I have to
moments
hunt
ago.
for my food or something. That'd be 10 times. At least I just gotta go to the fridge, you know?
As you said, takes the lead.
All right, let me start this, I
Here comes the
guess.
push from Druk.
I was worried about the timing of that reload there as Manning who gets the first pick. Druk finds another one though, and now Jackson has to make a play. He has to get active on the map, and Precision with that double kill will keep the numbers even on the map. 2 minutes and 20 seconds is all that is left in this game 5. Envy with the most slender of leads possible. They are up by just 1.
Yeah, I like this backup by Jackson. This is such a weird situation where you have multiple members Cafe, and then the rest of your team was back Commando. Spread out across the map as this camouflage is coming up. An untraditional kind of flip of the map. We're playing
Yeah, let me
sideways
start my
right
food
now.
once that goes.
Is going to make this camo
Kind of an
fight
intense
so
game,
difficult
though.
to
I might have to
sift
just see
through
who
as
wins
Talk
this. Hold on.
able to get out of there with this camo and now take a 2-kill lead with TSM in favor.
Yeah, that was 3 dead. A lot of the work was done by Soul Snipe initially, outputting damage, excuse me, by picking up that new Stalker rifle that came up on the Red Room. So TSM prioritized the push towards the arcade, towards the Red Room. And off the back of the damage and the Shroud Screen, now they have this camo and they have the game in their hands.
What a yeah, slow playing this here. What a patient
Smart.
play by Tolic there not to commit to that fight. Doesn't reveal himself again, so it makes things so chaotic for Envy right now. Pushing into the
Yeah,
base
that's
now,
really
picking up
good.
the first kill. And this is where the dominoes, you think, start to fall for Envy.
The Stalker rifle again.
Oh
the
my
output damage
gosh.
is so
Oh my
difficult
gosh.
to go up against if you're trying to fight for these lanes.
Oh
if
my
the game
gosh.
slows down. Jackson will find one with the
Wow.
perfect, but Soul Snipe will get the stick to keep this lead.
Oh
There's been no shields for
my
so long, but
gosh.
still surviving. It's 3 to go now for
That'd be
TSM.
crazy.
Also 1 minute
This
left.
guy's
That's
trying
how
to
slow
live
this
it
game
so
has been.
long.
We rarely see that 1 minute warning pop up here in a Slayer, but now 48-44, 2 to go.
Yo,
for
Druk's
TSM.
died 16 times, bro. Holy shit, this guy's just trying to make something happen.
It needs to be something special from Envy, but if you've been watching the Halo so
This guy
far,
said I'm a world-class hater. I wish both teams could lose.
expect the unexpected in these situations.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
Trying to play the sneaky corner. Does
Gets
get the
one.
trade in that situation to put them 1 away now.
30 seconds remaining.
All of TSM grouped up together in the back of Tram. Envy gonna have to hit some absolute god nades.
Wow.
Manny, with that
This
Stalker
guy's
rifle,
dead.
he's gonna have to hold off the push here. Tries to escape,
Yep.
gets taken down as well. 10 seconds left.
Oh my
TSM are
gosh.
retreating. TSM are running their play in the clock here. 4 seconds left to go. I don't think Envy will close it. But the stick comes in. They get another stick, but it's not enough.
Oh, that's a lot of trash talk from a team that is hiding in PD in the final moments of the game. Let me just say that.
Yo, that spike.
This guy got stuck, and then they're rushing the last guy, and then it's like game over. Like, alright, yo, GG's, we won. Yeah. I'm glad I watched that, but alright, let me go start my food.
How about, I mean, let's also talk about, we just watched TSM and Envy, right? 2 orgs that very recently were not back in Halo yet, now fighting here in a winner's bracket matchup, and it goes all the way to game 5. I think in a 49-48 was the final score.
Didn't even go the distance, yeah.
Can we talk about the 4-man front ram push that we just saw from Envy? And it worked. They didn't They call that the battering ram.
That was one of the craziest things I've ever
The
seen.
Trojan horse.
It probably was because it was so unexpected. Like, they're thinking, what are these guys
There are 4 people at the
There's
front of
4.
trap.
It worked. It worked, and they almost did it.
Oh,
when
my
that
goodness.
first spike came in, I'm like, uh-oh, this is... I mean, when's the last time you even saw a scenario like that? And they only sneak it out on a time.
With three more seconds, that
Yeah, I
game
was
is
about to say,
over.
3 more seconds, that's...
Yeah,
And
they
we
were
win.
trapped, fully
Wow.
trapped. Like, they were just in there, just, like, chilling out.
That I've never seen. Okay, we're deep into the 4th
We
year of
are.
Halo Infinite. I've never seen a Slayer end in that exact fashion.
No, I haven't either.
I've never seen the 4-man front train strap before.
It worked though. That's the
I want
crazy
to see
thing.
people doing that matchmaking now.
Manny turns the corner and like doesn't know who to shoot, and everyone's staring at him. He tries to get out, but I mean, Jesus Christ, what a shot call
he
that
runs
was!
up. He runs up the stairs and tries to go out, and gets absolutely pinned down. My God,
Man.
unbelievable.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I think some of those strats might need to change going forward.
Yeah, that's a one-time only.
For sure.
I think-
One time only.
I think honestly, like time was probably part of the reason that we're implementing the 4-man front train.
Just someone whispers, guys, it's time. Everybody do immediately.
But I mean, they're
thinking.
desperately trying to hunt
Let's do
these
it.
kills, and like I guess TSM are sitting there like trying to play their lives as long as possible, knowing time is on their side. It's a massive win condition for them, but I mean, good lord.
I mean,
How close
yeah,
it ended up
that's
being.
it. The winners finals, TSM Faceland. Who would have had that in their cards going into this?
Anyone who did
No,
is
just
a
no.
liar. It's as simple
Yeah,
as that. I
just
don't
no.
believe anything that comes out of their mouth.
I mean, that is something that I just would not have ever predicted at this point in time, especially with just looking at the level of competition that we have. This is insane.
And also, how about Envy now goes into the elimination
I
bracket
know.
as well, as if there wasn't enough carnage down there.
So true, and they will actually go and meet Optic Gaming, and off they pop. I mean, that is just a brawl. It is just an absolute brawl left from every single way that you could possibly look
I mean,
at it.
obviously Nemesis win the game 5.
Yeah.
I'm only going to presume that ended 50-50. Then they
51.
had to
51 to
replay it.
50.
Then it went the distance of time. And then it was a 50-49 where both players sniped each other, but it was like 1 millisecond. That's
I mean,
don't know
well, it
what
is
happened,
Nemesis we're talking about. Nemesis is cheeky.
Also, let's not forget, we already know that Nemesis has had some good games. Don't get me wrong, 3-1, but good games against Shopify.
Very good games. That's immediately what I thought when I saw that series. Like, Nemesis are going into that series wanting an opportunity to get revenge on that, and Shopify respected the hell out of Nemesis. Talking to Royal 2 after the series, he was very complimentary of how well Nemesis played them. And then we have a story for Envy versus Optic. They used to be the same org, and now going against each other in Envy's first Halo tournament.
That's been a Halo World Championship final.
Yeah.
Back in Halo 5, those two organizations. So, yeah.
By the way,
history is
what
there.
bracket are we looking at?
Heading into that Nemesis Shopify series, Nemesis are feeling themselves. That last game 5 was 50-34.
Ooh, okay.
So they were cooking. They were cooking by the end of that one. So that's a big confidence boost. Well, folks, honestly, I don't even know where to go from here. This
We have
is
more Halo.
insane. I'm going to be sitting
Crazy
back
to
here
think.
on this sofa and enjoying every single series that comes across our screen. I hope you guys are having the best weekend so far. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we have so many exciting series for you guys to really sink your teeth into, including the elimination quarterfinals of Optic versus Envy. This one's going to be wild. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Woo.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Shot. New Juggernaut.
Nails just 3 away.
Renegade makes a hero play. He makes sure that they burn camo, and he does it so well. Now 48 to 44, 2 kills to go for Optic.
Royal 2 gets 1, but it is just 2 to go. Renegade taking danger, taking some angles as Formal gets the 49th on the board. Renegade is on the hunt. He wants it to be his, but it's Formal. And Shopify turned up.
Here it is.
Formal moves in. Formal gets the kill. Formal gets the kill. And Optic will complete the ultimate story. Champions here in Arlington the hard way. The most difficult way possible. But they reset the bracket. They break the curse, and they can call themselves champions.
And Formal wastes no time. Picks up that trophy because Optic Gaming has earned it through an arduous offseason and an unbelievable weekend run that will never be forgotten from the elimination bracket. To take the title in a bracket reset, Game 7 down to the wire.
A lot of teams would not have made it back from what happened at the end of that CTF Forbidden. That would have broken them. Not Optic Gaming. This roster is built for success, was built to win. And as you can see on your screens, justified in making the changes. Your HCS Arlington Major 1 champions are Optic Gaming.
And not just that, but with this victory, with the team change, the second place curse for Optic Gaming is officially broken. Here and now, your champions at the Optic Major, doing it in their own house to start the 2025 season, and as you say, justifying one of the most historic and even controversial team changes in competitive Halo history. But you heard it from them before the event. We made this team change for a reason, and we knew it could be the best in the world, and right now, that's where Optic Gaming is.
And you look at the reaction from Formal, it just feels like the weight of the world is lifted from his shoulders now. Sick of second places, hates not winning. But now that winning feeling is back.
Hello DreamHack, welcome back to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. Here is your elimination bracket. All sorts of things have been going on, honestly, all day long. We've had upset after upset, shock after shock, and yet we continue on through the eliminations into the quarterfinals, and we find ourselves sitting here now with Shopify Rebellion, believe it or not, going up against Europe's finest nemesis, and then Envy. They meet Optic Gaming, unfortunately, down once again, but they will see the green wall on this main stage, and that is what is coming our way next. And I really don't think I would have ever predicted these
That was
two
such
to
a
match
sick
up
like
in
couple
this way,
games
in this
of
shape or
like game
fashion,
5s and shit.
in your quarterfinals, nonetheless. This is where we're at, folks. We've seen so many different series now that have gone so far, right? Literally, game 5 after game 5, and we're only in our Olymp quarterfinals. That is insane to me. But Envy and Optic, they're the two up on the chopping block this time. And the question is, who's getting chopped and who is going forward? And honestly, at this point in time, I think Optic Gaming, they have probably gained a little bit of momentum coming out of their series up against Space Station Gaming. You know, that went game 5 as well. And, you know, it was very tight. It came down to the wire. Those two were duking it out, battling it out on the side station. Here is a little rewind for you. Wes, some promise showing from Space Station Gaming and some life out of Optic.
A lot of life out of Optic, and be careful, every team in this Elim bracket. Every single time I feel like it's these guys, Legend and Bound, that should have been knocked out of the tournament, but they kept themselves alive just long enough to catch fire. We have seen several different tournaments where they narrowly escape a series and then all of a sudden use that as a springboard to find themselves champions once again. So is this going to be that springboard to launch Optic throughout this elimination bracket? First off, we'll find out if Envy has what it takes.
We use boxing references quite often. We always say that X team is on the ropes. Well, Optic Gaming have been put on the mat time and time again, but somehow, somewhere, like the Undertaker, they keep rising up again. I don't know where they find this resilience. They've done the same thing last event against Nemesis. They were down, they got done a reverse sweep. They were down by 10 kills in game 5 and turned it around. And that's bad news for everybody else in the competition.
They create their own momentum mid-game. That's what happens. They have superstars who pick up a weapon that they love and are comfortable with, and they say, hold this. We are literally going to open the map up for ourselves and regain control. I don't care how much we are down in this map mode series, whatever it is, they are able to turn themselves around, and that is exactly what you need. I think when you're looking at the competition as a whole, Optic Gaming, the reason why they stay alive time and time again is because they have the superstar power to do so. They have everything that they could possibly need to win a series, no matter what the odds are against them. They are phenomenal. Look at the players across the board. I mean, Gaskin, you got formal, Bound, Legend, Renegade. I think we often forget they're in the elimination bracket going up against Envy. Let's just mention Lunchbox as well. Let's just mention Lunchbox. Why not throw him in? And I will say,
5 superstars.
You know what? I will say, you are so right on that. 5 superstars. What Lunch brings, when you actually listen to the comms from the team and we have a listen in, Gaskin, Lunch brings such valuable communication to this team. I truly don't think they would be able to do what they do best without him. It is unparalleled with what he brings to the table here.
I mean, not many have experienced what he has, right? He has just such a depth of history in competitive Halo, and for all these situations, you know, these game 5s, these Slayers, when you're down by 10, he's been there, he has overcome those situations, and he's been able to say to them, hey, look, you know, take a breather, or we need to go for this route, or X isn't working, because he can go back and replay all those moments that have happened throughout all of these years before.
Indeed. Now, on the other side of things, we have Envy. Envy have shocked everyone. I think if you're going to talk about a wild card, right, it's them. They have really squeaked through things here. And not just squeaked through, but they have proven that they can take down the best of the very best to be up there with them. Now they find themselves against Optic Gaming. What have they got to bring to the table against the Green Wall West? That is my big question. What have you seen that you're really holding on to?
I love the individual skill we've seen, but the big issue for me for Envy coming into this series is they're just coming off of a loss. First loss of the tournament. We haven't seen this team kind of weather any sort of a storm, and it was a heartbreaking game 5 loss. Is that still lingering in their head is the question for me. These guys are all super young in their careers, not a ton of experience across the board. They're going to have to be able to shed that last series off immediately because you're going up against a juggernaut on the other side of the stage.
My eyes are on this man on your screen, Precision. Last season, he had a great year with Sentinels. It looked like his stock took a little bit of a tank, and he ended up on Complexity. He got dropped in that team, and this is a revenge tour for this young man. And look at him now, already outplacing his former team and up against Optic Gaming. Looking for a chance to get himself into Sunday.
100%. I think your eyes have to be on this guy. Precision, honestly, even leading that series, his stats were ridiculous. They were on fire, and it's about how you then implement that into your gameplay with the rest of the team. How do you play around and play like this? Because Renegade, he also has that. And I think this is a fantastic comparison, to be honest, when you look at these two teams. Renegade's team knows how to play around him. They know how to unlock his potential and allow him to go off. And it's often you hear some superstars that we've had on the couch so far say, yeah, my team just lets me do what I want to do best. And they implement that into their own gameplay. And it's huge to be able to have that. I think Precision needs that from Envy. I think Envy needs to recognize when those opportunities come about, and Gaskin, you know, that's going to be what separates the two. It's moments that Renegade creates for his team versus Precision, but it's how Envy handles those.
I think what's important is with that statistic, Renegade's getting a very similar kind of damage per minute while still having those superstars on his team, like to still be able to find that amount of damage whilst everyone else is outputting it as well. On the other side for Precision, I think that they will be disappointed that they didn't get that Game 5 win because they had a chance at top 3, right? That not everyone gets an opportunity on Saturday to get into top 3. That could be one of the most memorable moments of your career. I know it was for me when I broke into top 3. There was nothing quite like it. Now you drop into the elimination bracket and you're going up against the reigning champions. Are you going to be thinking in the back of your head, has our chance of top 3 gone? Or are you focused on, well, you know, if we could get there in the winner's bracket, why can't we take on an Optic?
Indeed. Is there anybody else you got your eye on, West, on that team? Because I think there's a couple of straight shooters there.
It's got to be Descendant, right? I think he's really the difference maker for this roster. Precision's pretty consistent with his playstyle, but I do think it's Descendant.
Hey, homie, sad that Cloud9 keeps failing. Is that your team,
has an
Badger?
opportunity to really create space, momentum for this MV roster. This series should go a little bit further than some Optic fans would
I don't know, bro. Their jerseys are sick, though. That's all I got to say. With, like, the little puffy cloud. Like, the C9 is all puffy and clouded. That's sick.
He's on his team now. And with Thug Nasty behind him, not quite the same caliber of coach as Lunchbox is, but I've seen him in the bathroom. I said, look at you still here late on a Saturday night. And both shared a little laugh. But yeah, I think for me, Piggy's going to be the difference as well. Can you be...
You at the urinal or was it in the
store? We were at the sink washing our hands.
You were both
Why are you both thinking urinal?
I just wanted to picture the story. That's all.
He's just sitting there like, why is Jersey talking to me?
Jersey's looking
passing notes.
I'm trying to poop.
The giant gap in American toilet stalls. Jersey's just peeking through.
They're far too big. I'm a lot of man as well.
Quit talking to me in the bathroom.
So you can see the series layout there, and I think one good thing for Envy is actually looking at those Slayers. Origin Slayer and Recharge Slayer, arguably two of Optic's worst Slayers that they've played throughout this season. So, you know, we always say the Slayers are the chance for the underdog to maybe get an opportunity, but if you can get both, all you need is one of those objective games. But as Wes said, you know, the teamwork is going to be everything, and we know how good Optic are on the objective-based games.
Indeed. I also am kind of eyeing up map 3-2 Fortress. I think, you know, Optic don't particularly love Fortress. I know that they've worked
This
on
food
it
is going to be
once.
so fucking good. I got all the drops, yeah, 100%. I'm making salmon, asparagus, a crab cake, and French fries. Ooh, and I'm putting maple syrup on the salmon.
Yesterday that they've been really trying to improve at some of the new map mode combinations, and you see two of them to kick off the first 3 maps of this series. Is that hard work going to pay off, or are those demons still going to be in the back of Optic's head? We've already seen them lose an Origin Slayer before 50-49, I may add, but still not something they feel completely comfortable on, or look at a series layout and think of, these are our map modes.
100%. I'm very curious to see how Envy actually handles Optic Gaming. It's something that I truly don't have a clue how this is really going to go down, but we'll find out very shortly because we're going to head into our next matchup, and we have Jersey and Gaskin on the mics. Lads, take it away.
Can't wait to jump into this one. An opportunity for both these teams and to hit the championship Sunday. For Piggy, like I say, the stark contrast to last event, finishing top 16. What a story it would be for him to make it all the way to that championship Sunday. Pose a question to some of those bigger teams, but none are bigger at the moment than Optic Gaming.
Yeah, and whilst I say, you know, they had an opportunity to get top 3 and it would have been such a memorable moment, arguably the biggest moment of their careers, you could also argue if they can topple Optic Gaming, that would also be up there of that moment that you've had. Even if they beat Optic and then only finish top 4, I say only, would still be incredible for Envy. But just being able to take down the reigning champs could be everything for Envy. But I do think the Slayer is going to play a big part in this. And of course, Aquarius Bomb as well. Envy have looked pretty good on this map and mode. Optic as well, they're 3-1 for the season. So I think this is going to be an outright brawl to open map 1.
Stress, you're giving me lessons on how to stay skinny.
Oh,
bro, it's just good food, bro. What are you, Dark Knight, what are you eating for dinner, bro? I had a pizza for lunch too, so you know, I'm trying to bulk up.
Creep behind enemy lines or maybe get away with the bomb, but it looks like
I had a pizza and now I'm having salmon, asparagus, crab cake, and fries. Ooh, I can't wait. Like I said, we had 17 millimeters of rain. Yeah, man, you guys been getting rained on.
Because you've got eyes on it, you've got tabs on it.
It's been cold as hell in Canada, bro. I'm waiting for like summer to come by. It's almost June, and I'm still like rocking a sweater outside. I don't know, man. It's kind of fucked up.
Team you were building up. Immediately gets put down. Have a backstab from Renegade here as well. Legend and Bound combined to pick up a couple of kills. They can drive the bomb forward.
Damn, I thought that LVT lane was gonna be in Canada. That should have been lit.
Can be on this map mode combination. It can be cutthroat. Precision down to no shield now. Passive pistol will connect. Formal puts him in the dirt. And Envy's base is under siege here. The bomb is arming. Piggy's just managed to get the kill. Got another body on it though. Renegade's there to get some kills. Try as they might, Legend gets the final little piece that was required. Optic Gaming take the lead here, and importantly, 3 dead again for Envy.
Yeah, and Optic are going to be pretty relentless now with looking for these spawners and trying to get another round of slays and then start moving that bomb once again. Bomb has spawned. Renegade gets yet another perfect onto Jackson. And here comes the boom, here comes the pain. 2 dead for Envy. Optic.
We bring the boom!
They just continuously move together as a unit to Optic Gaming. Must be so intimidating to just turn a corner and suddenly there's 2 or 3 of them staring you down with their bandits.
Do not allow you a second to breathe. Push this bomb in again. Precision fighting off the back foot. More kills go their way. 4 dead for Envy again. Absolutely relentless. Bomb's going down. They almost have 2 plants in 2 minutes. That one's locked in. Optic Gaming double their lead.
Well, they said they were working on the new maps modes. Well, this is a new mode. This is a new introduction. We knew Optic were going to be very good at some of the older maps and modes. Now they find themselves with a 2-0 lead right from the start. 4 did go down for Optic, so Envy were able to at least break out and have a chance to attack themselves. And Piggy's going to be in a very important position here, but he does get spotted out. Bound actually checks his corners, and that's huge for Optic Gaming.
Envy are starting to find out they're in the shark tank. Optic Gaming looking hungry and ready to feast. Smelling blood in the water. Bombs in the move again. This time being pushed away from Optic Gaming's base. 2 go down. Precision descending in the respawn screen. Piggy's top middle. Forma will pass that information on. Jackson's going to look to push the closet along with Piggy. It's a bit of a brawl in the closet. Piggy loses his teammate Jackson. Again, the bait and switch. You can see 1 fight from low, 1 fight from high. Envy doing well here, though. Maybe something to build upon. Bound's gonna look for the backstab. Formal's there as well. And Piggy gets the kill. Winning individual pivs. Big from Piggy.
Bomb has to move across the map, though, and it is going to start to be transitioned from point A to B, but taken down on the way. And Piggy, again, is going to be the forefront of this attack, but... Oh, he's done well to get a double. This time, even if they check their corners, they're not able to take Piggy out.
Bomb in hand then. Just stalled a little bit of hesitancy. Will that come back to bite them? Renegade jumps in through the window. He gets swatted away. Bomb is being armed. Bound trying to fight from the front base. Renegade gets the kill. Bomb 3/4 the way armed. Camouflage has popped up at probably the worst possible time because now Envy have to split their resources. All that good work. No value.
Yeah, sadly goes for the camouflage, and all the meanwhile the bomb gets thrown out. So for all that pressure, for all the good work, it amounts to nothing, and now Optic Gaming get a chance to hold on to the bomb here. Start to push up on Envy's base. They're trying to surround them. You see they're going for a little bit of a split, but with Formal going down, they maybe need to reconsider how they approach this one. Bound does find one of his own. Legend wins this fight, they can probably move the bomb in.
Legend does win the fight. Doesn't miss a shot. Sendin takes 3 takes of damage as well. Member of Optic jumps in the window. It's going to be Bound this time. Formal gets a kill off the respawn. Now Bound's got control of the base. Piggy's bottom middle, trying to make it a difficult fight. Going to be a thorn in the side of Bound here, but he's quite happy just to stay alive here, block the spawns, and wait for his teammates to move up around him.
Yeah, Piggy's done really well being a nuisance, whether it's being bottom middle, whether it's getting into the opposition base. Now Precision's the last remaining player, temporarily forward, dead there for Envy, so off spawn they need to just be calling out where the spawners are going to be moving. Jackson gets taken down instantly. Now Envy are going to be pinned back here by Optic Gaming. they're going to have to fight out of their own base. You can see they just go into defense mode here. Just knowing they have to protect and they can't allow one more plant, otherwise this game is done.
Defense is looking strong right now for Envy. Shield's not looking too healthy though. Legend's still just sliding around. They're almost taunting them. They can't clear them out. They can't step forward because the guns sitting top middle will cut them down. Jackson goes down. Legend does too. And a thruster pack scooped up by Bound. Precision reach outs at his own peril. Bound
Oh, I smell the food cooking up, bro.
One thing you'll notice about Bound is just how confident he is to jump out, even if he's on
This guy
no
said chicken
shields.
parmesan with some really good homemade garlic bread and mozzarella cheese on top, and it was a bit of a fatty for dessert, and then was a bit of a fatty for dessert chocolate cake homemade. Damn, sounds fire.
We talk about how important it is to survive in Halo Infinite, but sometimes it's recognizing when surviving might be costing your team whether a bomb plant or even just a couple of deaths. Instead, supporting them could be better.
Staying alive can be great, can be good for your team sometimes, but you also leave your teammates in a 4v3, almost to the point where you may as well be
My
dead.
food should be
Sometimes
good.
the gun
I
is
put it
better
kind of
off
on
just
low,
keep
I'm not gonna
firing,
lie.
applying pressure.
So I can kind of
Relieving
just
pressure
vibe
on
out
your team.
and like let it slow cook.
Bomb
I'll
down
check
the
it like
forehead
every
now
once
from
every like
Gaming.
5-10 minutes and see if
Envy's
it's
push
edible.
doesn't seem strong enough right
I
now.
also like it a little bit, like not burnt, but you know, I have asparagus and like crap. Like I don't know, my food I kind of like it a little charred, if that makes sense. Not necessarily burnt, but like a little more well done. Except for steak. Obviously, steak you need like if you get a well done steak, it tastes like shit. You know, it actually tastes like shit. You need it to be like rare or medium rare. But for like vegetables, sometimes I like that little like burn on them. So I'm pan frying my crab cake and asparagus, and I'm slow cooking it, but I'm letting it go for a little longer so that it's like a little bit, you know, super done. I like veggies like that. Damn, my mouth is like watering talking about it. Shit, I can't wait. Let me check on it really quick. Options should easily dismantle. Should.
Opportunity and Optic were able to stop them. So Envy needs to kind of up the ante a little bit here. They want to be able to win this game. They have to change something. Find a little bit more aggression, perhaps.
Sometimes it might just be playing a little bit quicker, playing with a bit more risk. Down by 2 here. One plant is not going to be good enough. You've already played over 8 minutes. Gotta get a boogie on now. Bomb down bottom middle. Camo scooped up by Bound. All the goodies going back towards the green wall.
No kills at the moment for Bound, but he will eventually find it 'cause he's just patient. But I think that Envy were desperate to find him, and they do shut him down in the end. But for all this time they're taking to find X player, Y player, clock is just ticking away, and Envy need to be thinking about how they're actually going to move that bomb across. Maybe it's going to start with penetrating the base first. The siege is happening.
Bound making himself such a difficult kill here, doing so much damage. Bound survives somehow, some way. The Sentinel's last man standing for his team.
Shouldn't have been able to survive, should he? Let's be honest. And now Descendant also goes down, and Optic Gaming still holding control of the map, and they can start moving the bomb if they would like to. Will Optic just make this a nice 3-0 rather than thinking about the clock helping them out instead?
One way or another, the clock will be helping them out. It applies a lot more pressure, and Envy need to be a little bit more urgent here. Opens the door for more mistakes to be made. Hickey will get a kill over towards the fridge. Precision's going to try and push in towards the flag. At least this time the base. 3 members of Envy push in. Renegade, he's good. He's not that good.
It's one way to shut down Renegade. Sometimes is to send everything at him. Legend gets another kill onto Piggy. 3 are dead again for Envy. But that bomb is not in a position to plant right now. It's going to be a temporary 4 dead. I think even if Optic aren't going to get that 3rd plant, it's looking more likely that they're going to win this first map purely off of time.
Legend makes a meal of that kill, does eventually get it. Descendant was down to no shield, but nobody there to capitalize on it. Renegade with the battle rifle. Beautiful double kill.
Bomb taken.
Formal, keeping the bomb alive, making sure it doesn't reset. Renegade's there now too, in support. See the MV push back up the pink steps again. They return back home. But Optic Gaming are more than happy to keep playing this game. We'll keep playing Halo in your base.
And they're leading Envy in kills by somewhere around 20 odd. It's been pretty one-sided on that side of things, and I do think that Renegade now is just going to be toying with them a little bit. Gets the help as well from Legend, and again, Renegade was the bait. Legend was the one that got the kills in the end. 1 minute and 30 on the clock for Envy, and I just think they've run out of time here.
You know when Renegade's doing that to you, you're like, I'm just going to walk in and kill him now. And then Legends is behind them. It's like, oh, I see they were doing a thing. They've been doing a thing all game long. I think he will try and apply some sense of urgency, pick the bomb up. But he's being backed down, he's being backed away. Jackson's in the closet now. Formal gets a kill again. Envy have put themselves in pretty optimal positions, but haven't been able to capitalize. And Optic Gaming quite happy just to play defense now into the final knock-ins and into that final minute.
Yeah, 50 seconds. I really doubt Envy are going to be able to do much here with it. They're trying, though. They're trying to force their way into this space. You need to have a bomb alongside you, and the bomb gets reset yet again. So Optic are just going to sit back and wait this one out, and it's probably going to be a formality by this point. Even though Envy have had those moments where they have been able to break into the base, they have been able to get those kills, often Piggy leading that charge. It was the early pressure and the early plans from Optic Gaming that are going to win them this game.
Envy just left himself a little bit too much to do. The opening too strong from Optic Gaming, and they were happy to hold what they have. Envy weren't able to find the response. Been little more than a consolation arm now if they're getting. Descendant will start arming with the camouflage. Here comes the push, there goes the grenades. Descendant drops the bomb. Force 2 as his lifeless body hits the floor. And Optic Gaming win the game. They're 1 up.
I look pretty comfortable in the end for Optic Gaming. Maybe all that hard work has started to pay off. Some of these new modes. The green wall start to celebrate. Maybe they're thinking about how far can Optic go in this elimination bracket. You think we can get a replication of Arlington? The gauntlet run all the way from elimination bracket round 1 to those grand finals. That certainly will be the expectation, not just for the fans, but for players alike on that side of the main stage. And realistically, if they are to do that, I would expect this to be a 3-0 to Optic Gaming against Envy. They have to show that they can demolish opposition like this, so that then when they do play against a potential Shopify Rebellion, FaZe Clan, whoever they may come up against through that elimination bracket, have to be striking.
Optic are going to just slaughter everyone on the way to grand finals
and
again,
Sanctuary,
probably.
but like before that, it was like pure Halo 5, you know, like Plaza, Truth, Regret, Eden, Empire, like those are the only maps you played. And then it starts becoming like this like Halo 5 2.0, like where you start playing like these other maps in the series. And like those series are like way different than like the normal Halo 5 map series. It's like the same thing here with Bomb.
Do you guys like Origin?
Yeah.
Yeah,
obviously.
That
Yeah, I
map's
mean,
awesome. Talking to 2 Halo 5 kids here.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah, literally.
What about Sanctuary? Would you like to see that again, or are you tired of it?
Sanctuary?
I'd be down.
I'm straight. I don't really want it.
I'd be
Let's
down.
talk about your stats here. Looks like Talik having himself.
Depends on how they make it,
so
though.
far.
They've
He's
made it
number
so many
4.
different
Is
ways.
this overall?
Yeah, this is overall for the tournament so far.
Yeah, you might as well throw that out. Pool play just shouldn't count.
Yeah, I mean, Talik is crazy stats. He's
I'm
second
trolling,
in
yeah.
damage dealt per life, 3rd in KDA.
Yeah, he's a good ass player. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie.
Hunter's been frying. I can't lie.
He seems like a comfort zone kind of player too.
Hunter's
though.
max confident.
Yeah.
And it's like,
So
if he's waning in confidence, then we don't see this. But now with you guys, with Manny again, like, is he just unlocked now, you think?
yeah, I think
he
we
is.
all kind of are.
Love that.
Hunter gets his kills. He stays alive.
Yeah,
alive.
no, I haven't heard anyone talk about it, but I mean, at the end of game 5, like he was on 1v2 back A, and then got a trade somehow.
Nah, Loki.
That was the game.
Someone on Envy shot Jason.
Yeah, I knew that's what happened. 'Cause, like, he died pretty late. But
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Team damage.
But, I mean, that was like, you know, like the game
Yeah.
would have been tied in going into OT if we ran to PD at then. I mean, maybe we would play it different because, like,
That was crazy, bro.
We got to look at the series layout here. We are going to Origin next. Weakest Lincoln Slayer. Interesting stat here. We're firing shots.
Wait,
Yes.
Piggy is the weakest Lincoln Slayer and he's positive?
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Got a 1.1 and then
I mean, his teammates are Precision and Descendant
Yeah.
and Yak, obviously. So
but Piggy's not called on to be the main Slayer. He's
Yeah.
He's a support.
He's like a damage dealer at range. He's got a really steady shot.
Yeah, I'm proud of those guys, honestly.
They've
They
grown a
really
lot.
showed up. They
Yeah.
really showed up.
Why are
Grown a
Optic
lot
never
over
in
the
B stream?
last
Because
couple
bro,
years.
Optic's one of the biggest orgs in the world, so they want them on the mainstream.
They had a lot to
Get those numbers.
100%.
A lot of doubt that could creep in your mind after a top 16 placement. I mean, you guys know a little bit something about that with a top 12. Not, no shade.
Never happened.
That's part of the journey, though. It's, I feel like it makes top 3 feel a little sweeter after a top 12 now.
Every time we've gotten top 12, we've gotten at least minimum like top 4.
Yep, we've noticed that. You guys are like a line
'Cause we
graph.
can't handle it.
You look like
Yeah.
a heartbeat on a graph, bro, if you look at it.
Yeah.
But it's got to be, it's got to feel good, though.
I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Yeah, let it rip, man.
Yeah, this whole tournament's been upside down, man. Like, you guys kind of were the catalyst of it all, though. Like,
Yeah.
you guys beat Optic, and then
made Optic shot play.
yeah, so that happens, and then now they're both in losers, though. You probably didn't expect FaZe to beat Shop.
Yeah, honestly, just get hella dope from fucking up the bracket. I'm not gonna lie.
The whole tournament turned upside down because of a 1-kill difference game 5.
Yeah.
It was on this map, was it?
Yeah, Origin.
That was a mixy end game too. You probably already talked about it in another interview, but you guys, there was like 4 or 5 people like on the silver, like
Yeah, it
half
was an
shields,
insane team fight.
and just like it was a melee that ended it. I
Like
think, right?
we're up, dude. It was insane. Like I'm hearing one shot blue fire. I'm like thinking like.
You got the last kill.
Yeah, I did.
Yep,
But I
yep.
scammed really bad before that. Like I'm hearing one shot blue fire. I didn't look at the score. And then like I'm shooting John Blue Cave because he kind of like has my angle, so I backed him off and then like slid, but like I slid like a little bit too far this way, and then I couldn't see like Legend on the fire, like the corner's super deep, and then I didn't keep him weak either, and then like he ended up living and making a crazy play, and then Mikey like slid boot basement, and then like Piv formal like 5'd him on the rock, and then Bound like went on that rock and killed Mikey, and then Bound like Manny was aping him on the rock, and I naded the rock, and as soon as I naded it, Bound was sliding in between the entire basement on the rocks. And as soon as I naded it, he jumped from the rock to the maze and like almost got out. And then that's when Manny got the beatdown on John. And then I followed him up silver and just got the trade.
Almost looked like it could have been a 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, it was insane. Like if Manny doesn't get that beatdown, I mean, I think we just lose.
We were casting it. I couldn't tell who won until it showed like the final score. 'Cause it's funny.
Oh, I can't
listening
wait to
you
eat this
recount
meal,
the
bro. Holy!
You basically just described like 3 seconds of in like IRL time, but it took you like 30 seconds to describe it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
There's just a lot going on. Like it was actually insane. Like I died on the sniper ramp and I looked at the score and I was like, thank God. Like, thank
Yeah,
God.
facts. That's a huge relief. Now this guy's been playing really well this weekend. Legend as always.
Yeah.
I know that like you're in the conversation of the best players in the world, obviously. So this is always a funny question to ask. But like, if you had to say one guy is like someone you respect a lot for their game, who would you pick? That's
Bound.
not on your team. Bound.
Yeah.
That makes sense. You guys play very similar.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of.
Okay, Descendant. Descendant has been extremely impressive with precision weapons this weekend. He had like 10 shock rifle kills, I think, in the series against Cloud9.
Wow.
In the game 2.
Yeah, his shock is really. Wait, just in game 2 alone?
Just in game 2.
Wow. that's
Recharge,
crazy.
Slayer, almost all headshots as well.
Yeah, his snipe is really good. He was making plays on us on the fortress with snipe.
Yep.
He plays aggressive with the precision weapons, too. I
Yeah.
feel like that can be intimidating to see a guy that turns his sniper into a shotgun.
I mean, that's really like the key. Like Stellar, you know, like there's so many highlight reels of him just playing super confident. You really just have to be confident. Like you can't like even if you're one shot with snipe or something, like you can't just try and like get away. You know, like you have a better chance of shitting on that guy. Like you need to have confidence that like you can win that.
Sometimes you're just feeling it, right? Like
Yeah.
you just feel like you can't miss.
And like you could just never lose confidence, you know. Like even if you miss like the first 2 shots and they're like layups, like you can't let that get to you. You just gotta keep shooting, you know. It's like the Dion Waiters quote.
Plus, it's like a win-win because you burn extra ammo even if you do die.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Kind of just have to go for it. So Optic looking like they're kind of big brothering Envy so far this game.
The opening especially.
Yeah.
Yeah, this map is very like star oriented.
Yep. Especially with 2 power weapons.
Yo, Jake with the bit. What's good, bro?
Here, though.
Thanks for the
We
bit,
had Hopes
homie.
On. He said the first set of rockets at
That
two-
jar
like
is
the
about to
2.5 minute
explode,
mark,
bro. This guy's
leading
just,
into
this guy's just
sniper
filling
is,
it to
like,
the
a really
tippity
critical
tip,
part of the
eh?
game.
Someone
Because
earlier
if
came
you
in
get
and
the
gave
rockets,
like
they can defuse
35
snipers,
individual
they can
bits and then
spawn
50
trap.
individual bits. So that shit is just
They're right there in it.
booming.
As we switch
All right,
gears,
time to
this
eat
is
dinner.
another
Let's get it.
This is gonna be
matchup.
good.
Shopify
Started?
Rebellion
Yeah, this is
versus
gonna be good.
Nemesis. This is one
Vibing, good to hear, bro.
They played earlier in winners, so I'm looking to see like Nemesis, you know, like trying to get their get back.
Was it in winners or pools? It was
All
pools.
pools. Yeah, pools.
And it kind of earlier when you said something like each series feels different because of the game types, like it made me think about this coming up, because I'm like, well, yeah, Shop won last time, but if the game types are totally different, like this could be a totally different series.
Yeah, I think like game types play like a bigger part than most people think. Like in these series, like I said, just the feel is entirely different. Like if you're playing like our series against Optic yesterday, like that's like a perfect Infinite series. Like we played Aqua Flag, then Street Slayer, then Recharge Strongholds. What was the game for?
I don't remember.
I remember.
Oh, Live Fire.
It was all a blur.
Live
Blacked
Fireball,
out.
and then like Orange and Collie. But like Orange and Collie feels like normal to us because like we played Hill 5.
Yeah.
But like throw a bomb in
Yo,
there.
thank
and,
you
like,
for the
just
sub,
feels
bro.
weird, you know, like, on there.
Shop is statistically really good at bomb for
Yeah,
whatever
they are.
reason. I feel like they kind of like embrace the game type. Like they don't.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like you can't really complain.
It's like a mentality thing, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why we interviewed Last Shot on the podcast last week, and he said like he thinks that other teams suck at Fortress because they just complain about it, and they have like a mental block to being good at it, and they're like, we just like it.
Yeah, it's definitely a real thing.
That's for sure.
If you're not having fun, you're probably not winning.
Yeah.
I think that's a big key.
If you don't enjoy playing the map, you're not gonna take it serious. Like every time you get in
Yeah.
matchmaking, you're just gonna like troll and like quit or something. Like
Easy to come up with an excuse for losing if like you don't like it or something.
Yeah.
This map sucks. We don't suck. This map sucks.
Yeah, literally.
Well, off the start, it looks like Rebellion have had more slays to their name, but it's actually rather even as I look across the board. But it does feel like Rebellion have had more control. They do have the bomb in the Nemesis base, and Cycle's got great positioning here at top pink.
Yeah, he's really good at holding the map.
Seems really good at everything when I watch this guy.
Yeah, he's a
man.
good player.
He's like
Trying to
he's
just
such
got
an
8
all-arounder
Jed
and
X
just, like,
100.
consistent.
Speaking of all around, here's a ring around the Rosie battle. Cycle, I feel like Cycle. Like
100 bits, bro.
To the Cycle because I feel like he never dies in the frame.
Wait, what's the jar looking like now? Damn, it's half full now. Okay.
Oh, really?
Like a lot of the casters will just like.
Yo,
gas the
thank you very
player,
much for the
even though
100
they
bits,
got,
Jake.
Yeah, no,
like, the other- Nemesis player got
Appreciate you,
ghosted
bro.
them.
I've been
They
great
lose
just
her.
eating.
But he is good in the fridge.
Yeah.
regardless. Started
Good look
playing
at-
it.
yeah. Okay, that was pretty good.
Cast a curse, that's for sure.
What do you
Nice
think about this
double.
Nemesis squad?
I think they're amazing.
I think they're really good. I think like them.
More
like,
Liddy.
Special.
Like can cause
Titty.
big upsets.
Woodham is a dog, man.
Biddies.
I think Glory, who's right now 11 and
Yo,
6.
look at the jar.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the
Doesn't
jar
get talked
filling
about
up.
enough. Like, Wucham
Look at the
obviously
jar
is excited
filling
to talk
up.
about.
Yo, thank you, bro.
Young Finnish kid that plays
Yeah.
MNK. Like, it's
Bro, I'm
really
eating
obvious for him to
salmon,
steal the spotlight. But like Glory is
asparagus,
a special talent, man.
13 kills.
French
I
fries,
remember my first event back
and
was in
a
London,
crab
and,
cake.
Like, closed me
It's
out by,
so
like, getting the
good,
craziest
bro.
triple I've ever seen.
It's
Like,
so
it was
good.
snipe. Oh,
Dead
yeah.
ass.
Just going
Dude,
home
his
and
snipe
Argo.
is crazy.
Yeah,
He's
So
all
good.
of them.
Yeah.
Go
flick
get some
shots
food, bro.
That are insane.
The thing
yeah.
about Europeans, I don't know what it is, but like even in like Fortnite or like other games, like their mechanics are like insane. Like they always have good shots, like good mechanics. It's just crazy.
Is that Peterbot kid from Europe?
Fortnite? I think he's North American. I'm not
I
sure.
know you played. I know you played Fortnite for a bit, right?
Yeah, but I was like done before we started playing.
Did you play controller?
Yeah.
It's been an honor to be on here. I'm gonna go talk to Hunter and Manny about
Okay.
some things.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah,
you
brother.
guys are free to go whenever, to be honest.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Rest
good
up and
luck
get ready for
tomorrow.
a
Thank you.
massive day tomorrow. Good
Some
luck,
sleep.
boys.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you guys jumping on the cast. All right, there they go. TSM, Soul Snipe,
You're good. You're
and
good.
Druck. Very enjoyable interview. Don't forget the cell phone.
You're good. You're good. That was cool.
Just us.
I like talking to those guys.
Yeah, dude, that's chill. Rebellion, go up 1-0 with 7-11 on the clock. No time for a quick trip. Nemesis has got to get right back to it. SLG trying to stay alive. Car 1, nice use of the thrust. Takes down Cycle, stays alive. It looks like he'll maintain it. Just needs to start getting those shields back. And he's got support. I believe that snipe drone underneath him. As Nemesis have their first good look at the assault, or at assault, but I see the bombs already in their side of the base. So despite a nice play there, it's a nice, timed plays. As it looks like, oh, this is
no
way. How does it keep getting better? We've got Onset and Bravo joining us now on the LVT couch. Boys, how much fun have you had this weekend?
It's difficult to actually, I don't know how I feel right now. I'm kind of in a state of shock. I think everyone is at the moment. Like, not quite sure what's happened, what's happening. It's been a strange weekend, but it's been an exciting one.
I feel like we just entered like a parallel universe.
100%.
And we're like still trying to figure out where we are.
I feel like it's also it's like a simulation where if a lot of universes were true, and we got slammed into one where there's like a lot of them are true. It's not like, hey, a few things are different. It's like, hey, here's 6 simultaneous universes where everything you thought was true is not
Thank
true.
you for the 20 bits, Jake. Yo, you're blessing my soul right now, bro. Thank you so much, bro. The jar can't even hold any more bits, bro. Like, dead ass. Like, this 1 bit might fall out.
For this weekend.
Let's see.
So we're all agreed that Nemesis probably win the event after this.
Oh, yeah, it stayed in. It stayed in, yeah. Thanks for the bits, bro. Starts making a mountain.
They aren't looking great so far in this game.
Yeah, walk us through. We're just jumping into this game one. How's it been so far?
Lori is doing some cool stuff. He's 18 and 12, obviously, so he's popping off. I think he's been popping off.
Another one survived, bro. Thank you for the bit, brother.
They're so comfortable on this game mode, especially like both Aqua and Fortress. I think they're just super cozy in Assault for whatever reason.
How are you guys doing?
Oh, the 50%.
We were on the call for
one of them didn't survive. It's getting too full, bro. One of them went to waste, bro. I appreciate that.
I hadn't got a chance to
I appreciate you, bro.
I got goosebumps watching this.
Yeah,
honestly.
Awesome result.
Yeah, I was losing my S.
She held control of the game like for so long.
She was in the lead the whole time, and it was close. It's not like it was just a
Nah, you're making like a mountain, bro.
She was insane.
You guys know you're free.
Yo, thank you for the bit, bro.
Being on the mic for the free-for-all finals every event, alongside a guy who I met in 04 in the old Walshy lobbies. It's pretty cool to say 20 years later we're still a part of free-for-alls in a big way.
No, it's cool.
It's so fun to just be a small part of it, man.
I was gonna say I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of montage hours of rewatch montages from both of you with a lot of free-for-all clips.
Probably too many in retrospect, but
nah, not too many.
Trying to get 8 100.
Yes,
it was fine.
Yep. Right. Yep. But this, you guys.
I thought that was gonna make a bigger splash. I'm not gonna lie, but that'll still a good splash.
More casting, so
that made a dent. This guy said barely made a dent. I don't want to say that, bro, but yeah.
I actually can't remember.
Yeah, I thought it was, dude. Really?
I know, it's funny. I saw Talik just now.
I do appreciate the 100. That's crazy. I thought.
I don't even know what I just watched.
Definitely more room in there now, though. You can definitely like 20 more little bitties in there. Or anyone. I'm not saying you, but. This guy made like at least 20 bits of space right there, bro.
As Halo fans spoiled.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, bro. Fucking homie.
Yeah,
That jar's been looking nice all day.
How's your weekend been? He's like, it's been fun. But Mark and Andy, man, they've gotten every game 5. And I was like, you guys got one, right? At least, right? He's like, no, they've literally only casted game 5s, which is nuts.
And like 5 in a row. It's funny though because Dan and Schurz only get 3-0s. Like,
yeah.
And I mean,
and on the flip side,
contractual thing for them.
Yeah, they have to. It's in the contract. So if something's, they're like, no, you can't win this game because the guy's casting.
They actually work on $1 per game.
Yeah. Like a man shows up on the stage in a suit.
Yeah, he's like not this one. Yeah, they don't have the budget.
The mafia bat. He's
just points on a sheet of paper.
What's funny too is like, we just got lucky with those, and an amazing set of just non-stop games. Yeah.
Okay, well let's lock into this. 3 minutes left, and Nemesis have their work cut out for them. We just got done talking to Druck and Soul Snipe, and they were talking about how on this game mode, when you have the lead with about this much time left, it becomes kind of a game of keep away more than like anything else.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm expecting to see here from Shop. They are going to be totally content to just keep the bomb away from their own base.
I feel like also the way they were playing that, TSM was playing that on Fortress, unsurprisingly, is they were doing like really cheeky stuff. You know, the cave holds in your opponent's base.
Oh my God. Like, Splinter Cell type gameplay going
in the window like that, and then you have the easy. They need to maybe close those windows, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that you could just like drop it out.
The play ball is not something we ever had in Assault in like Halo 2, for example.
Yeah.
There was no map that you could throw the bomb off unless you like glitch it through a wall.
The only thing I could think of is H2A.
There's been a lot of hype matches, Jake. Like a lot of game 5s, bro. If you're just tuning in, a lot of teams have been going to game 5, so it's just been hype matches all around. To be honest, it's just like if you watch at any point, there's gonna be something cool going on.
Should have been GA'd.
I would say I think Shopify's like bomb management is the best in the league. It's why they're so good at the game type. It feels like they always have control over where it is and they play around it as like bait. They're so good at that.
We just mentioned this, or Eli did, and I'll bring it up to you guys. We had Last Shot on the pod last week, and we asked, how are you guys so good at Assault? He just says, we have fun with it. Everybody else hates it. They come up with excuses for why they're not performing well. And when you love a game mode, you're probably good at it.
Yeah. So that's a good metaphor for life, if I'm completely honest.
Big facts.
Mental framing.
It's true, man.
Mental framing.
You can tell, honestly, you can tell they're having fun with it, too, with the way that they play it.
Okay, we got a Let's Go Optic chance as well because Optic and Envy are playing, but Envy is leading.
Legends flies out, Renegade puts him away. Flag's not punched in just yet. Bound has got to win this fight. He's pushing forward, taking space for his team. He won. Bound wins, of course he does.
Anyone to touch it, though. No one to touch it, and the decision from Bound was to leave it, but there is going to be 3 dead again on the side of Envy, so Optic can step up once more. Could Bound have maybe gone for the touch? I think it would have been damned if he did, damned if he didn't. Had you gone to the touch, maybe you were a little bit too vulnerable to Jackson as well. But instead, he was thinking about a bigger picture, about controlling the entire map rather than just trying to scrap a cap.
It'd be a very clear strategy for Envy as well. Jackson keeps finding himself behind enemy lines, keeps just sliding through the press. Optic Gaming haven't been able to keep tabs on him just yet. That's why they were able to get some success with that flag capture, and another one perhaps being threatened here. And this is what Optic we're talking about. Those new map mode combinations, they do struggle with.
They got 2 snipes. Renegade does take the center down, but they did temporarily have 2 snipes and get an overshield as well. Optic looking a little bit more uncomfortable here on Fortress. Could this be the swing game for Envy to give them life back into this series? Flag is out, but might just get returned by default here unless Piggy can fly. And I don't know about you, but I've not seen pigs fly in quite some time.
God damn! All right, now I gotta do dishes.
There was this one time. That one pig. I was 7.
In 10 years from now, AI robot, dishes, and then they're just done. But right now, my ass gotta go to the kitchen.
The flag out. Lost a couple of teammates along the way though. Opposite back down, play it patient, play it a little bit slower. Prioritize getting some damage to the map. 2 members of Envy converge on him though. Good defense from Envy here. Forcing Optic all the way back. As a matter of fact, they've got ambitions and intentions, maybe get a flag capture of their own, but when Formal hitting shots like that, you can put those intentions in the bin.
Does get called out though and spotted.
Enemy flag returned.
That flag does get tossed out yet again. Envy are being pretty relentless with their pressure of flag pulls. Sometimes on Fortress it can be difficult to even get into the base. It's called Fortress for a reason, let alone get a flag pull, but Envy have been gaining the upper hand time and time again over Optic, which has allowed them to get into that base and pull the flag.
And it is an interesting strategy, because if you keep pulling their flag, you keep forcing Optic Gaming to turn around and look at you, rather than maybe proposing some sort of attack of their own. A successful strategy so far for Envy. Formal will push over towards the snipe tower now. Here's footsteps underneath them. Drops on them. Repulsor's there for Jackson if he chooses to use it. He did. Didn't get much distance, didn't get much breathing space. Formal dug his heels in.
Big moment now. Both snipers and an overshield. 2 are dead on the side of Envy. Remember, a lot of these overshields have gone in favor of Envy, but Formal's starting to really heat up with some of these bandit shots. Gonna make it increasingly difficult for Envy to force their way out of the base, especially if he gets an overshield, but looks like maybe another one might go into Envy's hands here.
Bound goes down, along with him the sniper rifle. Senden could perhaps push forward and grab it. Jackson's got the overshield. As a matter of fact, he has no teammates to play with though. He's all alone. Forced to put it in reverse. Bound's gone back for a sniper rifle as well. That overshield's almost completely gone without having much of an influence at all. Maybe just staying alive was good enough. Optic are going to come again. They're going to push forward. This has been good, but another 5 minutes is required from Envy. Is one cap going to be enough?
I was going to say that. For all the pressure, for all the hard work, for how well Envy have been playing, it's still only a 1-0 lead. And we know that Optic sometimes have that ability to dig deep, to go further into the playbook of saying, all right, nothing's really been working. Let's try and experiment a little bit and go for something different. And all it takes is one player to heat up as well.
Bounce, tricky customer. Taking different angles, bobbing and weaving. Relying on Renegade to get the kill. Isn't quite able to land the body or the face. Stays alive with the bonfire. Slows this one down for a second. Piggy down to no shields now, putting the respawn screen. Speak about heating up. We might be able to see this from Bound here. Jackson will put him down.
And it has been a relatively quiet game for Bound thus far. Even though he's been the leading charge in assists, just not the typical game from Bound, but that can happen sometimes on Fortress. You get a little bit unfortunate with some of the spawns, some of the angles and routes you try and take. There's always seems to be someone on a different side of the elevation of Fortress, shooting down, raining hell from above, but now 3 dead for Envy. Optic starting to get aggressive, maybe looking for a flagpole and try and get this one a little bit further, but it looks like it's returning at the moment.
Seeing Precision sliding out of the base, two-footed. Uh-oh. Here comes the pain now. The flag hasn't been returned. Legends been able to get a hand on it. Keep it alive. 2 go down. Make it 3 dead now for a moment. Legends bring this flag all the way home. We asked the question. We posed it. Was 1 flag capture going to be enough? The answer is no. Optic Gaming back into this game.
And just like that, every single pull, every single push that Envy have been working on, it all comes down to now even Stevens. Optic can do that. They can just rip a game away from you. Just when you think you've got the upper hand, maybe you've got a foot back in this series. Suddenly Optic just turn on yet again. They just go up 1 more gear.
They're like Matadors. They show you a little something, then they pull it away as you charge. Triple kill for Bound now. As he drives his team forward, Optic Gaming really starting to turn the screw.
Sniper rifles coming up as well, which is bad news maybe for Envy. If Optic, with the control they currently have, also get held of those power weapons, suddenly you might be looking at another flag getting run. Piggy, though, does take down Former with a headshot. That could be massive. And he hits a body shot onto Bound. The Bound comes from the skies, and he will shut down Piggy.
Comes soaring down like a piece of snow. 3 dead once more for Envy. This is an issue. This is a problem. Renegade's in your base. He's got the sniper rifle. He puts Jackson away. Almost was the same thing to Piggy. Surveys his options. Analyzes what he can do here. All of Envy's players have dropped down below the base, not looking to show here. It's going to be a bit of a stalemate for now.
Both flags that have been captured in this game have been because of the overshield, one way or another, whether it was Legend using the overshield just to eat up some damage and grab that flag. Oh! But Descendant is not able to get it, and 4 are dead, and an overshield goes to Optic Gaming.
And it's Legend again. Off the good work of Renegade, killing the overshield player, punching the flag in. Optic Gaming up 2-1 now, with a minute and 40 on the clock.
A 3-0 is on the horizon. A championship Sunday once more for Optic Gaming seems to be inevitable at this point. Envy have put everything into this map. But sadly, it still was not enough, unless they have one last hurrah here. You can see Descendant tries to get the pull, but Renegade instantly denies it.
One last hurrah then. Form on the basement. Piggy gets the kill. Bound is there though. 3v2 on the map, but Bound gets another kill on the Precision. Envy laying siege to Optic Gaming's base, but Optic Gaming are standing strong.
Envy just needs to take a breather, just try and regroup here for one last attack. Optic are picking them off 1 by 1 at the moment. Piggy will be able to get the trade, but again, there's gonna be less members on the map now. Piggy trying to find his way into the base, maybe unseen, but Renegade will spot him out. And suddenly the clock is against Envy here. And Optic know they can go into defense yet again, just like they did once upon a time in Aquarius Bomb for map 1.
30 seconds remaining.
Optic Gaming continue to hold the line. It's a 2v2. The Senate has got to get to the flag quickly here. Renegade's already there playing defense. He soars into the air, but again, Optic Gaming hold the line. Into the final stages then. Jackson drives forward, Piggy too. They're being cut down, they're being cut apart. Optic Gaming on the cusp of a clean sweep here. Get your brooms out. Precision's in the basement. The flag's moments away from being sent home. Renegade falls down. Precision keeps it alive though. Continues to put down Slice. They've got the overshield. Envy are not out of it yet. Descendants got hands on. Descendants got all the way home. Can he punch it in? Yes, he can. No, he can't. And it goes in. We're going to overtime.
We are heading to overtime here in map 3. Optic were merely seconds away from closing out this series 3-0, but again, it's the overshield. It's Envy with that never say die attitude as Precision pulled off a double, kept things alive with a flag touch. And just when Optic thought their championship Sunday was looming, it was very much right in their grasp. They have to go again.
Has this now just lit a fire under Envy? Do they start to believe? Is the wind in their sails? Foremost last man alive for his team for a moment. Waits patiently. Waiting for Optic Gaming to get back to full strength. They are now. But again, Envy laying siege. Piggy's taking a couple of ticks of damage. The grenade's not going to do anything to him. No damage will be taken from it. Legend and Renegade have fallen again. They know exactly where Formal is. Jackson soars up to the sky. But Formal, just an absolute turret in this spiral staircase.
As a reminder, it's next flag wins here in map 3. Optic Gaming so close to winning this series and heading into Championship Sunday. Envy would be eliminated from the competition if they do not successfully find a flag here. It would be a great top 6 for them, but when they were so close to tasting top 3 in that winner's bracket, it would still feel disappointing. They've been able to get 3 dead, and they start to move a flag.
Flags in the move, then Bound just cuts it off. All 4 dead for a moment, though. Descendants got hands on once again. Pushing the flag forward. Nobody there to get a stop to it. Descendant will send us to a game 4. Envy back in the series.
There is still life in this one just yet. Clutch was saying on the desk that a lot of it may just come down to precision and how he plays. Well, he had that moment where he pulls out something special. Keeps things alive for Envy, but it was a back and forth game. You thought Optic had done enough. They wrestled back into the lead, but then sadly, with just seconds left, it gets ripped away from them once more. How do you deal with that on a mental level? Because suddenly you start to think, oh, wait a second. When we were literally seconds away, is there any sort of reality where we throw this whole series away now?
How many times have we seen Optic Gaming do that to other teams? Just when they look down and out, they flip the script, they find an overshield, they hit a snipe. What a game that was. An all-out brawl on Fortress. And Envy just pulled through with his skin in their teeth, showing great heart, great resilience. They don't want to go home just yet, Dan.
And even though they do head into one of Optic's best mapping modes for Game 4, maybe momentum can be enough to just give them the belief here to keep them alive and get into a Game 5. But at least they've taken a map up off Optic Gaming and they've shown they have what it takes to take down the green wall in some of these games. For Optic, yes, they'll be disappointed, but if they take a breather, if they look at that series layout, I think they'll say, all right, well, we're not that good at Fortress CTF anyway, let's just focus on one that we are good at. It could very much easily be a really one-sided game that we see next up for Game 4. That's the terrifying thing about Optic Gaming, is that if you do beat them, if you take them down, they come back bigger, better, and stronger.
Yeah, I think the issue is you deplete their health bar, but then an animation pops up and they rise from the death. And another even bigger health bar pops up, and now they've got even more ammunition, more animations. That's going to be the challenge now on Oddball Live Fire. Envy still in this thing. Looking at the Oddball records then, both teams with a 3-0 unbeaten record, but the difference is Optic Gaming have not dropped a round, Dan.
And that's Oddball in general, but when you think about Oddball Live Fire, they are 4-0 across this season. Like, we saw Recharge and how good they were at Recharge, but Live Fire arguably even better for Optic Gaming. Oddball is they're just ridiculous at it, but you know, the statistics were also kind of on Envy's side. It's not like they've been struggling with Oddball either. But again, it's about the opponents that you do go up against for those statistics. But the one thing that Envy have done is they have kept themselves in this series. They've kept their chances of a Championship Sunday run alive. It might seem a long way away still, having to try and get through yet another game here against Optic Gaming, but at least they've got one back.
And it was something Clutch spoke about, the build-up to this series. We were laying the expectations. He said Game 3 was going to be massive. One of the new map mode combinations, not one of Optic's strongest, something that they need to work on. Envy exploited it to its fullest.
I mean, all three of the first games were somewhat new. They're not the older ones, they're not the traditional ones like Live Fire Oddball. But the important thing is, Optic have got through all of three of them with at least 2 victories here to now give them a chance to wrap this series up on
Let's get it.
Live Fire. Just to give you an update of what's happening in the other elimination quarterfinal, Shopify Rebellion currently 2-0 up.
Let's. I get it.
European team.
That was a good ass meal, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a little stretch break after that. I've watched this like while I'm stretching and chilling, but I'll be back.
The task hasn't changed for Optic Gaming. It's just win one more map. The same jeopardy applies to Envy. If you lose, you're going home. Been a great run, but when you top your pool, you've hopes and aspirations of maybe pushing into that top 4. It'd be such a shame for them to hit top 6 and perhaps not expecting to play Optic Gaming at this stage of the tournament. But they've given such a good account of themselves so far as Piggy finds a face.
Tell you what, Piggy's been impressive this series. A couple of times when Optic start to really dominate, Piggy just shuts them down with a shot or two. It really would be a statement of intent if Envy won this game, by the way, considering it is one of Optic's best. I have been questioning what might happen in that Game 5. And it has been a tournament full of Game 5, so hold on to your hats, everyone.
For a second, old Statman Dan, who's all beep bop, Optic are gonna win. All of a sudden, he's starting to believe Envy have a chance.
He's beginning to believe. The question is, who is the one on the side of Envy that can just elevate them to that next level? Precision at the moment has 4 kills on the board, but it is going to be a sniper rifle getting wasted by Renegade in the end as Envy begin to push towards this ball.
Play ball comes out. Heads up play from Formal. Recognizing he was down in numbers. And keeps control of the tower here, more importantly. What a job that is. Covering his angles, minding his P's and Q's. For good reason, he knew someone was here. His spidey senses were tingling. There's actually 2 members being sent to clear him out. He almost gets that kill on the accent. But all that time they were trying to clear out Formal. Optic Gaming just been holding the ball.
Temporary lull. Sound across Live Fire as Envy plan their attacks, but maybe it's going to be the perfect plan. Precision gets 2, does get help as well. 3 are dead on the side of Optic Gaming. Formal's going to be the last. It is an excellent push from Envy. They assessed the situation perfectly and were able to quickly sweep them up, and now they get the chance to set up here.
Oh,
bye!
See you later, friend. Sayonara, Renegade.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
You can see Precision's intentions. The minute they got the ball 4 dead, not happy to stand still. Pushes over towards green, takes space for his team.
Ball dropped.
The play ball comes. Perhaps no, Bound has just managed to keep it on the map. Perhaps a little blunder here to send him with the camouflage. And Legend, you know he's quite young, Dan, because those eyes work fine. He's always spotting out those camouflage players.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Precision didn't go for the play ball. Maybe he feared if he had tried to toss it, he was just going to get shot anyway, or maybe he trusted in his team having the camouflage and being able to come over and shut things down. But it certainly was extra seconds for Optic Gaming. Still have a lead 53-19, but Envy have not allowed Optic to hold their setups for too long. That's what's important.
Renegade fires a couple of shots bottom middle. Didn't find a home with it though. Maybe perhaps hoping that the ricochet would connect with something. A knee, a shin, an ankle, anything.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
As he moves forward and rotates, teammates are falling down around him. Renegade's just not hitting those shots, but as I say, that does land the body. Does land a second one onto Precision. Lines up Piggy. Backs away though. So interesting and fascinating watching Renegade sometimes. He's spinning around, turning. It's almost like he doesn't really know what he's going to do from any second to another, but it always seems to work out for him.
Sometimes you just have to sit back and appreciate what you're watching. Maybe we'll get more of the same from Formal here if he can hit some shots as well. He gets help from Renegade, but will eventually get shut down. Optic are being pushed to the limit by Envy, that's for sure. As Envy starting to get a little bit louder, and maybe a good chance for us to jump into a listening with Envy as they hold this ball.
Top green, one shot, top green, one shot.
Elbow.
Go, bag's already bound. Jason me. Melee, absolute.
One day.
You have quantum, Jason.
He's red zone, red zone. Big door. One shot big out.
Nice, good trade. You're dead.
Where?
Oh, bigger. That's one right. Ammo 10. Hold on, Ethan. Ammo 10. No.
Nothing dummies.
Bags, but formal. Alright, two bags. Good kills. Bags, both on green. On the box. Last scene on the box.
No, bags. Cement.
We look at camo. You can get camo for free. For free.
Hold on,
both on. Trying to get it.
He's on it.
Oh, well,
It's spawn green too.
Concrete. Back B formal. Back B formal. Back B formal. Inside.
Someone get in.
I got new.
This side, Jason. This side.
It could be pillars.
Johnny, right?
I'm taking a seat to Picky.
I don't know where he is. Bro. Top green and pillars. Be tower. No, mud legend. Gonna be Nessa mud.
Yo, one's pillar door.
And dice. And elbow. Gotta play.
Shot towers.
Yeah, two dummy door.
2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Somebody get a melee. Nice. Just you.
Nice.
They have death cam on you.
Yep. Go, I spawned by B2.
On B.
Spawn B.
Oh, damage.
Envy doing well to keep this close, but big call out. You have death cam on you. Sometimes that angle that you think you'd be able to just catch them off guard, they just have the body camera to make sure that it's not going to be a surprise, but it is still a 30-second lead here for Optic Gaming. Maybe gets extended by Renegade, but he does well to play the ball. 1 minute left on the clock, may I add. Oh dear.
Almost playground, what's happening here? Precision spins in a dime and gets the kill. You can sense the little bit of frustration in the listening as well. Legend was the last man alive and he just managed to pick up the ball and throw it back towards green. You hear the almost collective sigh from the team. They had camouflage, they had the things they need to put significant scoring on the board. That pesky Frenchman does it again.
They're going to start to make some risky pushes now, RNV, to try and win this ball back in the final moments of the first round, but Legend is just holding on to it whilst everyone else is doing the damage around him.
Easy as you like. Legend will finally drop the ball, put some damage down.
Ball dropped.
3 go down, descends the last man standing. Perhaps had intentions of trying to play the ball, but round 1 will go in the books. The ink will dry on it. And Optic Gaming 1 round away then from a championship Sunday.
And even though Envy really tried as they might to get back into that game, it was just really the early pressure from Optic and the speed in which Optic break setups as well. Even though I will really credit how well Envy played to shut down that initial setup from Optic, it did take a good 30 seconds or so before they got that plan in action, whereas Optic just seemed to do it in their sleep sometimes. It's just a second nature for them to know where they need to be pushing and which angles they need to be taking as Renegade gets another sniper rifle. And they've got the ball as well, Optic. Are they going to end up at the end of this series and this game at 5-0 on live fire on ball? This is going to be one of those maps and modes that we're talking about all season for this team.
If you look at slays between both teams, there's not much to separate the two teams. The issue is pacing is so important at the highest level. Optic Gaming just play the game so much quicker. When you give them openings, when you give them opportunities, they really punish you. They put serious time on the board. They might be one of the best oddball live fire teams in the game right now. You can see why. Precision playing this one patiently with the camouflage. Waiting for his teammate to step forward. Bound will drop off the bridge though. The action's over towards pillars. And although the ball is down, and it's right at Precision's fingertips, the issue is Optic Gaming are just sitting green, baiting it, waiting patiently. All 4 go down for Envy. Perfectly played by the green wall.
Envy have been able to get a couple of camouflages, but haven't necessarily capitalized on it. Because Optic have just been able to stick as a group and flank round to the other side of the map, and Envy are kind of left scratching their head a little bit, saying, well, how can I use camo to full effect if I'm just walking into a pack of wolves who are waiting to trade me out? It really is like a post-apocalyptic zombie situation where they're saying, right, we just need to make sure if one of us goes down, we can take down that player. Optic find themselves 40 to the good in this second round, and even though Legend falls into the drink, it's starting to look like the writing may be on the walls for this one.
I think Legend took his knees and screamed cannonball. Not going to hurt them too much, though. A significant lead here in round 2. Camouflage up in 15. Slays favoring Optic Gaming once more. Spawns over towards green. Formal does maximum damage for what you can see. Renegade rotates back. Like you say, Envy have gotten these camouflages. Optic Gaming being quite happy just to put their backs to the wall and say, okay, you've got camouflage, but what are you going to do with it? The Envy players play patient, wait for his teammates. They just haven't been able to create openings and opportunities. Bound back tower, Descendant gets the kill. And here's Precision with yet another camouflage. But they need value, and they need it now.
I mean, the camouflage can be so good for breaking those setups, but at times they're getting the camouflage whilst they have the ball as well. So it's trying to work out how you can actually be of value with this camo when you've got a setup already. Maybe this is it, going for a little flankaroo down bottom middle, but I think Bound spotted him out quite comfortably there. Precision does the damage, but just has to back off again. At least they are scoring, Envy, so they're going to give this one last ditch attempt maybe to get back into this game, but again, Bound just sniffs out Precision.
Jackson sets up for the play ball, initiates it, executes it. Snipe shot and a melee gun from Legend to get the kill. As he overlooks his teammates, plays some cover fire down. To find the angle, Precision down to no shields, but hits some beautiful shots. Excuse me, it might be picky to help him along the way as well. Legend did seem to die pretty quickly. But again, Envy trying to break setups, Envy trying to have an influence. But they're just heading straight into the Optic Gaming blender.
They did force a play ball at the very least at Envy. Sadly for them, it's just too many 3 downs, 4 downs that Optic are able to pick up too much time. The Optic setups have been far superior. 27 more seconds required for Optic to win this series 3-1, send themselves into top 4 at least. And of course, into tomorrow's competition where the winner of this series will be facing Shopify Rebellion, as confirmation Rebellion have taken down Nemesis 3-0 in their matchup. The European team will finish at top 6.
Nemesis still chasing the accolades of yesteryear, trying to get top 4, top 3, but it continues to elude them. For Shopify Rebellion, they've steadied the ship. There was some choppy water, but they're back on track now. Sets up a pretty tasty elimination day tomorrow. Bound gets another kill. Make it 22, 11, and 21.
Another camo. And it is the ball for Envy, but 2 just went down. Precision's got a lot to do here. Does find Renegade. Sadly, he watches his teammate get deleted by a grenade, and again, he's left on his own here just to try and make a difference, try and keep this one alive. Has done enough just to keep them at bay and away from this ball.
I'm going to really start to be a foe of Envy now. Minute 35. Not applying a lot of pressure, but just enough that you need to get a move on. 3 go down. Precision last man standing on scoreboard. Renegade and Bound combined once again. Envy have to not only break a setup here, but they need an almost completely flawless hold.
Yeah, that final sweep might have just been enough for Optic Gaming, as they'll now close in on victory here at 90 points. It's going to be one last push from Envy, but do they even have time here?
Bound just looks like he was out for a stroll for a second, using the ball as a battering ram. Have they been able to play the ball out by green? The answer's no, it's still alive. Formal's got hands on, Picky can't do much about it. Optic Gaming will head into the championship Sunday. 3-1 the score. And they keep on roaring. That Optic Gaming machine rolls on.
Death, taxes, and an Optic Gaming elimination run. It was almost inevitable that they would still find their way into Championship Sunday. And even though Envy gave it a bloody good effort, fantastic match 3 from them in Fortress ETF, the cream always rises to the top, and Optic Gaming now will find themselves in an elimination semi-final matchup with Shopify Rebellion. It's another rematch from Winners Bracket Round 1. It's another rematch from the Grand Finals of Arlington. But only one of those teams can get into the top 3. If I had told you right at the start of this tournament that either Optic or Shopify Rebellion would be finishing top 4, you'd probably laugh at me.
Absolutely incredible. The rematch will not be a best of 7. It's going to be another best of 5.
That's a
And
good
who
point.
does that favor? It has to be Rebellion, right?
Usually is Rebellion when it comes to those BO5s, but the series layout's going to be everything. I'm excited to see what it is tomorrow. Just another look at those stats. Renegade, the outstanding player in that one. 31 and 19. So we just get confirmation of the final series score. 2-0 on Opal Lifer, and Optic continue this run this season on Opal Lifer and Opal in general, where they seem to be untouchable at times.
They continue to run in the elimination bracket. They continue the trend. The precedent they have set. Elimination bracket, no problem. They've been roaring on. Envy try as they might. They huffed and puffed, but only good enough to win CTF Fortress. Optic Gaming looking pretty formidable.
They certainly were indeed. Wow. Crazy, crazy things happening. Optic, they stay alive once again. They are really the cockroach of the HCS
Do I just slide
right
over
now.
here?
Yeah. Hey, go on.
There's no interview. Hang on.
Dan some room.
Nobody's knows.
Nobody has a clue. You just rest your weary head, Shurs. We put in some work today, that is for sure. Especially you two, obviously. Early on in the morning, putting that shift in. Even with the camera off, your dulcet tones, you know, especially in my bathroom playing while I was getting ready. Just absolutely incredible stuff all day long from the pair of you. But Optic, yeah, the cockroach of the HCS, they just cannot die right now. They are firmly alive.
What a compliment that is.
I know. Seriously.
Not even radiation can take them out.
Indeed. Well, it is radiation in the form of Shopify Rebellion, because so far it has kind of stung a little bit every time they've gone against Shopify Rebellion. Not in a best of 7, in a best of 5. They have got the better of them. Big questions coming into tomorrow for Optic Gaming. How much kind of time and effort can they put in between now and then to really kind of rewrite things going into that one tomorrow? Because of course, again, life is on the line for both of these teams. You boys mentioned it earlier. I cannot believe that this is not going to be our grand finals heading into tomorrow, that this is not even the potential for a grand finals whatsoever. There is nothing that can be done about it. One of these teams is going home by the end of that series. Shopify or Optic, I really don't know how this is going to go, Wes. What are you feeling right now looking at this elimination bracket?
I'm terrified that these guys have to wake up early on a Sunday, and this has got to be the warm-up. Like, this has got to be the first series of the day, everything on the line, so much passion between these two. The grudge match is going to be real all season long, but this time around, it will not be in the grand finals. It will be in an elimination semifinals, a spot for the top 3. The big question is like last time, Optic were able to climb through an elimination bracket all the way and kind of catch fire. I don't feel like Optic have that same fire right now that I did last event, and they have to play Shopify a little early, so we're going to need to see an even better Optic Gaming than we've seen all weekend long if they expect to come out on top in that series.
I think if you're fans of either team, you want to find out what hotel room some of the Optic players are in, a Rebellion. Just let some fireworks on outside at night time. Try and disrupt their sleep patterns. Try and have an influence. Be the 6th man for your team here.
Just he's trying to figure out all sorts of ways to get the leg up here. I know, it's such
a European.
Really so European of him. Just so I don't know.
Is that an insult? That's so European of you.
So European of you. No, honestly, I'm wondering what they're going to eat for breakfast, because that match starts at 10 a.m. It's early stuff. You know, they're going to have to be here in the building, warming up, getting ready hours before that. So, I mean, Breakfast of Champions, you really are going to have to think about how you kick off your day. And we know what happens sometimes to top teams right at the start of the day. The laziness can kind of sometimes take over a little bit. They need to be awake, be ready for this, because it is an incredibly important matchup for them. On the winner side of things, though, we do have TSM and FaZe Clan in your winners finals. If you had predicted this,
I mean,
this is insane to me. If you honestly had that in the winners finals, that's incredible.
Look at TSM's scoreline and think about the game 5 they also had to beat Optic in. Like 3-2, 3-2. They have been the iciest team since being back together, and you got to love to see that. The fact that they're able to continuously push series that far and find a way to win these games. I mean, what is it, 3 Game 5 so far, and we still have Championship Sundays? TSM, well, hats off to those guys, and welcome back, because last tournament, 3 of those guys, same team, 1 person change, and it was a completely different story.
What I will say, the last time we did see these 4 guys get to this position was at a World Championship, and they fell apart in the Winners Finals and the Elimination Finals. Are they a different squad now? Have they learned enough during their little breakup? And now they're back together. They've been able to see all of the nice things. The grass was not greener on the other side, but now maybe they've got a chance here to just push themselves one step further and maybe get to a grand final.
Normally, I would argue that they've played the best teams in those moments. But this FaZe Clan team, the way that they're playing this weekend, I mean, TSM better assume that FaZe Clan is just as good as those teams in those moments because they are playing just like it. And as we take a look at the KD leaderboard,
he's always there.
I mean, Falcated is showing you that he is a problem to deal with. And then he's joined by 2 other members on his team. I talked about Trippy having an unbelievable event last event, and you really want to capitalize on the events where your team is playing, your teammate is on fire. Well, Trippy is actually just consistently on fire at this point. So, like, shove the narrative of it was a one-time, one-weekend thing. Trippy's doing his thing, but now this is what I talked about at the start of Friday a lot. What happens when Trippy's playing at that level?
Yeah.
But then also the bar gets raised by Suppressed and Falcated. Now he's starting to get more from his team. And big things have happened for FaZe because of it.
100%. That was my question coming into it, was Trippy being consistent. That was something I'd written, you know, weeks and weeks before that. I wanted to see him come into this event and really start to even push the boundaries of what he can do individually, and he's certainly done that. I will say Falcated still almost just silently in the wings, just remaining just unbelievably good individually. But it's just so quiet, isn't it? It's so strange.
If FaZe win this event, we got to get a Falcated
interview,
right? Like, that's got to be the tipping point where he's forced against his will into that
Just
couch.
grab him by the collar.
Hog tie him.
I'm sure we can get him if we need to.
He's got to come get the trophy.
Let him win the event first.
Let's leave the trophy here so he's forced up here.
He's got to come get it.
I'm saying right now, the observers, I need to see a little bit more foul point of view,
Well, that's the thing.
please.
The question we were asking ourselves at the start of this tournament was, who is that player on FaZe? Who's that one that can elevate them to the next level, that can do the Renegade things, the Frosty things? Well, he's up there on the KD leaderboard. Maybe Falcated is the answer for this FaZe Clan roster.
Maybe it is, but the answer for a lot of these teams is going to be to win, because they need to keep themselves alive. And early on in the morning, we will find out who is continuing through Championship Sunday. Is it going to be Optic Gaming or Shopify Rebellion? And then we do have our winners finals, FaZe versus TSM. You really can't make this up, folks. We've had so many crazy things going on, and by the end of it, we will have a champion here at DreamHack. And I truly have no idea what kind of prediction we can make at this point, because anything can happen, Wes.
I'm not doing it.
I'm not doing it anymore. I refuse.
He refuses.
I'm sitting back and enjoying the show from now on.
Honestly, same.
I have 4 Halo books to read before I start doing your predictions.
Jesus Christ.
There we go.
Sorry, guys.
We need to get reading.
Tonight is gonna be a good night.
Wes wants them on audiobook.
You got a lot of homework.
Dan finishes those by the night. I would spend years.
Well, folks, that is going to do it for day number 2 here at DreamHack Dallas. It has been unbelievable. You cannot make up what we have seen today. The series have been lights out, and we look forward to plenty more of this tomorrow. So much on the line for a lot of these teams. A couple of your favorites may be going home tomorrow, and one of them will be lifting that trophy. Find out who it will be on Championship Sunday. Make sure you're tuning at 10 a.m. Central Time, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Absolute W, baby. Absolute W.
It's Shopify versus Optic.
Thank you. Listen.
Shopify versus Optic. You know, we talked a little bit about having both of them in the lower side and how crazy that is. We've seen Shopify defeat Optic every single time on the winner's side, but now they encounter each other in the lower side. Can they do the same thing they do to them in the upper and lower and just send Optic home early, or is Optic just gonna clutch up and?
I feel like this is a silly conversation personally, because like every single time they have played on LAN, except for one time, it's gone the maximum number of games possible. If it's a best of 5, they go to game 5. If it's a best of 7, they go to 7. And then, except for the one, of course, the 4-0 in their initial grand.
But it's like Thanos, right? It's like everything must be equal. So if it was a 4-0 one way, then you have to get a sweep
So
the other
now
way. Shopify.
they
no.
have kind of done that too,
Garrett says-
even in scrims.
Perfectly balanced.
Perfectly balanced, except it wouldn't be because it would be 4.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I feel like it's a coin flip no matter what
Yeah, yeah.
between these two teams. They could go either way.
I wonder what the map pool is and like the record. I'll have to do research on it.
If we could
tonight.
find that.
Yeah,
is
that's a huge ask.
Is
on the
Assault
fly.
is Bomb in there because?
Well, it's just the game
They
type
lost
image,
Bomb
right?
this year. I mean, they lost Bomb at this tournament.
True.
To Omit.
Really?
Yeah, they lost to Omit. They lost 1-0. They Omit armed the Bomb with like 1 second left.
Yeah. It was their 4th loss out of like 55 games.
Yeah, I saw they were there when I was doing research, and it was like they were 51-3 on Fortress.
I'd
Bomb.
still take that.
All right, it's elimination finals, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Semifinals.
Semifinals, sorry. Yeah, okay. So we got Streets Oddball as our first match.
Optic favored.
Yeah, Shopify's the only team that's ever beat.
Okay, here it is.
It is.
Live Fire Slayer, game 2.
Optic.
That's coin flip, I think.
Solitude King of the Hill, game 3.
Grab.
Shopify,
That's,
probably.
No, actually, I think that's an Optic favorite. I don't think Solitude's a good map for Rebellion.
Recharge Stronghold.
Right from Halo.
game 4.
Mixie.
No, that's not Mixie.
Hell
that's
yeah.
But
Oh.
Optic's been getting better at recharge,
yeah.
though.
Getting better versus the best team at Stronghold's recharge.
They
is
beat
like,
them a couple times.
I'll stand on Shopify for
I
that.
feel like I agree, but I'm
Guys,
just saying.
does it even matter, guys? We know we're going to game 5, right? Like, there is no way in hell that these two teams don't find themselves on Aqua Slayer at 11 a.m. tomorrow. What?
Also, we just got a raid from Halo.
Yo,
so
shout out.
welcome everybody from the Halo stream.
Welcome everybody from the Halo stream. What an absolute crazy day. Welcome. You're watching LVT Halo, and I'm the host, Aliak, and we got Eli, we got Mikowski, and we got Tools over there, and we got some other peeps roaming around that you might not see on screen, but hang out with us as casters as well. We're just chatting about the crazy day that we've had today, but also what's coming up tomorrow, the elimination semifinals, and
Well, let's talk about what's going to come up in just a couple weeks then, because a lot of people that maybe don't watch LVT Halo, we had a special announcement that happened yesterday.
yes, so we have the LVT Halo Pro League, which we just announced yesterday. A super exciting, bringing Halo competitive, more Halo to the scene, and a chance for people to be able to sign up and be active in the scene and give players a chance to get picked up. Maybe some unknowns get known, and also a chance for pro players to be able to have more games in and an extra LAN in the year.
The biggest W is just how much more Halo content everyone's going to get to watch right here on LVT Halo. We're going to be doing it 3 times a week is the current plan.
Yep.
And that's aside from the tournaments that we'll likely also be doing on the weekends, because it's going to be like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is like the loose plan right now. And then if we have a weekend tournament, then we're also going to do Saturday, Sunday of the tournament. And then you're going to have more Halo the next week. It's best of 7s. It's like 3 of them each day between the top 8 teams in North America. So, man, I'm excited.
3 splits, round robin, BO7s. The big thing, though, is what happens in September.
Yes, September 11th through the 14th, LAN in LA at the Shopify Rebellion headquarters, because LVT Halo is able to do this in partnership with Shopify Rebellion, who are funding the prize pool. They're funding the travel coverage for all the teams that get to qualify. And also, they also get to host, well, the LAN at their headquarters in LA. So that's pretty cool. Thank you so much, Shopify Rebellion, for supporting the scene in this way. But also today, there was a lot more at stake than just $150,000 in this weekend's Open. But also we get to find out who the top 4 would be to qualify for the LVT Halo Pro League, which we just talked about. We got TSM, we got FaZe, we Shopify, and Optic in the top 4. So those will be the top 4 secure teams, at least so far, for the LVT Halo Pro League in September.
Yeah, and the next 2 are going to come from pro points. So whatever teams after the WrestleMania that arrives at DreamHack Dallas after this event, the top 2 in pro points will then get awarded those 2 spots, and then a final tournament that will happen online for the final 2 spots of the league. point. I imagine they get there through points, but it could
I
be
would assume
Mixie.
so.
Envy has a ton of points.
That's true.
Probably be those two, I would assume.
Envy. I'm trying to think if anyone else could hit them on pro. Who got top 6? So Nemesis got top 6, so they...
But they're not...
Yeah, but they're not NA, so then...
Sorry,
I think it's likely that SSG gets it through points, but it's a bloodbath for those final 2 spots. Like, there are 4 very, very qualified
Sure,
teams.
Complexity is going to be playing in the tournament at the very least after... Do they get 2 top 12 finishes? Or?
Yes.
Top 12.
Yo, Merc, thanks for the follow, bro.
Yeah, top 12.
Welcome,
It's gonna
welcome,
be exciting.
welcome.
Do we know when the tournament is going to be for that?
It's just before June 4th, so I think it's the weekend before that.
Okay. Exciting stuff.
Exciting stuff. Oh my gosh, wait. We've been working together long enough.
Duos. Are you trying to steal him from me?
What
I
if
will
I
not
am?
allow that.
What if I am?
I will build a barrier between us. It comes down to keeping
I'm filing the
my
restraining order. That's the
The other thing to keep in mind is you can follow all the stuff, like all the things that you need to know about the league are at lvthalo.com. As the league goes on, you can like keep updated through that. And if you want to get more information about how the league's going to work or what happens week to week, sign up for the newsletter, !newsletter in the chat. It gives you a weekly email about all the stuff that happened in the competitive Halo universe.
We got a good question here from chat. What are the prizes for the Pro League?
Ooh, big prize. Well, I mean, $50,000. You know what I'm saying? 50,000.
50 G's.
50 Ds.
$50,000 up on the grabs. You know, we gotta like find some special thing to go with it as well.
And it's only top 6 at the conclusion of the splits get to go to the LAN.
So 2 teams will not be going to the LAN. That's
Damn.
The online section will determine who will be the top of the top. And with it being round robin, everyone's gonna play each other 3 times. So it's like you should have a very definitive standings by the time we get to LAN.
Well, lvthalo.com for more information, and we'll see when you guys can sign up, right? So you can take a part of the LVT Halo Pro League. Thank you so much, everybody that has joined us here today. It's been such a fun day, a fun weekend here with everybody, and wow, some unpredictable games from everybody so far, and I can't wait to see what Sunday brings for us. Is there anything that you all would like to get off your chest right now before we head on home?
I feel like today was the craziest day of Halo that we may have had in Halo Infinite, period. Because the bracket is completely upside down. I can't tell my head from my toes. Like it feels like everything. Like let's just take a look at and how many game 5s we had. Game 5.
Yo, my YouTube stream has to end because the VOD's only gonna be 12 hours, so I'm gonna end my YouTube and kick streams.
5 games that happened, or 6 games on
but I'll stay live on
screen here,
Twitch.
We're all game 5s.